please.
Yo, what's up, Bacon? How you doing, bro?
Oh, you're actually there.
Yeah, I was just sitting. I'm busy doing stuff. I was just waiting for people to join VC. It looks a bit dead.
Hmm.
Yeah, what are you up to, man?
I
Got you
was
up so
I
late.
was working on my app.
You making an app?
Yeah, the one that does selection navigation. You know.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. I didn't know you were working on an app. That's cool.
Yeah,
Is your
that's
plan to
that's
like put it on? Mm-hmm.
go on. Go on.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, do you plan to put it like on a like the Apple Store or the Google Play Store? Or is this like an
It's a
app for
web app.
Flat Earth?
No, it's a web app.
Oh, okay, okay.
And the link is already
So,
available for a couple of months. Actually, that's the app I used to win MC Toons challenge. You know,
what was the challenge?
the challenge was to find his position using whatever method. The first one would get $100. That was me.
And you did it? Nice.
Yeah, like I had developed an app that does that instantly. So I just plug into the app and then entered, and the answer was correct. So I got $100.
And the app does that assuming you're on a globe, like the modeling system
It
using
assumes
that
of
is out of a
it
globe.
assumes the A map.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. That would never work.
Yeah. So I
Actually,
mean,
I created one.
Is MC Toon a flat earth?
If he's a flat earther,
Yeah, I'm asking. I don't know who he is.
no,
Okay. And what did the flat earthers say about this?
not much. Actually, this was because of them. Like, oh, first he created the $10,000 challenge, which you might have heard of.
Mhm.
And they started
No,
complaining about the rules. Oh, never heard of?
no. What's the $10,000 challenge?
Well, there's a bunch of things you don't know then. Okay, so I'm gonna start from the beginning. Um,
All right.
so he created a challenge of $10,000, and he didn't just say it. He created like a formal challenge. He put the money in escrow. He transferred in bitcoins to another person that would be responsible for paying whoever meet the challenge. He also hashed the rules and showed the hash in his video, so he couldn't change the rules anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the challenge was basically just to come up with a method of celestial navigation that worked on a flat Earth, and whoever did it would win the challenge. But there were some restrictions, like you couldn't create arbitrary light behavior just to make things match. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
like either you use light behavior that we know of, or you have to demonstrate that actually that's how light actually works or actually behaves.
Mm-hmm.
And no one did it. No one even tried to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and they kept complaining about the rules because one of the rules was
Why?
yeah, one of the rules was like you can't use globe stuff, so you cannot use globe maps, globe charts, uh, globe calculations. Nothing that comes from the globe was allowed. And they were
Okay.
complaining that like it, one of the rules was against globe projections, and the A map is considered to be a globe projection, so they couldn't use that, and they were complaining about that. So I actually found that was a fair complaint,
Why
and
was it a
and he
fake
updated the
complaint?
challenge. Sorry,
Why is it a fake complaint?
because even though we believe it's a globe projection, the whole point is
Mm-hmm.
to prove that that's a globe projection. Like maybe we maybe the globe is a anti-azimuthal projection of the actual flat Earth. Who knows? because if that's how the Earth actually looks like, that's the
But
map
even
they
flat
should use.
earthers, but don't flat earthers agree that that's a growth protection? I mean, they all say
N-
that's not a real flat
No,
earth. No.
no.
Oh,
Well, a lot of
okay.
people think otherwise. Think the map of the Earth comes from the A map. The globe comes from the A map.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think
So they
Geo is
think
one of
it's
them.
the other. They think it's the other way around. That the
Yeah,
globe is a spherical projection of the AEMF. Okay.
exactly. Which works.
So
You
then
just
the
have to run the formula in reverse. Yeah.
so then the AEMF would be then Bacon.
It would be what?
The AEMF would be their model.
Yeah. Well,
Bacon, can you hear me?
it's one of them. They could try other projections if they want to.
Okay.
But they would be all against the rules. So MC2 then created a second challenge, which could also be
Mm-hmm.
used to claim that that's those same $10,000, but with less rules. So you could this time use the A map. You could use whatever map of the Earth you wanted. You can still use globe math, like you cannot use math that assumes the Earth is a sphere, for obvious
Mm-hmm.
reasons. But you could use like globe, like you could use the almanac because you can just argue that that comes from observation, which is
Mm-hmm.
actually true. Uh, anyway,
Is that
but
what you
it's
did?
still no, I just did it on the globe.
Oh, so this is a different one from the $10,000. You only won how
Yes,
much? $100?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Is yes. So
Okay.
they kept complaining that he wouldn't pay. That's why they weren't trying to meet the challenge,
Mm-hmm.
not because they don't know how, but because they don't
Mm-hmm.
didn't think he would pay. Or
But he
and
paid
he
you.
also yeah, he paid me. But that's $100. And actually the main complaint was that not just they couldn't do it, but we couldn't do it. Like they were arguing that was an impossible challenge, that no one could solve like I don't know, like no one could solve a challenge like that. So he said, "Well, I'm gonna create one for the Globers then, but I'm only gonna play. I'm only gonna pay $100 because this is a lot easier than doing on a flat Earth."
Mm-hmm.
And then he announced the challenge, and I was ready, just waiting for the challenge to be published. And as soon as my refreshing button worked, I copied all the star sites to my app, and then just emailed him the answer. And he was responding me saying that was the right answer. And
Nice.
then, yeah, then I won the $100.
Mhm. So what are you gonna do with your winnings? You gonna
Oh,
save
I
it or?
saved it. Yeah, I saved it.
Um,
But I think
that's pretty
I
cool, man.
spent more than the $100 since I gained that $100. So you
Uh,
could say I already used it.
yeah. Okay. Oh, so this happened a while ago.
2 weeks ago, I think.
Okay.
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Alright, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, and I helped MC2 with the first challenge. And he and Proto said they sent me a sextant for that.
They
So now
sent you a sextant?
I have a Davis Mark 15 now. So I I I done my own star sites, and I used my app to figure out where I actually live, and it worked pretty well.
So you are now officially an amateur astronomer. That's pretty cool.
Or Celestial Navigator.
Or a celestial navigator.
Yeah, now when
That's
they say,
pretty
"Well, have
cool.
you ever touched a sextant?" I can say yes. Have you ever done celestial navigation? I can say yes.
You can, yeah. You've
Now
done it
that
all
this
on
that's
your own.
relevant.
You've proven it to yourself. Which is what
Yep.
matters. Yeah.
And the sextant is quite nice for a bunch of stuff. For example, I measured the angular size of the sun today, and I could see the
Mm.
sun like getting more and more shrinked vertically in the during the sunset. So I could measure the vertical size horizontally and vertically, and it was dropping the vertical angular size was dropping pretty quickly right before the sunset.
Mm.
You can also measure like the angular size of the moon.
Mhm.
And that's basically it. So now I was working on the app. I made a bunch of changes. I included more
Mhm.
features. You can do more stuff with it. It can account for dip.
Have any
It can
flat
account for
earthers
refraction.
have any flat earthers tried or asked to use your app? Are they interested in using?
If they tried my app,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so. Well,
Have you
they could
offered it
have
to them?
tried.
Like, do they know?
I mentioned it a couple of times, and I sent it
You should
on
ask.
this.
Okay. You should ask Gio if you can put your app like in a channel, and then people can post results they get from using your app. You know,
Right.
because yeah,
Yeah.
because I think that's the next step we need to move towards. You know, because we've been having these arguments for 5 years. Let's start producing our own results. Let's start making these apps and things so we can start producing results and comparing these things. You know, do some real science, some real observation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, my
'Cause I-
best side so far was
Mhm.
Ruhiv's. You know Ruhiv?
I've
He
heard of
has
the
a
name. I don't really.
oh right. He's a
Mhm.
guy from this community. He not like he doesn't have a sextant, but he has a theodolite, which is actually
Mhm.
more accurate, more precise, and it's both more accurate and more precise. So the sextant has a precision of 6 arcseconds, and the theodolite has precision of 1 arcsecond. So it's like 6 times more precise than the sextant. And he sent me 2 star sites that he took, but usually we use 3, but he only sent me 2. And with only those 2 sites, I could find his position within 1 mile. So that was
Mhm.
very, very accurate. For
Yeah.
celestial navigation, usually you hope to get between 6 and 25 miles,
Mhm.
and like it worked within 1 mile.
Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
But I
was I was
mean, you
just
know, mm,
I'll go on.
you were just. No, no,
Oh,
I was just gonna say, like, you know, these are things you need to be showing the flat earthers. You know.
oh, there's one here just in time.
Who just joined?
The globe was just joined.
Oh, please. He's most probably one. That's okay.
Hey, your audio is not that great, Nate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm washing dishes and I got my headsets like hanging around my neck. I'm sorry.
I know that's fine.
Is it better now?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe
Just let me know if it gets bad.
maybe because I I'm using the speakers, it might make you a little bit worse than it actually is.
Oh, you got me on loudspeaker. On
Yeah,
speakerphone,
because
or
yeah, my my earphones are starting to hurt my ears, so I'm using the speakers.
Yeah, like, are you getting like an ear infection or something?
No, uh, they're like pointy, and every time I remove them from my ears, it kind of hurts a little bit.
Oh, it's okay, okay. It's like the earbuds you why not get is it headsets, headphones? The big ones, like the ones DJs and stuff
Headsets.
use. Yeah, gamer headsets. I mean, that's what I use.
Yeah. Oh, problem with those is they're quite expensive if they're good. And
But you got
I actually
$100 on you, bro.
no, I already spent. uh, but you know, $100 here is like half a half a minimum wage. You know, so I'm not gonna spend all that in a head in a in a headset. Maybe I
Oh,
will. I
it's
don't
like a
know.
lot of money. Is it a
Yeah,
lot of money for you
it's
guys?
half a salary. It's half a salary.
Oh,
I mean,
wait, where are you
it's
from
not.
again, baby?
I'm from Brazil.
Okay, how many? What's the currency over there? The rye or the real? What do you guys call it?
Oh, you know the name? Yeah, it's real.
The name of your currency, right?
Yeah, one
All right,
real
and
is
how many you? Mm-hmm.
it's about $5.
$5. Okay.
Oh,
You
this
got like
the other way around.
500
Sorry,
real.
it's 20 cents actually.
$1. Okay, so $1 is 5 real.
Yeah, yeah. One real is
That's
20
not
cents.
that.
Yeah, I know,
That's not that bad.
but we make the minimum salary here is $1,000, which is like $200.
Mm, okay. Doing what? Like what kind of job would you be doing that pays you minimum wages over there? Like I don't know,
Oh,
like
like
a
the supermarket.
janitor. Okay, working in the supermarket. Okay. All right. Interesting. What do you do
But
for a living? If you don't mind me
I'm a
asking.
software
If you
developer.
don't
No,
want
I
to
don't
say
mind. I'm a software
okay.
developer.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's how you know how to make these apps and stuff. It makes sense.
Yep. Well, I've been doing shit like this since high school.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Fortunately, I learned programming in high school, and that really changed my life because I
Mm-hmm.
before high school, I wanted to be an astronomer or an astrophysicist,
Mm-hmm.
and then I learned programming, and I was like, "Fuck astronomy! This is way cooler. You know, this is way nicer." And that was actually a
Yeah.
great idea to change because it's way easier to get a job if you're a programmer than if you're an astrophysicist. You
Oh
can
yeah,
make money a
definitely.
lot easier.
Yeah, I mean they are astrophysics jobs, but you don't get paid. Being a physicist, you don't really get paid that well. You're
I know,
not going to
mainly in
become
Brazil.
rich
Brazil,
rich as a physicist.
mainly
Huh?
in Brazil. Brazil, mainly now because the current president basically killed the Brazilian science. You know, he
Oh,
kept
damn.
cutting funds for like the researchers, and a lot of people get
Mm,
a lot of scientists got unemployed. They couldn't keep doing their research. Um, well, science is not looking good in Brazil right now.
damn. Okay.
Did you know we have like a great aerospatial program? Like we mapped a great deal of the magnetosphere of the Earth in the South America, which is actually vital information for many satellites. Um,
So,
but that institute is
okay.
basically in ruins now because they don't have any money.
Okay. I mean, in my professional work, most of the people we work with from South America come from Chile and Argentina. We don't really see that many Brazilian physicists. It seems Brazilians are more into environmental sides of the sciences, like the natural life sciences, forestry, anthropology, working with animals and things of that nature. Seems you all seem to be
Right.
more into biology. Yeah.
Right.
But that's cool, man. I didn't know you guys mapped the magnetosphere. Like the whole entire magnetosphere or
No,
just like the
no.
southern hemisphere part or
Yeah, I think it's
okay.
just the Southern Hemisphere or just South America.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
Uh,
interesting.
but the main reason why I started to lose money is because, like, since
Mhm.
the current president took the became president, he started to making things easier for people to deforest the Amazon forest. So
Yeah.
they started losing like some rules and how do you call it? When you check if people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Uh,
Mhm.
oh, I forgot.
Monitoring or
Yeah, like monitoring. Yeah, he loosened the monitoring of the areas that should be preserved, and a lot of
so
the
what? Those areas
forest started.
got cut down for so that people could build towns or what?
No, that they sell illegal wood, and they also like use area to for cattle, to agriculture for
Oh, great.
agriculture.
Okay.
And but the problem is like the Amazon forest has a very poor soil. It doesn't regrow. Uh, it, like when a tree falls, it decomposes, and all that organic material is like the almost the barely enough for the next tree to use that and grow from there. So it's very
Really?
and if you remove the trees, like
But
when it rains, it sends the uh, the minerals of the soil down to like deep inside of the earth, and then the trees can't grow anymore there. So if you buy a lot, if you
there's so
cut a lot
many
of trees,
trees.
sorry,
But there's so many trees and like vegetation over there.
yeah, but
I don't understand.
it was like a very slow process. It took like millions of years for the Amazon forest to form because the soil is very
Oh,
poor,
okay.
and that's why it's so dangerous to deforest the Amazon forest because you can't just regrow it as you can with other forests.
Mm.
Mm, and it controls the climate of like almost the whole South America because a lot of the rain in the rivers come from the water that evaporates from the trees in the Amazon forest. Like they evaporate so much water that they create like floating rivers,
In the
and they
sky, yeah.
create like sorry,
Yeah, yeah, like sky rooms above the Amazon. I've seen that phenomenon. It's pretty
yeah.
interesting.
So anyway, so the things started to get very ugly for the Amazon forest, and this aerospatial institute is also is also it's also its duty to check the environment and to get data from deforestation. And
Mm.
actually, they're like forced by law to publish those data, that data, and they kept publishing like the deforestation data, and in people started complaining that there was going like too much deforestation, too much like burning. How do you call it when they burn the trees? Uh, Fires, yeah, fires. A lot of fires were going on. Uh,
Forest fires.
yeah, and then he started to complain that the data was fake. So he was saying that the data was just being manipulated because people didn't like him as president. Wanted to make him look bad, so they forged the data, and he
What
fired.
what's your opinion?
Hmm?
What's your opinion? Do you think they data?
No, I mean the data was not only public. All the method of acquiring the data was public, but it was also backed up by NASA because NASA also keep up with data of deforestation, and you could just compare the data with NASA. Unless you think NASA is also against Brazil's president, it was trying to sabotage him. It was pretty obvious that like he was just calling it out fake because he didn't want to deal with it. Um,
Mm.
and like the director of that institute is very respected, and he got pissed off and made a lot of critiques on the president, and then he got fired and they cut a lot of funds. I mean, it's just going down the hill, the things. things here for science is yeah, done. So it looked pretty bad, pretty ugly. I'm
Damn.
glad I didn't become a scientist.
Well, I mean, you could have studied science and
Actually, I
like gone to
became a
work in like a
scientist. I'm a
different
computer
country.
scientist, but I don't work as a
Yeah, yeah.
scientist.
Oh, you have a computer science degree.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, why not? You could have studied physics and like gone to a different country, maybe. Or what? You wasn't trying to leave home?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I like my country. I wouldn't like to go to another one. I want my country to get better. I want to leave my country. Like
Nice.
I'm not nationalist. Like I'm not proud of my country, but I'm proud of like I feel very connected to my culture. You know,
Yeah.
like I'm, I'm not nationalist. Like I don't care about the state, but I care about like the people.
You care
And
about,
like,
yeah, the people,
I
people and the
identify
land.
myself with this culture a lot, and I really like being Brazilian and how Brazilians are. And
Yeah.
you can't find a lot of Brazilians elsewhere.
Yeah, I've noticed Brazilians don't really travel. You guys don't really travel the world much, you know? Like you don't
That's
really
because it's
find
very
Brazilian.
expensive for us.
Yeah, but I don't know. You don't find Brazilian communities around the world the way you find other countries. But yeah, maybe it's like you said, it's expensive for you guys to travel. I don't
Mhm.
know.
I mean, you basically have to save for years, unless you're rich. There's some rich people that travels to Europe all the time. Like I had a lot of rich friends in middle school. A lot of the girls been to Disneyland. Uh, this is like insanely expensive for us.
Yeah, damn.
I don't get the appeal of Disneyland. Doesn't sound like something that would like
Oh, it's heaven. Like if you're a kid, oh, Disneyland, Disney World, it's paradise, man. But that's if
there
you're a
are
kid.
lines
If
for
you're a grown
everything.
up, hmm?
There are like like there are lines for everything. You know, you have to wait an hour, 2 hours for anything you want to do there. And you have parks in Brazil. Like just go to Brazilian parks. It's gonna be as fun as if you were in Disney. At least to me,
But, but do the parks do they have Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Goofy and all of the Disney characters?
they're clearly not the actual characters.
Yeah, but as a kid, you don't care. As a kid in your mind, you went to Disneyland and you saw Shrek and Mickey Mouse and Woody
I
from
don't
Toy
think you
Story.
have Shrek in Disney.
Hmm.
I don't think you're gonna find Shrek in Disneyland.
Oh no, he's there because I think Disney owned DreamWorks now or something. He's there.
Oh, I didn't know
I
that.
mean, you can go to Disneyland and you'll find Iron Man and Thor, and Star Wars. Disney own all of these things now.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't know that you can find them in Disneyland now.
They're there, bro.
He stopped talking about Ben, so he just joined.
Quiet.
Yeah, let's stop talking about Vance.
I heard everything you guys said. It's all being recorded.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was trying to defend. I was trying to defend you, Ben. So, but Nate was really criticizing.
I know.
Yeah.
I felt I'm pulling out the knives at the moment out of my
Yeah.
back. They're like they're deep.
Yeah. I'm honestly, I'm tired of Bansog's nonsense. Honestly, it's too much. No.
How are we going, guys?
No.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we good, man. How is your weekend, Bansog?
My weekend was fantastic, mate. Fantastic. So it's now Monday afternoon now. So weekend has
Oh, damn.
come and kind
God.
of going now because we've got a long weekend at the moment. So it's our Anzac Day
Oh,
or Labor
wow.
Day, whatever it is. Yeah, we've got a long weekend, so everyone's
Okay.
enjoying a 3-day weekend, which is pretty cool. So just winding down from that. Had the grandkids over yesterday, and And
How was
last
that?
night, oh yeah, it was fantastic, mate. That was fantastic. So we were down the beach yesterday afternoon building ginormous sandcastles. Oh my god, it was crazy. Put a big moat around them. Made a little paper boat, right? To be in the moat. To float around it. Yeah, it was good. Yep.
Glad to
Made
hear that.
a nailed some nails and some wood. Well, I didn't actually. Young Connor did. Nailed them in, bent a couple, had to straighten them up for him so he could re-nail them. Had to straighten them up again. But he's getting his hammering technique down pretty damn well, I must say. He improves with every swing, which is good.
That's so. Glad to hear that.
So you having a good weekend yourself?
Yeah. It was eventful, man. I mean, not as eventful as yours, but yeah, it was nice.
Oh, good to hear. What's it been like in here? It's been hectic. Been hectic in here.
Right now, no. Bacon was just telling me about his app that proves, Earth can't be flat. Beyond the shadow of
Bacon, get over it,
Yeah.
Bacon.
I didn't say that. I
Seriously.
didn't say that. But that's true. It does. It does.
That's true. Oh God, Bacon.
Oh, it's a very strong case for the shape of the Earth.
And well, you got no measurements to back it up. You've all you got is an
I
app.
do.
So
No, I do. The app is supposed to be applied to real life measurements, and it has been.
really, well,
Yeah.
have you taken these real life measurements? Oh, Nate is smelling blood in the waters here. Real life
Oh,
measurements.
I did. Actually, I did.
Okay then. Okay, interesting. So you have measured the curvature of water? Have you,
No.
Bacon? Oh, okay. Well, that'd be step one. Like you can't get past step one, so you shouldn't move on to step two until you've done step one.
Well, that's your call. I wouldn't say that's step one.
Well, that'd be
That sounds a bit
scientific,
arbitrary.
Bacon, right?
That sounds a bit arbitrary to me to be the step one.
Well, no, it's kind of like step one, really. Like you gotta establish the foundation of your belief, right? You got to establish the foundation of your belief, and then once you've established the foundation, you go boom. All right, then I'm going to move on to step two. Step two, because with step two, then you can worry about Geigen-Harman effects and stuff like that.
Can't stop getting choppy. Was it me?
Sorry, buddy.
Maybe it's me. No, you're just getting a bit choppy, but maybe it's me. I'll just reconnect.
Am I Chef Choppy? Might be me. Are you back? Are you better?
Oh, my connection is horrible.
Your connection is horrible.
My connection is pretty bad now.
My
Hello?
I'm getting
Hello?
almost 1 second ping, and everyone's breaking up.
Yeah, there's something
Me.
wrong with.
Oh no, I think it's better now.
Okay. Yeah, because
My connection.
Banso. Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, you was like chopping up real bad, Banso.
Okay. No. A ping test. Let me do a ping
Yeah, but
test.
I don't see that as a necessary step one. That sounds arbitrary to me.
Well,
That the
no.
only valid thing would be measuring curvature of water. Why is that the only
Well,
valid way?
because then that confirms everything, and then when you do step one, then you move on to things like the Geigenheism effects and stuff that Nate wants to bring into the
If that
argument.
confirms everything, then there's no step 2.
What effect was it, Nate? Geigen Schramm? Geigen?
Yeah,
Oh,
Gegenstein.
yeah,
Gegenstein.
you know the one I'm talking about. Like that's step
Yeah.
2. That's step 2, but you got to do step 1 first.
Measure the curvature of water.
Yeah.
Oh, I do whatever step I want. You don't get to decide which one's the first.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I don't get to decide, but until you've done step 1, step 2
That's
is
only step
invalid,
1 for you.
right? It's invalid. Like step
Yeah,
2.
that sounds pretty arbitrary to me.
Well, not really,
Yeah.
not really.
Okay, so
It's like, okay, I went to a rocket, went
Oh,
like miles in the sky, saw the Earth from space, saw the sun, saw the moon, saw everything. And then when I get back, you ask me, "Oh, have you measured the curvature of water?" And I say no. Then you say, "Well, that's invalid. Then you have no proof."
pretty
I mean,
much. Pretty much. Yeah, that's kind of where we lay here. You know, one thing that I found really
even if I
interesting,
went to space and saw Earth from space, would
you
still
can't
be unjustified if I haven't measured the curvature of water.
you can't get to space, Bacon. But look, if you get to go to space, right, please reserve me a seat right next to you because I want to go too. Right, I'd love to go. I say reserve me a
Then
seat.
you become a glober, and then you tell this to the next flat Earth, and he's gonna ask for the same thing for you. Well, next time you
No,
go, save me a seat.
well, no, I'll go to space. Definitely, I'll go to space, but I don't think we go high enough in space to see everything. This is the problem because Earth is so big, you can't see all of Earth from space, can we?
Well,
Well,
depends on
well,
how high you go.
well, not as high as we go, or not as high as we, as man, may say that we've been. We can't see the whole of Earth, can we? No. Maybe if a man went out to the Hubble, because they reckon the Hubble can see the whole of the Earth. I think, Bacon. Don't they say that the Hubble can see the whole of
I
the
don't
Earth?
know. Like people have been to Hubble for maintenance.
Well, no, I don't think they have. No, it's just there. But I think the Hubble, they say, can see the whole of Earth. I could be wrong, right? But I think that's what they claim.
Hubble?
Uh, yeah, the Hubble telescope.
I think Hubble is pointed to space, right? It's not pointing
No, no,
towards the
no,
Earth.
no. The Hubble is in space.
Yeah, but it's pointing outside, like pointing away from Earth, right?
No, I'm pretty sure Hubble points towards Earth.
Well, let me see.
Well,
Hubble orbit.
unless they've got more than one camera on it.
No, I think Hubble is too close to the Earth to take pictures of the Earth.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yeah, let me see.
Hubble photos. Let me have a look. Hubble.
Like it's not as close as the ISS, but I think it's not far away enough
You might be
to have
right.
like to see half of the Earth. Mainly because like the Hubble is like a cylinder, so I guess it has a very small. I mean, I have a very long focal length, which means
Yeah.
that if it points towards the Earth, it's gonna be looking like just a small portion of it. It's
Oh,
gonna
you might be
be
right,
zoomed
Bacon.
in.
It might point out to space. You might be right. Well, what's the other one they have out there that points
Uh,
towards?
James Webb.
No, there was one before that, I think.
There are many.
Oh no,
Many.
it's the hit. No, the Himawari. Himawari is what I'm thinking about. The Himawari, I
Himawari.
think. Yeah, the Himawari. I think that points towards Earth. Him.
Oh, it's a Japanese one.
Yeah.
Interesting. Never heard of. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway. Mm.
I
Well,
think
my app confirms at least that celestial navigation easily works on a globe.
cool. All right, I'll talk about it in a sec. Getting a phone call. Hold on.
I think when flat earthers brought up celestial navigation, it was like the worst the worst argument they could possibly have tried, because it completely demolishes the whole idea, you know. Or you're the only one listening, Nate. So I expect you to answer. Or maybe not even you listening. Or maybe you were, but you couldn't enter because of some connection issue.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can now.
So sorry, I was on push to talk and I didn't even realize. I totally forgot I changed my settings.
Oh, you were answering?
I was. Yeah, I was saying that, all I care about is the fact that Bansaw ran away from your argument. Yeah.
Yeah, Benzo doesn't talk about celestial navigation. But Globus
Yeah,
does, but unfortunately he definitely himself.
yeah. I mean, even for me, celestial navigation is not an easy topic for me to really discuss or argue about. You know, I mean, flat Earth in general is not an easy topic for me to argue about because I don't really know the history of the arguments as well as most people. I just attack it from the physics perspective. So when they try and say certain natural phenomena aren't real or can't be explained, this and the third, yeah. But observations and long distance measurements, that's not really my thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like when you guys talk about your baselines and your theodolites and your azimuthal angles and zenith points, like I just keep quiet.
Right. Yeah, there are many subjects that are like this for me. But not this one, because I mean the first thing that I realized was this linear relationship between angle and distance. Makes no sense on flat earth. And that was initially my counter argument.
Hmm.
And then I was like, well, if people actually do it, they actually find their position using just the angle of stars, and the Earth is actually a globe, it should be easy to replicate. I can just do, uh, like, just picture what was going on in real life and map that into a globe, and that should be enough for me to figure out where I am on Earth. That's why I created the app. Because when I created the app, I didn't know a lot about celestial navigation. I only know like the very basic concepts. But I figured that the little I knew was should be enough for me to make it work. Oh, you're just using a globe, and it did. It actually was like spot on. My first attempt to turn a couple of sites into a position were like very spot on, and then I just learned more about the subject. But like that was already enough for me to have a strong case, because you can just put the angles on the globe and it matches exactly where you are. I mean, how bad of an argument can you make for the flat Earth that completely relies on Earth being a sphere?
Mm.
I even created like a 3D visualization of the circles of equal altitude, so you can see how they look like on the globe.
Which are the topics you struggle arguing about?
Uh, like electromagnetism,
Okay.
when they bring up those ad hocs. I'm not very good at those. I don't understand a lot about like
Like what?
electrostatics.
Oh.
I mean, I have a general understanding. Like you have charges, they're opposite, they attract each other. They're the same, they repel. It's the inverse of inverse square law. The force follows the inverse square law.
Mm-hmm.
The magnetism is just electrostatic, but if you have a moving reference frame, the space dilation of relativity makes creates electrostatic forces, and the and them that creates what we experience as magnetism. So like magnetism and electrostatics are the same thing. It's just like frame dependent.
Okay.
But that
So what
don't
about
that's
it don't you understand? Because I mean, it sounds like you understand it.
well, a lot of things people say about it I just never heard before. Then I don't know how to respond.
Oh, when they
And
talk about their toroidal what is that stuff.
what?
When they talk about the whole toroidal fields and
Yep. I
yeah,
was
because
like,
that stuff
I have no idea what you're
that
talking
stuff is
about.
yeah, that stuff is nonsense. Like there's no need to respond to it. They're just throwing out things, you know. Just throwing out big words like toroidal field and it's like the
Diamagnetic,
magnetic yeah diamagnetic and
dielectric.
dielectric like it's a
Actually,
dielectric toroidal
diamagnetic
field pointing.
exists.
No, I mean it's real words, but when they try and put it together to create this concept, this idea as to what electromagnetism is and what it can do, it's just nonsense, you know. They just taken words which do have real meaning when used in a certain type of context, and then putting those words together to try and say something else, which is just nonsense, you know. It's like me saying, but the gravitational potential equilibrium field, like what the fuck did I just say? You see what I'm saying? I just took words
Well,
and put them together.
you do say a lot of gibberish, Nate. This is for
What?
sure, right? You do say a lot of gibberish, right?
Like what?
And
Like what?
you are very attuned to the argument. Like it was a very interesting question that I happened to come in on, like where you posed the question to Bacon, like what topics do you find hard to argue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which to me, Nate, it seems to be like almost the backbone of these rooms. Right? It's like the backbone, the foundation of these rooms. Like, how can we argue it the best, right? Um, and what big words, like, can I throw in there, right, to confuse people, to make, oh, you just don't understand this and that, like, and I must say, like, this comes from both sides, like, a little bit, like, because I hear arguments from both sides that as you know, Nate, I just don't understand a lot of these things, right? And I'm willing to put up my hand and say that I don't understand these things. But what I do understand, Nate, what I do understand, very clear, crystal clear, is what I was taught, right? What I experienced, right, marries up with everything in my real life, right? And I can measure it, right? And I can confirm it for myself. These things. Now, you don't have confirmation, or your side. When I say you, Nate, you know I don't mean you, right? I mean the royal you. But your side does not have confirmation, right? Um, with the things that I can do myself easily, but what your side will turn around and tell me, but you just can't measure it because you don't have the appropriate tools. All right, but you can't measure it either because the tools that you use are either inaccurate or used incorrectly, in my opinion. Like, this is my humble opinion. Like, these, a lot of these tools are used incorrectly to take measurements of something where these tools shouldn't even be used over these vast distances in the first place, right? But you can't measure these things on a small scale either. Whereas I can quite easily fill up a fish tank and get a straight edge and put it across the top of that water, right? And apart from the very ends of it, right, where the water tension is, where the meniscus is on the inside of the tank, right, every other part of that piece of water is gonna read accurately to the bottom of my straight edge. It's gonna read straight and level every single day of the week. Every single day of the week. Now, you want to conflate me with really, really, really big numbers and really, really, really little numbers, and we can talk about things like Geigensheims and all this sort of stuff, which to you and I understand, Nate, to you that you go, you know what, this is also two pretty good evidence. I get where you're coming from, right? And I can try and argue it from a point of ignorance, right, which is what I do. As you know, I'll argue it from a point of ignorance, and try and work out maybe another possible reason that I have absolutely nothing to back it up with, a lot of the times, except pure common logic, right, which generally is what I base a lot of my stuff on. Like, I don't invoke things, Nate, generally that to me or to you don't in some way, shape, or form make some sort of logical sense. You'd have to agree there. Like, I do try and be honest with my arguments a majority of
Yeah,
time.
you're using common
Yeah,
sense to avoid nonsense, right?
yeah, no, definitely, Ben. So you definitely don't do the whole toroidal field, dielectric inertial plane thing. I've never heard you do that. Whenever you bring up an argument, you are clearly able to explain your position all the way down to the underlying mechanism. Like when you heard that whole argument about pressure being a force, we were able to walk down that rabbit hole all the way to the end conclusion,
Yep,
But
exactly.
when other flat earthers bring up dielectric inertial planes, they can't take you step by step all the way down to the fundamental mechanism. I'm sure even when you hear them talk about it, do you understand what it is they're trying to say? Because I don't.
I got no
Well,
idea. I got no
Yeah,
I would
idea.
argue.
But
yeah.
I do
exactly
have
the
to add.
same.
I'm not even
I
sure
have
if
to
they
add on
do.
that point.
I'm not even sure
I
if
don't-
they do.
Can you guys hear me right now? I just got new headphones. Are these okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Can you hear me?
yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad.
Not too bad. Oh, that's not good. I just got them. Are they good or not? Not good. What's
It
your
is a
Sounds
little.
fine.
fine?
It is a little tin canny, but they're not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay, the volume's okay.
It's
Just
not the
tin
worst in the
can.
room.
The volume's fine, mate. The volume's fine.
Okay. Yeah, they're not the most expensive, but they'll do. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, usually I think when people bring up the toroidal field idea, it's usually to try to replace some kind of concept that you guys are calling gravitational fields or
But
whatever it is that
do you understand it, Dave? Could you explain it to us in great detail and
No,
take us? Okay.
but
And
you can't claim to understand what gravity is either, though.
I don't have a full 200% understanding of gravity, but I can explain it to you in very great detail. I can walk you down all of the steps. I can basically explain it to you as much as the best relativistic physicists out there could explain it to you.
Yep.
And
Right.
as someone on this side of the argument, I will tell you what we generally say about gravity, and that is we understand that its effects pretty well, but we still don't know what the cause is. So that's us admitting we don't have a full understanding
Yep.
of it. But when
Right. Which is the
Flash
mechanism? Which is the mechanism that you're talking about? The mechanism you don't understand.
come again?
I mean,
The mechanism.
toroidal is like.
Yes.
Sorry, cool.
I don't know
know
if it's
Dave
me
has.
roboting or it's Nate. Nate roboting or is it me?
You're
I mean,
robot.
you're robotic. You're both robotic for me.
Yeah.
We're both
Maybe I'm
roboting?
robotic.
Yeah, you both are now. You both are now.
Am I
Everyone's
roboting
robotic
as well?
now.
Yeah, you're roboting, Nate. Yeah, and so is Dave a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Me
the robot
bacon?
party here.
Am I okay, Bacon?
Everyone's roboting. It's not just me. There's something wrong with Discord.
Yeah, you're definitely roboting. Can you hear? Can you guys hear me right now? Am I roboting
Yeah,
too?
no,
Still?
no, no, you're fine. You're fine now, Dave.
Okay. I think it's you, Nick.
Yeah, he's coming back. He's trying to log back in. He's trying to log back in. You back now? Oh, now it's me.
Hello? Is
Hello?
it better?
Better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Can you-
Maybe it was me. Yeah, I can hear you just fine, Ben. So
It was, I think it's Discord, because Discord just kicked me out and reconnected me. So I think it may be actually a Discord thing.
yeah, maybe it's a Discord thing. Let me look on their
But
Twitter if they say anything. But Dave, could you repeat the question you asked? Because I couldn't hear you. So sorry.
Well, usually the toroidal field idea, or you know, a lot of these things that get brought up that can't be explained because there's not an actual reference for it, official reference for it yet. You know, but it is an idea that could explain some of the things that you guys are talking about when you don't necessarily understand the mechanism for gravity either.
Isn't
Oh.
isn't
No, we
toroidal
understand.
just a shape?
Disc?
Yeah, I mean, Dave, we understand the underlying mechanism for gravity. We just don't know what the cause of that mechanism is. But we know what the mechanism is and what its effects are very, very well. But we don't understand what the cause of it is, and there are certain things about gravity that we can't reconcile with other disciplines within physics. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And some may
Like for
take it
example,
some
quantum
may take it
mechanics.
to the extreme of saying because you can't prove it through the scientific method and it's just a pseudo force or it's a force that acts like a force and all these other wishy-washy things. Could a flat earther could call that nonsense too, is all I'm saying.
No, definitely, that's
Yeah.
fine. A flat earther
There is
can definitely call
consistency.
it nonsense, but that isn't what we are discussing here. What we are discussing is the ability to explain this nonsense in great detail. We can explain it to you to the point where you literally understand what it is we're saying, and you are therefore in a position to be able to refute it. But when these guys
Right.
talk about toroidal fields, we don't understand what they're saying, so we can't even argue it, you know?
Right.
And
And
we try to get
fair
them
enough.
to explain it to us to a point where other flat earthers can understand. Like if someone comes in and talks about toroidal fields, and I ask another flat earther to break down what they said, that other flat earther also doesn't understand what this guy says. No one understands what this person is talking about, and that's the issue.
Right. And that's the crux of the argument really. From your guys' end, you have the well laid out pseudoscience that at least is something you can say that is the possible cause or reason for things, whereas we're coming from no model, guessing at possibilities type area. So
Just
like,
kidding.
like Nate, because Nate, I know that you believe in a creator. Okay,
Yes,
then.
sir.
Yep. And bless you. All right. Now, but you also too have the belief of this vaster universe,
Yes, sir.
right? Which obviously needs explanation. But you believe that it was created, right, by the creator. Okay, then. So, and the reason, just because I know leaves people looking for answers a little bit hollow, right? But if you were creating something, right, why would you have to put in a force to keep things down? Why couldn't you just say to yourself, that heavy thing, right, is going to be down, and all the other lighter things will work themselves up. I do not need a force to put them in those particular orders. I'm just going to create heavy on the bottom, light on the top. Now, if you want to move those things around, right, you are going to have to yourselves work out a force to do that. Okay, so now you have to make yourself a trebuchet so you can launch rocks at your enemy for whatever reason, right? So you now have to work out how to get that rock from point A to point B, and it's going to require X amount of stuff, because that heavy thing was created just to be down, right, with no force keeping it there, because all the heavy things are down and all the light things are up. But to move them around, you actually need a force.
All right.
Right?
So to respond,
Yep.
uh-huh.
Go, buddy.
Okay. So to respond to what I think you're trying to say,
Mhm.
yeah, if I was a creator, I wouldn't need these ideas of forces and this, that, and the third. But the problem is, we're not the ones that created what is we live in. We don't have a full understanding of the world we are born into,
Exactly.
right? So
Exactly.
we are beings trying to understand the mind of the creator. The
Mhm.
creator has decided that this is how things should work, and we are trying
Mhm.
our best to understand how it is the creator wanted things to be. So in us
Mhm.
trying to understand how things work, we come up with these concepts such as energy and forces. Those help
Exactly.
us best explain or understand what it is the creator created.
Yep.
But
And
it's
then
not to
now,
say that the creator himself uses these same ideas. You know, I don't know if Allah is up in the heavens saying forces and energy. I don't know if those are the words or ideas he uses,
no,
but
no,
those
no,
are
no.
what we use to
And
understand him.
neither do I. So
Yeah.
now, if you move yourself into your realm,
Hmm.
right, where you think you're in the universe, right, these heavy things are now in nothing. Okay, and they have to be up there in nothingness for a particular reason. Otherwise, these really heavy things would end up on Earth, right, down, for argument's sake. They'd be on the bottom, right? So now we have to come up with an idea. How are these things that are above our head? How are they up there? How are they kept
Like
up there?
what the stars and stuff. So these are
Stars,
everything.
planets, and all that sort of stuff. This is where the gravity and orbits and all this sort of stuff come into play. These laws of motion, blah blah blah. All this
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Like because you and I aren't the only one that look up at the skies going, wow. A, it's
Hmm.
magnificent and wonderful, but B, how is it so?
Mm.
Right? We want to know. We are human beings by nature. We want to know how things work. From a
Yeah.
very early age, when you pull things apart, you want to and put them back together. You want to know how they work. That's just human curiosity, wanting to know how things work. And I get that. I get that on every single level. Because when you look up at the things above you, you go, wow, how is it up there? And now I'm going to come up with an idea that kind of explains these things,
Yes.
sort of thing. And that's the part that I see how all this to me is somewhat um, come about just through natural curiosity,
Yeah.
really trying to explain the world around us. And you and I are not the first people to partake in these conversations
Yeah.
whatsoever. So
Yeah.
you know,
I totally agree with you. Yeah, that's how
yeah.
science and has come about, and that's the purpose of science. It's this thing humans have created that
Mhm.
is the best tool we have right now today to understand the nature of our reality. It's not the
Mhm.
only tool, but it's the best we have today. It doesn't mean it's the best we're going to have tomorrow, because there was
No,
a time where science wasn't the best tool, where things like
agree.
religion were the
Yep.
best tools to understand the world we live in. Now
Exactly.
has
Exactly, mate.
yeah, now science has overtaken it, but tomorrow they could be something new that we discover
Mhm.
that
Yes.
gives us
Yeah.
better answers than science does.
Yep.
So yeah,
And
totally
look,
agree with
yeah, and I'm on board with all of that
you.
sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah,
I don't necessarily agree with it, Nate, but I understand where it's coming from, right?
yeah.
And I empathise and sympathise and
Okay,
also
so
too.
I gotta reconnect because you're breaking up again.
All
I
right,
think
buddy.
it might be me.
Too easy.
Let me just reconnect.
Yep.
Hey, we got Hugh here. What's up, Hugh? How are you?
Hey, Hugh's in the house.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there, chaps.
I saw you pop over, Hugh, to another channel and
I
dare
was,
not open your mic.
I was popping in and out just to see what was going on.
Yeah.
How was everything? How was everyone's weekends? I can't talk too loud. Wifey's asleep.
Absolutely fantastic. Mine was.
good.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, you're back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you were saying? It's just it was really hard for me to hear you. It was getting very choppy.
Yeah, I was just saying basically, Nate, that I understand people wanting to work things out and come up
Mm.
with these these ideas of how they think things work. You know,
Mhm.
but obviously we hold different views on things,
Yeah.
which is fine too. Now, I'd much rather work out things here on Earth, how they work. Like who are we? Where are we? Where we're
Mm.
going? Type of things. The important things. Well, and this is what I find important. Knowing what some nebula is going to be doing to really, it's really never going to affect me if that's what it is. Well, that's what they call it. This particular light pattern in the sky, a nebula. Um,
100%.
and
Yeah.
and to say that maybe in a billion years that Earth too may be in a lunar lock with the sun, like the moon is in a lunar lock with us. To me, that's just absolutely la la land. To think that people would even suggest these type of things, that, or our poles will flip, or this or that. This is it's just because all these things that they talk about, this is what may happen in 50 billion years, because maybe it happened 50 billion years once before.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Those are things that, because of the time scales and distances people are talking about here, those are things that kind of go above most people's heads. That's why even people on the globe side don't really pay much attention to sciences. They don't really care how far away the sun is or how we know how far away the sun is. They don't ask themselves these questions because to them, it's not that important. You know, they treat it the same way you do, but they still feel Earth is a globe. They are more focused on things on Earth. Where are we going as a species? Where did we come from? Those are things that most people question. Most
Oh,
people,
definitely.
flat
Yep.
Earth or globe, don't care about
Yep.
how far away the sun is or when the sun's
Yeah.
going to stop shining. Yeah.
Exactly. Apart from
Yeah.
people say like Chronic, who is what's he, an
Yeah.
astrophysicist or
Yeah, but
whatever?
he works in the field. Yeah, but most
Exactly right.
people don't work in the
Exactly
field.
right.
Yeah,
You know,
there's like less than a million astrophysicists in the world.
exactly right. So
Yeah.
he's a 15th of a % of people that are even interested in these kinds of questions.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Exactly.
but
Yeah.
these sort of topics, even though it is a 15th of a % um, these people seem to have a lot of influence in what a majority of the people think, even though it's got absolutely no relevance, to our lives, to our day-to-day lives at all. It's got absolutely zero relevance at any one particular time. Zero relevance.
Yeah. No, I'm
Well,
with you. I'm with
I don't think it does.
you.
I don't actually really see what apparently growing alfalfa sprouts upside down in the ISS apparently has any relevance to do with us whatsoever.
It doesn't.
Whatsoever.
It doesn't even have that much relevance to the shape of
The-
the Earth argument.
no.
Yeah. The problem is though, it's flat earthers that bring up these things more than globe earthers do. It's flat earthers that talk about NASA more than globe earthers do, and how space is fake and this, that, and the third. You know?
Well,
I'd say that's why they're doing it poorly on purpose.
eh, I think it comes into relevance though, Nate, when the evidence presented comes from, say, people like NASA or people like
Oh.
astrophysicists or whatever. Like here is a picture. This is how far this is away from us, and this is what this is doing, and now we have bending and warping of space time and whatnot. Like these are the arguments that are presented to us. All right. So of course, if they're going to be the arguments that are presented to you, you are you're going to rebut them, aren't you? And people are going to concentrate on them because this is where you're told you are and where you live. This is where you're told you are. Right? So why wouldn't you combat the narrative? And the narrative comes from one particular place, really. And
you know what? I have a question for you guys, the ballers or anybody. Just if you want to guess, it might be fun. How much do you guys think that the ISS weighs? Not how much it weighs in space, but how much would it weigh on the ground?
Tons.
Huh?
A few tons.
3 tons?
I'd say.
Few tons?
A few tons.
Yeah.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I don't know. How much does it weigh?
It says 925,000 pounds.
Jesus, that's heavy. Uh-huh.
Well, it just I was thinking the other day that if it's in like microgravity, right? So there's some gravity. Is that the idea?
Mm-hmm.
So something that's 925,000 pounds is still floating, even though there's microgravity.
interesting.
What do you mean?
Well, there's some gravity at that altitude, right? They're saying.
There is gravity.
Yeah,
They
the
are
gravity is
free
what
fall.
makes you fall. The gravity
Yeah.
there is almost the same as gravity on the surface.
Well, then
There's
how
not a
is
lot
it?
of
How is
difference.
it? How is it
That's why
staying
they
up
feel
there?
weightless.
So it's the constantly falling thing that makes it able to stay up, not the weight.
The
It's
idea
tangential
is
speed.
the only force acting upon them is gravity. So they just fall on the geodesic around Earth. They're in
Right.
free fall.
Right. And then it stays from falling completely by what reason? For what reason? It's in the perfect range of orbit.
Yeah.
It has tangential speed.
The potential speed. Right? The mathematics.
I think they do slight adjustments. They are points where they have to turn on the thrusters to get back into that arc, into that fallen arc. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to fart about once a day to push itself back into alignment.
Exactly. Yeah.
Talk about extraordinary claims. Come on, guys.
Yeah. It's an extraordinary claim, but we provide evidence for the claim. If you don't feel the evidence is good enough for you, that's fine. But at least we're providing you with something, right? And we provide you with a lot of evidence.
I'm just surprised it's good enough for you. That's all.
But the amount of evidence provided, it's not like we just give you a picture. We give you pictures, video footage, calculations. We give you so much. For most people, it would be enough. Like I don't know what more we could give you.
Well, no, I'm not asking for anything. I don't care. I mean, if you want to believe it, I just think it's so unbelievable that it's still hard for even people that think space is real. It's sometimes these things are just like, I'm flabbergasted that anyone just buys it, especially when you see the antics that they do in there and the harnesses and stuff like that.
Harnesses.
Okay. But how about when we give you something like calculations? What about the calculations don't you like? Like, is that you just have this general idea that it's impossible to go to space and nothing we give you will ever be enough? Or do you think we can go to space, but what's been given to you isn't good enough and there's a specific piece of evidence you are looking for?
I think it's all about the calculations. They have to satisfy the people that are calculating. That's the first and major thing. As long as they do that, it doesn't matter what they show you. As long as the calculations work out, right? That satisfies you.
But what would satisfy you, Dave? Do you think we just can't go to space,
no.
or do you think it's possible, but we haven't given you evidence that satisfies?
I can't say that I know one way or another. I can't say that I know for sure, but my guess is that it's all fake.
Okay,
not
but
that space is fake, but that the idea of space travel. I do not think we can.
Okay.
If I had to bet my money.
Okay, so because you think it's impossible to go to space, it's then pointless for us to try and provide you with evidence because you just feel it's not possible. So whatever we give you, there's no point, right?
Well, yeah, and then the thing is, even if it was, like, think about what if it was really good evidence, like the show that they're putting on.
Why is it impossible?
Dave, you cut out, man. Oh, is it me?
No,
No, you
you
just
haven't
cut
cut out.
I
Okay.
was going to ask why. I was going to ask why he believes it's impossible.
Well, I think it's probably the whole thing is space. Actually, not that it's impossible to go to space. Maybe is there even a space there?
Well,
Okay.
there is, because we can see it. So the question is why is the belief held that it is impossible to get there?
Well, I will agree with you that when you look above your head, right, you can see stars. Now we want to call that space, right? You're not going to get an argument from me. Right? I'm happy to call it space where the stars are. Happy to call it space. Right? Now, if you're going to say that what we see, right, other than in pictures, right? 'Cause you can get yourself a telescope. I can get myself a telescope, Hugh, right? And we can plant
Right?
them in our backyards, and we too can look up at these stars, right? And it pretty much is going to look, except with a little bit more clarity, it's pretty much going to look like what we look at with our eyes, right? So we're calling this space, okay?
Okay.
Now, what's presented to us as space and what's in space and the things that are in space, that's the question. Okay.
Okay. So here's the two opposing views. The one view says we can study these things and we can try to figure out what those things are. And the other view is we will never be able to figure out what those things are. We don't know what those things are, and no one will ever know. So, there's two different views.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
Yeah.
know. No one knows.
Yep.
We can't know.
Yep. Now we see
Just-
stars. We see a star. Okay. And it's a
Right.
it's a 1,000 million light years away.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever they say.
Whatever it is. Whatever.
Yep.
Okay. Apart from the sun, the closest star, let's just put a figure. Let's say 100 million light years away.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Which we're never going to be able to travel ourselves.
Right.
Okay. We're never going to be able to get there. Okay. But we can look at these things, but we're never going to be able to get there. So we're still just looking at these things. We're still looking at these lights. We're still analyzing these lights, right? In what we think they are, whether that's through spectroscopy or whatever medium, right? We put calculations to how these lights work. We come up with different theories on how these lights work and how they travel through what we think are these mediums, right? Because now the light has twinkled this way and not that way, so now it's not Einsteinian gravity, it's Newtonian. Now it's Einsteinian, and now we have to come up with other ideas about how this light has moved 1 millimeter to the left and one millimeter to the right. We have to come up with all these different ideas about what we think is happening.
But you see what's going on?
We're analysing these lights that we cannot get anywhere near, right? And we are putting a mathematical equation, right, to tell us how that one particular light is working, right, and moving one particular way, right? But it didn't marry up with that other particular equation. So now these equations are conflicting. Okay, and we have to work out why these equations are conflicting. Okay, then we've come up with another theory, right, that we can now put another equation to that make them all work in unison. Oh, well, that kind of seems to work. Okay, then happy days. But then what we do is we find another light that acts slightly differently. So now which conflicts once again. So now we have to make another equation to make them all work together as one, because they're moving slightly differently, they're twinkling slightly differently, they give a slightly
I
different
don't understand how this is a problem.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello,
Oh, well,
hello.
why did Benzo stop?
I kind of finished. I think.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Okay.
Hugh. I think Hugh's got my point.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
do. I got your point.
yeah. I can get
Um,
very long-winded at times.
well, so at
as you know.
one point, people said that the human body could not withstand the rigors of traveling faster than a galloping horse. That was believed. It was impossible. You couldn't go faster than that. You'd blow up or whatever.
Mhm. Okay.
All right, and then someone invented the steam engine, and
Mhm.
then people said, you know, if humans were meant to fly, God would have given them wings.
Mhm.
And then people invented
Well,
airplanes.
wings. Yep.
Well, Paul McCartney invented wings, but anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So there's the expectation at the time, and then some people, a very very small amount of people, but some people decide, I don't want to live in that, restricted by that expectation. I'm going to see if I can push the limits.
Mhm.
And so they push the limits. They learn that you can travel faster than a speeding horse, or
Mhm.
you can fly. And
Mhm.
then they build more and more, progressively more complicated machines until they figured out how to build rockets.
Mhm.
The Chinese figured out how to do that, and then they build rockets, and the rockets go higher and higher and higher and higher.
Mhm. Mhm.
So what's to stop them from going high enough to get into orbit? I mean, what is there to stop that from happening? And why wouldn't people want to do that? And why would there be a narrative necessary to explain what is there when we get up that high?
Well, I know, and I know you think that we get up that high. You, I've got
Well,
no dramas with you thinking that we're
but
in
it's not a
space,
think, is there? It's
right?
not a matter of
Well,
thinking it. It's a matter of, is there a reason that anyone can give me why it is impossible to go up as high as you want? If you've got
look,
the ability to escape Earth's gravity, or whatever you want to call it, that's pulling everything down. We've already got the ability to fly. We've already got the ability to go, 20,000 miles an hour. What is stopping
uh-huh.
us from getting above and going further? That's
And
what I want to
sure,
know.
Hugh, if you want to say that we're going to be able to work out how to atomize ourselves and transport ourselves from one place to another with a push of a button, right, with no vehicle absolutely necessary, that it just atomizes us and say, beam me up, Scotty, sure, I can go along with that notion that we may be able to do it one day. I
Right.
call bullshit on it that we'll never be able to do it. Right? We'll never be able to do that at all. Right. But sure,
Right.
I can go along with saying, look, anything is possible. Right. I'm not gonna disagree that things are possible. Right.
Okay. So the question is, well, the question remains is, why do people believe it is impossible to go um, out of Earth's atmosphere?
It depends what kind of flat earther he is. Some of them believe in like a literal solid dome.
Right. That's the thing. Is some people believe, etc. And so,
Yeah.
in the conversation you have, it's generally the issue. Often is if you say you believe a dome, and the person, the flat earther, will say, "Oh no, I don't believe in a dome," and no one can commit to anything. You can't commit to. You can't even have.
Well,
It's not much of a
I will
debate, if you
commit.
will.
I will commit this much, Hugh. Right. I will commit that for everything there is a start and everything there is a finish. To me, it makes logical sense, right? That there has to be a start and there has to be a finish. Now, this notion that space is infinite, right? But when you talk to some globes, well, no, it's not infinite. We look at it in terms it's just as far as we can see. So we
Right.
can't see any further. So we'll just use the word, infinite. but they won't even commit to themselves that there is an end to it. So they use this word infinite, even though they may not even necessarily agree that it is infinite. Right? But to me, it makes logical sense. There has to be a start to something, and there has to be a finish to something. Now, where that start is and where that finish is, I've got absolutely no idea. No idea. But I think that we are enclosed. Right? There are boundaries to where we are. Now, but I've got absolutely no idea where those boundaries are. Right?
Okay.
I'm not going to say that there is a dome. You know, to me, a dome-like shape over us, right, makes logical sense because a dome is by far structurally the strongest shape. You cannot have a shape stronger than a dome.
Right.
Right? So to me, that makes sense. Both, you know, if you come from a biblical sense with waters above and waters below, well, if it was a dome, right, that dome would be able to support the waters above. The dome also too makes sense as far as things moving around inside it. There are no corners. Things can move freely around it, uninhibited, so to speak. So it makes sense on the inside as well as the outside. But have I seen evidence of a dome? No. But to me, it makes kind of a logical sense if I'm thinking about it that way. But I'm not going to say that I'm a domer or anything like that. But I suppose in a roundabout way, I'm a bit double speaking too, because I do believe we are contained as well. So you know. Yeah, look, you know what? I will commit to being a domer, but I've just got no idea where it is.
Okay.
Boom. I know. You forced it out of me, Hugh. You forced it out of me.
Right, you're a domer. You're coming out. You're coming out of the closet. Those domers.
Well, I've just never. Well, you know, I've heard people talk about the dome. Inconclusive one way or the other. You know, I'm not gonna jump all over that bandwagon myself.
Ali B in the house.
Ellie B is here.
How you doing, Banso?
Good, my friend. Good, my friend. Just
I might.
waiting for the backup to get here.
Waiting for the cavalry.
Exactly right.
Oh well, I don't know about that. So what's this about a dome then?
We're just trying to figure out. We're just trying to
Fucking
figure out
domer.
why.
You're a domer now.
A domer. I'm a domer.
Ellie, do you think it's possible for man to go to space?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
He does.
Okay.
He's all over it.
I just believe. I just think of this, right. The way I rationalise it is I just think it's a militarised zone up there. So I don't think we'll be ever privy to the real truth, what's happening up there. So I think it's just a militarised zone. So I don't think we'll, as I say, I don't think we're ever going to find it out. It just seems to point that way because most of the astronauts have had experience either in NASA or they've been in the Air Force or the Navy, or they've all got they've all got connections to the military. So I don't think I'm mad for thinking there could, because they have been shown. You know, there's secret bases all over America, for fuck's sake. All in Britain. Yeah, I know where there's right in the middle of, well, just on the suburbs of Glasgow, there's a place there, and it's got two what do you call it? Not Euro fighters. I'm trying to think of the British version. And you would never know. You would drive past this building and you wouldn't even know it was there. You know, and there's for example, in Stockholm, there's a uranium enrichment facility in Stockholm. You know what I mean? So
That's funny.
Oh well, this was a guy. How about this? This is why I believe it, right? I've told this story about moving this theoretical physicist. He was working on proton therapy, you know, for cancer, and they're kind of. He was moving to Denmark, but we got talking after I'd finished work. We decided to have a beer and a whiskey together. So we basically sat till about 1 o'clock in the morning talking about it, and he was telling us about, you know, a lot of stuff, and I was like, oh, right, okay. So I got privy to the information. I don't know if many people know it or whatever, but I just thought it was quite interesting. This facility in the middle of Stockholm.
Ali, when you hear other flat earthers say it's impossible to go to space, aside from there potentially being a dome barrier in the way, like what other reasons do you hear them say as to why it's impossible?
Why it's possible?
No, why it's impossible.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, impossible. Because they just don't, because it's fake. That's like the Van Allen belts, which is actually quite an interesting subject as well. There isn't actually any belts as such. Well, there isn't. There's actually, if you look at that part of the atmosphere where all that goes on, it depends what you're looking for. There's other phenomena going up. It's like it's more of a band from. There is no kind of start and finish. It's just an area where these particles or whatever is more of a. They're at a different energy state. But within that, it's like, think of water with loads of shit in it, like a fish and a whale and stones and sand, and it's like there's not topography, but there's things inside this. You know, it's not just these radiation particles. There's other shit happening there, and as I say, it just depends what you actually look at. So there's not any actually bands as such.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
But that's
Ali,
one of them. That's one of them.
Ali, but you're one of the few flat earthers that actually do believe in the moon landing too, aren't you?
Yeah. Just I'm ready to change my mind. As I say, I think I've only seen one video, and I get it. I understand. I get it that why people think it's a conspiracy or it's fake or something like that. Oh shit! Oh well, got to go to work, guys.
No,
I've got to go to work. Listen, I need to
there's
go to
so
work
many
when the
questions.
bosses come. I'll be back perhaps. All right.
Okay.
All right.
That is,
All right, cheers,
my
guys.
mind is blown.
Yeah.
Ali believes in the moon landing?
Well, yeah, he
Maybe you kill, come on.
He believes it, and he's still a flat earther. Because if he believes in the moon landing, then he must believe images from space and whatnot. I understand.
Yeah. Well, he definitely does believe in the moon landing. Like, and Ellie and I have had a couple of really, when the room's been quiet, we've had a couple of really cool conversations in regards to it. And you know, you know, the word space is just given to what's above our head, isn't it, Nate? You know, really.
Word space? It depends in what context, but yeah, in that context, yes, it's things beyond our atmosphere.
Yeah,
beyond
exactly
the
right.
common line.
Yeah.
That's
We're not
space.
talking about the space between you and me, for argument's
Yeah.
sake.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that, but you know, in this realm, the word space means where, you know, the sun, the moon, and the stars are. Right, that's what space is, and where it is. Now, you want to say that that's beyond our atmosphere and put a line to it, happy days. I've got no problems with going that, down that path. But, like I said to Hugh before, I've got no problems in actually calling, where the stars are, where the sun is, where the moon is, space. I've got no problems with that terminology. A lot of flat earthers actually have problems with that terminology. Space itself, because it seems to open up a rabbit hole. Actually,
Here's a question: Is this live on YouTube right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Why?
Oh no, I was just curious.
Do you need to say
I
something?
think the more interesting question is why you think this conspiracy exists to begin with.
Which conspiracy?
Say
There are
again?
many.
Which one?
Yeah,
There's many
Well, I guess flat
conspiracies.
Earth in general.
Look, who knows why it has risen its head in recent time? Got no idea.
Well, I don't know. I think it's just a very fringe internet community.
Oh damn.
There are
Cringe but fun.
He's coming with
there
fighting
are
words.
there are people in my personal life that think exactly the same way too, and it's actually been interesting to discover these people. Actually, I found a couple in the new community where I've just recently moved to in the last 18 months.
What?
Yeah, there's a couple of people here in Cape that are all over the flat Earth and what they think about it.
Yeah, but like if it was like a real movement, you think you would see like larger social like unrest over it.
Well, I think just people just get on with their lives, really. To be honest with you, like, does it have to be a movement?
Well, yeah,
Why does it have to be a movement?
it would have been the biggest lie in human history.
I think we think it has to be a movement because the stated goal for many flat earthers is exposing the conspiracy. To do that, you'd need large numbers of people. So I think that's why we sort of expect it to be a movement. I don't think it's easily categorized like that, though I've tried.
I have this argument with Jin quite a lot, and Jin wants to burn down the system and replace it with.
Isn't he the guy who drinks pee?
No.
That's Dave, allegedly.
Yeah.
Those are the astronauts. Those are the guys that
Yeah.
drink pee.
But Jin wants to basically burn down the system and replace it with his system of utopia. Right?
Where he's in control, yeah.
Well, the people are in control.
Okay.
The people themselves, right? And everyone's gonna live on marshmallow and fairy floss type of thing, and everything is gonna be wonderful.
That
But
sounds alright.
I point out the inherent flaw with his idea, right? Which I think he hates, right? Because all you're doing is replacing one system with another system, and people are going to do what they're going to do anyway. And you're going to have people within that system, right, eventually wanting more and more control and more power, right? This is what people do, right? Nothing is perfect. People aren't perfect. There are always going to be good people and bad people. There are always going to people that are going to want more. Like his idea of basically everyone getting everything that they want. It's just going to be provided for you. There are carpenters out there, and they'll come and build your house. There's bricklayers. They'll come and lay the bricks. They'll clean and this and that. And I go, what about the jobs that people don't want to do, Jin, where you need these jobs?
Well, here's the thing. Well, as a communist, I would say that generally that situation is because like of the way that capitalist societies treat these jobs, like they treat them like shit. They don't provide them the amount of compensation that their labor is due for, and generally, well, a lot of Marxists have ideas on that.
Yeah, but I think the system that we have here in Australia isn't a bad system.
Isn't your
But
system built off like killing natives?
But
well, you can say that. You can.
Well, what do you mean? Like you guys like took their lands, took their resources, and then like used all that free space to like seize as much resources for yourselves and made you well off of it.
So all of a sudden now our natives are owed something, are they?
Yeah, I think Australia
Really?
should be dismantled.
Really? Dismantled
where's
like
the
every
farthest we should go?
other conquering country in the world. They all should be dismantled and given.
Oh yeah, I don't think Israel should exist. I don't think. Well, I think at this point, like removing people, like generally, it's just you should just provide at least some form of compensation for these people.
Yeah, well, really?
Yes.
I don't know. Well, maybe if these people were still alive, maybe there might be a case
So
for
like,
compensation. But
so
these
like,
people are no
it's
longer
the same
alive,
thing as like saying that the Irish are owed nothing, like after the
right?
Troubles.
You know, I don't. I'm not. I don't owe anything to these people myself.
Well, you probably do.
I
No,
agree.
I don't.
I don't owe.
I do
I'm,
not
Yeah,
owe.
um,
where's this
Like you
conversation?
Yeah,
personally
I don't know
probably
where
don't
that
owe
came
anything,
from.
but the states,
no.
Yeah.
But you want me to pay. You want me to pay.
oh no. So like,
Oh, well, yeah, you do because you think these people are owed something by me.
yes,
I don't owe them a
I generally
damn
by your
thing.
state, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's by me. If you're saying it's owed by my state, that's owed by me.
Okay. Yeah, you're a psychopath. Okay,
Well, I'm not a psychopath, but
you're a
I don't
psychopath.
think
Yeah.
I don't owe them a damn thing.
You know what? Yeah,
Huh?
can we like cool down and talk about something else, man? Because this is getting
Yeah, that would go nowhere.
Yeah, it
That's a
will.
road to nowhere, isn't it?
It is
Mm.
exactly.
Okay, say like an Irish farmer, a tenant farmer, during the famine,
Oh, we're
had
going to
his
go back
land
onto
seized
it.
by his landlord because of the.
Anyway,
We just
a
asked
Yeah,
for a
majority,
topic
it's
change, mate.
a
Yeah,
majority of
because
the
I mean,
people here,
this
Red, don't
isn't
want to
what
talk
we were
about it.
talking. Yeah, we weren't even talking
Yeah.
about this. We were talking about something else.
Dude, I have
And
unhinged my jaws and swallowed you whole. You were in my belly. I have farted. You're dead.
okay.
Wrong with that
Anyway,
guy?
we're
Yes.
going back to whatever we were talking about. No.
yeah, why it's impossible to go to space. But now the main players are gone. Ali and Dave are here.
Yeah.
Because you don't think it's impossible, right, Ben? So you just think we haven't gone there.
I don't think it's impossible to go higher and higher and higher up. No, not at all. Not at all.
Do you think it's possible to go to the moon?
Look, I think these things. I think we, because I was, before I even got into this, I wasn't a moon landing believer anyway. I was over, JFK, moon landings, Vietnam Wars, World War II, all these sorts of things, Federal Reserve. So yeah, I definitely wasn't a moon landing believer, before this. So, but do I think it is impossible to perhaps get something there? No, I don't think anything is out of the realms of possibility at
Okay.
all. No,
What
I
about
don't.
what about you, Globus? If you're there,
I'm here. What's the
do you
question?
think it's impossible to go to the moon or to go into space?
Well, it depends what you mean by space.
Mm.
Beyond the
Um,
common line?
and that is defined as
The
What do you
common
mean?
line is internationally accepted at 100 kilometers. I believe it is.
yeah, okay,
But
but
I can give you a definition of what that even means.
no, that's fine. What I'm really asking is how do you define the supposed medium of space?
Well, it isn't really a medium, though, is it? It's just there's nothing. I mean, the air gets thinner and thinner, and there's nothing. That's pretty much it.
That's what I'm getting at. You're actually defining it by saying that. Yeah, so it's a mediumless medium. So
Yeah,
that's my contention, and that's the contention of many flat earthers, which I haven't really heard you guys discuss, and I'm sure you know the argument. I just think we're skirting around it. Is
We are a little.
the whole the whole the issue that the reason why most people say, or most flat earthers say that space is fake, or the footage is fake, is purely because they don't believe that medium can exist as it's purported to exist. Not that space, like space between you and I, or the fact that we look up there and we see stars. Not that that doesn't exist, because clearly we are looking at it, it exists. But the way that it is said to exist, the way that it's taught to us, that is what's in contention with most flat earthers. And that obviously is the age-old argument of gas pressure without a container, which I can get into, but I don't really want to, because I feel like I've done it here, I've done it on a million other servers, and it's just we all have the same retorts to each other's questions. But yeah,
Exactly.
and by saying that, I'm sure you know my stance on it is exactly that. That I don't believe that that medium, as it's purported to exist, is actually in existence. Whereas for the question that you're asking, whether or not we can go to the moon, I would say I don't know, and that would be my honest answer. You know, it's hard to say you can, or it's hard to say you can't, because I don't know what it is. You know, I'm not gonna out and out say that it's not a physical body. I don't know. It certainly looks like one, and I'll concede that much.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly looks like it could be spherical, or at least half a sphere. I'll concede that as well. But yeah, that's as far as I'll go on that subject.
Yeah, it
So
definitely looks
so
close
you
enough
don't know.
to touch. It definitely looks close enough to touch,
Yeah.
and it even looks close enough to get there, doesn't it, Globus?
Absolutely.
You know, when we're talking rockets and stuff like this,
Mhm.
because it looks like we're aiming to get there. We're aiming to
Yeah.
get higher and higher and higher and higher, and the moon, the moon and the sun. To me, Globers, they look like they're closer than the stars.
Yeah.
Right? The stars do to me look further away than these things. And you can logically conclude that when you see the moon move in front of stars,
Mhm.
when it's in its orbit, it'll pass in front of stars. So that's a
Yep.
logical conclusion to make, that the moon is actually closer than these other stars. Um,
Yeah, I can
so
go with
yeah,
that for sure.
yep. But
Okay.
is it possible to get there? I'm not going to say it's impossible. I would say yeah, it possibly is possible. But like you, Globus, it's like, what medium is it in? How high is it up? Can we even put enough fuel in a rocket to even get there? All
Mhm.
these things come with their own problems,
Yep.
right? Because obviously the more weight you have in a rocket, the stronger the thrusters have to be. This, that, and the other thing. Longer they've
Mhm.
got to burn, and blah blah blah. Kind of just keeps on, going on. Um, so you and I
Yeah.
would not say it's impossible, but
No.
definitely what we're told about space and
Yeah.
how things perform in space, that is in contention,
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
Because I think I've said to you too, Nate, that anything that we do, we seem to do on a small scale and then build it up to a large scale. Any sort of construction, right? We're building a building, we're building a bridge, we're building the latest Formula One car or whatever. We have all these in a scaled version, very, very tiny first, and we put them through riggers to see whether or not our our new design is going to stand up to the rigors that we can perhaps predict that they will have to go through, because we want them to be structurally sound. And not compromised in any way, shape or form. And we do these things every single day, on a small scale. But we don't see the same small scale testing, right? When it comes to what we're told space is, and what we're sending into space being tested. We have not seen a rocket in a vacuum of 10 to the negative 14 or 10 to the negative 17, whichever one you want to go with, working in these environments. We have not seen it. And you can show me all the YouTube rubbish channels that you want to show me as your so-called evidence, and it is just rubbish evidence at the end of the day, because every single one of those experiments that you show us are flawed. Every single one of them. They've got
Yeah, but
absolutely zero to them, Nate. And you can't show me something from an official source, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Origin, whether it's NASA itself, right, showing something on a small scale, right, working in these environments.
but I mean, by small scale, we don't just mean that we decrease the size of the objects being used. Small scale basically means it is a loose representation of what's really happening out there, because of the nature of space or how we understand it to be, we are not able to reproduce those conditions better. So
Of
space
course
is
you can.
so big
Of course you
that
can.
we
On
can't
a small
how,
scale.
how do we
100%.
reproduce those
100.
levels of pressure
100%
on a small
you can.
scale? How?
You know what I used to do with my kids when they were
Hmm.
little, right? And they
Hmm.
were really, really cool, right? We
Hmm.
used to make little rockets, and we used to get these little things, like the little fuel sticks, and we used to put them in, and we used to launch them high, high, high up in the air. They were crazy cool, crazy fun to do. All right. There's a really big vacuum in Idaho, Nate. Really, really big one, right? Where right? They'll drop feathers and bowling balls in.
The problem is that a rocket works in space by igniting fuel
That's what you
mixed
tell us to do.
mixed with oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
So if you
So
go
sorry,
into a vacuum
I'll be
chamber on
right
a
back.
small scale, you're going to use a rocket which
Mm-hmm.
expels oxygen into that
Mm-hmm.
vacuum, where
Mm-hmm.
you'll no
All right.
longer be a vacuum, and then people
All
will
right.
say, "Oh, that's fake."
No,
So
because you can you can have a very, very small one, right, hanging in the middle of that vacuum. You,
that's
right?
been done. That's been done.
No, show me one that's been done in that vacuum
Dudes
in
like did it like
Idaho.
4 or 5 years ago. But
Show me one that has been done in that vacuum in Idaho, where this thing
well,
has been suspended in the middle, right?
it doesn't matter.
Where it's nowhere near the walls. It's nowhere near the walls, right? This one, this vacuum that's in Idaho is 122 feet high, and probably about the same width, thereabouts, right? Show me something in that one, not someone little vacuum that they've created in their backyard.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Someone demonstrates it, but that's not good enough.
No, I said something
Well,
from an official source.
official source would be NASA,
Right?
and NASA
Uh,
is the devil, according to the
No,
screen.
I never
Yes.
said that they were the devil.
No.
Right?
If
You're
they
just
were to do that,
using
it
that.
would just
No,
it
you
would
just
just
threw that
be.
in. No, you just threw the devil in there to dirty the waters.
I
Right?
know. I
Because,
know. I
because
didn't. What I meant is
be-
this. What I meant is this. You're talking about if it's from an unofficial source, where then the people who do the experiment or the experiment is decried as just rubbish or complete whatever.
Mhm.
And if it's from an official source, you have to automatically reject everything from an official source because it's from that official source.
no, I've never been dishonest like that whatsoever, Hugh. So you
Well,
can't put that on. You cannot put that on me, right? What
and
other people
then
may or may,
let me
may,
do
may not
this.
say.
Let me do this. If you were satisfied, if that were to be done and you would be satisfied, you'd be the only one, because every flat earth I've ever spoken to basically says anything from NASA, period, is immediately, anything from any official source, any government agency, is immediately dismissed as fake and fraudulent. For example, every photograph ever taken from space,
Right?
all of them. So
Mm-hmm.
they'll use the one blue marble, and then they'll say, aha, look at that, cartoon CGI, they're all fake, regardless of whether they're or not, they're all fake. They're just regarded
Mm-hmm.
as all fake because NASA.
Yep, and I would say to some extent, Hugh, that's a fair enough criticism, all right?
But yes, but is it though?
But
That's the point,
but
is it?
I'm saying it's a fair enough criticism, right? If every single person is giving you that and saying it doesn't matter what is going to come from these people, they're not going to accept because it's come from NASA. That's a fair enough criticism to have
Well,
of these people.
It's
right?
it's a
Because
convenient way of avoiding dealing
well,
with the evidence. How about that?
well, no, you can't look
I
at
mean,
the
it
end of the
really
day.
is.
At the end of the day, right? We're diverting from my original point that none of these things have even been showed by the official people on a small scale. And that was my original point. Like, you can show me something from whoever on YouTube that have done it on in these small little vacuums, right? But I can pick flaws in them until the cows come home, and you know that every single flat earther can do exactly the same thing. We'll pick
It's
holes
very
in them,
easy. Yeah,
right?
it really is. It's easy.
Because it's easy because it is an honest criticism of what you are presenting as of evidence. Like I said, to hold to hold somehow, right, a little rocket in the middle of the biggest vacuum in the world in Idaho, right, and demonstrate that that something can push off nothing. Don't just take our mathematics for it. Don't just take our drawings for it. Don't just take our words for it. But we've actually tested it. Now I can understand. Maybe with their latest technology that they wouldn't release it. That is fair enough. I'm not asking to see the latest, but I know what I can do. Right, I can go to Ferrari, right, and see countless and countless video clips, right, of them testing their stuff in in wind tunnels, for argument's sake, all their old technology. They put it
Right.
out there because they no longer use it, Hugh. They no longer use it. Okay, so
Oh,
they
okay.
so I can go and I can see, oh, this is how the spoiler worked in 2020. This is how the wind performed over them. But they put it out there because it's no longer top secret once it's out there. Okay, now having an actual rocket working in the so-called vacuum of space isn't top secret technology. Well, we're not talking about to see the latest wings on them or the latest doodad on them, right? Just the actual rocket itself, right? Performing in a reasonable size vacuum that people cannot pick flaws in it until the cows come home. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I do. I get it.
And you know,
But
and
the
if
issue is that the basic problem is it's a misunderstanding of how rockets work in the first place. Rockets don't push off air.
no, they push off themselves, and we've been told
Right.
this until the cows come home.
Yes.
Right? And all you have is words to say that. You've got a mathematical calculation to back that up. You don't actually have the demonstration of what you are saying is actually true. You don't have this to back it up.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, you don't, Hugh.
I do.
You
We
do.
do, but it's
You've got an official demonstration, a video of a little rocket working in a giant
no, not a
vacuum.
little rocket working.
Please present it. Please present
I've
it.
been looking at this for since 2016.
Yep.
No
Hugh,
one's
you're
asked.
making him really mad.
No one's asked for that. This is the first time.
Oh no, it's
No
not
one
the
said.
first time
No one
I've
said
asked
to
for
me,
it.
"We need to go to Ohio and go to that big vacuum and put a little rocket in it and prove that rockets work in a vacuum of space." That's the first time.
I've said the whole bowling ball feather thing in a vacuum since the day I got into this, Hugh. I'm surprised
Well,
you haven't heard this from me before.
no, it's a
Or maybe
first.
you forgot. Or maybe you forgot.
I may have you know what? I may have forgotten. I've got a memory like a colander, so
Yeah.
fair point. May have
So
forgotten. But yeah, like I said, the thing is that the rockets don't push off from air. They don't. So
they
the only
push off
difference between
themselves.
the
I
only
get the
difference
theory. I get the explanation. I do.
that's how if that is something that is beyond beyond ability for anyone to explain at a kid level or college level or whatever level, there's nothing that can be done. But
See, and
rockets in
that's once
but no,
again you had to throw
wait
something in their head
no.
beyond
I'm
knowledge
not.
level and all this sort of
You
stuff.
know what
Like
I'm you know
don't
what
have
I'm
to go
saying.
there. We don't have to go
Vancho,
there.
you know what I'm saying. If if a rocket, rockets don't push off air because air isn't enough. I mean, if you flap wings, birds push off air, but rockets don't push off air. The things are too heavy. That's not how it works. The difference between a rocket that works in air and a one that works in space is one uses the air from the atmosphere and one uses the air that it brings with it in the form of liquid oxygen.
Well, the rocket has to both A, work in the atmosphere, as well as work out of the atmosphere. It's got to work in both scenarios, both environments at the same time. So they're not isolated. They have to go through both environments.
When a regular rocket gets to a certain height, the first stage usually, especially in the case of SpaceX, they have the Dragon engines, the Falcon. Well, I can't think of the names. The Dragon engines, and those work in the atmosphere. And then once the first stage is jettisoned, the second stage has the vacuum engine, which has liquid oxygen and propellant propelling it. That's it. I mean, what you'll have to do then is you'd have to say that the SpaceX footage is faked because it shows the rocket basically propelling the vehicle outside of the Earth's atmosphere, with the Earth below as far down, so far down that there is no air up there. So
no. That's what you've been told, that there's no air down there. Oh, that's what you've been told, and that's what you believe, that there is no air down there.
Air gets thinner with altitude.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that there's no air.
So air gets thinner with altitude, and that process stops somewhere.
Does it?
That's what I'm asking.
Does it?
That's the question.
No, as long as there is some sort of air there, the process doesn't stop. It is always pushing off that air, because the only way,
pushing off the air.
Well, the only way
Rockets
to
don't
get
push off air.
well, the only way to get any sort of momentum whatsoever is to create pressure of something. That's the only way you can get momentum. So something has to push it. Something has to push against something else.
Are you saying there is air basically 400 miles up?
Well, if the rockets are going 400 miles up, I would say yes, there is something up there.
All right. So
yep, I would
if
say
rockets, that. So rockets can go in orbit then, in that case, because there's air up there. So if rockets don't work in the vacuum of space, 400 miles up, there's still air. Rockets can work.
No, we'll see. Now you put in the word orbit there. Okay.
Orbiting. You can orbit.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So
ISS orbiting 250 miles. Yeah. Right. So how would the ISS be impossible if there's air up there?
I'm not saying that the ISS isn't up there, or how far it is and all that sort of stuff. Look. I'm happy to go with 250. It's up 250 miles. Well, let's go with it. But what's keeping it up there, right? And and I can get my ISS tracker and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
And I too can go out tonight if it's going to be in the right spot, and I can see that light, moving. It's generally fairly low in the horizon, where I am.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Generally, when it's high up, I tend to forget to go out and look at it, to be honest with you. So I only get to see it for maybe 7 or 15 seconds at most. Doesn't tend to last too long at all, where I am. But yeah, I'm gonna proclaim that if the rocket is going up 250 miles or 400 miles, that rocket is actually pushing off something, right? And that will be an atmosphere of some sort. That will be air of some sort, or a gas of some sort, whatever word that you want to use. There is something for it to push off. Yep. There is nothing that it's not pushing off.
I have to take off, but before I do, I want to save you a little bit of time. The two videos, if you search YouTube, you'll find for rockets in a vacuum. The main two are going to be Cody's lab and Action Lab. Action Lab is generally refuted because it wasn't low enough pressure. And Cody's lab, they say as soon as he lights it, they introduce a something for the rocket to push off, and therefore
Precisely.
it's not analogous. So
It's just
Precisely what I said before. If
no.
you
It's
introduce an oxidizer into the process, which you have to in a vacuum, you're putting air into the vacuum, and anyone is going to say in a small vacuum, or you're just putting air in a vacuum. It's no longer a vacuum.
exactly because they are very,
But then you,
very small vacuums, Hugh. Right?
but you still want it demonstrated. Is the
and
point?
even
Of
To,
course,
I mean, to that level of and degree of
scrutiny.
scrutiny, yes,
Yes,
never.
100%. You
It's very
100%.
unlikely that anyone will do that.
No, because some random YouTuber that wants to make his name for himself is the only evidence that you've got in a very, very small
Isn't random
vacuum.
YouTubers all the evidence you guys got?
Sorry,
I mean, if you
I
want to
don't,
talk about
I
this
don't,
scrutinizing,
have
if we scrutinize flat Earth at the same degree,
no.
there is no
I
competition.
I cannot produce one video of a random YouTuber, right, that will demonstrate that the rockets don't work in a vacuum. I can't produce one, and I never have. So I'm producing absolutely nothing. You're right.
That's why I like Bansor. He's cool. We can have
Yeah.
these discussions and get heated, and it's still cool.
Well, they're not really that heated.
It wasn't that heated. It wasn't
Really,
that heated.
they're not really that heated.
I was getting a bit serious. I didn't mean to, but
Hey,
I sort of get
hey,
these ruts. I get serious.
look, I've got no problems in getting serious and having a good vigorous back and forth.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you know, we're always going to come back to the position of where we are now. You know, cool, calm, and collected, and all that sort of stuff, and move on to another day, as
Exactly.
we do,
As we do.
Right.
I think
Like I'm
it's
not
been
going to
like
hold.
3 years now
Yeah,
doing
like I'm
this.
not going to hold any. I'm not going to hold any grudges. Right, you're not my arch enemy. Yeah, type of thing. You know, you're my arch enemy as far as this topic is concerned, obviously. But you know, we can still go down to the pub and have a
Rival.
beer together.
Yeah.
Too.
I'd use the word rival.
There you
Bandy,
go.
I'm
Yeah.
not
There
a
you go.
enemy.
Yeah.
There you go. Philosophical rival.
Yeah. But yeah, like you know, Action Lab and Cody's Lab, you know, you can produce these things, and I will give it to you. You can produce them. But I go back to my original statement. They are in a very small vacuum where these vacuums will fill up very, very, very quickly with the gas that is being expelled into them, and giving them something. If it's not the wall of the container, it's the gas that's filling up very, very quickly in that container, because that's what a gas will do. It'll fill that void instantaneously and give it something to push off. Right? If you put it in a big container, like the one in Idaho, right? Initially, there is going to be nothing for it to push off, right? Because it'll expand everywhere, and it'll hardly have, right, in my head and probably Globus's head, it's going to have nothing initially to push off until it can expand enough gas out of it to actually fill up that container and give it something to push off. That's probably where Globus and I would come from. But we would like to see it, maybe, I'm talking on your behalf, Globus, maybe a demonstration next to the feather and the bowling ball that's being dropped in that vacuum. We might like to see a little rocket in that same vacuum actually getting some sort of momentum.
That'd be lovely.
Wouldn't it?
I'm looking it up right now.
Wouldn't it?
Idaho National Laboratory for Testing of Radio.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 100.
Power systems.
It's 122 feet tall from floor to ceiling. I think it's about 122 foot wide as well, thereabouts, the rough dimensions.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look. I won't have time to do it much, but I'm going to take a look.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Yep.
But I wonder if it's possible to get a larger vacuum area and test one of these small rockets. If they, I'm just wondering what the. Here's the thing: I would never even bother without knowing there are. If I knew there were a bunch of immediate issues with it. I wouldn't personally even bother if there were easy objections. But I'll look at it. I've got the page right now.
Well, I think if you were to put down a scale size rocket, like the ones I used to build with my sons and daughters, and launch them, and put them and be able to suspend them some way in that big vacuum in Idaho, or show it in a big vacuum like that, you know, I think people like Globus and myself would go, you know what? Yep, kudos to you guys. All right. You know, you've
Yeah.
shown us something. You know, I don't know. There may be the contention of, well, how do we know it was a vacuum? Maybe might come out. I had to be there to witness it
Nah,
myself,
we're
type
not
of
like that.
thing.
I think you and I
But
aren't like that, Andy. Personally.
no. I think yeah. I think, you know, you and I would go, yep, okay, then cool. You know, you gave us what we are. Look, Globus and I were debating between ourselves for a couple of weeks about the moon buggy and the lunar module,
That's
right?
it. And I
And
won.
then you did. And then we were shown actually both what we actually both wanted. Actually, the actual lunar module kind of being deconstructed and constructed. Not necessarily. Well, I think one was on the moon actually.
Yeah, it was.
But
Apparently.
it you know, you can put down the argument that, you know, they filmed the lunar module in a Hollywood basement, right? Because I think that's probably what many people still who are moon deniers probably would still think that, right? But if nothing else, the actual footage was shown of what we asked for. So, you know, I can't remember who was it. Gummy, I think it was Gummy Bear that showed us Globus, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was coming.
Yeah. So kudos to Gummy Bear for at least being able to show us what we asked for.
Mhm.
So, you know, a big tick to Gummy Bear, right? Unfortunately. Because we were onto something there for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were onto something.
But we're happy to concede, just like
Yeah.
the man of concessions himself. You know, when it
Yes, exactly right. Because the
when
man
the
of
conversation.
concessions,
Yeah, exactly. That he's a very honest guy.
he is.
At
He most
times.
definitely is.
What do you think of the pilot that is offering a trip from South America?
You mean Kelsey? Kelsey from 7 Full Gear?
That's the one.
What do we think about him personally, or
Just
his offer?
he just put out a video a couple of days ago, I think.
Yeah. What do we think about that?
I was just curious if anyone had heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have.
What's the video about? I haven't heard about it.
I think it's about 10 minutes long.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but okay.
That was a joke. That was lousy joke. I apologize.
It was. Once again, polluting the water.
Kicking up the mud. The video is he was. I think they said what he said is in the video he was broadly criticized, and Fat Earth has said, you know, that you can't make this trip from this place on Earth to this place on Earth. And so he said, well, I'm going to charter a flight. I'm going to do the flight, and I'll be flying it. And anyone wants to come along, you can support the flight, and we can get funding. We'll do it in October. He's planning on doing it in October, and it would be, you can time the flight, and you can see the airspeed, and you can, confirm that the flight can be done. I think that's the basics of it, right? Something like that.
Okay, and so when he
no,
says,
not quite.
No, I'm missing stuff. I know.
Yeah.
We as flat earthers have to bring the money together and organize it, and then he is going to fly it.
Right. Exactly.
So,
He's not gonna. He's
so
not going
it,
to charter a flight and organize it. He's just a pilot. I mean, he said that in the video. He's just a pilot. He's not a travel agent. He's a pilot.
Okay.
So if you want to do that, then there's a GoFundMe. I think pretty
Well,
interesting.
if I was guaranteed to get my money back when it doesn't go through, I might donate $20 to his
Well,
cause.
I tell you what, I think I think that GoFundMe, right? You'll get your refund if it doesn't happen, right? You get refunded. If you could do a GoFundMe for a trip or something and the trip doesn't happen, you get refunded by GoFundMe.
That's true.
There's a
Do you?
fee. Yeah, there's a fee
Yeah.
involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Of
but you
course,
get your
there's a
money back.
fee.
Of course,
So
because
I don't.
GoFundMe,
So I
you've got to
don't get
pay
my
their
20.
people.
I got to get my 20. Oh, so I only get $5 back, not me
I
$20
mean,
back.
if everyone, listen, if everyone that's in this argument, in this debate, that's thousands of people, if everyone puts in £100 or $100 or 50, I think it could be easily be done.
So
The issue with the whole challenge is that he's using an AE projection map. He's purely just trying to debunk that particular map that most amateur flat earthers adhere to, purely because they need, I don't know, they need a model, they need something to represent their paradigm. But anyone that's been in this argument long enough, doesn't really adhere to a
Everyone who's
particular
been
map.
long enough knows the AE map doesn't work either.
Yeah, and I agree. It doesn't. That's why I don't adhere to that map, because it's just a straw man, that's been put up there in order to be burnt down quite easily by Globers, and that's why I'm not going to adhere to something that I can't, be definite about. Yeah.
So you probably want to go get a map.
Where's he gonna actually fly from and to?
I think it's from Sydney or Perth. Sorry, Perth to either Santiago or Buenos Aires.
It's Santiago, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, then, but then, like, just across the ocean.
It's going over Antarctica.
So he's going to go from one side of Antarctica all the way across to the other side, is he?
I mean, I would like to see more, but that one video, I mean, if that one video is any indication, I think the idea is to just fly straight over Antarctica. It's not a no-fly zone. It's.
No, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, Hugh. I don't know what the airspace regulations are as in regards to flying over Antarctica are, but so how long would it take to actually fly from one side of Antarctica all the way across to the other side? Because what's it take here in Australia, Globus, about
Coast to coast?
From Perth to Sydney?
Yeah, what's a flight
I
there?
think is it 7 hours?
Yeah, I thought it was
Something like that.
around 7 or 8 hours.
That's a
non-stop.
big country.
Okay, then. Well, Antarctica is just pretty big too.
Yeah.
So
I'm off by a long shot.
What was it?
It's
Not very much.
saying Perth to Sydney 4 hours 10 minutes.
Oh,
4 hours.
All right.
Okay, so 4 hours. It's still a fair hike.
Yeah.
It's still a fair hike. So okay then. So if he was able to fly over Antarctica, right, and you were nowhere near the coastline for say 3 hours, right? So you couldn't see sea at all for 3 hours,
right.
outside the left-hand side and outside the right-hand side. Yeah, I would actually have more faith in that flight that is actually flown straight over, without actually being there myself, without actually knowing which way the plane deviated this way or that way. But I know myself when I've flown from Melbourne to Darwin, that the only time I ever saw water is when I took off and when we landed. The rest of the time I only saw land. You know, at the windows. You know, there was no water to be seen anywhere, okay, apart from the occasional big dam or a river or something like that, Hugh. Right? But you know, if you were to fly straight over it and you could see nothing but ice, as far as I could see, that would give me more confidence in it. Definitely.
Right.
As far as I know, there aren't really any flight paths that directly travel through Antarctica.
Yeah.
Commercial flight plans, flight paths, probably not.
Yeah, commercial, but yeah, that would include
Mm.
chartered flights as well.
You know, I think
I
that's
wonder.
what.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's it. You know, as flat earthers, they want to see, you know, a plane basically go from one side to the other side, too.
I've
Or
personally been on several flights from Sydney to Santiago, direct flights.
Yeah.
So that's never been a point of contention to me. That's
No.
why I don't adhere, and it's not because I'm doing that purely because okay, that's going to destroy my flat Earth. No, it's just I'm just being
No.
honest when I say that
Yeah.
that I don't adhere to a model because I can't
Yeah.
I can't personally verify that these land masses are exactly where they are.
Mm-hmm.
But you know
And
one thing that I've always that because it was such a long time ago that I did that. I'm just trying to think. At one point in one of the flights, it was a Qantas flight to Santiago. I vaguely remember, and I don't know if it's if it's actually a memory or if it's due to this whole few
you
years that
want
I've
it to
been in
be so.
Sagno.
You
Yeah,
want
yeah.
it to be so. Yeah.
Yeah, that I remember the pilot, the captain coming on the PA system and saying, if you look out the right hand side now, you'll actually spot, the Antarctic shore, and I've got like this weird memory of me actually going to the back of the plane, getting off from my seat, going, and then actually spotting like, I don't know if I spotted the shore itself, but definitely like icebergs, and shit like that.
Yep.
But yeah, I can't be sure if that was actually a memory or it's I've convoluted that with this whole argument itself.
Yeah.
But I've definitely been on that flight, and that's that's something I'm 100% sure of because I've done it several times.
And I know another flat earther too that says that they've taken that flight.
Mhm.
And because when flat earthers bring up, oh, that flight's impossible, he goes, well, guys, you're wrong because I've actually done it myself.
Yeah.
And you know, he lives actually, you know, only about an hour from me.
Yeah.
You know, so I trust what he's saying.
Yeah.
You know,
I when I brought that up once, I think it was in 24/7.
yeah, they don't
The
like it. They
amount of
don't
people
like
that were like, "Nah, you're full of shit. Show me
it.
show
Yeah,
me the ticket butts." And I'm like, I don't keep fucking ticket butts, bro.
Exactly.
I
I know.
don't keep it, but it's up to you whether you want to believe the anecdote or not. I'm telling you, as a flat earther, I've been on that flight, and I've also been on the other. I've also done the other trip where it was from Sydney, passing through Cape Town and then on to South America. I've
Isn't
done it both ways.
24/7 kind of like a weird Protestant hangout?
No.
Well, I remember last time before Human Sheeple was in charge, and well, actually, when he was in
Oh,
charge too.
that's going back a long time, dude.
No, yeah, back then, like they would ban you if you were like a non-Christian flat earther, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay, really?
They did that pretty frequently.
I don't know about that. Personally, I wasn't there when Sheeple was there or before that.
Well, this was
I
before
was there
and
just
during,
after.
because I used to go in there.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't apply any particular religion to the server itself. They're
Which
they're
one was that?
24/7, 2.0, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord
It
2.0.
used to
Have
be
you?
like a flat Earth associated with some, like a server associated with some old flat Earth YouTuber who kind of fell out of favor.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Red tape. Say that again.
Hmm?
Could you just repeat what you just said? I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
It used to be 24/7 used to be the big flat Earth server. I think it still kind of is. it was associated with some YouTuber who I think fell out of favor because of like weird sex things.
Oh, yeah, don't know. I know its reputation, but I don't know much about it.
No, well, this is the place to be, Hugh.
This is the
And
number
you'll,
one. This is the cutting edge. The tip of the spear is right here.
and this is
With
where
a
you get
spear.
challenged the most.
Back at,
You'll
what
get
is it?
scrutinized the most. You'll be put
Edge
through
of the
the
knife.
ringer the most, right? With
Absolutely.
rigorous,
Yep.
with rigorous intensity and
Mhm.
devotion to our cause that is unwavering and unquestionable and unfalsifiable.
Absolutely.
Get on that pulpit, preach.
Where
You'll also
giving
find
us
that we don't really tend to ban many people from this particular server. I mean, it has to be a
no,
really egregious act in order to get banned.
I think
yes,
Whereas
good.
I've been banned a couple of times on 24/7. Not to throw shade on another server, but especially because I do go there from time to time. But yeah, the reasons I was banned was purely just because a particular moderator I got under a moderator's skin with
yeah.
my arguments and putting forth my opinions that didn't sit right with the moderator, and bam, there was there was no deliberation. It was just pure. Okay, you're gone. That's it.
That's what I got in Gems. I got muted. I don't even know why.
Yeah, that's happened. That's happened to me so many times in Gems. Like, there's times where we know where I could. It's a warranted mute. Like where I've, I don't take that place seriously at all, as you shouldn't. And there are times where
Right.
it's warranted that I've been mute. But there are other times where I can tell that I'm just getting under their skin purely because of my argument, and I'll get muted. I'm just like, okay, whatever. But that the people that run that place are they're not honest people, like the majority of them. There are some that you can rescue some from that, but nah, the vast majority, including the owner itself, Gem Panda. I mean, yeah,
Well,
he's
yeah. To have any conversation of substance whatsoever, Globus, you have to have concessions.
yep,
You
yep,
know,
yep,
you
absolutely.
gotta have concessions, and instead of just being steadfast in your opinion, which
Hmm.
doesn't get you
Well,
anywhere. But you
steadfastness is okay if you are respectful. If you respect, I mean,
okay, it was probably the wrong word then.
well, it's okay. But if you're respectful enough, you can have a conversation with almost anyone. I mean, I know this to be true throughout my life.
As long as they're respectful.
As long as you are respectful and they are
Yeah,
respectful,
yeah,
and
yeah,
then you
yeah,
don't
yeah.
cross lines, you don't resort to personal attacks, and if you get upset and you do resort to personal attacks and you attack someone, and you get all cross and get all angry, you realize, oh, look what I did. I need to calm down, and then you say, look, I'm really sorry I did that, and then carry on, and then and then you also well, to sort of add to the point, if you're just sort of an egotist and you can never be wrong, then it just doesn't. And all you want to do is go in there and tell everybody how stupid they are. That's not how you want to do it. It's not how
Yeah,
any server should be. Any conversation.
agreed.
I mean, people disagree to the point where they'll kill each other. That's what wars are. That's how that all happens. It's just
Absolutely, and I've even gotten threats from several, well, not several, actually, just a couple of them from over there that they actually want to come, they actually want to come all the way here to do what I don't know, but I mean,
Let
and
them
I
come.
yeah, well, and it wasn't even said in jest. It was you could tell by the anger that they really, if they had the opportunity, they would come.
It's what people get angry.
I know.
And
Yeah.
when you say stuff, what all it is someone who's like that, someone who can get that angry, just hasn't learned yet hasn't figured it out, and you just take them with a grain of salt. Obviously, of course, you should, but they haven't really learned. They haven't really, got it figured out yet. Give them time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, you're threatening their very livelihood, so they feel justified.
Well,
Yeah,
every side, if you're conservative or a liberal, you can say the same sort of thing if you are in a certain country. If you're a Coptic or there's all these sides. It's just.
And it's totally, I mean, and even you and pretty much everyone here, I'm sure, could agree that they're creating these divisions on purpose and bolstering them and antagonizing people to be hateful of each other. And Trump was the great divider on that scale, more than anyone, because people, he was triggering the left so bad on purpose, or he was told to, or scripted to, or whatever. But they feel justified.
Wait a minute. Do you think Biden's leftist?
Well, whatever. Regardless of the division name, he was meant to trigger. Don't you think? That was his role.
He had no filter.
I don't think there was a role involved with it. I just think he was a buffoon.
He had no filter.
Oh. Well, we could argue whether politics are scripted or not. That's not really the point.
Of course, politics are scripted. I just think he was just. That was.
Well, then he was scripted to be a divider, right?
No, I think that's just a Democratic narrative.
Well, why wouldn't they script him to do that? Isn't that what they want?
I don't think so.
You don't think they want division, the people that are in control of things?
No, they want everyone dumb and happy.
No, I don't think they want division either. I just think they want, if there's a they overarching, controllers, they just want the obedience and power.
What do you mean? That Fox and CNN aren't meant to get to post people against each other about political issues?
CNN and Fox have the same political ideology.
I agree.
Have different views.
I agree, but they
don't really have different views. They're like the only thing different between Fox and CNN is one is just like socially conservative.
Well, yeah, but they're obviously meant to divide people to take a side on one issue or another. That's why there are the two stations, right? Even if they're under the same parent company or whatever, or ideology.
There are different stations with different viewpoints. If there was one station, then you could say they're just trying to get us to believe that one narrative, but there are several narratives going on at the same time. The left say the right have a narrative, and the right say the left. I've talked to a guy who's on the left, and he said that the conservatives and Republicans have a narrative. They're trying to push and trying to control people. Well, then I said I think the people on the left are trying to do that. It's
and the people that control both of them are making sure that their sides are taken. In my opinion, I think it's scripted on both sides to make the perfect division and the perfect talking issues something that divides people in general, families. I've seen it my whole life. My whole family's been able to, love each other and whatever else. But when it comes to politics, you just can't talk about it. And people identify with it so deeply that's how they identify. That's how they think of themselves, primarily as either one political party or another. And it's just so sad.
Well, people are conservative and people are liberal. People are morally conservative, morally liberal, fiscally conservative, fiscally liberal. Everyone has different perspectives, and some people are a little bit of both, which makes it even more confusing. Because I'm basically what you would probably call Republican, but I'm not into guns. So or oil. I don't want a pickup truck. That type of thing. It's
Look, if you're a Republican, you have to rant in a truck and sunglasses.
Exactly. It's just
Do you guys remember Richie from Boston?
Oh,
nah, I don't remember that guy. Who are you talking about?
Dude, I used to just watch him because he looked like an insane man. Like he went nuts near the. Didn't he disappear for a year?
Didn't he come out as a flat earther?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a while ago.
Oh, okay. Then I thought, okay.
He got booted from YouTube, I think.
I think he said a slur. I think that's what actually got him.
He was always in his
What
truck
got him?
telling people to prepare.
Yes, yes, he was. I watched
Just
his
in
videos.
case you need, there's a link in the description. Get yourself
Exactly.
prepared.
Yes, here's a link to some things, and I do get a kickback from some of these purchases.
Exactly.
The characters, yeah. What was it you say that finally brought him down? Red Tape, what were you saying you thought?
I think it was some kind of slur.
Oh.
It's been a while. I don't remember exactly what.
Why were you bringing him up, though? Why were you asking?
No, I was just. Actually, I don't even remember.
Okay.
Yeah, Richie from Boston was fun to watch.
God, he was a great Trump supporter, Richie, wasn't he?
I think he became a QAnon person for a while.
Oh gosh.
And then he stopped supporting Trump after a while, I think.
Oh, he stopped. Okay, then. There you
Mhm.
go. Yeah, see, that's how much I follow him. Pretty much nil.
The QAnon stuff's interesting. Talk about division tactics with the whole insurrection thing and that scripted fake shooting they did inside that Capitol, and then the fallout and Trump participating in it all the way, in my opinion. But yeah, definitely. And then the whole voter fraud thing that was all scripted as well, in my opinion. I mean, it's so. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it's all scripted as a rule, but you can really tell when you look into this that that's the way it works. We're going to probably have Trump as president again in 2024. Who's with me on that? Not that I necessarily want that or don't want that.
I don't think he. We'll see. We'll see.
I think that's the script.
I don't know. Trump maybe, but DeSantis doesn't have the personality or the charisma to run to be president.
Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I know it doesn't matter, but like.
Well, if it's going on personality and charisma, how the hell did the fellow that's in power at the moment get in?
Because he was the compromise well, the quote unquote compromise candidate between the right wing of the Democratic Party and like the center right and the left.
Well, you don't think he got more votes than any president in history, do you? That's what they say.
Well, generally, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't like Biden. I'm a leftist. I don't like Biden, so.
Right, but you think it's because people hated Trump that he got that many votes?
I think Trump turned off a lot of his own party, enough so that because like the American like presidential elections are typically like pretty neck and neck usually. I think he turned off enough of the of like right-wing libertarians because of like certain social concerns.
If you want to think politics is real, right? And
well, no, here's the thing. I'm a
well,
fucking communist, dude. I don't think I don't participate in bourgeois democracy.
No, fair. No, and this, and when I said you, Red, I wasn't actually. When I say you generally, I'm meaning the royal you, everyone in general. If you think politics is real, good luck to you. But people don't usually get elected into power. They usually get elected out of power. As far as
Oh yeah, dude. Did I disagree with you?
No, not at all. But do you guys, because we have, well, what many people think here, we have compulsory voting, right? Which means everyone has to vote. We don't actually have compulsory voting. That's a misnomer. We don't actually have it. But it is compulsory to go and get your name ticked off the ballot box to at least say that you have voted, right? And that's where it stops. So do you guys agree with a some sort of compulsory voting where everyone should vote, or do you like the system you've got?
In spirit, I suppose I do, but I would want certain guarantees, like people should have like full like access to the voting mechanisms, like they should have. If they do have mail-in, it should be like they should be automatically registered, et cetera, et cetera.
Hmm.
What else?
But apart from,
If mail-in isn't really possible in their area, they should like it should essentially be like a federal holiday, like the
yeah,
election.
yeah. But apart from all the stipulations that you'd want to put around it, you're in favour. Would you like to see compulsory voting rather than elective?
Kind of,
Voting?
yeah.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
spirit, I
yeah.
suppose I agree.
What about you, Dave? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I was just going to ask if well, I don't think they count the votes, and I think they select the president. They know what's. I mean,
Yeah.
they know what's going to happen. You know, I mean, it just
Hmm.
Okay, how about in the stipulation that assume that democracy is real?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was so you like? Do you think they count the votes, that there's some kind of like legitimacy to the actual vote counts? But Dave, or do you think that they just choose the president?
Say it again.
Do you think there's legitimacy to them when they're counting the votes, or do you think they pretty much choose the president?
Well, I think the candidates are essentially chosen because there's a lot of backroom deals. Like as a communist, I don't think bourgeois democracy is even really real.
Yeah. So
Like,
then, if you don't think it's
because
real,
like
wouldn't you
wealth
think
and
they
power
might
tend
even
to,
choose the winner?
well,
Wouldn't you
like
think maybe they even choose the winner if they select the candidates already?
I'm willing to consider it, but I don't think so because I just think that at the moment, they're like the Democrats and like the majority of the leadership of the Democrats and the Republicans essentially believe in the same thing. They just have like somewhat different social views, but generally they're all liberals.
I personally.
Well, I was going to ask if anyone
Dave.
has any ideas of how they could make it so that there would be an actual legitimacy to the vote. Is there any way that they could make it like unfixable? You know what I'm saying? Not that they ever would, but
well, generally you're going to have to, like these big donors, for example, you're gonna have to get rid of them. You're gonna have to get rid of them. You're, I would even like consider, maybe even like generally like not letting like assuming I was a liberal, right? Stop all corporate donations. Just have like every candidate that for every party that gains like a certain amount of like the percentage of the population receive like generally the same budget from the state for the elections.
When you have corporations, unions, religious groups actually donating money to political campaigns,
Well,
it smells dirty straight away, right? When I don't know why a particular party, whichever party, it doesn't matter whatever country you're in, may work a little bit different there, but here when our elections come, right, the political party has to pay for those ads to be run on TV, right? And they're various form of ads, and they've got various production levels, and they cost X amount of dollars. Like we have these elections here every 4 years, thereabouts, right? To me personally, there should be legislation in place that for that 6 weeks, right? Each political party gets X amount of ads to run every single day for 6 weeks, and it doesn't cost anyone anything, right? You want your license to be able to air, these are the guidelines, and then it doesn't cost anyone any money whatsoever, right? And when it comes to unions and corporations and all this sort of stuff, all the lobbying that is done to that all should be banned outright. None of that should be allowed to happen. You are there representing the people. You're not there representing a corporation, a lobby.
Well, here's the thing: in a liberal bourgeois democracy, like those corporations are the people.
Well,
we're talking about corporatism, though. Yeah.
Oh, like
maybe
that.
technically
That's
right.
like other communists saying, but that's not real communism. But that's not real capitalism.
It's interesting that I'd like to ask you a couple questions about
Yeah, I
communism.
support the Soviet Union. I support China. Yeah.
No. I'm not even trying to argue with you at all. I've listened to you before, but I'm interested to know if you think that some of the worries that people have in the States are legitimate about, you know, the collusion or whatever you want to call it with China, or the possibility that that's where the system is headed for the
what do you
communist
mean
state.
headed?
Hmm?
What do you mean by headed? Like
That a lot of these moves are being made to actually go toward the communist system in
no,
America.
liberals hate communism.
Right. Okay. So then, do you think that it's fear porn that they're using against the people?
What, like fear of China or?
Fear of communism. Yeah, they've always
Well,
used the
yeah,
red
like
scare. Yeah.
every time like even like the most lactose fucking union even tries to organize, they go fucking berserk, right? Uh, back in the day, like they even called Social Security fucking communism, dude. Like
Well,
communism for America has been like, you know, there's been like 3 Red Scares since like one was in the late 18th, no, wait, not 19th and 20th, early 20th, and then like the mid, uh, like fucking Martin Luther King was like a socialist. The FBI was spying on it. Like they fucking killed civil rights activists who were also like fucking leftists. And they would always use this fucking fear of communism to like, oh, you left. Hello? Hello?
hello.
What was the last thing I said before you disconnected?
You said they always use this same fear.
Yeah, like liberals, like the people, the ideological like liberals, like you know, like people who believe in like complete free trade, like big corporations, right, are fucking terrified of even like the most moderate of like social democrat, for example, reforms, like because a lot of like these poverty wages rely on you know, like keeping your like worker down to the point where they can't like afford to move away, or for example, or they can't afford to find a new job because they have to keep working because they have to keep paying for groceries, rent, etc., etc. It's hard to find training if like you know, you can't like afford to change like your shitty like 40-hour a month, like a week, like Walmart job, right?
Right. Hey, so okay, so you consider yourself a communist, that you probably misunderstood communist because people have a lot of assumptions that aren't probably true about your brand of communism, right?
So,
And a lot of the criticism that you probably typically hear is, how do you expect to have equal wages for a job that isn't equal, and all those kind of things. Could you describe, like in just a few short sentences, what the ideal economic system would be? Would it be like a socialist based economy with capitalist opportunity at all, or would it just be
so,
completely?
so that's a bit of a misunderstanding for like what communists believe. Communism is the end stage, right?
What do you mean by that?
So, uh, like it's a mode of production. Marx wrote that before capitalism, it was feudalism, right? Like it's like wealth being produced by like farmers whose wealth is collected by landowners, right? Capitalism, from like a Marxist like perspective, it was like a 16th to 17th century like thing uh, that started around England and the Low Countries. It was like a new mode of production. It was like land ownership was being changed, like wealth was being changed, including like the wage labor. Um, so a communist would want like from feudalism to capitalism to socialism to finally communism, which is the end goal, the utopian end goal. There's a lot of ideas of how to get to that, but like there's a like What kind are you interested in?
Well, what's your ideal wage that it would work? As far as like, does everybody get the same wage? There's no way to make more money in the system if you want to work harder or do a shittier job or a more skilled job. How does it work with your system or your ideal system?
Give me a second. I'm gonna get some water, and then I'll come back.
This was the argument that I had with Jin, Dave.
I know, I heard that. Yeah, and that's
Right.
the main argument I have with him as well.
Yeah.
He wouldn't consider himself a communist, but that's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, because people right because a lot of these shitty jobs, Dave, pay pretty well. Right. Whether it's shift work, where you're working in mines, these sorts of things, and people make these decisions to get their family ahead. Well, who's going to be the person in this perfect ideal world where everyone gets paid the same to say, you know what, you're going to be the muppet that goes and has to be away from your family, and you are going to be rewarded exactly the same as the person that gets to be home with his family all the time. Right? It's not a fair system.
No,
right?
there needs to be some differences in what you would get paid for a certain type of work, or it's more skilled or whatever. I don't know how it would work otherwise.
Exactly. And that's
He would
what
say, well, everybody's going to want to do those things. They're just going to want to make it all work. I mean, maybe in his,
right.
if everybody had Jen's attitude, maybe that would work, but you can't assume that.
Well, I think that the simple test is, would you be prepared to shovel human feces and fat out of a sewer for the same rate that someone gets to do a really pleasant job?
Right. Luck of the draw.
Not at all. Right.
And it wouldn't get done with the efficiency that it needs to get done either. I mean, if you got the shit digging job, like, how are you going to make? And you might have to do that job, but you don't have to do a good job at it, especially if you're not getting paid anymore to do that. I mean, I don't know how.
Wouldn't get done with the efficiency. I see what you did there.
But yeah, so, a lot of these jobs take a certain amount of training too, and whatnot. You go undertake some training. You want to work in.
Trust me, I've got a 3-hour exam I've got to do later on this morning.
Yeah. So you got to do all this so you become efficient and proficient at your job, and you get rightly remunerated for that skill set that you do have, right? And you sacrifice some things in your life, being your personal life or your family life or whatever, so you can get ahead. Right? And people make these decisions. I've got a few mates that work in the mines and whatnot, and they're what we call FIFO, fly in, fly out. But they fly in for anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks on end. So they're away from their families for 3 to 4 weeks, and they come home for 4 or 5 days sort of thing, and they're flying back out. Well, that's a huge sacrifice to make. Whereas someone like me, would go to work and you come home and you'd be spending a lot of time with your family,
right,
and stuff, doing the things that you found valuable. But and luckily, because of the profession that I was in, I was paid pretty well for it. But other people didn't have my skill set, and they found another skill set to be able to get ahead financially. Well, there was that incentive there. If you're prepared to do this, right, you will get that, right? And they want to do it for their families or for themselves or whatever, because they want the reward at the end of the day, and they go and do it. But if we're going to have this utopia type of world where everyone is just going to do it, well, fuck you if you're going to put me in the mines and keep me away from my family for 4 weeks. Man, I'm going to be there with my pitchfork. I ain't going to be doing it, right? Because you're telling me to do it.
Yeah. And on that note, Red Tape, give us the communist pitch, please.
Well, I don't know. Like, generally, like, the main idea of communism is that generally that wage labor is theft, that you are not getting the full value of your labor. That wage labor humanizes like your relationship with like what you make with what you do, right?
Yeah, the labor theory of value.
Yeah.
As distilled by, is that Marx?
Generally, yeah. There's been some changes to it generally within like popular Marxist views, but I generally follow into it. For
So
example, like a CEO, you don't fucking need one. Like most works site organization is done there, right? With a little like overhead, like
And the idea of that, I mean, if you want to put it in simple terms, red tape, and the idea is to take the profiteering out of the system. And it's the fact that the people at the top end of the hierarchy are disproportionately rewarded for their effort versus the actual labor that's enacted by the worker.
Well, yeah, like a popular thing was like a slogan was, like the workers' labor is like without their muscle and brain, like nothing is done.
Well, I haven't done this one in a few years.
Like I'm a fucking
then,
right?
So there would be a cap on the person at the top to make a certain percentage compared to the person at the very bottom is one of the things that you want to implement.
Oh, what was that slogan? Yeah, from each according to his ability, to each according to their needs.
To his need.
Okay, but then does everybody have different needs then?
Yeah.
How would you determine that?
What they need, man. Like if a farmer needs a new tool, you get them a new fucking tool. Their community could probably do it. That's like an anarchist would say mutual aid, right?
Collectivization.
Collectivization is essentially like anarchism, but I'd go for it, yeah.
Well, it's collectivization under communist mandate. So the idea, again, correct me if I'm wrong on this because it's been a while since I've done the sort of Marxist dogma. But I mean, the one problem I have with that, say for instance, I come up with, and this was the simple example I use. I'm a bit of a prepper person. I live in a place where we have sporadic rainfall, so I invest my labor and the labor of my family to dig a reservoir, a large pond to contain water, so I can now do that. Now the community, nobody else in the community actually thought of that idea, enacted that labor. So does that mean I have the right to my water before anybody else because I need it, or do I have to share it?
I would say you'd probably have to share it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't see a problem in it.
I'd say,
why
didn't you include the community after having thought of the idea, enlisted their help in digging it, so you make it communal?
In this thought example, they didn't want to help.
Well, if they didn't want to help, they have no share in the water.
But under collectivization, yeah.
What if you added that there's not enough for everybody?
Well, yeah, but like say like your reservoir is like
it's enough for my needs.
Just enough for your needs.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like sapping up like everyone else's groundwater and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is an argument I've used a number of times.
Okay, then this just sounds like personal property. If you're not profiting off it, I'm pretty okay with it.
And again, I think that's something that you also have to sort of realize is the fact that under communist Marxism, you don't lose the right to your personal possessions and property.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between like the Marxist sense between like Marxist, not Marxist, personal and private property.
So why did you say, okay, you're not profiteering? What if he was profiteering off of it, but it was his personal property?
Well, you're misunderstanding like the difference between private and personal property within the Marxist sense.
So if it's something that as soon as you start profiteering,
like a Marxist isn't going to say like, give me your fucking toothbrush right now. It's like personal property.
I just wanted to steel man you on that point because I knew it was.
Like if you like say that you own, if you like say this guy dug a pond, right? Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. But if he's saying that he owns an entire fucking lake, right? We're probably going to have problems.
Obviously.
Yeah, that's why it has to be part of my labor that I'm enacting. And I did this particularly down the kind of rules of social Marxism.
Okay, how about
how about this?
Toxic rain fucks up everyone else's reservoirs.
Let's flesh out this pond thing real quick. So he has this idea to build a pond, right? Initially, he was going to build it on public property for everyone, to benefit from. But then, he had when he tells them about it, they don't want to help for whatever reason. So, him and his family do it on his private property, and they're very successful, and it's more than they need, and he can profit off it. He starts selling water to the community. What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't think really you should sell water.
Well, they have
shit,
sporadic
Francis.
rainfall. They were, they weren't on board with the plan, and their loss. It's his gain. He built it on his private property. He has his own private pond. Why can't he profit off of it?
Define profit really quick for me.
Selling what's more than he needs to the community.
Let me think on that one for a bit.
I have a quick question, overarching question. Has any country got into Marxist communism without there being bloodshed?
No. No country can change without bloodshed. Like liberalism was established with bloodshed. What are you talking about?
There was a simple question.
Yeah, I already said no.
Yeah, he was just asking. I think, right?
I thought there was
there was an implication in there.
There was an implication in there.
There was.
Liberalism was established with violence. What are you talking about? Every change has been brought by violence. What are you talking about?
It does sort of sound like he's saying that communism is so unnatural it has to be forced on
synthesis,
people.
Every ideology has been enforced by violence. What are you talking about?
That's not true.
Yeah, that
sometimes
isn't true at
liberalism was established in Europe by the French Revolution and spread by violence. What are you talking about?
That's not true.
The implication the Napoleonic Code was enforced on Europe by violence.
Forced to the sword, otherwise it is not naturally adopted.
What are you talking? Naturally, what are you talking about?
Where people will peacefully transition
to it without being
forced to.
There was no peaceful transition out of feudalism to democracy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what peaceful transition of government has there been?
Every 4 years via presidential election in our democracy.
No. That's still within liberalism. What are you talking about?
We're talking about changing the system of government from, democracy to communism to dictatorship, whatever.
Basically, the point isn't that never happens. Or the point is that in order to, if you want communism in America,
I already know.
You're going to have to kill people to get it.
I'm probably going to have to kill people. Yeah.
Okay.
Could we go back to this water thing that Percentage was talking about?
I'm already bored.
Obviously, water is.
I'm more interested in the liberalism.
But the thing is, you're paying for
synthesis. What are you saying that democracy was transitioned from?
Hold up that tape. Let business say.
I want to talk about the liberalism thing.
So you're paying for the service, not for the product itself. That's the thing that people don't get. You pay for services unless you want to purify the water yourself, bottle the water yourself, and carry the water yourself. That's the part that you pay for, not for the water itself per se.
Hey, before we get back into that, you guys mind if I suggest? I just want to get a handle on what red tape, where red tape's coming from, as far as his idea of what Bantal was talking about, as far as what some jobs pay more, some jobs pay less in your system. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not the traditional viewpoint of communism.
It kind of is. Communism at the end point is the utopian stage, but within socialism, it's okay if someone gets paid a bit more.
But I thought everybody was supposed to be equal in this classless communist society.
No, communism is the end goal. I said socialism, dude.
So you're talking about paying people a different amount until communism arrives, and then everybody will be paid the same as a transition? Or
communism is socialism is a transitionary stage between capitalism and communism.
So it's just the means to the end goal, but not the goal in and of itself.
Marx kind of talked about it a bit, but
Could you describe how the end goal works then, if it does have that same equal pay thing? How would that work?
Like
Why would it? How would it get to that stage where everyone's okay with that?
Like there's like a bunch of schools of thought on it. For example, there's like the utopian like technologist like view where like socialists should like try to like automate as much labor as possible to the point where like it doesn't really matter. Right?
Yeah, that's one thought that might solve those problems. Yeah, if there weren't any jobs that were really hard labor anymore, everything was automated. It would make it a difference.
Like for example, the Federation from Star Trek, right? Basically a technologist communist utopia, because people don't really do jobs there for like money; they do it for prestige, right?
Right.
Because like,
but then how would it work without the automation? How would it work? Maybe just exclude that idea. How's it? What's the ideal way it would work? That's all I'm asking.
So you would you would demolish capitalism. You would transition to socialism. You would defeat capitalism worldwide. Then you would distribute the fruits of labor from like away from like the land, the property holding class to the workers. Then eventually you have to try to like change society a bit. But generally, that's like a very basic way of saying it.
Well, let's say.
But then there's still worse jobs that pay the same as better jobs, right? In that idea.
No.
Okay? How do you get away from that?
So
With
like,
the ideal.
okay, so like everyone in a workplace, for example, should be paid the same. But like doctors in a hospital obviously require more training, more what's the word?
Investment.
Training and education, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So like they can get rewarded more, right? Like, because clearly they're doing more labor. It takes a lot more.
Well, no, you're not clearly doing more labor at all.
And also, doctors and nurses and orderlies and clerks all have the same workplace. So those 2 points contradict each other.
Well, no, like we could divide it more between like surgeons and like et cetera, right?
So you want to make a case that a doctor does more labor than, say, a carpenter or a plumber?
Well, no, they don't share the same workplace.
Well, obviously they don't share the same.
That's the problem. But that's the problem with communist systems, is they end up devaluing labor because they're trying to pay everybody the same.
No,
at least in
that
theory.
didn't happen in the Soviet Union. That didn't happen in China.
And brought down.
That didn't happen in the Soviet Union. What are you talking about?
So it disincentivizes work,
No, what are you
innovation, and
talking
stuff
about?
like that.
The Soviet Union went from like
level
a literal
labor.
feudal hellhole to like a superpower within like a decade.
Communism is not a feudal hellhole.
No,
But
what are you
this
talking about?
utopia
Russia was a
vision
feudal
is
hellhole. It went from
in
like
reality.
20% literacy to nearly like full literacy within a few decades. It went from like a country with almost no factories to like becoming an industrial superpower that can compete with the West. What are you talking about?
It collapsed under its own weight. People wanted the West goods, their technology, their
No,
innovation,
I could
freedom.
give you an example. Under Brezhnev, they foolishly decided that they should focus more in the Soviet Union on energy production and moved a lot of their industrial capacity to the rest of the Warsaw Pact. And like
It was already
they stagnated.
buckling.
Then they changed.
It was
And then they fell
already
apart.
stagnating. But we could
You
try
two
it
get a
again
room.
and again and again until one day, hopefully, it'll work, I guess, after all the misery and stagnation.
Oh yeah, but synthesis, that's just like the fucking globalists, right? They're just like the globe heads do. They're fucking telling you all this. Like these American schools are telling you about all this misery, right? Why are you believing what these globe head states are telling you?
You learn against learning. I heard what I heard, and really that's it. You asked
Yeah,
me
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like,
yeah.
how do you know what you know? Yeah, I already been there, done that, took pictures. I'm not interested in learning against learning or any Jesuitical questions like that anymore.
Yeah.
All I really know is how many people died to bring communism to Russia and how many people died to bring communism to China.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
And how many people died to bring democracy to the Middle East?
Yeah, dude. Like, I could say that the British Empire killed more nations, more people than any other society on Earth.
I don't think you can.
10 to 12 million in the past 30 years.
Like, think of all the famines in India that Britain directly caused.
And all the famines in Russia.
Still not comparable.
Well, no, like there was only one large famine in the Soviet Union, and historically, before then, there was a cycle of famines in
You're
Eastern
basically
Europe.
advocating for a position that would require mass genocide to enact.
Okay.
You're okay with that?
Define mass genocide of who?
Is that a yes? You're okay with that?
Well, who am I killing?
Everyone who says no to your ideas?
No, the Soviets didn't kill everyone who said no.
Who did they kill?
Like, okay, for example,
Wait, if this is,
I was
bizarre.
completely
Are we
okay.
really having
I was
this
completely
conversation
okay with like killing
2022?
noblesmen, right? Like the French liberals were completely okay.
How did we get on this conversation?
Like the French liberals were completely okay with killing like the noblemen, right? They
Yes,
basically
not
destroyed
millions and
other
millions and
classes.
millions of
They
people.
committed genocide.
Not millions of people.
No, they did.
The French nobles committed genocide. It was against their own people. If it was genocide, they'd be wiping out themselves. Unless you're saying that the French nobles were a totally different class of people.
French liberals killed essentially almost all the noblemen. And,
it's just that you're evacuating the term of all meaning when you have French people killing other French people and you say that there's a genocide. That vacates a genocide of all meaning if you have French on French killing like that.
Well, yeah.
No, you could have genocide even within the French community.
Yeah. What are you talking
How?
about?
Because you could kill
have
people
to
based
kill
off of
themselves.
class, off of religion.
What if all the Catholic Frenchmen killed all the Protestant
genocide or a type of people like that?
What?
That is a class. You would need a term that reflects class, not a type of people that is being eradicated or something like a tribe or a nation or an ethnicity. It's French people. That's the nation. That's the tribe. That's the ethnicity.
So if India kills off all the untouchables, the lowest caste, would you not call that
that's class
genocide?
warfare? That's not genocide.
But that is
genocide. I would call that wrong. I would call that wrong. Well, what you're saying is that
it's
was
a
wrong.
national group, right? It's a group within the nation. I don't think it's wrong.
Like if all the Catholics in France force converted all the Protestants and like killed or like whatever, like took their kids from them and converted them to Catholicism, that's still genocide.
You're still advocating.
If you look at a religion as a type of people, I guess maybe.
I'm pretty sure you could apply the term genocide to any group. It started off classically as what you're talking about, like based off of race, but
no,
since then it's been expanded.
Comparing it to historical
the etymology of genocide is
no, because like one of the first like examples of a genocide, well, not one of the first, but like I don't know, when like the Catholics killed all the fucking Cathars in France. That was a genocide.
Was that a good thing?
No. Well, if you're a Catholic, you might think so.
In this case, I mean, it's still the case. If you want communism in America or pretty much anywhere.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, okay. I shoot the Starbucks CEO. Okay, whatever.
But you keep on saying that as if it doesn't apply to other forms of government, and
I
feel like you're just kind of like showing your bias.
Okay, Hugh.
Yeah, as if.
Okay, you have a choice. You're going to either like say like you're a French peasant, right? I'm going to bring this up because this is how liberalism was established in Europe. You either have to like live under an absolute monarchy forever and hope that maybe like eventually your grandkids could live in like a parliamentary democracy, right?
Tell me about now, not history. I'm familiar with history. Tell me about now.
Okay.
What do you propose? How do you propose to get your ideas?
You could have a bloodless revolution, but you're still going to need violence. I don't know what the problem is. Like this is how society changes.
You're advocating for violence.
Okay.
It's not okay,
bro.
What do you mean, bro? He's advocating for violence. And you're saying, "Oh, what happened in the past?"
Every
that's okay.
change of system of government is like based
you're
off
just
of violence.
parroting what he just said.
No, but it's the truth. if you can think of a single example where you had a change of the system of government, not just change of government, a change of the system of government without violence, either indirectly or directly, then I'll tip my hat to you.
Hey, Hugh,
But
could I
communism
suggest?
is still unnatural.
Sorry, I just find this bizarre.
Communism
Well,
is still
Yeah, I
unnatural.
think
You're
that's
going to
because
need
you
blood to
live with a
maintain
bias.
it, so it's not going to be worth it to fight to install it, since you're just going to have bloody coup after bloody coup to try to maintain this unnatural system that people really
Well,
don't
yeah, but
want. And
Like we don't have
physicists,
bloody coups already.
physicists,
Yeah.
like you know
Yeah.
that monarchists also said the same thing about
I'm
democracy.
I'm biased against bloody coups.
Well, could we maybe try to? I'm interested in what. Could I just suggest that I'm interested in why red tape takes that? What his ideal society might look like. Maybe not so much what it would take to get there, because we could all argue about whether
Well, no,
killing's right
I'm
or
much
wrong.
more interested about this idea about why violence is bad.
Well, I mean, that's just. I mean, come on.
What?
It's just gonna trigger people. I mean, maybe try to make it so we're
Yes, of
talking
course
about
it'll trigger
the
people.
ideas. The idea is not so much about whether it would work or wouldn't work, but more so, how could it work if it ever were implemented, and not so much what it would take to get there, because it's just gonna
you
get
gotta
like
have something worth fighting for. And you gotta have something worth fighting for, a new perspective. And communism isn't it? It squelches the human spirit,
I'm not saying
innovation, the desire to work,
Sure.
really live.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you down.
Right.
1%.
I'm just saying, like, if we're trying to personalize it, it'll be less interesting. That's all.
I don't know. I just think the idea, like you don't. Sorry, Don. Are you
think
talking?
the
I don't
perfect
hear
form
you.
of
Like, it says
government.
your microphone's going off, but I don't hear you. You're like, I have you at like 200%, but does anyone hear Don talking?
No, he definitely.
No, he's not talking.
Well, his microphone was going off.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to fix it.
But yeah, I don't think you can have like a secular perfect government, or like the ideal government won't be secular. You can't be like relying on other people's subjective moral compasses and think that you're gonna have an ideal government. You have to have this like objective, as it were,
all morals
moral
subjective.
code that the community follows.
So democracy was established with violence. What are we talking?
Don't think there's ever been a peaceful revolution.
Depends how you because like revolution in itself is like violence against the state. You mean like bloodless?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that would be a better term.
I think a better question is: there ever really been a real revolution? Not one that was just, not one that was just enacted to make people think that they won.
There probably has been.
The early French Revolution was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was exactly the one I was gonna go for. The early French Revolution did. But it got over.
what's his fucking name? I can never say it.
Robespierre.
Robespierre. Pretty cool guy. Unironically, I love him. He was the only good liberal to have ever existed.
So is that an example of the people getting together privately without the government's knowledge and actually?
Well, they knew, but like they kept trying to. They weren't really able to stop it much because they like dragged the king out and like executed his ass.
Okay, so then who was the leader and how did they get the power to do so?
The early French Revolution was kind of chaotic. You had a bunch of like groups and a lot of fury in the streets of Paris.
Well, it was sort of rose from the Jacobean movement.
The Jacobins and like two others.
Yeah, and so it was very much a sort of like revolution by committee, and that was actually one of the critiques that the gentry actually leveled at these peasants.
How dare they organize?
Yeah, and there was a lot of satire going on. In fact, if you look at some of the satire that was going on, especially from the British, because we do love our satire.
We do.
Yep, go ahead.
That it was a committee-based approach, but again, and that's where you have the rise of, the figureheads, the speakers, the enactors, who would then drive that through that kind of process.
I think the funniest moment of the French Revolution was like when the king was literally in the palace, shaking in his boots and like wondering where this garrison commander was. And the first he sees him, oh, and he's relieved, but then he realizes that the French citizens of Paris are like running up to the palace with this guy's head on a pike.
Oh, that's really funny.
I mean, it was a pretty bloody revolution, and
Yeah,
unfortunately, like most things, you know, you then get into the problems of mob culture.
I think a lot of the French Revolution was completely justified. It
I think
destroyed what remained of feudalism in Western Europe, or most of it.
Yeah, I suppose by that point the UK was well past the feudal point.
Like the Napoleonic Code was enforced and essentially helped create the modern nation states. Napoleon was a wacky guy, though.
Which one?
Oh, the first. Well, they were all pretty wacky. Like, God, they like. I think his like internal propaganda was like that he was literally the spirit of the revolution, uh, incarnated in one person.
I find it amazing how Napoleon formed such a cult of personality.
It's because he won battles. Like he
Yeah,
was.
but even before you know the sort of the martial side of it, he still had, you know, quite a strong cult of personality that stand around him. And yeah, you're right, he did win battle.
Well, like it wasn't just that because like France was literally fighting everyone in Europe during the revolution. Fuck Napoleon, but at least he like enforced the Napoleonic Code.
Yeah, well, until we beat him.
Unfortunately.
What? We're a good democracy. We've gone through our revolution.
Well, that was before you guys had universal suffrage. I wouldn't really call it like a total democracy, right? Because I think in the
we didn't. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, with the women didn't have the vote.
well, not women, but I think this was before even like universal male suffrage, right?
I think we already had that. I think that's sort of early 1700s. We had that because that's where you had things like rotten boroughs come up because every man could vote. I'm not sure, to be honest. It's not really a period of history I have delved deep into.
No, only all adult men in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland was enfranchised in 1918. Apparently.
Can you knock Ireland off? Look, England. So if you just state, you know, vote or male vote in England.
Let me look. Was it just property owners?
Voting rights timeline England. This might do it. So in 1535, we provided Welsh representatives to the House of Commons. That was very kind of us.
Go us.
Yeah, Representation of the People Act, the First Reform Act, extends votes to men meeting property qualifications, reduces rotten boroughs, and redistributes parliamentary seats to a better representation of urban areas. No.
Would you be willing to say that the revolution in France created a larger democracy?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, but again, if you went against certainly in the sort of the late 1700s to sort of mid 1800s, if you went against the system, you were putting your life in extreme danger.
Because remember what the what caused the revolution in France was you know the thing about the what's it fucking called, the three groups in France, the voting blocks, the three estates.
Yeah.
Because like the clergy and nobles had like 3 times as much voting power as like the majority of the populace.
Yeah. Not an uncommon thing in Europe.
I think it was even more than that, but like there was a budget crisis in France, and like the nobles and clergy kept voting to increase the taxes on the peasantry and the poor urban people, which did not make people happy.
No, but I think, you know, again, it was you have a population that is suppressed to the point of starvation, then you're going to get a reaction. And again, I mean, you look at the sort of the English Civil War, or the last one anyway, under Charles.
I have a lot of mixed feelings on Cromwell.
He did come up with a new model army.
Well, yeah, that was cool. The Irish genocide, maybe not so.
Yeah, but they were Irish, so you know that was kind of very acceptable for the time.
Does it
I mean, he
really
killed a
the
king.
Irish?
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that didn't really stick. I mean, I think that's one of the interesting outcomes is we have I think the British view of monarchy is kind of quite different to a lot of other countries.
Do you think the monarchy is going to survive without Elizabeth?
Probably.
Yep. Probably
We're kind of
fine.
tradition-based culture.
Yeah, but like her fucking heir apparent isn't exactly the beloved figure that she is.
Oh, don't know. He's pretty popular.
Is he? I thought he was kind of a freak.
No.
I don't know. I mean, like the only time I've been to Britain, like I went with a leftist friend and we almost got to pee on Margaret Thatcher's grave.
I find that weird. I mean, she was much more anti-establishment, anti-monarchy, and rights of the working people.
I don't.
You know,
I don't really think so.
as a conservative prime minister, you know, she was quite
Well, yeah,
radical.
she was definitely not establishment, but she was definitely like reactionary.
You know,
I mean, we're probably not going to agree because I think Northern Ireland.
I hated her, by the way. You know, I never voted Conservative in my life. You know, I'm not a fan of hers. But
what do you think of the new direction Labour's going?
don't care really. I think Labour's so lost in the wind.
They're going to have a split.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the first time.
Do you think foolish Charles will get his moment on the throne, or do you think it'll
No, he'll
skip
pass
him?
it straight down.
Yeah, pass it on. Okay. It does seem that Will and what's her name? His wife. What's his wife's name?
Piggy.
Sorry?
Megan?
Megan? Is it Megan? Is it Megan, William's wife?
I think so.
Or is that Harry's wife?
No, Kate. It's Kate.
Kate
The one who
Middleton.
got it. Yeah. Kate. They do seem to be more popular.
I think he's definitely been groomed for the role.
Well, they all are groomed for the role.
Hello. It would have been Diana, wouldn't it? But something weird happened to her. Poor girl.
Oh, bloody drunk drivers. Dawn.
Sure, that's what it was.
And by that point, no, Dawn, it wouldn't have been Diana because she'd already kind of separated from Charles and was shagging the guy that owns her Harrod's son.
She'd already lost her chance, do you think, at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not an expert on that.
I heard a rumor that she was pregnant with the Muslim dude's baby, and she was gonna keep it.
Well, we don't know.
And that's why.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
Yeah, that's a rumor. There's no confirmation of that rumor at all.
So do you think William's going to be king? Was that the answer, Josh?
Yeah, I think so.
Another king for England.
You reckon Charles will get a crack, Dawn? Have a crack?
I don't know how it works. I think all I know is that it's slowly fading away, but I'll take Josh's word for it.
Well, technically, Charles
going to
is
be king?
the Prince of Wales. The Prince of Wales is the nominated successor. I have a suspicion that when the Queen dies, that he will abdicate the role in favour of his son.
Maybe. It seemed that the royals seemed to get a new spark of energy from the world in general when Di was brought onto the scene. You know, everyone sort of, she was the golden child of the royals, and she seemed to be very, very popular. And then it's sort of gone out of popularity a bit, and then with William and Kate, it seems to be revitalized, a little bit. Maybe not to the degree as what Di did, but it definitely seems to have been revitalized a little bit.
Yeah, I think the trouble is we look back at history and we romanticize it.
Well, possibly, like I'm not living there, Druss. I'm just going from an outsider's point of view, from here.
But what I can say is one of my best mates, he shags the woman who designed her dress.
Right, there you go. There you go. I saw an interesting stat. Would have been 12 months ago now, that when it comes to our magazines here, like the Woman's Day, Woman's Weekly, these sorts of magazines, when Di was on the front of these magazines, sales went through the roof. Right, they were at their peak, and then when another celebrity was on the front cover, the sales would go up, and it was a similar sort of phenomena with William and Kate too. When she's on the front cover, sales seem to go up other than down. So that's an interesting thing.
What's your feeling on the fact that Qantas, by much better airline, invest much more in their airplanes than a lot of other airlines?
Sorry?
Well, that was total.
What the,
it was a comment from chat. It was the fact that Qantas invest in some of the really, really, really cool. Same as what's Qatar Airlines do the same thing. There's a couple of airlines that got quite a lot of money, and Qantas is one of them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think with the royal succession, it's most likely that we're going to get that. I think we're most likely going to see Charles on the throne for not very long, and then abdicating in favour of his son. That would be my guess.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. Maybe he wants his hour in the sun, but he's pushing it a bit.
What is he now? 75, 80?
Something like that.
What's your opinion on Boris?
Boris acts like a fool. Is in certain respects a fool, but also is a very intelligent person. he's almost perpetrated a sort of persona for the public.
Oh yeah, I know that. Like,
and I think some of that has now caused him political problems. Which he's now sort of facing.
you think he's gonna last very long?
No. No. They'll come up next general election. They'll probably replace him, I would think, as leader. But the problem you have is, again, you need a leader that's well recognized. And I think that's part of the problem at the moment is there are not a lot of good personalities in British politics at the moment that are really getting good attention.
Got much opinions on the whole Ukraine thing?
Yeah, I think it's been on the cards for quite a while. I mean, certainly, we can see that with the initial thing of Crimea. They want access to the Black Sea with a land bridge, which they don't currently have. And this is probably what he's going to try and get out of it at the end, which is why he's looking for some sort of partition, because then that will give him access to the Black Sea.
He's probably going to do it.
Crimea is Russian territory.
Yeah, they don't have a land route to it at the moment because it's surrounded by the Ukraine.
Well, the thing is, if they keep the eastern territory they've already got, Ukraine's kind of fucked as a country.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. You want to talk about it? Hold on.
What?
Hold on. Give me a sec. Please.
There
Like
was
by the
no real
time
single. Yeah, so there was Russians, Khazars, Ukrainians, Tartars, and others who
those
stepped
were
in.
all Abrahamic peoples, well, like people who followed
And
Abrahamic religions.
Zaporizhian Sich was considered to be responsible for the nation forming.
Unmuted the stream.
Getting moment histories mixed up here because it's not one.
Cheers. Percent. I was about to do that.
Came out. Catch you guys later. Peace.
Right, percent.
No, I think I'm going to have to concede that point to you on that one.
Which one?
The religion side.
Ah,
I know that, but there was a whole thing of the Russian Orthodoxy actually wooing the Cossacks to get their support. I'm sure there was something about that, about conversion, but again, I think I'm wrong. Oh, I read a book on this.
Hello? Hello? Yo, can you guys hear me?
No, we can't hear you, mate.
What's up, Gasso?
You're breaking up.
No, I'm not. I know I'm not. Sorry, man. There was something I had to go do, but I'm back.
Hey,
I don't know. Do you want to continue having that convo we were having?
sure, mate. I've got no
All
problem.
right. All
Pick
right.
up wherever you
So,
want to pick up, mate.
all right. So your contention was we can't reperform on a smaller scale, how a vacuum would work in space, right?
No, my contention
Mm-hmm.
is, right, the demonstration on a small scale, okay, of how we're told rockets work by pushing off themselves, which I
Mm-hmm.
understand all the talk and whatnot, and these things push off themselves, right? My contention is seeing this demonstrated by the official people, right, on a smaller scale.
And the ones you've seen, you feel those aren't good enough because.
Well, like I said, you want to show me Cody's lab or Action Lab or these sorts of things,
Mm-hmm.
right? I and anyone else can pick a lot of holes in these small scale demonstrations, right? Now, if you want to alleviate some, well, at least some of that criticism, right, where we're in a small vacuum, right, which we know, which can be demonstrated
Mm-hmm.
when we see, say, whatever that gas is, bromide or whatever it is, that orangey gas, when that is placed next to a vacuum and the seal between that vacuum and the bromide that is in the other chamber,
Is this a specific video you talking about?
yeah, you know the video where you've got that orange gas, okay, and then there's a vacuum chamber next to it, right, and the two chambers are separated, right, and then as soon as that seal is broken, right, the pressure equalizes instantly, and the gas instantaneously fills the other container. So it's pretty spectacular
Okay.
how.
Okay. Just hang on. I'm gonna post two videos, and you just tell me which one it is, if it's the right ones, just so that we're on the same page.
Okay. You
I
post.
posted two. Or is it either
Oh.
one of those or?
No. I'm just talking about showing how a gas fills a chamber, like a vacuum
Okay.
chamber, is instantaneously. And I think the gas that they use is yellow. I think it's bromide. Right. So you can
Oh, okay.
so you can actually see it, right? And it fills it instantaneously. Right? Instantaneously. So instantaneously there is something in that small chamber. Okay. Now the contention is whether it's Cody's lab or Action Lab or any of these other things, that the vacuum chambers are very, very small. Okay. And they're being filled instantaneously by the gases that this rocket is producing. So it's either A, pushing off those gases, or B, the walls of the container. Because the vacuums are so small, Nate. Right? They're so small. Okay. Now, so my contention is, like with anything else that can be demonstrated on a small scale, which engineers, car builders, all this sort of stuff, they put things in a small scale first before they go into mass production, whether it's building bridge, buildings, cars, you name it, right? And we can see these small scale things that are tested to see if their engineering will stand up to the rigors of what they've designed it for. Okay. And I can understand we would not see the latest and greatest things shown to us because of maybe our enemy, but you can see clips of, like I said before, of Ferrari with their cars in wind tunnels from years ago, how they're testing the aerodynamics and how the wind in the wind tunnel performs over their different spoilers and all this sort of stuff. They've got no problem showing this sort of stuff because it's old technology. Okay, and so they've got no problems with the opposition. They've got no problems with McLaren seeing it because it's no longer valid. Okay, then. And then once comes the start of the season, it's pretty much invalid anyway because the opposition can see exactly what sort of spoilers you've got and whatnot. So their secret is out, but they have an advantage from the start of the season, and then the rest of the teams are kind of catching up. But my point is that you can see these things that are tested in smaller scales, and then they make sure it works before they take it up to the larger scale. All right. My contention is seeing a rocket work in a vacuum. Right, we haven't seen this demonstrated in a small scale. I can make a rocket with my kids on a small scale and launch them, which I have. Right, but the vacuum chamber, say like the one in Idaho, that is 122 feet high, which would take a long time for a little rocket to fill that area with the amount of gas that it expels. Right? We've seen no demonstration in say something like that. Like we've seen the feather in the bowling ball in that one, but we haven't seen a little rocket suspended in the middle of it doing the same sort of thing, or held there in such a way where they can ignite it and see it performing. Which one would have thought that they would have done, right? On top of all their calculations, their computer simulations, all the theories that they have about a rocket performing in space, one would think that the next logical step to take, right, would be actually to test your theory. Because if you're going to be spending billions and billions and billions of dollars, right, and putting dogs and monkeys and then men's lives at risk, you'd want to test this. All right. So that's where I come from now, and I'm saying like from somewhere official, whether that's NASA or SpaceX or Origin, and many other people out there would turn around and say, "Oh no, we don't believe it, because it's come from NASA." Okay, then that's well and good. That could be their argument. My contention is we don't even have one thing from these people to show us that these things work. We can see a rocket that doesn't move working in a vacuum, that's held there in place, right? And it's ignited, but we don't see that rocket moving at all. So that's my contention, Nate.
Okay.
Not a big one at all. Like I said, others may contend, oh, it's from NASA and all that sort of stuff, but Globus and I are pretty much on the same page. At least, because pretty much when we ask for things, because Globus and I were arguing between ourselves about the moon buggy, right, and how it got out of the module and this and that. It was actually quite funny for a couple of weeks, and then Gummy Bear came along and showed us a video clip of this thing kind of getting unfolded and coming out of the lunar module. So it was actually quite funny how that went. But at least he was able to show something, from the untrusted site of NASA, nonetheless. But at least he was able to show us something, if you know what I mean. Like, it didn't kind of come up empty-handed.
Okay.
That's all. Not I don't think it's much of a request myself. I think it's a fairly reasonable request to be able to see something from the past that has been tested.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I always am right, Nate. You know this. Always am.
Very funny. Okay.
And I know you and others have, when I ask for things, you guys go, okay, then cool, and generally you have a bit of a look, and generally you kind of able to demonstrate at least something. You know what I mean? So I tip my hat. You know, because I'm not going to hand wave dismiss it. I'm going to go, okay, then, well, there it goes. Yeah, it definitely is interesting.
Yeah, I am struggling to find what you're asking for, and that is also interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is,
the
isn't
fact
it?
that there's no footage of this. I don't know. I just need to look a bit harder, maybe.
Yeah. Look, and you're not the first one that's looked for it, and but I reckon you'd be the first one to find it if you do.
Yeah.
If you do. Because
Let's see.
I'll if you come up with it, I'll give you credit for it. I'll go, okay, then cool, because obviously rockets go up really, really high, Nate. Okay. You know, so but what you want to advocate as space and what it consists of, like if you want to stand by the theory that space is 10 to the negative 14 or 17 tall or whatever the going consensus is, depends on how high you are, but I think ISS is 10 to the negative 14 thereabouts, and a bit beyond that it goes up to 10 to the negative 17 tall, about that level. Well, I'm going to say to you that if rockets are working in that, I don't believe that. If rockets are working that high up,
You don't believe it?
no, I think there is something for them to push off, because that's how I think you get any sort of movement whatsoever. Something has to push off something else. Like
Okay, so
you need that pressure, Nate. This is my big thing, the pressure.
you need that pressure.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't dispute Newton's third law of motion, right? You feel the third law is fine?
Well, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Like if I've got a rock in front of me, right, it's going to stay there. But as soon as I apply, if I apply an equal pressure to it, it won't move. But as soon as I apply just a little bit more, right, it will move equally to the amount of pressure that I apply to it. Definitely. So I think that holds up. Yep.
Okay. But you
Yeah.
just don't feel it's what's happening when we say a rocket is flying through space.
No, I don't. I don't see that the rocket is pushing off itself, so to speak. I get the explanation,
Okay.
right? And I accept the explanation, but until I see it, that rocket is actually pushing off itself rather than the atmosphere itself, no, I'm not going to. I don't think it's possible, personally.
But you don't think that when it shoots out, fire and fuel, that it's creating a pressure there, and it's against that pressure, It's like imagine you were weightless, Manso. You
Mm-hmm.
didn't weigh that much. You weighed 2 pounds or something, right? And I put
Yep.
you in um a vacuum chamber with zero gravity. Just work with me. So you're
Yeah, I'm
in this
working with.
vacuum chamber floating about,
Mm-hmm.
all right? And or you can weigh whatever you want because there's no gravity, you're basically weightless. This is why you're floating. If
Mm-hmm.
you threw up, you vomited, or you farted, you
Mm-hmm.
don't think that would push you, make you move? If you farted, that wouldn't push you forward. If you vomited, it wouldn't push you backwards.
No, I don't think so.
You
No,
don't think so? Okay.
no. I don't think that would, because I think that that pressure that I am releasing,
Uh-huh.
okay, whether through that the fart or the vomit, I think that
Uh-huh.
pressure would need something else to press up against, some other resistance between my pressure and its pressure to be able to push me forward.
Mm-hmm.
Because that pressure that's coming out of me in one big foul swoop is kind of all one. It's kind of still connected to me.
It's still a part of you.
Yeah, it's still a part of me.
So
You know,
so then
you're not gonna.
when it hits the wall is pushing your fart and you forward. You still feel you in that fart, or like that, those stream of stinky particles
Yep,
coming out your butt is still connected to you, and you are
yep.
like one system being pushed off against the wall.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Like if I'm,
Right.
if I put my if I put my bum right up against the wall and I fart,
Uh-huh.
so to speak, like I might feel a little bit of pressure there, if you know what I mean, like something pushing me
Okay.
away from the wall. Maybe I don't know. Might try it one day just to test my theory. Hopefully, I don't
Okay.
follow through.
Follow through.
Exactly.
Oh, you
Right.
nasty man.
But but yeah, but when I fart normally, right?
uh,
Yeah, I don't move, do I? Even with the air there, they're like, I'm not creating enough pressure.
okay. How about this scenario now? You've seen vomit comets, right?
Yeah.
Where people are in the plane and they do that parabola along a
Yep.
perfect geodesic, and then you
Uh-huh.
feel weightless.
Yep.
That's a real thing, right? That's not trickery.
Oh,
Anybody can do
100%.
that.
Yep.
That happens on Earth.
100%.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So
I'm on
you can
board.
be weightless in that situation, even though you're not
Yep.
in a vacuum,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
So in that situation, when people like clap their arms and they move around, you think it's because they're pressing against the medium or the atmosphere they're within, right?
Well, there is a medium in there. If they flap
Yeah,
their arms, right, there is a medium in there, isn't there, already?
yeah,
So they're not
yeah.
so that they're not actually floating around in no medium.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, definitely, because you kind of feel that weightlessness, sometimes when you go up and down a hill in just in a car, or a lift or you call them elevators. We call
Mm,
them elevators too. But sometimes when you feel like when you're going down, you feel that initial kind of rise in your stomach. You kind of do feel, a little bit lighter for a split second, until you then adjust to the speed of it.
okay. Because I'm just trying to think what else I could show you aside from a rocket. Like maybe if I
Yeah.
showed you an astronaut floating and moving in a vacuum chamber or something like that. I'm just trying to think on Earth, you know.
Well, you're not gonna get an astronaut floating in a vacuum chamber, because you're then going to be combating, right? What you reckon is here, gravity. So you won't get an astronaut floating
Yeah.
in a vacuum chamber ever.
Yeah, yeah, ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think like what else could I show you?
Mm.
Yeah.
You
That
know,
you would
like I said,
accept.
I reckon. Well, I reckon showing me a little rocket working in a really big vacuum chamber is the easiest way to show it. Don't you reckon that's the easiest way to show it? Like, because see, now you're having to come up with all these other scenarios to try and demonstrate it, when what you should be able to demonstrate is pretty well. Not a. I don't think it's a huge ask. But
Yeah.
don't you find it strange that you can't find any? Like, I know you're not going to change your beliefs over this, Nate. But don't you actually just find it a little bit strange that you can't find any scaled down versions of this, especially when we have the facilities to actually do this.
It's interesting that there's no footage of them in a vacuum chamber, but yeah, I mean, it's not something that really, piques my curiosity that much. But I'll give it to you. It is pretty interesting that at least on YouTube, there's none of this,
It's not anywhere. I've
Yeah.
Googled, you know, I still haven't got a reply from NASA with my email. No,
Right? They still haven't
like
got
that.
that. All right.
No, that's going back a month and a half now.
Yeah, that was a while back. All right, let me try contact a friend and see. Okay. But if I provide that footage, where do we go from there now? Then you would start believing it's possible to have a vacuum operating in space, right?
I will definitely give you that. What you say about rockets working in the vacuum in space, 100%. I'll be on your side saying, yep, rockets can work in what is classified as space. Definitely.
Okay.
All right. If we can you know verify whatever footage is coming your way. But like I said, it'd be at least something. It'd be at least something, Nate. Right? Because I'm not um, close to the idea of it actually being what you say it is. 10 to the negative whatever it is up there. I'm not close to that idea. I think
17.
17. I think what's above our head, you know, by pure logic get thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, just by pure logic.
Yeah.
I think Globus would agree with that too. Probably get thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner.
Completely
just-
disagree.
Do you?
No, I'm really just messing.
You and your bloody moon buggies.
Jeez.
But it'd be something, Nate. It'd be something for us to at least, go, well, okay, then cool. This is at least possible. Okay, then it's at least possible. We can't poo-poo the notion and just keep on saying it's NASA, it's NASA, it's NASA all the time. At least you can come back and say, and of course we could still go down that line, but if we're being honest about what is presented, you can go, well, okay, then at least you've presented something to back up these wild, crazy claims.
Yeah.
But I'm a bit curious that you don't actually even find it curious that you can't find anything. I know it doesn't really bother you, but isn't it a little bit perplexing that you can't find something as quick as what you thought you may have?
Like I said, I'll give it to you. It is interesting that that footage it's not. It doesn't seem to be on the internet. I will find it really, really perplexing if I request this from, someone at NASA and they tell me they don't have footage like that. That's when I'll be like, whoa, what the fuck?
So
Yeah.
you're gonna ask? You're gonna ask, are you?
You
Yeah,
get in
yeah.
contact, brother.
You're the man, Nate. You are the man of concessions.
That's right.
The man of concessions.
Living up to his name. Love it.
This guy's saying I gotta fill in an NASA form. What the fuck?
Nate does come through. He does come through. This is we do go from woe to go, Nate. We do this.
Yeah, I mean,
Flat Earther in the making, I think.
You will be. He'll be if he doesn't get a response, he too will be scratching his head, going like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah, because I mean, I'm also interested in this.
Yeah. See, we only make reasonable requests, Nate. Nothing
That's it.
unreasonable at all.
Don't ask for much, do we?
No, not at all. We asked for moon buggy, we got moon buggy.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
It was a
now,
reasonable request.
yeah, the fact that it was filmed in a Hollywood basement is neither here nor there.
No.
But we got what we asked for.
That's it. That's all you can hope to achieve, I suppose, in this day and age.
That's right. Because we are, you will find, Nate, we are very reasonable too.
He knows
No, you
this,
guys
though,
are.
Bendy. He knows
You
this.
guys are. Well, you two. I mean, not when I say you guys, I don't mean the royal you, but just you two.
What about Jin? He's pretty reasonable, in my opinion.
Oh my god. Jin? No, Jin is like the worst, you know.
Okay, look, guys, you've said his name already 2 times. Do not repeat it a third.
I want him in here, though. I find him so entertaining. I honestly
Yeah, no,
do.
definitely.
Whenever I see him in any server, I'm there.
Yeah, he's entertaining, and I love his passion. It's just he's so,
Yeah.
you know, he's got like what is it? You know, like when you put those blinders like on the side of
Yeah,
most
yeah.
The blinkers,
Yeah.
the blinkers,
the
Yeah.
blinkers. Yeah, he's like that. You know, he's not willing to look and see what the other perspectives say, or you know, it's his way or the highway. You know, it's just yeah. If you don't
Absolutely.
agree with Jin, you're wrong. You know.
I've had it out with him actually to the point where like he got into a screaming match. I think anyone, even like really anyone, flat earther or not, I'm sure everyone's had a hardcore debate
definitely.
with him and a screaming match. Like it came to the point where it got to a stage where he was actually insulting me, like personal insults. That's how. But yeah, that's him, and I do admire his passion, like you said, Nate. But that's what makes him entertaining.
No, that definitely he's definitely entertaining to a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what I also don't like, because he has this strong stance on things, it forces him. I don't know if he does it intentionally or accidentally, but he starts becoming a bit dishonest about things he said, or like for example, I was sitting in a different server yesterday, just listening to him and this other guy argue, and he was making claims about things, right? And I think they were arguing about moon landings. Yeah, they were arguing about one of the moon rovers when it's like
Yeah.
driving along the surface of the moon, the way it bellows out dust.
Oh, the dust. Yeah,
Apparently,
I was there too. I was there too.
you was there. Okay, yeah. Then
Yeah.
yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about, But
Yeah.
because he puts himself in this position, he can't admit or concede to anything else, and
Yeah.
then he's kind of forced to lie. But I think he does it to himself. He doesn't do it intentionally, but it's because he's not willing to concede things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's no man of concession. Let's put it that way.
Exactly right.
Never seen him concede anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, imagine I was Jin, I would have said something like, "No, there's definitely images of rockets in giant um chamber vacuum chambers, And then if you guys would have asked, show it to me, I would have told you those images are with the experts, they're with the authorities, they are there. Like I would have said things like that, without actually giving you anything. I would have dug my heels in and stuck to my claim and just found any way to not concede on the claim.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know. But I'm guessing we have people like that on both sides, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
But yeah, I don't know. I texted my friend. Hopefully he'll see it when he wakes up, man. So
Oh, cool. Does he work at NASA?
kinda,
Cool.
kinda.
Let's see what he's got to say for himself.
Yeah.
Put him under the pump, Nate.
No, I'm just gonna ask if he knows who to get in contact with to get this footage.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Like, 'cause he's not necessarily within the department out here, I guess, these things. And
Yep.
NASA, it's so secretive and so decentralized that if you're in a specific department, you don't really know what's happening in the department next to you. You know?
Yep.
I don't know why they like that. I guess information sharing. I'm not sure.
Whatever reason it is, it doesn't really matter. It is how it is. Like a lot of organisations work that way.
Yeah, I was gonna
To be
say.
honest with you, like they're not Robinson
Yeah.
Crusoe with the way they work.
Yeah, that structure is apparent in a lot of companies, even at a smaller, more private level. I mean, everyone has that compartmentalization.
Yeah, but it is about like who you know, and if you know someone that can point you in the right direction, Nate, well, that's a start. It's better than anything Globus and I have got. At least you've got someone that you can actually ask this question to, rather than the receptionist at the front door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did that other school ever get back to you, Banso? Or was it only the NASA you contacted?
No, neither of them. Because I sent the emails to both of them. Can't remember who the other one was now, but I did definitely send two emails.
Okay.
Can't remember the name of the other one.
But it was a school in Australia, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Right. Okay. Rocket and giant chamber.
What's up? And the mailman's still gone.
Oh
He's
man,
gone for
what's up?
hours. They've been gone for
WhatsApp
hours.
will be in here for 12 hours straight. The
Yeah.
chat just going
Who
backwards
is
and
that guy?
forwards.
I've never heard him on DC. Who's WhatsApp?
He's been around all the servers.
Yeah.
What's up?
Okay.
Him and I had a bit of a falling out
In
18
DC?
months ago. A bit. No. Oh well, yeah. Actually, it kind of was, but
Okay.
anyway, it was what it was at the end of the day. I'm over it. I've moved on.
What's his stance on the shit
Flat
there?
Earth.
I think he's a flat earther.
Yeah, he is.
Actually, I've never asked him, but I
He's 100%.
presume. Yeah, I presume he is from what he writes.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Would you guys label yourselves as flat earthers, or are you globe deniers? That seems to be the new term.
You know what? People don't want to be labelled, do they? No, like, oh, we can't, or I'm a level earther, I'm a globe denier, this or that. You know what? You wanna put me in a pigeonhole of a flat earther? I'm quite happy to
Yeah, I
be
was
that.
going to say the same.
Yeah.
I don't want to be ambiguous about my position.
No.
With I don't want to be this label. Most people here know my stance, and label me what you will.
Exactly.
At the
It's
end of
just
the
a
day, my
label.
arguments speak for themselves. If you want to derive a label from them, then that's up to you.
Yeah, exactly right. But I think there are some that have tried to move away from the label because it comes with certain connotations and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
Well, whatever it is, grow a backbone. I reckon.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you're gonna fight an argument, which pretty much everyone knows what the argument it is, and where and the label that was given in recent times, right? Flat earther, run with it. I reckon. Be proud. Be proud of it. But now you want to start another group called globe deniers, or you want to start another group called level planers or level or whatever the case may be, what's the point? What's the point? May as well just band all your resources together and get on with it.
Yeah. That is it.
Would you put yourself in the category as a glober, Nate?
Yeah, I would have no issue being put in that category. I don't
No.
really have a dog in the fight. I'm not that interested in the argument, but definitely, if when I do partake in it, yeah, I'm on the side of
Yeah,
Globus. Yeah,
exactly.
there are times where I pretend to be a flat earther because I don't really
Yeah.
care that much. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, I've actually done it a lot. I mean, that's what I used to do in the beginning, Branch and I. We would just join VCs with like fake accounts to pretend to be flat earthers.
Globus and I have done it here, actually.
Yeah, I'm
What,
normally
pretend
the
to be?
Glover.
Nice.
And apparently I'm a pretty good one at that.
But
I
see,
would say.
because we
Hmm.
have all the evidence, we have all the peer-reviewed papers to be able to back us up, our argument.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's easier being a Glober than it is being a flat earther.
Oh,
That's why
yeah.
I do have like a lot of respect for you guys, and I mean I don't always agree with the techniques you use, but the way you're able to put up a good fight, that is commendable. I don't know if I would be able to do that if I was in on your side of the argument.
Oh, yeah.
There would be a lot of things I wouldn't be able to explain. I would have to concede a lot more than I concede right now.
It's difficult. Well, it's difficult to even fight an argument when you really know very little about it. Because you're arguing from a point of ignorance, really.
Exactly.
A lot of times, because I don't think it's satisfactory just to say nah, nah.
Yeah.
Well, kind of, that's why I don't try and, well, I'm not going to get into calculus and equations and this and that and the other thing. No, I'm just not going to do it. You've never heard me go down that line, ever. Right? Now, I'll try and argue a point from what I think is logical, right? My logic, but I won't try and use. Well, I don't know your citations or your quotes or your science as well as what you do or any one of the other more seasoned people do. No point. Like when we were talking about Guggenheim or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I knew absolutely nothing about it. I still argued it a little bit, but it was probably fairly weak on my part.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow, come on.
I mean,
Let's.
oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you guys are gonna argue against it. Yeah, like you said, first number one because it's something that was brand new to you,
Mhm.
and
Oh
number
yeah.
two, just hang on, I gotta kill this fucking. Just hang on. And number two, because you don't really have a model on which to exhibit this phenomena happening, right?
Well,
Like, how would you demonstrate this happening on a flat Earth without a flat Earth model, right?
yeah, we'll see. This is yeah. Look, the model itself. I'm happy with basically how we see things above our head. Now, how that is modelled, well, that
Yeah, like,
now boils down to how the computer model works, doesn't it? Whether or not you're talking about Stellarium or whatever other computer model that you're talking about. Like, I've got no idea how to do it myself, Nate. right? And I'm not going to spend 8 years of my life, right, going back to school trying to learn how to program these things and trying to come
Yeah,
up
right.
with anything. Like it's just, I'm just not interested in doing it.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, it doesn't have to be a computer model. You could just draw something, paper and
You
pen,
know,
just to give like a general idea as to how this is happening on the planet.
well, like when we're talking about things like a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, Nate, right? Now, I think, and look, I could be wrong, right? Globus, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there is any footage out there that hasn't been debunked of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, there can be 24-hour light, right?
hmm
But there's not a 24-hour sun, so to
So
speak.
if it goes behind clouds, it's not 24 hours anymore.
Well,
Even if you
no.
can see the sunlight behind the clouds.
A sun high in the sky and clouds moving in front of it. I don't think Globus or I. Well, I'm just going to speak for myself. I'm not going to deny that the sun is in the sky.
Yeah,
Okay,
likewise.
right? We
Okay,
will not
hang on,
be
hang on.
right.
Then
Eh,
there's something I can show you, right?
right. But I think any of the stuff that we've seen, I think the longest one we've seen goes for 20 hours or whatever. But and then it starts to loop again, like it's cut.
I
Okay.
remember that one. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
which one.
Okay then.
You're
So I don't
But what
think
about do
there's
you
one
remember?
yet.
Do you remember there was that one way you could move the camera yourself, Banso?
Yeah, but I don't
That
think we saw 24-hour sun.
it was though. It was time
No,
lapse. No,
no,
I'll
I
post a
don't.
link to it again, and we can look through it.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know if Globus has seen this one, and I don't know
Yeah,
if
I have.
anyone's.
This is the one with the convenient clouds.
Other
But
convenient clouds.
but you can see the sun behind the
I
clouds, and if you
look, I know.
follow
Look,
it, uh-huh.
I'm gonna concede that a lot of the footage that I've been shown, clouds or not, it does appear to be from the footage itself. It does appear as though there is a sun in the sky at all times. To then say, okay, it's because clouds are there, the sun is no longer in the sky. I feel as though that could be dishonest.
Yeah, somewhat. I would.
Yeah,
I'd agree with you,
yeah,
Globus, to say that. Now, but we know that there can be daylight without the sun in the sky. We see this at
yeah.
sunrise and sunset. Like before the sun has come up and after the sun has set, right, there is
Yeah.
still daylight.
I would
Right?
agree with that, Bandy, but to compare that sunlight to say midday or mid morning sunlight, they're very different. Like that's why we
Oh,
sort of call them twilight because
definitely,
it's a different.
right?
Yeah.
Yes, but also too, Globus, right? Also too, our conditions here, or where we are in Australia or any other country, are slightly different because we're on terra firma with trees, sand, soil, and whatnot
Yeah,
that don't
that's true.
that don't reflect the light quite as well. If you're
Mhm.
talking about a place like Antarctica where it's just ice and snow everywhere, these are like perfect reflectors to reflect whatever's light you've got and make it even seem even brighter than what we experience here.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
true.
that would be my rebuttal to that. So I don't think that is a dishonest stance to take at all from
No,
from
no,
my from my side.
I agree. There could be
Yeah,
a variable there that would make that
yeah,
daylight look different and more
yeah,
intense.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
See, damn these concessions, left, right, and look, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
change this
I'm gonna have to
channel.
change my own name
Nice.
as well.
All right, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
change it to Earth Awakening Concessions.
Yeah.
But it's good because I mean this way we get closer to middle ground and we get closer to what the underlying issues are.
Yeah.
Exactly, Nate.
Yeah,
And we all want to know things, don't we, Nate? At the end of the day, like, that's why we ask these questions and whatnot.
exactly.
So That's why you've texted your mate, right?
Yeah.
Please, I've got a question. I want to know this. Point me in the right
Yeah.
direction. And you're going to come back with an answer that is going to perplex you. He's going to say, sorry, Nate, can't help you, my friend. And you're going to scratch your head going, damn.
But just going back to the 24-hour sun, do you, Bandy, think that it's a game-changing concession to say that, the sun, there is a 24-hour sun down there? Do you think that's paradigm shattering?
Do I think it's a game changer? Well, if you think about where we are, Globus, right? If you think about where we are and where we're told Antarctica is, right? It would be hard to imagine. Just say Antarctica is what some of the flat Earth kind of thing is. It's just like this ice wall that goes all the way around. Okay, then if you saw a 24-hour sun from one single point on any one of that ice wall, that would be hard to imagine, wouldn't it? As the
Of
sun's
course,
going
yeah.
all the
Yep.
way around.
Yep.
Okay, so if you were to see a 24-hour sun, and once again you'd like it verified, I kind of think it's a fairly decent thing to have in their arsenal, if
Yeah, yeah.
nothing else.
Yeah, but
It's a fairly decent thing, yeah.
yeah, and it seems that way, but wouldn't you have to agree to absolute knowledge on the physics of how the sun works and how everything up there works? Wouldn't you have to sort of adhere to to certain parameters in order for that to, not work on what you think the Earth is?
Well, I would have to come up with something. If we could see a 24-hour sun from one particular spot, like on the ice wall, we'll call it the ice wall, on one particular spot, and we can see that, like on a flat Earth, that would have to be really crazy physics for that to happen, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Yeah,
That would have
possibly. Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. Do we know the physics of how things work up in the sky? Do we actually know, or do we have some strong inclinations on how it should work based on what we see down here?
Well, the globe model thinks it has pretty good understandings of how the sky works, even though they are tweaking it all the time because they see some anomalies up there where they have to tweak the mathematics to get things to work. That's why there's so much dark matter, dark energy, whatever you want to call it, because they see an anomaly which doesn't fit the mathematics that they have at the present time. So that's why they have to change these things all the time to make them work within the formula. So then they can have this predictive power about them,
Yep.
right? Because that's what the mathematics is about. It's about having these predictive powers to them.
Haven't you heard mathematics is racist? And when are we going to sit down and sing Kumbaya? This has been great. No, please continue, Bandy.
He's sitting in the background spying on us. Probably
Yeah, just wait
recording.
till I get back in a Gems rig. I'll change my stance.
Exactly.
I don't record
that.
shit or go around talking like a bitch about no one. If I got something to say to you, I'll say it to you.
I know that, buddy. I know that. But yeah, look, I think, yeah, look, you'd have to, like I said, if stuff was verifiable, Globus, like if you and I were to look at something, right, and it showed undoubtedly what we were looking at, you and I would have to go, what the fuck is happening? Right, because this doesn't match what we think it is. Because if the sun is supposed to be all the way over there, but we can see it from here, how the fuck is that even possible on where we think we are? It really would be a crazy thought, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it would seem that way, but like I said,
Yeah.
do we actually do we have knowledge of how everything can work up there? Is
Well, no.
is that crazy? Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is that
Mm.
we term it craziness because of, like I said, because of of the physics that we would expect to see down here. And I know some people think, oh, that's just convenient that you take that position, just like you have no model and you have no map to adhere to. But then if I'm to hold myself to the same rigor that I do the Globers, when I say you don't know how that works, you just assume, then I have to hold myself to that same standard and say that, I don't know how the sky honestly works. Like, if I'm honest about it, I might have my own ideas about it and speculations, but
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything with certainty because I don't have that certainty.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and you like I probably heard of the theory of, like, two suns or more, two moons or more.
Yeah.
More, okay. Then. So just say now that is then put up as an alternative theory that there is two suns in the sky. Well, those two suns would have to pass each other at exactly the same time, sync up, so they look at one and then move away without you seeing two in the sky at any one particular time.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Maybe
harder
they do that.
argument with the moon because because you can actually see patterns on the moon, the craters, etc., the shadows, and you can do comparisons directly from two different points. But I think it's fair. I think one of the problems I have with a lot of the times people make these arguments is, and probably why I get on with people on both sides of the argument generally, is foundational knowledge. I think I had a silly discussion with WhatsApp, and he said, I said, well, magnetic field strength attenuates over distance, and he said, no, it doesn't. I went, okay. To me, that's fairly foundational. The further away from a magnet is, the attractive force on a bit of metal gets weaker, which is all I said. So it's either I'm using bad language, or he has bad understanding of the concept. And I think that's something I thought, well, that's nice and easily demonstrable. Get a nail, put it next to a magnet, click, it sticks. Put it sort of like 5 feet from a magnet, no fucking effect. Well, there's probably an effect, but not strong enough to overcome the forces of friction. Because he's saying, well, in the Cavendish, it could be, these lead globes are being affected by magnetism. And I said, well, considering how little lead is affected by magnetism, everything else would be affected an awful lot more, and you would see that effect. And you don't, and you can actually measure that effect. You can measure magnetic field strength with a Gauss meter in either units of Gauss or Tesla.
Well, has a has a Cavendish experiment been performed in a completely magnetic neutral field? Right?
Well, you're always in the Earth's magnetic field, which is what he was
right.
talking about. So to me, it was
Whatever.
just
Right?
yeah. But to have that effect on the balls, if you like, if they're made of lead. Because he said, well, why don't they do it with something that's not affected by magnetism? And I said, well, because lead's so little affected by magnetism, that's untrue. And the amount of magnetic force you'd need, you'd literally, your spectacles would fly off your head and stick to the magnetic source.
No, well, it doesn't necessarily just have to be affecting the balls, foolish at all. Right?
No, it'd be affecting everything in the field.
Well, yeah, but you also to affect what is around those balls, and this Cavendish is performed on an apparatus, right? That means the most minutest of forces can move it. Right? So you only need that magnetic field that is created by those balls, or the Earth, or whatever, to actually affect the air that's around it. Okay, then, and create a pressure difference, which now is moving those balls. So they might not be magnetic directly to one another, but they could be affecting the air that's around it, that is creating a pressure difference, which makes them move. Yeah, that's a possibility that hasn't been ruled out.
Well, they've done it in a vacuum chamber, so I think they have.
They've done it in a vacuum chamber, right? That's been put in a Faraday cage and reduced all
No,
these
you're talking
things.
about
And
you're talking about pressure. So if we've got virtually zero pressure,
virtually zero. Right? It's not
Yeah.
a perfect vacuum. Right? It's not down to absolute nothing either. Okay, then. So, like I said, these things are set up in such a way that it only takes the minutest of anything to actually to
so
move
what
it
I
at
would
all.
expect,
Right?
this is the reasonable conclusion I'd have from that, is that they would move quicker in a higher pressure than a lower pressure, and we don't observe that.
Oh, do the same experiment with wood, and see what happens. See what happens with wood. See what happens.
Yeah, you just need a very big bit of wood. That's the problem. That's why they tend to use a dense object.
Which is once again rather convenient.
I'm sure you could do it with, say, granite balls.
Don't know if they have been or haven't been actually.
No,
maybe
I
it's
don't.
maybe it's just lead that they use. I've got no idea, but the possible variables that could go into such a flawed experiment in the first place, in my opinion, ruled out. And it would be much easier. It's a much easier experiment, foolish, to hang a sinker, right, from a scale and slide another weight underneath it, right, and show that there's a difference. Much easier
Well,
experiment.
they've done that as well.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, apparently they have. Apparently they have.
I'm not sure if it's valid, but
yeah. Well, George himself poo-pooed the experiment himself. Said it was absolutely rubbish, and to actually register what they showed on that experiment, I think he worked it out, both himself and Alan Evans, the one from Terry's. I think they worked out. Yeah, they worked out that the size of that lead ball would have had to have been as big as a cement truck to register that difference. And if you're talking about that old black and white clip where they actually roll the lead ball underneath the weight and it shows a difference, yeah. And if it was so easy, that's a much easier experiment to do. With the tools that they have, with the measuring devices that they have now, it's much easier to perform that rather than the Cavendish experiment, which apparently is performed in schools all around the world every single day of the week, blah, blah, blah. This is what we're told about the Cavendish because it's that easy. Well, this one is actually far easier than that.
I mean, what I quite like is the fact that they adjust the troy ounce for gold based on your latitude. That I find quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyway, I need to rush because I should go and do some work. I just popped in to say hello and hi.
Hello and bye. Boom. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah. Own, absolutely own.
That's right. We had to bring up weighing gold on different
Yo, so sorry, guys.
latitudes.
You guys ever want anything? I'm still here. I'm just gonna be folding laundry, man. Just give me
Yeah,
a few
no,
minutes.
you go make your wife happy, Nate.
Do as you're told, mate. Do as you're told.
Wow.
That's gold. Who else we got here? We've got Matt Will East. Matt Will East. Who are you? Hold on.
He's got no perms.
Here we go. Speak, Matt. You're unmuted.
Hi, hello. Just wandered.
Hello.
Good evening,
Hello.
sir.
Good evening. Let's
Fine,
check
yeah.
you out. Oh, you got nothing there.
Yeah, what are you guys
Okay
talking
then.
about?
We don't know. We've just invited Matt into the chat.
Big bad Matt.
Yeah. We've unmuted him to see what sort of character he is, see what he brings to the channel.
If he doesn't
And
agree
Yeah,
with us,
I
he's
don't know.
banned.
I'm not familiar with the channel. I don't even know what the channel's about. Yeah, I just wandered in, first time here.
who invited you?
Yeah, how'd you find it?
Yeah. How'd you
I'm
find it?
not even sure, man. I don't understand the mysteries of Discord yet, so I really couldn't tell you how I found myself here.
What other channels are you in that may have given you an invite here? That'd be the question.
The 24/7, the Flat Earth 24/7, and then the Nathan Oakley's channel. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Science and pseudoscience.
Is there really a link to this channel on 24/7?
No, someone may
Maybe
just
someone. Yeah.
given it
Somebody
to
would have
him
given it to him, yeah.
or dropped it. So are you a big blue spinning testicle believer, are you, Matt? Or are you a
Absolutely not. No, I'm.
absolutely not.
Let's go. Let's
Go.
go.
So
You're a flat earth?
what is your best evidence, Matt, of the flat Earth? What's your best?
Angle measurements to Polaris.
Really?
What
Interesting.
about
That's the best one. Oh, Globus is
That's it.
Globus is
I'm
smelling
frothing
blood.
frothing
He's
at the mouth.
smelling blood. I'll let you go, Globus. Go for it, buddy.
Angle. So we're talking elevation angles. Is that the kind of angle that we're making?
Yeah, an angle, right? Two straight lines at a vertex.
Yeah, two straight lines. I agree. That's what angles are, right?
Yeah, we agree.
Oh, that's great because a lot of the globe proponents would disagree with you. They would say that you can actually have an angle with a curved line and a straight line.
You can't. How are you going to have a curved angle, a curved line for an angle?
I agree. How? That's a great question. I haven't found a satisfactory answer to that question so far. Like you said, it requires a vertex, two straight lines, in order to acquire a vertex. Oh, look, I think we're already agreeing off the bat. We're off to a great start here.
But he is on your side, isn't he a flat earth?
That's what. That's what I'm pretty sure. That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you asked him. You asked him if he believes in the testicle, and he said absolutely not.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
that's why I was interested. Why do you think that the angles to Polaris are a proof of flat Earth?
Well, because the angle, it must be two straight lines. I mean, you're measuring it flat.
So you are on about elevation angles. So you think, like, for example, the sextant argument, and you're a proponent of that, right?
Yeah, the sextant
Oh.
argument. Gas pressure without a container. You
Good
can't have
man.
gas pressure without a container. We see beyond the purported geometric, horizon that's claimed.
This guy's a legend, Mandy. Give him mod status.
When when he started going on about angles and
Yeah.
how you derive them, I could feel the grin from ear to ear from here that you had, Globus. Like you.
I am the angle man. That's me.
You are the angle man. You are the angle man.
Yeah.
That is for sure. And
Absolutely.
the rest come in here really with a pretty poor excuse of what an angle is. I would agree with
Yeah, and I would have
everything.
to agree with that too.
A
Absolutely.
fairly poor excuse. That's
And curvilinear angles? You guys don't
Ooh,
consider those as angles?
definitely not,
Why not?
because we already defined an angle. So by you saying curvilinear, then you've got a different definition. So you can't really have a different definition for the same word within the context, right? Because I know there are words with a couple of different meanings, but within this context, when we're talking, geometry, you can't really have define it in one way and then go, "Oh, okay, well, actually, it can also be this way." Defeats the purpose of defining things and communicating with said definitions, in my opinion. That's why I always say every argument is semantic, semantical, however you want to describe it. When people, they yell, "Oh, it's semantics." Well, yeah, because that's how we communicate.
Do you have a source for that definition that you use?
Yeah, I do actually. And this was given to me by a navigator, or a maritime navigator. I can get it for you once I exit this game that I'm not really interested in playing anymore. Close
And
that.
that's the only definition for angles you accept, or you feel that is the only definition for angles that exist?
Yeah, the latter.
Okay, so other definitions, like what do you say to those? Like if I find a definition of an angle that does allow for curved lines forming an angle at a vertex, would you say that's a false definition, or what would you say to that?
Well, I'd say that's a misinformed definition, because I believe that we've already come to a consensus on what a angle is. It's convention. Yeah. So to me, that would be
Okay.
outside of that convention, and would therefore, But yeah, like the fact that there are certain ways of measuring angles and coming to a conclusion by measuring them, to me that's concrete evidence of what an angle is. Let me find this definition for you. I've got to go to YouTube video again. Let's see.
Wouldn't you agree, Nate, though, to derive an angle,
Mm-hmm.
all right, you require certain things to be able to derive an angle, all right? And however you get those things, right, determines what your angle is going to be, all right? And those two important things, all right, doesn't matter how you derive them, but those two important things are two straight lines. You'd have to agree with that, regardless of regardless of what you are measuring. The way you get an angle, right, can only work in the parameters of you establishing two straight lines. It doesn't matter what the situation is. And if you can
So because of
show
the way
me,
we determine what angles are, the method used is what the definition should be based on. Is that what you're trying to say, Paz?
well, I'm just saying, in order to get that angle, right, you can only get that angle by deriving two straight lines. Okay, that's the only way you can get them. Now, how you get those two straight lines? There are many ways that you can get those straight lines, right? But the only way you can actually get a reading of an angle, right, you need two straight lines coming from whatever point you're coming from to whatever point you're going to. You need two straight lines to be able to determine that angle. You'd have to concede that. If you can show me an example of you deriving angles without having to work within the confines of having two straight lines, I'll concede to you.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
a
look,
good challenge. I like that.
Yeah.
even if I am to give you, Nate, at this point in time, you can acquire an angle from a curved surface, or you can have a curved line, or your curvilinear angles. If we are to stick to the context, in this particular case, I'm sure we're all sort of hinting at navigational mathematics. What I just posted was my source, my reference in the live stream voice text.
You read it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust it. It comes from NASA.
It's actually the site itself is the nauticalalmanac.com, so I think it's very on point for the discussion at hand.
The National Imagery and Mapping Agency. Which country is this?
Once the PDF loads, you can just refer to the first page, chapter 21, navigational mathematics, geometry, and under section 2101, angles. The first sentence of the paragraph, I think it speaks for itself. An angle is formed by two straight lines, which meet at a point.
Angle is formed by two straight lines which meet at a point. It is measured by the arc of the circle intercepted between two lines. Measured by the arc of the circle.
Yeah, so the theta, you could call that an arc.
Do they talk about curvilinear angles in here?
No.
There
is a section on. I think there's a section on spherical triangles. Yeah, spherical trigonometry.
Okay.
But
yeah,
for the purpose of elevation angles, you would never use a spherical triangle to represent that
here we go.
that angle.
I just pulled up curvilinear angles now.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. You know what's very interesting about curvilinear angles, Nate?
What?
They're still using straight lines.
What do you mean?
Well, the diagram that I've got on the curve, they're forming triangles and they're forming lines to the center of to the radius, and they're drawing lines out and here and there and all over the place. This is how they are
You mean
determining
like a tangent?
whether or not you want to call it a tangent or whatever. But they're still, but they're still deriving straight lines to work out that angle from what I can see. If you can show me a diagram where they're not using straight angles or straight lines to determine that angle, like none at all, no straight lines at all, because I don't think you can, because every single diagram, if nothing else, that I'm coming across all have lines in them, which is very, very interesting. Once again, Nate has to concede.
Well, not yet. Why? I'm still looking for that challenge that you brought to me. I'm still trying to find something for that.
The
I'm not
rocket?
conceding anything. No, the calculating angles using curved lines. Yeah, I'm not conceding anything.
Oh, you'll have to, because it'll be like rockets in a vacuum. You won't be able to find them.
What? Let's see that.
Oh, poor Nate gets grilled when he gets here.
He does.
For a second there, I didn't know what I walked into.
You're on the right path, sir. You're on the right path.
Are you still gonna post it, Pencil?
Sorry, buddy.
What it is you're looking at?
I'm looking. Okay, hold on. I'll take a screenshot of what I'm looking at. Oh, where are we? Hold on. Actually, I might just open up the site because it'll be a very small screenshot otherwise. Here we go. I'll take a screenshot. This is the first thing that popped up in Wikipedia of curvilinear angles, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but because I don't mind being wrong. Paste. That was the first diagram that came up, and it came from copy. This is the first thing that popped up when I looked at curvature linear angles.
Sorry, this guy posted something. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm just posting the Wikipedia page that I got it from too. So that's where I got that picture from. Like I said, that was the very first thing that I came across. But like I said, even when I go back in the images section, which is what that came from, it still shows exactly the same thing. With every single diagram, there are straight lines to determine the angle. Now, whether or not they take them from tangents to the center point of that arc or circle or whatever, they've still got to use straight lines to determine that angle. Which is fair enough. Like, I've got no problems with that whatsoever, but it just is
Okay,
what
so
it is.
using straight lines and tangents and arcs and whatnot chords to calculate
an angle.
What okay, so they're trying to calculate the angle of the arc there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever
So
it
they're
is,
trying to
right?
calculate the curved angle, the arc, using a
Mhm.
chord, which is fine, yeah.
Yeah.
But that
And
still means that they are angles caused by curved lines, right? Well, I mean, that arc is not straight, but definitely, I give it to you, a chord, a straight line was drawn to calculate that curvilinear or curved angle. So
Yeah,
you can have curved angles, or you can have, sorry, angles, because there's no such thing as a curved angle. You can have angles caused by curved lines, right?
yeah, like if you're trying to work out, say, the angle, I don't know, that a light would reflect off a mirror, like a laser beam or something, right? I suppose you could do that in such a way where you know the radius of that arc, and you draw the chords, and then you might be able to determine what direction it's going to reflect off that mirror, off that surface. I presume that's how you would do it. I could be wrong, but you still got to work out the angle of it somehow, of how something's going to be affected by a curved surface. By determining the angle, which is determined by creating these straight lines. And it doesn't matter how you create them, because people will tell you, and Globus and I have heard it, and Globus fights the fight, because this is his bread and butter, that you can't get an angle from a straight and a curved line alone. You can't do it. It's impossible. From one straight line and one curved line, it's impossible to get.
But is it impossible to have that angle or to calculate that angle using curved lines? I'm not sure what is in dispute here, because what you posting backs what I'm saying. It's a curved line that causes this angle, so it's an angle caused by curved lines, not straight lines. But to calculate the angle, they've used straight lines there, and that's what most people do.
There'd
And
be an
that I have
angle
a
at.
problem.
Yeah, look, this ain't my topic, but there might be an angle at that particular point, at that very one point.
But
Right,
that angle,
but then you move a millimeter to the left of that point or a millimeter to the right of that point, that angle's going to change. It won't stay the same.
yeah, definitely. But it's
Yeah,
not the
definitely.
angle that we are disputing. It's the line causing the angle. And according to Globus definition, angles can only be caused or created by straight lines. And what you're posting shows an angle created by a curved line. But
No,
straight lines were used to figure out what the value of that angle was.
to calculate calculate the angle, you've got to use straight lines.
Yes.
But a curved line and a straight line won't create an angle, but you can calculate an angle to that very one particular point. Correct me if I'm wrong, Globus. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
No. There you go.
So
So
in
we're on the
that
same
image,
page.
in that image they posted, right? That angle, that triangle was just drawn in to do calculations. But what's
Yes.
really standing there is that curved line where they say the arc is. So the arc and the rest of it, that's the circumference of a circle, and that's what's causing this angle that we want to calculate. So the angle is created by a curved line, but in order to calculate it, they've used trigonometry. So they've drawn a triangle with straight lines to figure out what that angle is caused by the curved lines. So I don't disagree with you. Most people will draw triangles with straight lines and use basic trigonometry to calculate all sorts of angles.
Yeah.
Whether these angles are created by straight lines or by curved lines.
Yeah, no,
That's
yeah, but you don't draw an arc or you don't draw a circle of X angle. You draw it of X radius or X circumference or X diameter. Right, that's how you draw a circle or an arc or anything. Right, you're working from the radius, the diameter, or the circumference. That's how you would plot it out. You're not working on an angle. I don't draw a circle of 13 degrees. Do I? You know what I'm saying? You don't do that.
a circle of 13 degrees wouldn't be a full circle. No, you would just be drawing like an arc or something. It's like a
You
slice
would
of a pie. Yeah.
exactly, yeah. It'd be a pie,
But it's still an angle.
It's an angle because it's an angle of that it's a triangle that has an angle of 13 degrees. So it's two straight lines that has an angle of 13 degrees.
Okay, I'm gonna post an. Will this work? Because this is different PC.
Don't know.
All right, hang on, BSO. Well,
go.
maybe I can take this with my phone. Because I'm on different devices.
But yeah.
Post a picture. I hope it's clear because I'm posting this off of. I took this picture off of a screen.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for it to load. Do you see it?
Yep. Yep, I do.
So that triangle, right? Those are two curved lines connecting to the center of that circle, creating a triangle, and there's an angle there, right? Wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't say that's a triangle. No, I would not say that's a triangle.
Okay, cool. It's not a triangle. Fine. But
Yeah,
those two lines, those two curved lines, meet at the center of that circle and create an angle in there. Or that's not an angle. Are you saying that's not an angle?
Well, no. The angle, there is no angle at any one of like the angle between the angle is at the point itself.
Yeah.
Right, at the very point, right? Now you have to draw straight lines. Now, if you were to draw straight lines, one of those lines would be a chord on the inside of the circle, and there'd be a chord on the outside of that arc, and on the outside of the other arc, right? And you know what I mean? And that would determine your angles. Well, maybe not even on the outside of those arcs. It depends how you'd want to. You have to draw a tangent on the inside,
Okay.
right? And then a chord, and then a chord across to work out what the angle would be at the center point. So you would draw a tangent, right? That would go to the inside of that circle. Another tangent that would go to the inside of the circle, right? And then you could work out the angle there at the center. But that angle would only be at that center point itself. It wouldn't extend 1 millimeter beyond that center point. And
Definitely,
the same,
definitely.
okay, yeah,
Everything you've said, Ben. So I totally agree with you. But what
yeah,
you've just done is explained how you figure out or calculate what the degrees to that angle are. And
yeah,
as I've already conceded to you, that is what most people will do.
yeah,
You
yeah,
will draw a triangle and use trigonometry and straight lines to
yep,
figure out what the
yep,
angle is. It's not the only way, but it's the most common way. And I'll give you I'll give that to you every day of the week. Most
beautiful,
people, if they want to figure out what an angle is, they will start drawing straight lines. But that isn't what's in dispute here. I totally agree with you on that. What's
yep.
in dispute is whether or not where those two curved lines meet at the center of the circle, are they creating an angle?
No, there's only no. The lines themselves aren't creating the angle, right?
Okay.
The lines themselves aren't creating the angle. Now, where those lines meet,
Yeah, where
right?
sorry, yeah, that's what I mean. Where they meet, is that
Yes,
an angle?
where they meet, you can determine an angle. Yes, you
Okay.
can. Yes, you
So
can.
that is an angle being caused by bent lines, right?
Yes, but you can. Yeah, but there's only one way to get that angle.
Yes. Okay. No, that part
Yes.
only the calculation part. I am not disagreeing with you, Ban. So you are
Yep.
100% right there.
Yep.
What
Yep.
we are questioning is whether or not those two curving lines where they meet at that vertex or at the at the bicentrics, because it's curved lines now,
Yep. Yeah.
they creating an angle, and you say yes, and that goes against Globus's definition, because according to the definition Globus shared with us, only straight lines could meet and create an angle.
Yeah. Well, no.
No.
Well, no, I
Okay.
don't know. It doesn't. No, it doesn't go against his definition of angles at all. I don't think, because you can only determine the angle by
But
using straight
his
lines.
definition doesn't talk about the measurement or the calculation, how you go about determining those angles. That's not
Right.
what is in dispute here. What is in
Okay. Then.
dispute here is how are angles created, or what is it the definition of an angle. What you are giving us is how you figure out how many degrees there are to an angle. And Banso, you're 100% right there. How we figure out the degrees. We draw straight
Okay.
lines,
Then.
triangles, trigonometry. But
Well.
what I'm questioning is the definition Globus has presented, which says only straight lines. Well, it doesn't say that, but it says that an angle is caused by two straight lines intersecting. And according to Globus, that is the only definition that carries any weight in the world. And that's how all angles should be defined. Now, I've shown an image where two curved lines meet at the middle and create an angle. Not straight lines, curved lines. And you seem to agree with me that that is an angle, but you would use straight lines to figure out what the degrees are. So I
Yeah.
think you
No.
and I
No.
are
Yeah.
on the same page.
Well. Oh no, I don't. I don't think I'm disagreeing with Globus at all. Right. I agree. I agree that those any one of those 3 points, right, you can calculate an angle, right? So in theory, those points can have an angle. Okay, then we agree on that, right? But there is only one way that you could determine those angles, and that's by using
I
straight
totally agree with
lines,
I
right?
totally agree with you there.
But yes, but does does that angle translate anywhere else along those lines? No, it doesn't translate at all along those lines at all, right? But the angle stops at the point, starts and finishes at the point. At any one of those 3 points, that's where the angle starts and finishes. You would
Okay,
agree with that?
I think I let me take what you said and put it in my own words so that
Okay.
you can
Yep.
confirm whether or not I'm understanding you. If those
Yep.
angles, if those lines were straight, we wouldn't have to calculate the angle locally. We wouldn't have to calculate the angle at the point. We could calculate the angle anywhere along those lines, and we would get the same figure, right? We would get the same amount of
We
degrees.
if
But
all those
because
lines were straight, we could
straight,
work out
yeah,
the angles. Yep. Yep.
anywhere along those lines, right? Like if you had to draw uh your angle circle, you could draw it anywhere along those lines,
Yep.
and you would have the same angle, right? Let me draw a picture. I'll just draw a picture on paper and
Yeah.
pen to
Yeah. Yeah.
get.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yep.
Okay. Now, because those lines are bent, if I took any part of those lines and I try to measure an angle along them, I would get different measurements because they're bent away,
Exactly.
right? The further
Exactly.
I
Yep.
the further I go from where they meet,
Yep.
the bigger my angle is that I'm gonna have, and that wouldn't happen on a
Exactly.
straight line. I'm
No.
fine with I'm fine with that as well. So when it
Beautiful.
comes to something like this, right, we would only measure that angle locally at the point where they meet. I
Exactly.
wouldn't be able to measure those angles closer to the circumference because then I would get a totally different figure from what I should actually get because the lines are curved. There, you and
Exactly.
I totally agree. Yeah, we're on the
Yeah.
same page. But
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
doesn't mean that those aren't angles.
Well, they're only angles at those 3 points. Well, yeah,
No,
you can.
the angles all along the curved
Yeah, no,
lines.
no,
It's
no,
just
no, no.
not
I'm
the
saying,
same angle.
I'm just, yeah, but you can determine angles anywhere along those lines,
You just
right?
wouldn't get the same angle. Yeah.
You wouldn't get the same angle, and then you would have to establish, right, different straight lines to be able to work out what that angle is.
What the constant angle is. Or you could just measure that angle locally. You could measure that angle locally where those 2 points intersect.
Yeah,
Yeah. I can give you a whole
so
paper as to how you would go about doing that, but
yeah,
it would confuse you because when using such a paper, you're using functions and whatnot. So it's
yeah,
not you wouldn't draw anything. It's just pure
no,
math.
yeah,
Yeah.
But
So
I think
yeah,
we're kind of on the same
on the
page
same
with
page.
all of that. I don't know about Globus; he may not be on the same page.
Okay. But it sounds like you and I agree that curved lines can create angles.
At the points
At
or
the point.
anywhere, yes,
Anywhere along
yes,
yeah. Yeah.
yeah. But you need
Straight lines to
those
figure
straight
it out.
lines to be able to establish those points. So we're on the same page there. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
Then you and I agree, then yeah, I don't know. So
Yeah.
we just need to wait and see what Globus
Yeah.
says.
We'll
Yeah.
see what he's
Yeah.
probably. I don't know. He's probably
Then,
biting his
then,
pillow or something in
yeah. Then we
disagreement.
agree, and I think I've met your challenge. Right? I've shown you how curved lines can create an angle. I'll provide the paper now, which shows how you can
Well,
calculate those curved lines.
no, no, no,
Sorry,
no.
no.
Well, no, I don't. No. I have to have a point of contention there. I
Okay.
don't. You know, we can like where those curved lines meet, right?
Hmm.
And I put in this in the caveat like where they meet, right? There can be an angle at that point that we can calculate with the use of straight lines, right? Where or anywhere along that, for whatever the calculus is. But the line itself, right, does not have an angle unless you establish, right, straight lines to be able to work it out. Right, the point itself, that point on that curved line can have an angle, whether it's an angle of deflection or reflection, whatever the case may be. We can work out what that angle is going to be, but we need to establish
Straight lines.
the straight lines to be able to determine
What
anywhere that line is going to be, or a ball or whatever the case may be, is going to be deflected, reflected, off or through, or
totally agree.
anything. Yeah, beautiful,
But
beautiful.
we are on the same page then, Banzo, because what you
Yeah,
said is what I'm saying.
of course.
Where where those curved lines meet, there is an angle. But to figure out what that angle is, whether it's 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 50 degrees, you would need to do trigonometry with straight lines, right?
Exactly,
Then
exactly.
But if I decided not to do trigonometry and I just left that image as it is, because I don't want to really know or find out what the angle is there, that doesn't mean that those curved lines are not creating an angle. It just means I'll never know what the value of that angle actually is. But there is
You
an
can,
angle
yeah, you can never work out what that angle is
It is,
unless you
but the
establish
angle,
yeah.
but the angle does exist. Those curved lines have caused an angle, right?
At the point where they meet,
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, and I would want to measure that angle locally because if I measure it anywhere else on those curved lines, I'm going to get different values because those
Exactly.
lines aren't straight.
Yep.
But if the lines
Yep.
were straight, I could measure the angle anywhere on those straight lines, and I would get the same angle value.
For sure.
Okay,
Yep.
then we're on the same page. So
Man.
Globus's definition that only straight lines create angles isn't true.
Well, no, it's not.
My God, oh, now I'm confused, man. Because you and I agree, but then when I bring up Globus's definition, what is it we don't agree on then? Like,
Because you need the straight lines
Mhm.
to determine the angle.
what the angle is, yes, but that isn't what Globus's
Yes.
definition is saying. Globus's
Well,
definition is not saying you need straight lines to figure out what the value of the angle is. If it was
okay, then,
saying
well,
that, then you would
you
be
know,
260% correct. But
well,
what his
look,
definition is saying, only straight lines can create an angle if they meet somewhere. If curved lines met somewhere, you wouldn't have an angle. Like that image I'm showing you, where those curved lines meet, according to Globus's definition, that is an angle, and we shouldn't bother wasting our time using straight lines and trigonometry to figure out what the size of that angle is, because it's not an angle. That's what Globus
well,
is saying.
look, when it comes to argue definitions or stuff like that, look, I'm not
Okay.
get into that, but I think I am comfortable with how I think you determine an angle. I think
Yeah.
you're comfortable with how
I am.
I think I determine an angle and what is required to determine an angle, and I think you also too think the same thing.
Yep.
Right, that we can easily work out the angle of that point.
Yeah.
Right.
Using straight lines. Yeah.
But we need the straight lines because the only way we can determine what an angle is with two straight lines. Right? We need those two straight lines to be able to determine it.
Okay.
Yeah?
I
We're
wouldn't.
in
I
agreement?
wouldn't. I agree with 99%. It's just when you say the only way. It's not the only way, but it's the most common, easiest, and most practical
Okay.
way. Trigonometry. But everything else, I'm with you 100%, Banso. Like you and I
Yeah.
have no have
Too
no.
easy.
Yeah.
I think we've both conceded a little bit, maybe perhaps.
No, no. I mean, nothing needs to be conceded because what you've said is 100% right, and I totally agree with it. I don't
Cool.
have an issue with it. Yeah.
Cool. Oh
Yeah.
man, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
No problem.
So why were you talking about how to measure an angle or how are angles made up?
The definition of an angle. How would you define an angle?
it's a word to see. We can say what word should I use? It's a word to see made up by two straight lines. It's certain that we are talking about two straight lines intersecting each other, and the part that in which they are intersecting with each other, we can measure a certain thing that is called an angle. That angle is defined by those two lines, and it can also be defined as a part of a whole circle. Is it good enough?
Yeah, I have no problem with that definition. But then you would say only straight lines can create angles. If I have curved lines and
Obviously.
they meet at a vertex, would you call the meeting point an angle or not?
It's not like we cannot measure any angle for curved lines. There is no device for that.
Okay, hang on.
First, we have to define certain lines from certain angle, or from a certain curve. Sorry.
Have you heard of
we have a curved line, and we can have tangent. We can have tangent lines to that circle wherever we want. Those tangent lines are gonna be straight.
Yeah, but you are talking about now how we would go about calculating that angle. And when it comes to calculating, I have no issue with you guys. Most people will use straight lines, tangents and chords and trigonometry to figure out what the angle is. And there I have no issue with you. But that the way we go about
Trigonometry.
calculating an angle doesn't tell us how we define that angle. Would you agree with that?
Okay, but
There's a very
no,
there's a big
you said
separation
something.
between how you calculate the angle and how you define it, right? No?
Okay, when you were talking, you said that you heard that others are using trigonometry for determining an angle for a curved line. Did I hear you right?
I didn't say for a curved line. I said in order to calculate any angle. Any angle. Most people would use trigonometry, chords, tangents. They would draw straight lines to figure out what that
It
angle
can
is,
be
right?
calculated with trigonometry if you
can,
have
yeah.
straight lines. Yeah.
Which is what I'm saying. So I'll say it again. What most people would do is they would use trigonometry and draw straight lines such as chords and tangents in order to figure out what that angle is. That is what most people would do. And that I don't have a problem with that. But just because I would use straight lines to calculate the angle, that doesn't tell me what the definition of an angle is. That's what Banso and I were going back and forth about because there was a bit of a misunderstanding there. That there's a very big separation between how you figure something out and what something is defined as, right?
But see, the problem is that when you are defining something, then either that something must be within reality or within theory only. That is the very first thing about definitions that everybody has to understand, that we can have definitions for things that do not exist. So the first separation regarding a definition is always going to be, are we talking about something that is referencing in some way reality or not? You're only talking about theories that within our minds we made up for some reason, or are we talking about describing reality? When we are talking about definitions that describe reality, for example, what is an angle? Then we are actually talking about measuring angles, since there are angles that can be measured in reality. So it does come from reality. It is definitive, and that is based in measuring actually that angle. So therefore, I think Benzo Bandit might have been right. I haven't heard all your conversations, but because we can measure an angle, it has a definition that is coming from reality.
But the definition of an angle isn't derived from our ability to measure it. And when you talk about reality and theory, what you are talking about is context. In what context would we define this thing? For example, I know you don't agree with what I'm about to say, but I'm just trying to give you an example of what I mean by context.
How can you
The
know
same
that?
word.
Don't be like that.
Okay, you gotta. I'm just putting a caveat there. But if I say it,
Okay.
we'll see whether you agree with me or not. Because from my understanding, you are a flat earther, right?
No, I just do not believe the Earth is a globe. That's it.
Okay.
That's the
So
same thing.
I'm gonna use language that is used by people that believe Earth is a globe. To just clarify,
Okay.
that's why
So,
I feel you most likely won't agree with me. So the word natural, right, has different definitions based on the context in which it's used in.
but we are
Natural,
talking about measuring angles within
yes,
geometry.
but now that's not what we are talking about. What we're just talking about is the definition of angles, and you told me that based on whether or not we're
Within
talking about.
geometry.
No, you said whether or
No.
not we are talking. No. So
So we weren't talking about
what you just told
geometry. Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah. So what you just told me was that angles, it depends whether or not you're talking about it in reality or theoretically, and that just means it depends on the context in which you're using the word angles. It's the same with the word natural. Based on the context you use that word in, it would have a different definition. And I'm sure you know about that argument. I don't really want us to go down that rabbit hole. But that's what I think you were trying to say, when you say it depends if we're talking about real angles or angles in theory. What the fuck? Who's calling me?
That's not what I said. I was trying to talk about definitions altogether. That the first thing that everybody has to understand, that there could be a definition for something that is not based in reality whatsoever.
Yeah, but that means context matters then. based on the context you're using it. In
Sure, sure, it
reality
does.
or in theory,
I
the definition would change,
thought that
right?
I thought that we were talking about angles within geometry because you were showing each other geometry books and quotes. So
Yeah,
I thought
definitely.
that was
But
defined. That
I
that
just
part was
I
defined.
just don't want us to get too ahead of ourselves. I was just responding to what you were saying, when you brought up the whole reality and
Okay.
whatnot, and yeah. But basically now, so according to you, an angle is only something created by straight lines. Now there's an image I
Two
just
straight
posted.
lines, yeah.
Two straight lines, cool. There's an image I just posted where two curved lines meet at the center of a circle. Where they meet, that vertex or that bisectrix, would you call that an angle where they meet? That intersecting
Yeah,
point
in
in the middle.
mathematics and in geometry, they call also that having a certain angle, but the certain angle is determined first by using two
Straight
straight
lines.
lines, which are the
And you and I,
tangents
yeah,
to
but
those curved lines. That's it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then what you just said, I have no issue with. That's where me and Bansel were agreeing. In order to calculate what that angle is, you would use trigonometry and draw your straight lines, your chords, and your whatnot to figure out what that angle is. But that is to figure out the value of the angle, the number of degrees within that angle. That's just the
Yeah,
calculation.
sure.
The calculation is separate from the definition of it. Where those two curved
Sure.
lines meet, do you agree with me that they form an angle? We don't want to know what the value of the angle is. We're not talking
I
about
get
how
it. I
we're
get
gonna
it. Yeah,
how
yeah,
we're
I get
gonna
it.
okay.
I get
So
what you
do you
mean.
agree,
And this
disagree? Where they meet,
it
there's an
can be
angle?
important what you're talking about because yeah, this is what's called language at this point. They didn't make
Okay.
up a new word for this kind of angle. They just call it angle. They call the
But
same
do
as
you
if it
agree
was
with
looking
me
like
where
as two
where they
straight
meet
lines, and
is
that's
an
it.
angle? Do you agree with me where
This
those
is
two
just
curved lines
language
meet is
again.
an
Yeah,
angle?
sure. But that's what it's called.
Okay.
It's not like I have to agree with you or not because that's what it's already called for the past hundreds and thousands of years.
But I mean that angle has a very special name. You wouldn't just call it an angle. That's a curvilinear angle. And you would use
But yeah,
curvilinear
yeah, that's
measurements
right
and mathematics
also.
to
Yeah.
calculate it. Yeah, it's not a normal angle, but it is a type of angle. But that is an angle, for all intents and purposes. So your definition that only straight lines cause an angle is not absolute, then, right? You can have angles caused by curved lines. It's just to figure
But
out what the
what I
value
said
is.
wasn't.
Would use straight lines.
But what I said is that every angle has to be made up by two straight lines. And we are measuring it. Because that's the
When
only
we are
way we are
measuring
measuring
it.
it. And
Okay.
the angle is coming from reality. That's where
Yeah.
the measuring part is important because it is coming from reality. It is used to describe something about reality.
I see what you mean. So you were saying because of how we go about measuring it in the real world, and you feel we only measure it using straight lines, therefore that is what gives us the definition that all angles are created by straight lines.
Because
Well,
it's coming
and
from reality. It's not a
yeah,
concept.
reality being
That's the first thing. That
reality
an angle is not a
being
concept.
yeah. But when you say it's coming from reality, you mean reality
Yeah.
being the way we measure the angle. Is that what you mean?
The way we build stuff, the way we are building stuff are based within geometry, within
Yeah.
Euclidean geometry, by the way.
Hmm.
That's
I
why
mean,
it's important to see that it's because what you are trying to say now is the opposite of this, that we had way before we were doing or building anything. We already had angles. We didn't. We made up angles so we can describe reality.
It seems like semantics because you both agree that curved lines are
No,
involved
this is not
in some
semantics.
angles.
This is philosophy. This is the philosophy and the reality and the history of what and
What's the
why we
issue?
made up geometry in the first place.
If Nate agrees, or if I agree that you have to have two straight lines to measure an angle, but curved lines can still be involved with an angle, what's the issue then?
Yeah, that's what I'm also trying to figure out, Don. What the issue is now? Because Bansal, it took a while, but eventually he agreed with me. Now I'm trying to understand what Sup's issue still is, because I agree with everything he's saying, but he doesn't want to say that those two curved lines create an angle.
Because you
I
just
mean
said
the
it 2 minutes
semantics,
ago
because
that is
you're
not
just
called.
disagreeing
That
about
is
what
not.
create means.
that those two curved lines making up an angle is not just called an angle. You said it yourself 2 minutes ago that it has a precise name, a technically correct name, and it's not just an angle. What was it? Can you repeat it?
Yeah, it's a curvilinear angle, but it's still an angle. It's just a
That's what
type
it
of
is.
angle.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, yeah. But it's
The
like
full
saying
name.
they
It's
are
like
different types of
me calling
dogs.
you it's like me calling you Bud because you have a nickname as a Bud, but that's not your real name, right? It's not your legal name. It's not your full name.
I
It's
don't think
important to call someone
I
by
yeah, but
its full name,
mm,
but we
I
can
agree with you.
also, use other names to make simpler so that we can talk easier. That's it.
Okay.
Nothing else.
So to go back to your bud example, I don't think it really equates, but I get what you're saying. I think a better example would be if we were talking about dogs. We can call all dogs dogs, but if I want to be specific, I would call this dog a Labrador, so that I'm specifying what type of dog it is. It's the same way we can call all angles angles, but to specify what type of angle I'm talking about, I would call it a curvilinear angle. So my curvilinear angle would equate to my Labrador, but all angles would
Another
equate to all dogs.
Don't go further. We call it curved linear angle, right? So that, for the definition for that, is what is going by having two curved lines. But for simply the definition for angle is different because it's a different word.
Yes. Fair enough. And what?
But I mean, all right, but now the problem is we do have definitions of angles
Yeah.
where they don't talk about lines being straight, where all they say is,
No, we have definition
let me
for
try find.
we have definition for a different word that includes another word also. That's it.
No, it's just a definition for the word angle.
Yeah.
We have definitions for the word angles where they don't use the word straight lines. They're just talking about angles. They're not saying what type of angle. They're just saying an angle is defined this way. So can I give you
Sure,
one
you
of
can
one of
find
those
definition.
definitions?
I'm looking at one of
Okay.
the definitions that you can find on Google right away is that an angle, first definition for it, is the space usually measured in degrees between two intersecting lines. It doesn't talk about straight lines. You're right about that. You can
Okay,
find these kind of
would
definitions
you accept that definition? Are you fine with that definition? Oh, does that definition
let me read it through because that wasn't the whole thing. So between two intersecting lines or surfaces at or close to the point where they meet. Now,
Yeah.
I don't even understand what the fuck is close to the point where they meet.
I would mean the straight bit, even if they're curved.
They mean locally, at the vertex itself. That is
Where
where your
there's no
angle.
difference because it's
At
curved.
the vertex is a
still
point.
straight.
It's not like it's close to the vertex. The vertex is always a point.
It just
That's
said
it.
close to the point.
Yeah, maybe they mean locally, to the point. Yeah, I guess none of us really know what they mean when they say close
It's
to
as
the point.
close as you can to still
See,
measure an
but that's a
angle.
problem. But that's a problem because 2 plus 2 is always 4, nothing else, not more, not less. So when we have a definition for anything in geometry, described only with words, not just numbers, those should be precise, as the same as 2 plus 2 is 4. So if they are
But I
not
think
precise enough, they are not good definitions.
I hear you, but I think that definition is pretty precise. I think we all know what they mean. Like I could
Close
use
to the
that.
point.
I could
What
use that
does close to the
definition
point mean?
locally from the point. I could use that
By
definition
how much can I
and
go farther
perform
away to call it
plenty of.
close?
You can go as far away from the point as you want and still figure out what the angle is. I don't think that definition is wrong at all.
But I'm
The
talking
angle
about this
changes as you
definition
go
that
further
pops
away
up
from the point if they're
Google.
curved.
Yeah, exactly. If they're curved, the angle changes as you go further
It's
away.
saying
If
stay
the lines
close to
are
the
straight,
point for the most
yeah,
accurate angle.
yeah. Even when doing curvilineal measurements, you want to be local to the point. That's what we say when doing curvilineal measurements or coordinates. You want to be local to the point of the angle or the point of the bisectrix. I hope I'm saying that word right.
At
But yeah,
or close to the point where they meet. The space at or close to the point where they meet.
yeah. I think
Okay.
that's pretty understandable. I agree with you. It's not precise. It's not 2 plus
Either.
2 equals equals
No,
4
it's not. It's not
precise.
precise.
But
It's not
it's
precise at all.
a very good definition. Yeah, I don't see an issue with it. But I
I
understand if you
do.
want something concrete
I
and
do.
precise. Yeah.
Because
But then
we're talking about mathematics. Okay, again, my problem is that in mathematics you have numbers and you have definitions for words that we use within geometry. We can use those words outside of geometry, but when we are using within geometry, they have to be precise, because then we can say that 2 plus 2 is 3, because that's how I define it from now on.
Okay.
That's the contention with this kind of problem.
Okay.
This
But
is
I
why
think
definitions are important, by the way. It's not semantics when we are talking about stuff like mathematics or physics. It's not semantics.
okay. But I think for all,
Otherwise it is, by the way. Otherwise it
we
is when we are
kind of
talking about
agree.
normal language, normal other definitions within everyday life. Those are semantics, yeah. But this is not.
Cool. Yeah. I don't really have a beef with you about that, but I think we agree. Like, it's because now it just sounds like we're kind of saying the same thing. Yeah. So we agree on how angles can be defined and how you can be specific and this, that, and the third. But we kind
The
of
main
agree.
point is, yeah, that straight math changes into slightly curved math when you want to do math on curved things, so circles or spheres. Yeah, and that's what people do because we're humans, and we managed to invent a way we can extend math from straight things to curved things, and we've still got ways of working stuff out, and that's where flat earthers get
Up to
tricky.
a point.
Yes,
Up
up to a point.
point.
That's
we
the same
can.
with any study.
Well, almost, because when you're thinking about the value for phi, right? That's interesting,
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
And what's just because we've come up with a way to measure stuff on curves and circles doesn't mean Earth's a sphere. Just means we like to do what we can to
I
work
haven't
stuff
said
out.
that. That's not what I said. What I said was referring to what you said before.
Okay.
Because for example, when you are measuring for phi for a circle, right? That's not a definitive number.
What do you mean?
It's just an approximation.
Well, all math's an approximation sometimes, isn't it? Except like
No, 2 plus
the
2 is
formulas and the
always 4.
laws. When you're measuring, it's always
That's why I
a
said it.
calculation.
That's why I said it. 2 plus 2 is always 4, but the phi, the value for phi, is only approximated.
But when you measure a 5, you're not. It's never perfect, is it? You're arbitrarily deciding that's close to 5 now.
Not 5. That's what I'm saying. Phi, yeah. A
Pi,
circle.
pi.
Do you know
He's
what
talking
that
about
is?
the number 3.14159.
Oh,
Yeah,
pi.
yeah,
Can I
phi,
just check?
yeah.
Is the discussion at the moment the definition of an angle being the intersection between two straight lines, and therefore it can't equal a curve? Is that the gist of it?
No, I think we agreed some special angles are two curves.
Because there's also normal is an important one that Bacon's brought up before. The definitional term normal means perpendicular to the tangent at that point. It is a term in geometry, and it means exactly what we're talking about when we mean taking something at zenith.
That's what normal means.
Puts the whole requirement for a definition for it to require for an angle to require two straight lines to bed, because you go, right, well, normal definitionally is a straight line from a curve.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's what you're really looking for in celestial navigation.
Exactly, but see the contention from the globe side usually is by twisting altogether everything and just saying that you can have an angle in between curved lines. But that's not how it's done, and it's not really true.
No, I don't
But I mean, all of the flat Earth. The thing I don't get about this is all flat Earth proof rests upon the assertion that we can get angles from straight lines. Like the black swan is a measurement of an angle taken from the observer's eye to the horizon, making an assertion of what an angular measurement should look like. Like, if you're saying it's not possible to do that, you throw out every flat Earth proof that exists.
It's not that we're projecting curves into reality. What we do is we use angles, normal measurements, and we find that reality seems to be just off the normal measurements of angles. So then we have to extrapolate and use our extra skills of curve geometry to understand what's going on.
But that's what they are using. For example, the black swan is a bad example for flat Earth, in my opinion, because it's using optics and it's using a fucking camera that looks through miles of atmosphere. But
There's nothing wrong
altogether,
with that.
the idea behind it, the idea behind the black swan is that we shouldn't see certain objects after certain distances because it should be way over the
Yeah, that's wrong.
horizon line,
That's wrong
way
thinking.
below it.
They're denying and ignoring refraction.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's exactly what
either
I
way,
said.
do you think it would be possible to, in terms of geometry, what's up, determine the relationship between like the angular relationship between a floor, the plane of a floor, and the ball that's resting on it? Or is that beyond the realms of like geometry couldn't crack that because it's a straight line and a curve?
You can diagram anything about reality. The problem comes in when you are not diagramming everything of reality, and then you equate that the little diagram that is a simplification, a very much great magnitudal simplification of reality, and then you equate that to a photo. Because the photo does include everything that is within reality. Your diagram doesn't.
I'm not quite sure where that bit's about. I don't. Can you help me understand what you mean there?
What I mean is when you are making a photo of reality, you are making an exact copy that can be seen by your eye. But when you are making a diagram
Sorry.
showing just a circle, then coming up with a refraction value, and that's the two things you have, nothing else on the diagram. But then you equate the two with each other.
Well,
That's
one is a rough description of the real thing because we
not
don't
just
have all
rough.
day, right?
It's a magnitudal, huge fucking simplification of reality.
Yes,
To
because
just
we don't have all
draw a
day.
circle.
That's how men simplify things for each other.
For what?
To save time, we make it simpler. That's how things work.
No, in this case, you Globers, what you are doing and you were doing, and you are not doing it anymore. I don't see this kind of argument anymore, precisely because this is the problem with it. You are drawing circles, and that's it. That's
Well,
not
let me
reality.
make this clear. As a glober, I don't make any fake or false made-up arguments. I tell you the exact truth. Earth's always been a globe. You can find this online now.
So you won't answer my contention that I just made.
I can't find it yet. I'm trying.
What you won't find? Well, you don't have to find it because you know that it happened more than 100 times.
I'm guessing
That
your
the
contention is
Globers
that
just
we're wrong when we try and
drawing
measure
up a
the sky
circle,
and angles, right? That's your contention. We're
drawing
wrong.
up a circle, and then equating that circle and the certain line that they draw on the circle with reality. That's nonsense.
No, that's a diagram to help flat earthers understand because we think we can help them, which is deluded of us.
Oh, it's nonsense. Because
So
your
what's your
diagram
contention?
doesn't
What's your
include
contention?
everything. I just said it for. I'm
Yeah, what are
saying
we
it for
doing
the
wrong? I
fourth
think you
time.
need to explain it to me simpler because maybe I'm being stupid.
Describing it for the fourth time, right?
Yeah, can you try simpler in different words?
For the fourth time differently. Okay, I can try. So when you are making a photo of reality, then your camera, the outcome of that photo, and it doesn't matter if it's made analog with an analog camera or a digital one, that's gonna be the best representation of that certain moment in time, what you have seen with your own eyes about reality. When you just sit down and draw a circle and then a straight line on it, and then calculate the connection in between the straight line and the curved line and how far something should be, that's not reality. It's a
Okay,
drawing.
well, I agree. One is a photo of reality. So you're seeing all the phenomenon, refraction, effects that could be going on, like your eye did, very close to what your eye saw. Maybe
So you
sometimes even
do
better.
understand what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
hang on. And then the next thing is just a diagram to explain it later to someone. The logic and reasoning. It's not a fit picture of
cannot
reality. It
explain
doesn't
it.
represent what was
There are
actually
certain
seen.
things you cannot
It's just a
explain.
diagram.
There are
But, you
certain
know,
things regarding the photo that you cannot explain. For example, it's said nowadays, because it was said differently, like 10, 20, 50 years ago. But nowadays they say that refraction is due to temperature, and that's it. It wasn't ever proven. It's only about temperature.
What has been proven?
Also, it was never on any photo, either the black swan or the Renty photo or whatever you bring up. It was never measured. Temperature, right? So what the fuck are you calculating?
You think we're doing refraction wrong? We're getting it wrong?
Obviously.
Okay. Back to the diagram
If
thing.
you want to just simply equate the refraction phenomenon that happens in real life to a value in mathematics, then yeah, you are doing something very wrong.
I'll
Very
stick to this
nonsensical.
one. I'll stick to this. The easy thing is some men like to try and understand how the atmosphere changes, how light changes what we see. Most of this was triggered by flat earthers claiming Earth was flat all of a sudden in culture. That's why some nerds pretended to get, or actually some nerds got fully obsessed with looking into refraction. And we've found out, even before flat Earth, we've found out by shining lights through sugared water, light can bend through mediums, yeah? Then we've done math on real light, sunlight, and torches, lighthouses, moving through stuff. We found out it all fits. We seem to agree the atmosphere bends light. And this doesn't debunk the globe, we've found. The globe still seems to have lots of evidence.
After hundreds of years of experiments, that's what you came up with? That light can be bent by atmosphere?
Yes.
That's fucking great.
It's not the theory of the universe or God. It's just one thing we found out.
if that's the farthest after hundreds of years you got with this, and you certainly do not
compared to what you know about it, it's everything. We know all about it. You know nothing about it.
That's no. See, I haven't claimed what refraction is. You are claiming
I
it,
wonder
and
why
you
you
are
didn't claim what
attaching
it
a
was. I wonder why you're asking us about
certain
our
value
theory.
to it.
Because you
You're
don't know.
attaching a value to it. That's being dishonest, right?
Okay, let me ask you then. Why Horizon goes up and down? Why the black swan comes in and out?
That's it. That's it. The optical phenomena that we can experience day by day if we are going out at certain times and we are lucky enough. That's your question. That why do we see
in
those?
your mind, why does that happen?
Sorry, I do not attach values to phenomena that we cannot describe.
You don't know, as I just said.
Yeah, that's what I said. 20 minutes, 20
So we
seconds
know
ago.
all about it. We're happy with everything we know about refraction, and you know
No, you
nothing
don't.
about it.
You do not know anything.
We know everything about the phenomenon going on the horizon, and you know fuck all. So who do you think's winning?
You are using a value for what I don't even know why, by the way, in the beginning. And you are not measuring anything that should be measured, right?
I mean, you can go and stand outside the Vatican and say, you're not looking at the true nature of God. It won't make any difference. They're all happy with what they're doing.
Oh, come on. That's not a good analogy.
Do you get the point?
You're just trying to trigger me with something, but it won't work. So let's move on.
I know you get the point, though.
Yeah, I get the point that you are attaching a number to something that you haven't even measured for this
Complaining
certain
about someone else's model won't
observation
get
that
you
you made.
anywhere.
Yeah, I think it's a point that's stuck with me so much, which is even if we accept all of this stuff, disproving a model doesn't do much to prove that it is this shape. Doesn't get you far.
So what doesn't get you far is coming up with theories and theses about fuck all, and then not even using the theories in reality. So this guy, for example, Doofus is writing in the chat that it's not actually temperature what's causing mainly what's causing refraction and mirage and whatever, but it's humidity. Okay, let's say it's humidity. Did Ranty use humidity measurements for his picture about the, what was it, Blackpool?
I don't know.
No, he didn't. Don't be a fucker like that. Come on. He obviously did.
Settle down.
His body
Take a breath.
went out.
Take a breath.
His body went out, and he made a photo from a long distance. That's it.
You did more than me.
Nothing was
I've
measured.
not done that.
Nothing was measured regarding refraction, right? It should be, even according to the science behind it, the current science behind refraction. It wasn't measured whatsoever.
I just looked for that. If he said humidity and he didn't. Showing you more details about how the atmosphere affects light.
Density, sorry, he said density. Okay, he said density, not humidity. Yeah. Overall density.
Mediums affect light by their densities.
I mean, is
Very
this
good, but exactly how? That's the contention here, because you are trying to
being
make
in
up
the
a model
way,
that
by
works
being in the way, by being
on a
slightly reflective.
computer.
That's how.
That works on a computer, and computer works based on mathematics,
You've
simple
literally seen it in a
values
fish
for
tank. You've seen it in a
whatever
fish tank.
variable
You've seen
that
a
you are
laser
trying
bounce
to
off
define.
sugar granules in the
So
water and curve. You've seen
the
it.
iron one is pretty good too, because that's air just with warm, moist. It's still all air. It's just some of it's warm, moist air, and I think that's pretty compelling. But it's. I mean,
sugared
what do you,
atmosphere.
what would convince
Fucking
you?
great.
Like if somebody did that, what's up? Let's say they met this
What?
standard you've set. Then what would you become a glober?
Did what exactly? Depends on what he did.
What you're
Right?
talking about with the Ranty doing?
What what is your question precisely?
Like,
Because I don't get
let's
it.
say he does control for all these variables and do a proper test or whatever it is, else it is that you want. Do you then go, okay, guess we live on a globe? Because
Just because he did a measurement, no. Just because
okay.
you do a
So
measurement doesn't mean
so
fuck
what you're
all,
saying
right?
is I find it uncompelling for the following reasons, but even if those reasons weren't there, I would still find it uncompelling, essentially.
Oh, did he say that?
No, mate, you are doing measurements. So when you go out and you want to do a scientific experiment, what you first do is try to find a way to describe reality with the measurements. That means that you have devices for it. That means that you write up whatever you're measuring, and then you come up with a conclusion that's coming from a theory, and then try to check if it happens again and again whenever you do it again and again. If he did that, then yeah, certainly I would say
And you'd
that
change
that's
your
proof
mind.
right there. But if he didn't do that, then I wouldn't change my mind, right?
But the reason I'm asking is I think a lot of people go, why don't they do X? And regularly in these rooms, not with you, but with other people,
Okay.
and gone to the effort of going out and digging up some example where somebody does do that. And we bring it back and they go, well, yeah, but they weren't filmed while they were doing it. And like the goalposts seem to move. So that's why I'm asking if really.
You're talking about other people and then asking me if I'm gonna be as dishonest as them. That's what you're doing right now. I'm not gonna.
I think it's dishonest.
You
I
haven't
think.
shown me.
I mean, I think
You haven't
intellectually
shown
dishonest,
me.
perhaps, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
like actually dishonest. I think it's just we.
What's
what we
the
think is
difference? What's the difference between dishonesty and
knowingly
intellectually
saying something
dishonesty?
false versus holding a unreasonable standard, I guess, is how I'd phrase the difference.
I call both
I think
lying,
it's
by the
somewhat
way, but
normal that people hold unreasonable standards, but that's very different to making a statement that you know to be false.
but how do you prove that someone has just claimed something that he knows to be false? Like you cannot even prove that kind of thing, right?
I'm not saying I can prove it. I'm just you just jumped and said I'm calling you dishonest. I'm not calling you dishonest. I don't think this is a sort of rigorous way to do things because
Okay.
it's just my opinion. But I'm
Okay,
not
because
saying
in reality, yeah, you're posing to me a certain scenario that hasn't happened yet, right?
yeah, yep, that's right. You're posing a different scenario
That's
that also hasn't happened, right? We're both doing the same
yeah,
thing.
it's happened. The Renty photo has happened, and there were no measurements regarding refraction whatsoever.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
so I'm right about that. That kind of observation and the conclusion coming from that photo is nonsense and bullshit. Whatever it is. If it was saying that it's flat, that would be bullshit too.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's a difficult standard to maintain. Is all I'm getting at. I just think
Why is it difficult?
the standard most often seems to be set in order to exclude evidence for the globe rather than to increase our understanding of the world we live in.
That's not what's
Doesn't seem
happening.
to be
Photo was made, and then the assertions and assumptions were given to that photo, like 100 different ones.
Sure.
That's what happened, actually,
Sure.
because nothing was measured.
Sure.
Literally nothing.
Well, not nothing, was it?
Distance. How was the distance measured? It was measured
Well,
through
it's
using
different to
Google
nothing
Earth,
that's
and
measured,
that's
right?
it.
Photograph still measures something, doesn't it?
Photographs do not measure. They are merely how do you call it in English? Let me look up the word. Yeah, so photos are merely a print of a certain moment. That's it. Not reality itself, right?
Sure.
A print of a moment, usually within 1/400th of a second.
Sure.
You guys talking about the photo that supposedly Ranty decided they convinced him it was a ball
Yes,
again?
and I'm saying that nothing was measured regarding that photo, but there were 100 different things that was attached and concluded from a single photo. So that's nonsense to
Yeah,
me.
I thought maybe that the weakness of that claim was intentional on his part, just to show that he was going back to the globe for other reasons besides what people were going to hear. It seemed. I was trying to give him an out. Yeah. Like
Am I being too loud, by
choose
the
a
way?
choose like a choose a random picture and say that's what convinced you. Like it's his way of giving a wink and a nudge to the flat earthers in a way, isn't it? Maybe that's giving him too much credit. I don't know.
I don't know. I just
He only took like 1,000 videos that showed it was flat. Before that, this is the funny part. For it to be based on a photo, especially from him.
I think one of the interesting things that came out of it was quote from Ruhif, I must admit, like some sort of second-hand objection on a hearsay, which was Rui and him had a conversation where he was like, why wasn't this present in any of the other videos? And Ruhif was like, it is. Like, you just need to look at all of the other videos. And then apparently Ranty got back to him and was like, I've been looking through some of them, and it's all of them.
Right, and what Ruhif was what Ranty was looking for was something that he could go visit locally that easily demonstrated that drop due to curvature, or at least drop over distance, occurred somewhere that he could observe it himself.
Optically, it does.
I think
Of
it's quite
course.
admirable.
No one
He set for
is
himself
arguing
a
that.
very clear standard. This is why I was asking you the same question. What's up? He set for himself a really clear standard, and then to his absolute credit, when that standard was met, he changed his mind, which is more than I can say for most of the rest of us, myself included.
Buddy, if your standard sounds like the following: the red car is better than the blue car. If that's your standard, then you have nothing.
That's not Ranty's standard, though, is it?
Yes, it is. He made it wasn't him, right, who made the photo. So don't talk about Ranty making any
Yeah, it
photos
wasn't
because
his
it
photo.
wasn't him.
It was given to him like secondhand.
We're talking about Ranty's standard, not a photo that
Kevin
he was
Jackson,
given.
if I remember correctly, it was Kevin Jackson, who is actually an amateur or professional, I'm not sure, but a photographer. He has quite good equipment. It was him making that photo, by the way.
Right, great. But Ranty actually can go out there. That was the criteria, that he could go out there. Funny thing, Bev did it instead.
But again, if you have standards like, I know that the red car is better because it's red than the blue car. If that's your standard,
that's not his standard, though,
that's
is it?
scientific.
You're making. You make. In what way can you relate a preference, like the red car is better than the blue, can you relate that back to this? Because I'm not following the point you're making there. It sounds like a
His
straw man.
standard.
Right.
His standard
And his
goes as
standard, he was
follows.
saying, I would find this
I
kind of
can.
evidence more compelling than that kind of evidence. That's not saying
Well,
the red car is better than the blue, right?
Wait,
Eyewitness
is it like
your
he
question.
used to like the
than
blue
blue
car? He used to like the blue car called Flat Earth, and he had lots of reasons to think it was flat from the pictures he took. But now he likes the red car.
No.
Because of,
What I'm
I mean,
saying
that's just
with
trying
that
to
is
put
that it's
red
too
car into it.
simplific.
Is that your point? What's up?
No, don't put words into my mouth. Thank you.
I'm
Let's
asking
move
you.
on.
I'm asking you
What
to
I wanted
use your own mouth.
to say is answering your question. What is the analogy actually is? Well, the red car and the blue car, meaning it's a too much down simplified theory or thesis, right? Doesn't have any logical conclusions within it. Now, when Renty was using the picture that Kevin Jackson was shot back in I don't know when, 1.5 years ago, he was saying that if I could see the mountain to be smaller than the tower, then Earth is a globe, and that's it.
And that wasn't
That's
his
what he's
standard
saying.
either. Actually, it wasn't just that the
Yes,
mountain was.
was.
It wasn't just that the mountain was smaller. It was the fact that for
Look the
that
smaller.
800, it wasn't
Look the
just that
smaller.
the mountain. It wasn't just that the mountain was smaller. It was that the 750-meter mountain was missing nearly 400 meters of it.
Yeah, the standard
If you are
seems to
phrasing it
be
wrong,
something that
phrasing it
unequivocally
wrong.
shows curvature that was something that he could physically go and see himself.
Doofus, you are deceiving people who are listening because the mountain is not smaller, right? It looks smaller from a certain distance, and that's it.
So
Right,
that's
and
what he was
you're changing the meaning of the words that Ranty used in his original stream with conspiracy cats. What he actually said, and the reason why he converted, was that 750-meter mountain, you could not see almost 400 meters of that mountain in any way possible from that observation location.
From that point, you couldn't, yeah.
Right, it's not just smaller, it's hidden.
So?
Yeah, that's what Ranty's point was. Because a shrinking mountain, if it just compressed vertically, wouldn't have been
What's
the
the logic
criteria
behind it?
wouldn't have been the criteria necessary for him. What he needed to see was that the bottom half of the mountain was gone.
So what? What does it prove?
It shows that there is something that is exactly the test that he'd been doing for years, which is how much of X is obscured by Y, Y being Earth curve and X being whatever pull distant object, did stack
How
up
did he
in line with.
differentiate for that case if it was a physical obstruction or just an optical one due to refraction or whatever?
Right, he was excluding refraction at the time when he made his first
Was
assessment of the
excluding
image.
refraction from reality or what?
Hold on just a second. He was excluding refraction from his assessment at first. And then we went into detail during that stream. Well, not we, but they went into the detail on that stream about the persistent gradient, the one that's always present, causes looming in the vastly common case.
What gradient are you talking about?
The pressure gradient in
of
our
what?
atmosphere.
Pressure gradient. So it's not even density; it's pressure that makes refraction.
Pressure
Okay.
and temperature and density are all correlated.
So it's not three things because
Isn't pressure
earlier you said
basically a
density.
word for density?
No, pressure and temperature can give you density.
Right. There you go. Shows how little I know.
There are connections, but it's not precise. Yeah, you were kind of right, Riding.
I'd say it's not precise. PV equals nRT is not something that's just made up. It's an ideal gas law for a reason.
Don't deviate. Don't deviate. Ranty didn't
Right. Don't say they're not
anything
precise then.
regarding the black
Don't make
hole
a
image.
lie out of something that somebody said.
Again, Ranty didn't measure any of those three things that you just said, right?
Right, and it came
For a
out during the
single point.
stream that looming is the vastly common mode of refraction within our atmosphere.
Again, nothing was measured for the black pool image. not for where the photo was taken from, and not for any part of that observation's line of sight. Nowhere anything was measured.
And
So what did he conclude from? What was his input for his calculations? Nothing.
in his initial assessment, like I said, he ignored refraction just for that initial assessment. And then it was brought out in the stream that our persistent gradient in our atmosphere causes looming in the vastly common shape. I've got a phone call.
So what? It's an average. What you are talking about is a gradient of averages. And that's it.
So
The
what
gradient that
convinced?
Doofus was talking about.
Can I test you on this standard if you're up for it? What's up?
What do you mean? Because I haven't gone out, took a photo, and then claimed anything about it.
No, I'm not sure he's claimed something. He's changed his mind. Have you changed your mind? And what's caused you to?
There's a
And
photo that they made about Blackpool, and then went into
No, I'm asking a
calculations without
different
any
question. If you
input
could,
coming,
I'm
without
sorry to
any
interrupt, but the question I'm
measurements.
asking is very
No,
different
that
from that,
didn't.
which is why I'm interrupting. The question
At
I'm
a time,
asking
guys,
is not.
please.
The question I'm asking is not what did Ranty do. I'm just asking, do you hold yourself to the same standard? Have you changed your mind on something, and do you require the same standard to change your mind on things?
Yes, I have. When I first came around this whole together topic of flat Earth and shit like that, right? I wasn't looking into the photos of horizon and stupid things like that, because that's not provable whatsoever for the reasons I just described in the conversation that we had. That's my opinion, of course. Anybody can take me up on it, but that's my opinion, that you cannot use any optical device to actually measure miles away objects, whatever you want to measure it. That's
Oh
not a
no,
boomerang. And that's
optical's out completely.
yeah, that's what I
How
thought.
would you measure anything far
By the
away
way.
from?
Yeah, they don't.
How would
Look
you
up
measure
terrestrial.
anything far away ever again if optical's out?
Look up terrestrial photogrammetry that is actually trying to measure buildings' width and tallness and whatever, and it's used most of the time. For example, when they cannot measure with a ruler or something else, they make photos of buildings, but only with cameras that are very precise and not distorting, and within the distance of 100 meters.
Okay. What if you wanted to measure the height of a mountain to check that you're not being lied to about it? And would you go 100 meters close to it and use one of these setups?
That's what they do.
For mountains?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then
How would
use
you
trigonometry.
measure the Earth
They're
curving
measuring
or
a
not?
simple angle. They are measuring an angle from the supposed horizontal line of ground, by the way. So they are
have an optical
supposing
way to measure.
the ground to be flat, and then they measure an angle from that horizontal line towards the top of the mountain with a theodolite or something similar, and then they use trigonometry. That's it. That's what they do.
So the question I'm trying to ask, what's up, is I'm not sure if you're not hearing it, is when you changed your mind, I presume you were once a glober, when you changed your mind, did you apply this same standard?
Yes, I did, and I wanted to finish that, but Don was coming in with the other topic, right? Because he had to. But what I wanted to say is that I was using the photos of NASA, because one of the first forensically provable things that I have seen regarding the flat Earth topic altogether were that NASA photos made in space are fake. And that I knew even back then, 5 years ago, how to prove to myself, because I have done it regarding other things way before that, 10 years ago. I was already familiar with the process as to how to actually literally forensically prove about a digital photo if it's fake or not. So I looked into that, and that's what put me on the path of looking into other stuff also. But that was the
doesn't meet the
first
standard.
thing.
That
What?
doesn't meet the standard you're setting. You didn't even take a photo yourself.
Forensic proving. Forensic proving means that you can bring the analysis of a digital photo to a courtroom, and then you use that to either win or lose a case. It's
Well, no,
that,
I mean, no, first of all,
that
that's
kind of
wrong.
a standard.
But I mean, first things first, that's incorrect. That's not quite what happens. You bring your experts, they bring their experts, and then they have an argument in front of the judge and the jury over the.
Oh, they
It's not
don't.
just you say I
Not when it's
forensically
about this.
analyzed it, and the judge bangs his gavel. But the question I'm asking you is about your standard.
You're
It sounds
lying.
like what you're saying is you set a standard that is that Ranty must apply, must know all about the temperature gradient along this path. I must do tests and must do a scientific experiment before changing his mind. When I asked you, how did you change your mind? You said, I looked at some NASA photographs and I determined them to be fake. So
That's
why
not
is
what
that? Why is
happened
you
right now.
looking
Why
at
are you
somebody
lying about what happened in the past 5 minutes?
So it sounds like what you're saying is, then correct
Why
me.
are you lying?
I'll say to you where I see this discussion.
It doesn't sound like that to me. What he's saying, I totally understand. You're just playing semantic games, trying to have a normal conversation. But I'll mute again.
Let me just state it as I understand it. It sounds like what you're saying is that the problem with Ranty's standard is it's not high enough. It's not a good enough standard because he didn't do it as a scientific experiment. Didn't have what I would call control. Didn't.
Instead of letting you reiterating what I actually said, I'm gonna say it again. The problem with Renty's standard is that he is calculating something that he didn't measure anything for.
Are you
That's
calculating something you've measured something for when you look at NASA photographs?
Yeah, the softwares
you
that I'm using
calculated in the
are,
NASA
yeah.
photograph?
Yeah, the software is calculating all the fucking way when you are forensically trying to analyze a digital photo. Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
but you're saying he hasn't. I think the question is pretty clear. I'm trying to establish: are you adhering to the same standard? And it seems like the answer is no,
I am.
but with extra words.
I am. I just described how.
He takes somebody else's photo, applies maths to it, and gets what you believe to be the wrong answer. In what way did you not do the same thing?
What does he do? He gets a photo and applies math to a photo. That's fucking amazing. That's scientific right there. Yeah.
You can
That's
do
gonna
that.
convince
I don't
anybody,
see
right?
anything wrong with that.
I'm hearing this. I'm hearing
What
this.
you did with,
AC, record this.
What did you do with the NASA photos? How did you forensically analyze these NASA photos?
Go on the Paul on the Plane channel on YouTube. Paul on the Plane, and he is describing every step of the way what you need to do. I'm not gonna do that because it would take within itself 10 minutes, and you are, when I'm talking more than 3 sentences, you are cutting in. So I'm not gonna do that. Anybody who is interested in it, Paul on the Plane on YouTube. That's it.
It just sounds like it's still adhering. It's still got exactly the same problem as far as I can tell, which is you didn't apply the same standard. You saw some photos. They said to you, "This is fake." He saw a photo.
No one said anything to me. No one said anything to me. I had a log back last year on Gem's server, which was since then deleted. I had, I don't know how many different photos given to me by Globers, and I'm showing them in every post that I made after they send me the image.
This sounds like a totally
well,
different
mate,
topic.
this is fake because you can see in the noise analysis of this photo that there is no noise on certain parts
But you
of the
didn't
photo.
start setting.
Doesn't
The
make
question
any
I'm
sense.
asking is really clear. It's about you changing your mind. It's not about once you've changed your mind, did you have an argument with people on gems? I'm sure that's the case. It's what standard did you set to change your mind? And it doesn't sound like it rises to the same standard you're setting.
Standard was using forensic method to determine if the NASA images are in any way hindered with and edited or not.
Cool. So
Forensic method. What?
Can you describe the forensic method that you're using there?
You are forgetting what I told you 30 seconds ago. Go on Paul on
saying it
the
was somebody
Plane,
else's video is
and
gonna
you
show me.
can apply the first video has like a 5-10 minute description and proving of the method working, and then you can apply that method to any digital photo.
Sure. The question still stands. What analysis did you apply, and how does it raise to the same standard?
Noise analysis, for example, was one of them.
Noise analysis.
Error level analysis was the
Okay.
other one. The
So you
third
just
one was
stick with the first
that
one.
I tried. See, you are cutting in. You asked me a question, what did I use? And you are
Sorry,
cutting in
what
every 2 seconds. The third method I used was metadata checking what's in the metadata of the photo. I also used a simple method of putting a picture into an editing software and cranking up the values regarding levels or saturation or whatever, and trying to find if there are obvious remedies of copy paste or not. These are the 4 or 5 different methods that I use for every image, by the way, that I looked at.
In what way does that meet the standard that you're setting for Ranty?
Again, why does that meet? Because all Renty did is using a photo that he had a theory about what should it look like based on nothing. That nothing
Just
is
sounds like the same
nothing.
thing as like the issue I'm having. It sounds like exactly the same thing.
What I just described about what I did and what you saw and heard about Renty, what he did. These two equally the same. That's what you're saying. Okay.
It sounds like you got a video, and without the right
So it sounds
benchmarks.
like I just said that I did it myself.
Look, I'm
Didn't
going to
use a
try really hard
video.
to not interrupt you. If we could both play that game, that'd be good. It sounds like this. What you're saying is Ranty didn't know enough intimate information about the photograph that he was analyzing, making his analysis inaccurate.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Close.
I have to reiterate again what I told you, like for the 6th time before, that he didn't have any measurements regarding what he was calculating for.
Did you have measurements?
He was calculating refraction without measuring anything regarding refraction.
Did you have measurements that you were using in order to apply these changes, these alterations you were doing?
Yeah, the measurement of looking at the compression table, for example. That's one of the things that the forensic softwares do, and you put it into this kind
But
of
where did you
software.
get the original information of why to do that? Like, how do you know how this photograph was originally taken and compressed? How did you get that original data to do this analysis?
For example, one way of proving that is in the metadata. In the metadata, there should be only information regarding the camera it was shot with and the lens and the aperture and things like that. And when you, for example, find that in the metadata it's written Photoshop, then you already know that the file was saved, at least
So how
within
did you
Photoshop.
determine?
It doesn't mean for certain that it was hindered with in any way or it was edited, but it does mean that someone put the photo, the raw photo, into Photoshop and then saved it.
Sure. How did you determine that
That's
that was
one
the
way.
right one, not just a photo?
The right one by downloading it from the NASA website that said
Right.
that was a raw image.
And they said that was the raw image, and it had a metadata that said it had been photoshopped.
For example, yeah, sometimes that's what happened. Yeah.
How did you
But
get
for
the
all the
original
photos,
camera to find that it doesn't have this quirk of
what's quirk?
giving that metadata to photos, which I don't think is the case. Just to be clear, I don't think
What's
that is
quirk?
the case. Huh?
What exactly are you referring to when you say quirk?
What do you mean work? What I'm
You
missing it. Sorry.
no, you just said that it doesn't have this kind of quirk. That's what you said. What do you mean by quirk? What are you
Oddity.
referencing to when you say?
Another word for quirk is oddity.
Oddity. Oh yeah, that it doesn't have this sort of quirk. Yeah, quirk would be, yeah. Oddity would be a good word for it. Sort of that like I'm just trying to apply the same thing, and I imagine what I would need for the same thing to apply to the same standard that you're talking about is a image that is real to compare to an image to determine if one is fake. Just finding Photoshop in it, while compelling, doesn't meet the same standard you're setting for Ranty, which is he needs all of the available information in order to do
So
a
you are
proper
lying
scientific
again
analysis.
by claiming that just using one method out of the 4 and 5, and I described before.
Was a different method more scientific? Because that one sounds like forensic is good, but it doesn't sound scientific. It doesn't sound like it meets that standard.
Everyone heard me describing 4, 5 different methods, and you are trying to claim now that I only did one of those for each
No,
photo.
I'm not saying you only did
That's
one of
not
those.
true.
You're saying that one doesn't meet this standard. So tell us about the next one. Maybe it does.
No. Sorry, it does meet the standard of determining if a photo is only raw or was it at least opened and then saved differently. And it should have. It's good for that, right?
And you said you did many photos, right? Not just the one photo, right? So you,
No, again, because as you can hear, writing is very much interested as to what I actually did or didn't. I described it like 3 times at least.
right.
And everybody else is very much interested as to how to do this. And I taught many people on Gem server, on the Rentis server. I think I talked to someone. I certainly talked to people on the Backtoons server about this. Also on the, what was it? Bob, I don't know, Bob the Science Guy or Flat Moon or something like that. So I talked on that server to a few guys also. And I was using, different methods, not just one. I was showing them that look at this. This is the metadata of the photo. This already shows that this has been hindered with. It's already questionable. And then we went on and I showed them the error level analysis of a photo that is trying to detect the compression of the whole photo and then certain parts of it. And then we went on the noise analysis, and within 10 minutes you can do it for any photo.
Right. So
what's up? Can I ask a question? What's up? Hello.
Hello.
You, what's up?
Oh right, yeah. I just wanted to ask you, what was your reaction when you thought about water? When someone pointed out, water always finds its level, kind of thing. Was that?
It was a very good point. It was a very good point because I
It
couldn't
was quite
imagine how
funny.
can you have, yeah, how can you have water over a certain distance? Up to a certain distance, it doesn't curve at all, right? And then after a certain distance, it does curve. That's nonsense. So.
Yeah, it's quite funny. I think I actually heard the more you started talking about when you said people were giving you photographs. I actually remember you about a year and a half ago. I remember you on I heard you somewhere doing the forensics with the photographs. That was quite good.
Yeah, thank you, and they hate me for it. They also, again, deleted everything that I posted, by the way, on the Gems server. You can see only the first thing that I posted after I was invited to the server and actually joined. I said, hello, guys, and from that point, you've got no log, no history of what I wrote. Nothing. Someone deleted it for some reason. I don't know why.
So it sounded like when you were answering that question, that when you changed your mind, however it was put, you were going to start listing all the more reasons besides just the forensic
For sure.
photographic. Yeah. What other things
Yeah.
also brought you to the conclusion that we're not on a spinning ball?
The other thing was looking at the videos, because a video is very much different, by the way, especially when you are perceiving reality, right? Seeing an image of something is not as good, and it's way less good as compared to seeing a video about something, right? So then I went into the videos about NASA and from NASA and things like that. And for example, that's when I first heard about the claim from Don Petty that they lost the technology to go back to the moon. That kind of thing, sticks with you. What the fuck do they even mean by losing a technology? And then you look into it and you see that, yeah, they have claimed that they wanted to go back for the past 50 years to the moon, and they haven't. And they have this kind of claim that we haven't gone back because first we would have to build back the technology because we lost everything regarding the technology. And then you think about how can this kind of thing happen? A company, and even if it's a governmental agency that gets $60 million a day. How can this kind of thing happen? And then you look into the other stuff that you look around on videos, you can hear also. For example, level being a horizontal plane, and then you look into what that entails. Why do you think that that is the case, and what does it actually mean when someone says level is horizontal? And you know, most people say that always just for a certain amount of area. But then you
Yeah, that
look at
was
them and
that
say,
that was one of the things when that conversation came up. I'd worked with not theodolites but dumpies. That's the fixed that can only do 360 degrees, but you use it for leveling. And I used that when I was about 17, 18 year old. One of the things, and this was a few years ago that came out, and I used to say that. I said it didn't, it doesn't. This is how it works. It measures with the staff, so you can't really measure curvature with it. And then Bev came along and started explaining about horizontal and all that kind of stuff, and explained it in a sort of like a proper way. And they add the curvature on afterwards. You know, they take the straight line distance, exactly what you were saying. And I'm the same as you regarding optics. Only to a certain distance you can use optics for measurements, but after that, unless you've got what you said, a tape measure or something like that, then you've got a distance. Even if you
tape
have
measure. Oh.
Or to determine, never mind. Right, forget that. See, that's by the way, that's a tactic in debate. And what they do is they pick on certain words. Did you notice how he picked on that word when everybody knew that I meant any kind of thing that you could physically measure?
What else do you mean as well as a tape measure? What other tool can you
Anyway,
think
it doesn't matter. See, there you go. And there's another tactic as well. He's trying to drag me into that. That
I'll move on.
Yeah, just don't say anything. I wasn't even talking to you, Don. So
trying to join
then Bev came along and explained about the geometry with Euclid. I'd read Euclid's elements before, but not as, I browsed through it. And then
And he got it wrong
explained.
too.
No,
And
he
he
never.
got it.
No, well, whatever you say. But about these the curved lines, they add on. It's actually, if I've got a book there that clearly states one of the errors in geodetic, not my type of surveying, because I still use laser levels and stuff like that, because I do gardens and I do drive lorries, but I still do a bit of gardening on the side. But one of the errors of geodetic surveying, that's the stuff that so-called Jesse Kozlowski does. One of the errors is to forget to add in the curvature equation, the curvature correction, meaning that they're taking horizontal lines, they're taking that distance, the measurements, all the angles, and then they'll do the curvature correction, they'll do the refraction as well. There's another 5, but the main ones are to allow for curvature and allow for refraction. So therefore, that's not measuring curvature. Right? End of
Oh, they do
story.
not measure. They do
Sorry.
not measure curvature. All they ever measure is elevation change. Now, how do you know that the elevation change over a certain distance, let's say 500 miles?
Don't lie now, WhatsApp.
It actually comes. It actually comes out.
You
a
have to get in
curve.
another lie, don't you,
It
WhatsApp?
doesn't.
That's not a lie. He's
How do you
totally. He's
know?
100% right. You know nothing about
please don't So why
interrupt,
is it that they
guys.
measure?
If you
Why
guys
is it that
start
they measure a
interrupting,
network of 3 azimuths,
other people and then want to,
between
hey,
3
can you hear
distant
me,
locations?
Doofus, can you hear me?
Can they stop
Start
lying?
interrupting other people. Don't get mad when they start interrupting you, okay? And start getting loud and shit.
All right. Can they stop lying though?
Okay,
Yeah, what
I
did I
don't
lie
give a
about?
fuck
Please
who's
tell me.
lying, who's telling a fib, who's doing whatever. Don't interrupt people if you don't want to get interrupted. Thanks.
Yeah, but he can. It's not a problem. I mean, I am interested in why is he saying that I'm lying? What did I lie about? Please tell me.
Why is it that then the geodetic surveyors measure azimuths between a network of 3 distant locations? That's not
That's not
elevations
what I said.
over a horizontal plane, is it?
That's not what I said. I said that surveyors go out and they measure in between, by the way, a 60-meter distance, maybe 80.
Right,
That's
and
what
we were
they
talking
do.
about
Nothing
geodetic
else.
surveyors. We were talking specifically about geodetic surveyors.
Okay? They do
Right,
them
that's longer than
differently.
60 meters, clearly.
Right,
What do they
okay, so
actually do?
I'll jump in here, what's up, right? So doofus, right, so they take the zenith, meaning straight up above you, a so-called 180 degree line straight from the center of the earth. Yeah, it's like a big line up straight to what you would determine as 90 degrees to the horizontal. Yeah. So you'll
Not
take your
for
zenith.
not for azimuths between 3 distant locations.
Yeah, right. So what you right? Okay. So what distance? Say 20 miles, for example. So I've set up. You walk me through it. So I set up my first, say theodolite or whatever, right? And I'm going to look through this theodolite, and I'm going to, I'm going to set my theodolite, then I'm going to determine the zenith and the horizontal. The zenith is just 90 degrees to the horizontal, or the horizontal is 90 degrees to the zenith. It's just an 80-degree angle, right? So you find your zenith through determining the horizontal or using the plumb line. So now you've got your line. You're looking towards in the direction of the object. You've got your zenith. You write your number down where that is, and then what do? You go to. We're at your second point. We go to the second point. What do we do there?
Right, we're measuring azimuths. We're not measuring vertical angles.
Right. Okay.
In this
So we go to
particular
the
example,
second. We go to the second one, and then we take the azimuth off a horizontal. Yeah. Agreed.
all
And then we
azimuths
go to
are in
the
the
third.
horizontal plane locally, yes.
No, an azimuth is straight up from you, from a point in the center of the earth, right?
No, that's zenith.
Straight up, which is right. It's from straight the earth, but you've got the other one that's which if you're in that direction, you're 90 degrees horizontal will be perpendicular to that line that goes from the center earth. So now you've got right. So your line. So that's that zenith. Now that zenith is pointing in a different angle in the reference frame of the first. So the first one, you could say, right, that's 90 degrees. The other one, depending how far away, it won't be in relation to, your 90 degrees. It'll be pointing away round the curve a bit because that's pointing to the centre of the earth. So you'll have a line going that way that's not perpendicular or parallel to your first measurement. Then you'll get another one, your third point, and you've measured that zenith or whatever you do that. So you've got 3 90-degree angles local, 90-degree angles. How do you determine that's round a curve if they're all 90 degrees where you measured it?
All right, listen very carefully this time. This specific example that I'm bringing is about azimuths between 3 distant locations. We don't use vertical angles or zenith angles to do that.
All right, I might have mixed up. Explain to me what an azimuth. I should know this. I do know this, but I've obviously got them mixed up with the zenith. What's the azimuth then?
An azimuth is a direction in a horizontal plane.
Ah,
All it
right.
is
It's
just a
like the big
direction to
circle. I
something.
get you. Yeah, of course. Yep. Now I do. Now I've got you. Yep. Okay. All right. Right. So,
Can
saying
I
that,
ask
so
something?
we'll take that. Right. Well, wait a minute. Then we'll take that. So now you've got a horizontal, an azimuth at the point A. You've got an azimuth measured from point B, and you've got an azimuth measured at point C. What good would that do actually to determine anything? Because
At
it'll
each of
all
the
be.
well,
Go on,
at
sorry.
each of the 3 points, you'll be measuring azimuths to the other 2 locations, and you're getting an angle between the 2. So if you're at point A, you're measuring an azimuth out to B and an azimuth out to C, and the internal angle there is what you're interested in.
I don't get that. Right, but if it's going to, it'll be a straight line though, right? It has to be, if you're going to do that, that would be a straight line to point B, a straight line to point C, and
In your local horizontal plane only.
No, but B's 20 miles away and so is C. B's 20 miles from A and also 20 miles from B.
Depending
As
on
is-
the sensitivity of your equipment, you probably want something more than 20 miles on each leg anyway.
All right, more than, say, 30 miles. It doesn't matter. But I don't see, the further away, actually, it gets worse for you. Because if you're measuring, you're telling us you can't even see that object, but that will have to be a straight line. And then, to determine for it to fit on the ball map, or the ball model, sorry, the ball model, they add the curvature onto it, and then they go, right, and then they'll go, right, so that the azimuth at point B is this degrees off of this, and they'll take measurements, but they add the curvature on afterwards. If you're measuring,
Not for this particular set of measurements.
You just told me an azimuth is on a parallel plane, right? So that to traverse that plane to the other point, it's straight, and then you can add the curvature on afterwards. You can't. If it's a plane you're telling me I have to imagine in my head, that's just like me walking on a flat plane straight across to that point, whether there be mountains there or a hill or whatever that's in front of you. It will still be a straight line.
Right. The internal angles for these azimuths, you don't add curvature in. You're measuring it directly.
No, not the. No, I'd never said that. I said from point A to B you would add curvature. From B to C
Not
you
for
would add
these.
curvature. Yes, you
Not for
would
these
for
measurements.
geodetic surveying. Well, we're not talking about geodetic surveying then. I was specifically
Yes, we
talking
are.
about.
We're talking about geodetic surveys
Well, then you
as
add it. You
conducted
have
across
to.
the arc of the
Wait a
parallel.
minute. Wait a minute. You have to add that on to get the curvature, to get the right height, the right azimuth, to determine the azimuth on that. That what you say, that point that you know, because you have to have a starting point. You have to determine, right, that's horizontal. This is it could be angled back at 45 degrees, but you would take your measurements from that starting point that you took. Everything comes off that. It's the only way you're going to determine the heights, the distance is in reference to that reference point that you've determined is 90 degrees. This is horizontal, and it's this much above sea level. And every measurement from there, from all over the place, you could do 100 miles like that, using that as your starting reference point. But every measurement you take, if you had them on a big board and you scrubbed them off one after the other, it would come back to where you started. Whatever the numbers were, every number after that would be in reference to your start, your 90 degrees, or your location, or whatever, because that would be your reference point.
All right, you keep going for a while, but you keep missing the point here. The azimuths between those three distant locations, the internal angles, no curvature is added to those measurements. What they come up with at the end, if it's greater than 180 degrees, tells you that there must be curvature.
But straight lines made into a triangle can never ever come to more than 180 degrees. That's a fact. You can supposedly on your model, that parabolic or whatever geometry or whatever you want to call it, that you can have 270 degrees or as many degrees you want. But if you're saying that azimuth, that's straight lines, you're restricted to 180 degrees, 60 or 60 or 60, or a 90 or 30 and whatever, 60 or whatever it is, right? But it'll never go past 180 degrees, and that's straight line geometry. That's geometry I got schooled at. Right? You're mixing the two up, I think. Confusing the two. Maybe you are confusing the two. Because
Right,
it's straight
if
line.
all of the horizontal planes that the azimuths are being measured in were parallel with one another, it would equal 180 degrees. However, since it comes up with more than 180 degrees, the horizontal planes must not be parallel with one another.
But how do you determine they're not parallel with each other? That's the thing.
By the measurement,
What measurement?
getting a more than 180 degrees.
And how do you determine it's more than 180 degrees? That's the thing. It's straight lines. You're going towards it. Doesn't matter where it is, whether it's below. Just imagine it's a big straight line going off into infinity, like a big laser beam. You can still see that point, say, for example, right? So you're going to fire it to that point, that point. That'll be a straight line. It won't curve. Forget about refraction. We're in a vacuum now. So light goes in straight lines. It doesn't refract, but whatever. So these lines are going straight to that. And then B, a line straight B to C on the same azimuth.
Right.
And if it
If
isn't,
the
then to
horizontal
determine
planes
that,
were all parallel with one another, that would be true. You would get 180 degrees exactly. However, the fact that you get more than 180 degrees shows that curvature must be present.
and that's what it's going down to. How did you measure it's more than 180 degrees? Because it would have to, we've just explained the curved line. You can't have more than 180 degrees in trigonometry if you're using straight lines. That's impossible. And that's unless, go and show me, without one of those lines you adding in these imaginary, even one curved line, two or whatever, you'll have to, and then that's not trigonometry. That's not what you're doing. You just told me an azimuth is a flat plane, man, and that's a straight line to there, to B, to C, to make a triangle. Whatever angle you look at it, it's a triangle, and you'll go above it, and those angles making that shape will only ever come to 180 degrees. End of story.
Right, those lines of sight.
An isosceles, an equilateral, an obtuse triangle, whatever you want to do, it only ever. The minute you're saying it's going to do more angles, you're talking bendy lines, so you have to show me the bendy line between A and B. Not mathematically, because that's
Right,
no
the
proof.
lines themselves are not bendy. The lines of sight are not directly to each of the observation points. The line that you're measuring the angle between is an azimuth between the three distant locations, which is only in the horizontal plane. If the distant object is below or above horizontal, your azimuth is still not pointing directly at the object. It's in the horizontal plane locally. If the horizontal planes were all parallel with one another, what you would make is three similar triangles, and all three of them would have exactly 180 degrees in them. But since the measurements come up with more than 180 degrees, we know those are not three similar triangles. We know those horizontal planes are not parallel.
What measurements then, Doofus? I don't like calling you Doofus. I'm going to call you Manfred. I like, because Doofus is like a derogatory term, and I don't feel like calling you that. At the moment, you've been very patient with me. But what?
Right, it's the joke.
What measurements though?
Right, the azimuths between the three distant, the internal angles. Like, so if you shoot an azimuth from A to B and from A to C, those are just directions. In between those two directions is some amount of angle, and you do that at all three locations.
I think What's Up had a question real quick, guys. What's Up? Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm
still,
finished. I was going to finish.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's not
but
a
I
problem.
was,
I
because
can
we were
wait.
going round
Yeah.
in circles, and I was beginning to realise people are listening, and we were just going round in circles. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, my only question is the following. If we do know that refraction, looming, and other optical illusions and illusions happen due to the atmosphere and the distance that the object we are looking at is so far away, and we do know also that the farther away it is, the more of these optical illusions happen, then my question is the following. How do you even determine in the first place that when you are using, for example, a theodolite to measure only an angle to something, that something is there where you are measuring it.
All right, what we're actually measuring from is azimuths, and refraction in the atmosphere causes a vertical displacement, not a horizontal displacement.
Buddy, the refraction happens in either and whatever direction. It makes
That's
the
your claim.
image of
I
something
mean, if you want to
that is
say that it
far
does,
away
you'd have to bring evidence of that.
loom up or down, dependent on the actual humidity and temperature and density difference in between certain layers of air in between you and the object you are looking at. It happens all around. It's not a
Yeah, vertically, not horizontally.
horizontally, it doesn't move away. So when I see an image, a photo that was taken of a 5-kilometer away building that has literally wavy lines as its structure, then that's not horizontal also.
Right. No, the typical though. Okay, if you want to go into those specific examples, because your vertical component has changed enough where you can observe the edges of the building look a little bit different. The horizontal component is never going to be to the precision of these theodolites, right? And you do these over a long period of time. So whether or not they're wavy, they always end up in the same central location.
Again, you are looking at something that is very far away, and we do know that due to it being far away, meaning a lot of thick layer of atmosphere we are looking through, we do know that the image we are seeing is not reality. So why do you measuring anything regarding it? Not you per
Okay, I want
se,
to try
but
this one more
whoever does
time
it.
since you're not listening. The horizontal component is not enough for the precision of the instrument that is being used to make the measurement. In addition, you make multiple measurements over a long period of time, not just one.
And they will all differ, therefore, right?
They have, they're always within the error bar of the instrument for horizontal component.
But then why do you do it all again and again? I don't get that part, sorry. If you're doing
To
something
gain
again and
extra
again, it's
precision.
because you do not have the certain precision that you suppose you should have, right?
No, you have the precision of the instrument. If you do it over multiple times, you get a little bit better precision than the instrument allows.
Due to what? We need the precision to be, I mean, we need the observation to be repeated because of human error. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying human error. Nowhere did I use the words human error. Thanks for inserting that
I'm
for
just
me.
asking, because if it's not human error, then it's something that I just said, optical illusions creating an incorrect value for the measurement. Why would I
Right,
use
and
any
again, you didn't
incorrect
listen to the words that
value?
I said, which was that you gain extra precision by using the instrument more than once.
Just because I use the instrument more and more, it won't make the observation, any of the observation, reality. Even if I average that. It's just an average
Right,
of
cool, but we
wrongly
don't have
measured
a
stuff.
mechanism for enough horizontal refraction to change the end result measurement.
You don't get what
Right,
I'm
so
saying,
so
right?
here, the precision of these instruments that they were using back in the day was sub 1 arc second, right? And the end result for the one that I posted was 62 arc seconds, an overage that is well over the precision of the instrument.
Okay, I can ask you about that too. What does actually a precision of a device mean in this kind of context? How is it determined?
Right, the device in question, I want to say that it could get down to, I have to look into the specific device again, but it's definitely less than 1 arc second. It should be about a quarter of an arc second.
Okay, I get that, but how is it determined that that's the precision? What does it mean when someone says that 1 arc second is this certain device's precision? What does it mean?
That means how much of a change you can measure the difference between. That's it.
So it doesn't talk about the idea that if you are looking far enough, you cannot even know because that's all you can see, far enough. cannot know if that far enough object is actually there where you are measuring it. B.
The fuck? It's an angular measuring device, dude. The precision is listed in
My fuck.
angles.
Yeah, but if it's mate, if
It's not about
I don't know,
distance.
if I light with a lamp on a glass, like let's say your window from the outside, and you are on the inside, then all you can see, because let's say I'm far away from the window, I'm to the left by 50 meters, but my light, the light of the lamp that I'm shining at the window is gonna reach you. You can see the light, but you won't be able to determine the actual source of that light, right?
You can with multiple observers.
By looking at the window from inside, you will be able, just by measuring that light that is on the window again and again and again, you can determine where the source is. That's an interesting claim. Wow.
Right. Get multiple observers. You can find out where that light actually is. Reflection's not something that's
inside the
new
building?
or mysterious or anything.
From inside the building, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So from
Basic
inside the
geometry,
building,
dude.
you see a light, a dot, let's say a 2 centimeter diameter dot, a light on the window from the inside. And you can determine how far the source of the light is
Yes, with multiple observers.
from the inside with multiple observers.
Yes.
Wow, man.
This is basic geometry, dude.
It's not. You cannot determine where the source of the light is.
Just claim that. That's fine. But we're talking about azimuths between three distant locations here.
So it's an analogy to the refraction part of what I'm talking about. If refraction
It's not
made
because
the
it's a
light
reflection. It's not
to
analogous.
if refraction looming and everything that is actually happening in real life all the time, if that's what's happening and that's what's causing something to dip, for example, below the horizon, and you cannot determine the original place of a certain object if that's all you can see, the already dipped vision of the object. You cannot determine just looking at it again and again, because that's already a wrong measuring that you can get. You're
Right,
just
and this is why your
averaging
analogy was
wrong,
pointless, because that's talking about
incorrect.
reflection and not refraction.
That's refraction also when you shine a light on the window.
No,
How are you
that's a
talking about?
reflection.
I think I get the point
It's
that
not
WhatsApp's
reflection.
making, which is if you're using, is the point you're making WhatsApp, if you're using this device to measure, how do you create the error bars? Because aren't the error bars in what you're trying to measure? Is that
So what I basically mean is what I said first, but that didn't work. That seemed like Doofus didn't want to agree that if all you can get is wrong measurements, then averaging them won't make any difference regarding it won't make it wrong right. That's my point. That's it, nothing else.
Right, the refraction components in our atmosphere cause negligible horizontal refraction. Unless you want to stake a claim now as to the amount of horizontal refraction that we should expect to see and how much that should affect to the precision of a quarter of an arc second these instruments had, then you can go ahead and post that information. But what we have currently is that the vertical component, while changing, does not change the horizontal component, which these measurements are taken in.
Let's see the measurements. Hold on a second.
You
Hold on
said
a
the
second.
word
Listen. Hey, yo.
inspection. You are okay.
Measurements. He doesn't fucking have them. He's
So you want
bluffing.
him to actually show some measurements.
Bluffing. He doesn't even have them.
No,
He's
no, he
bluffing.
actually has it. He just posted something.
Have them. I went over
He
this.
just posted
I went over
something,
this 100 ways from Sunday with these motherfuckers. They don't have them.
Right. You think that averages of measurements are not the measurements. That's funny.
An
That's
average
not what
is
I
not
said.
a
I said
measurement. Yes.
wrong measurements.
An average is not a measurement. Yes, that is correct.
Is an
By the
average,
way, yeah.
does an average serve the purpose that you're trying to meet with a measurement?
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. We're
Why
trying to
is it?
see what
Why
the
is it
measurements
not a
were, so we can
measurement?
see. We're trying to see what the measurements were, so we can see if they were how much they were off by each time. We have no idea because we don't have the measurements.
But Jeremy,
Bluff,
why is an
bitch.
average not a measurement?
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Because that's an average
An
of
average,
different
not a measurement.
measurements.
Are you
That's
guys
why.
high right now?
I'm asking. I'm just
But-
asking, Jeremy. Like, just tell us. I mean, calm down and just answer the question.
Nate, I
Like,
have
why is
3
it not a
pieces of wood. Pieces of wood. The average length of the wood is 10 feet. Piece of wood that
That's a
equals. Do I
measurement.
have to have it? Measured a piece of wood that's 10 feet? You think?
You would have measured all 3 of them to come to that average.
Now I don't know what, and now I don't know what the and now I don't know what the measurement of any of the pieces of wood are because I don't have any of the measurements. All I have is an average.
Yeah.
It isn't a measurement, you
So,
goofballs.
so the way that
Then
would
how
work
did you
is
how
you
did
have.
you come to that average?
So the way that would work is you have that one piece of wood that you're trying to determine the measurement of, and your measurements have a certain level of precision. If you're saying the end result is something like I have 5 feet and 15 feet, so my average is 10 feet, that does not accurately represent the situation being described.
No, yeah.
Measurements or no? Have the measurements or no? Hello.
They are measurements within the precision of the tools used. If you say something like 5 feet and 15 feet averages out to 10 feet, that does not describe the situation that we are describing.
Let's see the measurements you got.
They're all within the precision of the instrument at the time.
Sure, let's see them.
Oh, you mean his own measurements? Aha, okay,
So
I get it. Okay.
I mean, Jeremy, going back to your scenario, so you have 3 pieces of wood, and according to you, the average length is what, 15 feet? How did you get that 15 feet? Wouldn't you have had to measure the
measurement, Nate.
3 to come to that average? Or
Average
I
is
don't
not a
understand.
measurement. An average is an average. You know how I know an average isn't a measurement? A, they have different names, and B, they're 2 different things.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeremy, calm
That's
down
not
and,
really
and,
gonna
and,
come
like
out.
be genuine here, bro. Like, give us real answers.
When my
Come on.
granddad used to make boats.
Real fucking answer, dude. Dude, you don't think I'm being genuine? You
Also,
disingenuous fuck.
Jeremy, someone's talking.
off,
You
Nate.
talking people, bro.
You need
Someone's
to take
talking.
you need to
Yeah, calm down, man.
have a breath or something, man. You're like
Yeah.
shouting and
Tell me I'm not being genuine, and don't
You're not being
don't
genuine.
sit here and
That
tell
was
me
a
I'm not being
ridiculous
genuine
answer, bro. What
because
kind
you
of
guys
answer
don't
was
have a
that?
measurement, and then tell me to calm down. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, how can you tell me that an average isn't a measurement because they're 2 different words? Like, what kind of answer is that? I can't take you
2
seriously.
different words.
if that's
One of
what
them
you
is the,
say.
one of them is the sum of measure. One of them is the sum,
That's ridiculous.
and then
It's like
the
telling me
average of it.
2 and
Another one
numbers
is
are
just a straight
different
up
words,
measurement.
so 2 isn't a number.
God, Nate,
Like,
is my mic cutting
that's so
out?
silly. I mean, Jeremy, you over talking other people, so I'm over talk you as well, bro. Writing eggshells is trying to say something, you keep over talking.
Yeah, if I can just speak.
Go ahead.
My granddad, like what we're not talking about when we say average, we're not saying you average different things. Like when my granddad used to build boats, he was showing me how it like the measure twice, cut once thing, because he used to build like sailing craft to within a millimeter of tolerance. So toe to tip, the most it would be out was by a millimeter. And I was with him one time, and he's measuring some bits of wood. And he measures it once, and all makes sense. Then he measures it again, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm measuring it again because you want to know exactly how long it is." And I was like, "Don't you know? Because you just measured it." And he's like, "No, you got to measure it multiple times because you might have things wrong, like bends in the tape measure, or I don't know, all of a bunch of variables I probably don't even come close to understanding." And then I was like, "Oh, okay. So which one do you pick at the end?" And he goes, "You don't. You average them." So he's measured one bit of wood multiple times, and then he averages that measurement that he gets. And the error bars between
That's
them.
ridiculous. That's the most stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Cool. How many boats have you built, SE, out of interest?
When you measure precisely. You don't average anything out, dude. Nothing. Down to the millimeter. Okay? I don't give a shit what you say. You either measure or you don't.
At least to my understanding, all measurements have error bars.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No. Do any measurements have error bars?
Doesn't matter error bars. Do you measure or do you average a piece of wood when you cut to make something? Do you measure it?
I think you measure.
Measure twice, cut once, SE.
That's right. Cut once.
So
you
Why
don't
are you measuring
average.
twice?
You don't say,
Why are you
oh, I
measuring
need
twice,
12
though?
inches, but
Why,
maybe
why
I'll
are
go
you measuring
12 and
twice,
a
though?
half.
Why are you
No,
measuring twice?
Yeah. Why would you measure twice?
you measure exactly. There's no discussion here. You understand? There's nothing that you guys could say. You don't average when you build. You
Okay,
cut
why are you measuring twice?
precisely.
He does. My granddad used to.
Well, something's wrong with your granddad. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, could you describe to me some of the things you've built? He built some pretty impressive
Stop talking like a moron. When you measure something, you measure it. There's nothing that you can say or do to change that. Do you understand that?
Change your mind on it. Yes, I'm well aware of it.
No, you're not going to change anybody's mind. When you measure something, you cut it precisely. Precisely. You don't average it.
Okay. Well, look. I mean,
That's it. There's nothing.
You're just seemingly unwilling.
There's nothing.
On the issue.
There's no way out. There's no wedging. There's no, maybe. No. Precise cutting, machining, tooling. Precise. No averaging.
All right, measure twice.
Fucking unbelievable you guys are, man.
Well, it's just interesting because people who sound experienced with it sounds like doofuses. What do you know?
Doofus is not experienced in measuring twice. You measure twice, so you.
Because you would know a lot about
No.
this stuff. Would
you measure.
you ever average measurements?
If you would allow me. You never average measurements when you're building something. You're crazy. You measure twice to make sure you don't make a mistake.
Right.
You measure
Yeah, it's not
precisely. You don't average.
Sure.
I don't measure it twice and take the average. If I measure it twice and get two different answers, I know I made a mistake and I measure it again to get the precise measurement, not to average it. Jesus, man, y'all are just out of your mind.
So what happens when one of them is different than the other?
You measure it again.
Do it again and again and again.
Yeah, cool.
But
So
you
we
don't
get
take
some
the
sort of
average.
idea based on some
That's
sort of
not an
average,
average.
correct?
That's not an average. That's knowing you made a mistake measuring. So you measure it
Okay.
again.
You can claim that it's not an average. But if I get
I know it's
10
not an
point-
average.
if I get
I never
10.1,
calculate the average of anything.
10.2, and 9.5, obviously the 10.1 and 10.2 are the more accurate ones, and I can take an average between those.
You don't
No,
take
you
an
fucked
average
up.
when you're
You
trying to
fucked
measure
up. You gotta measure
precisely.
again. You gotta cut
And
all
then
over again.
Yeah,
You
then you
fucked up.
fucked up. Yeah.
These people are lunatics, man. What are y'all talking about? Y'all act smart because you read a definition. Y'all know nothing. Have you done anything practically yourselves?
Yeah, plenty of practical
Yeah,
stuff.
measure 3 times, cut once.
So how many times have you measured a board and taken the average and cut it there?
Oh, I haven't.
Never. So why didn't you back him up when he said that? Why didn't you call him out? Because y'all are lunatics.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Like, will you guys argue about anything, man? Anything? The color blue, maybe? I don't know. How about the color red? It's like, it's comical at this point, man.
Yeah, an average isn't a measurement. That's just fucking dumb.
Didn't say so.
Ridiculous, bro.
With the measurements.
So would there be a
So you
problem with
agree in it?
Like, let's
Go
say
ahead,
you
Floyd.
measure your house once you built it, and you find that you get, you take 10 measurements, and you find that most of them are clustered around the same thing, but none of them are exactly the same.
That's why I gave you that's why I gave it to you, all right?
No.
Go ahead and
If
have it.
you get
There you go.
different measurements that differ from each other, let's say by 0.1%, then all you have to do is determine if you need to be as precise so that it would make a difference of that 0.1% or not. But that's not regarding average. What it means is that me, using
Hold
that
on 1
number
second.
for something, and then determining if that number is good enough or not. That's it. But
Doofus,
it's
you're
not
hot
like
micing.
averaging anything. A bit, yeah.
Doofus, you're hot mic. I'm just gonna throw him on mute real quick.
And with the
We are
question,
hearing you on the toilet, man.
is there a is there a disadvantage in doing so? So if you measure it out and it's out by 0.01%, but you still average them so you get down to like another decimal point of accuracy.
Why would I average it in the first place? That's a practice that I don't need. Why would I, do something, put energy into something that I do that I do know that I do not need? Why would I do that?
Oh, the reason I said, I think, to my understanding, all measurements have error bars.
But error doesn't have to do anything with averaging.
Well, it's going to reduce it, isn't it? If you've got
Reduce
one
the
bad
error.
5 good ones,
Sure.
then averaging is going to reduce the effect of one bad measurement, isn't it?
Averaging is not going to reduce the error. What the heck?
Yes, it is.
Why would
If
it?
the thing is
How
actually
can it?
54 mil long, and I measure 54 a bunch of times and 53 one time, and that one's the error, that is going to be reduced by 4/5 by averaging it.
You're still on that eggshells. Are you freaking serious, man?
I'm sorry that it bothers you, SA.
I think he is drunk, by the way, a little bit, or coming out of being drunk. That's two things I can imagine.
It's unbelievable, man. It's just truly unbelievable, you guys, man. I mean, really, it's beyond words now. If I'm building a balcony, and I need to make 4 posts, right? Am I gonna make them exactly 6 feet tall, or is one gonna be 6'1", and the other one's gonna be 6'2", and the other one's gonna be 6'3"? Or do you think I'm gonna cut them exactly at 6 foot? Eggshells?
I think that you would never, ever, ever in your life, even if you started trying to practice now, I don't think you would ever have the ability to cut a pole at exactly 6 feet. That's what I think.
Wow, you guys heard it, man.
But that's what I said before, because you don't need to be exactly.
What about when you do?
6 feet. That's what I said. That's what I said 5 minutes ago. You remember? I told you that
Trying to talk about accuracy, and you're like, but what about if it's okay to be inaccurate? Okay, sure, let's be inaccurate then. Maybe the Earth's a ball, and if you're more accurate, you find that out.
Oh, that's a stretch of logic. Now you've gone to illogic land. What the hell?
Certainly a claim.
just because we do not require anybody to be precise about wood's length. Because of that, Earth is globe. That's what you literally just said.
Sounds like what you're saying is it
What the
doesn't matter how
hell is wrong
accurate.
with you, man?
It sounds like what you're saying is it doesn't matter how accurate or otherwise we are. To me,
For that application, it doesn't matter. That's
which
what I said
application?
5
We're
minutes
still
ago.
talking in terms of hypotheticals, so you can't really say for that application. It's
No,
not necessary.
see, that's the problem. You are talking in hypotheticals. What SE said is a practical, empirical thing. Cutting up a wood.
Yeah, but he's claiming you can cut a bit of wood at exactly 6 foot. Do you think you can cut anything at exactly any particular given length? Do you think that's a thing that's possible?
What do you want to go down to the microscopic level now here? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
you want to talk atoms or what? You want to go into the microscopic world?
Exactly. All measurements are going to have error bars. At least that's my understanding of it. And all cuts.
Yes, but no matter what you say, you don't average when you cut. You can bring it to the moon, down to the bottom of the ocean. You can say you're bullshit. You don't average when you cut. There's nothing you say is going to change that. Nothing.
Sure, that's your assertion. It just sounds like some geodetic surveyors do actually do that.
You do realize that by saying that you always average anything, then you are actually claiming about an astronaut who supposedly has been up there, that he is averagely living at the elevation of a few thousand kilometers all his life, because one time he has been down and one time he has been up. The average is in between, somewhere in the air.
What are you talking about right now? This is the weirdest straw man. Did I say everything is averages, or you average everything, or just that if you average things, you will get increased accuracy?
What do we average then? Tell us, please.
Measurements for
what things
one.
do we should what we should average and what we shouldn't? Tell us.
Statistics, I think, often you end up averaging or finding the mean or the median. You know, similar kinds of things. I think lots of things end up getting averaged. right? When you're trying to figure out how much you get paid, you average that across 52 weeks of the year, even though you don't always earn the same amount each week. We average lots
Yeah,
of things.
definitely.
We average things when it's useful, I think.
I help you, okay, Riding. We average stuff that we want to, in a big picture, we want to talk about, not about the specific things. That's when we can average. When we want to talk about a certain population, for example, the population of the USA does not believe that they went to the moon by 70%, something like that.
You guys
are still straw manning him.
That doesn't actually make sense. Like,
Yeah, you guys are straw manning
average
him.
to say something else related to averages. I'm just trying to make the fairly simple assertion that when you average things, you'll get less inaccurate. Not that therefore average the US population is an average. It's like, I mean, you yourself know that that's such a ridiculous straw man. It's not really worth.
Yeah, big straw man. Like it's
Are you
crazy.
triggered by what I said?
WhatsApp's doing right now.
Yeah,
because
you
WhatsApp,
shouldn't
you
be,
are
because it
attacking
was
claims that writing never made. You know, like is that even straw manning? That's more than straw manning.
That I never said.
No, he made the stupidest
Yeah.
claim that when people averaging, that people actually want to cut something, they are averaging distance that they want to cut.
Yeah, so
No, they do not. Never have they ever.
I still think that that's possible.
What the
Doesn't
fuck?
mean everybody does. Doesn't mean Rakia does. Indeed, I could have misremembered it with my granddad, but I was a kid. But I'm pretty sure that was the case.
No, you were wrong. You're absolutely wrong on this, Eggshells. Absolutely.
To take it back to where it came from, did geodetic surveyors claim that they average their readings?
That's what Doofy said, yeah. And that's stupid, because if any of if you know that all of your measurements are wrong, then you are just averaging wrong, and that's it.
So
That's
even though
stupid.
geodetic surveyors say that they do it, what's the assertion, that they don't do it and they're lying? Or I'm kind of a bit lost, I guess.
But you haven't listened to the first part. I said that Doofus claims that geodetic surveyors do average their measurements. What I said is that all of those measurements are known to be incorrect.
So
they are
they're all
averaging
wrong.
incorrect
Are they
values.
though?
They're all wrong. Every single geodetic survey is wrong, and you're right. Or
How do you know that, man?
yeah, what are you saying? They're all
I
wrong. Every single
described
one.
this 5 minutes ago. To diffraction, you cannot determine a
Why are they all wrong?
faraway
Please tell me
object's
why.
He's explaining why,
actual
Don.
place.
I'm so sorry.
Cannot
WhatsApp.
determine the.
Do you mind repeating that? Because Don interrupted you. Could you
Okay.
say that again?
Okay. So due to refraction, let's call any kind of refraction, looming, blah, 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 altogether optical illusion that happens over a long distance. Due to that, we cannot determine the actual real space or a position in space that an object has. So every single one of the measurements are going to be wrong. Averaging every wrong measurement won't give you anything true.
So what about if you've got a bunch of measurements, but there's noise in them? You know there's going to be noise in them. So like clickers, you've got a guy on a clicker measuring, counting the number of, not even measuring, counting the number of people going into your fairground, right? And you know that sometimes he goes, he misses somebody, people duck in, they get past the gates, da-da-da-da. So you know that it's wrong, but you go, oh, he's probably pretty good. And on most days he's okay. So would it be okay to say on average, but by averaging these 3 different people that are clicking everybody that goes in, we're going to have a better idea about how many people are in this fairground than if we just took one guy's clicks?
I didn't know that geodetic surveyors are counting people going into a place.
It's an example. Oh my god, bro.
These straw mans are...
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I'm trying
like
to say
what
funnily,
the fuck? Like how
that
do we
this is a
even
wrong
have a
analogy.
discussion with you if this is how you're gonna be?
That's
WhatsApp?
why I'm interrupting, because it's very frustrating
Yeah.
when people lie this
Yeah.
much.
If it's an example, it's a wrong example.
It's just, yeah, in my opinion, it's just a wrong
any
example,
example is
and
a
that's
good
what I said
example.
funnily, right?
Why don't you all interrupt them at the same time? Let's see how that works out.
So interrupting's bad, is it? Good, got it, FC, thank you.
Oh, it's okay. I'm used to it.
Your voice is loud enough to go over everything, SE.
No.
Yeah, but I'm not talking.
You're always loud.
I know, I know.
So again, Riding, what I wanted to say by joking with that is that don't go away from the specific and the actual topic we are talking about. You don't need analogies. Let's go into the details of geodetic surveying. And you should try to attack my actual argument regarding the refraction part, the incorrect measurements.
Refraction adds noise to optical measurements, such that things shimmer and move depending on conditions. What I can guess is that it will shimmer and move within a certain bandwidth, which is probably contributing no small part to the error bars from what I'm going to get from this measurement. All I'm suggesting,
so,
which I don't think is very controversial, is that if you average those out, that error will get smaller. That's all.
Okay, let me show you then something, because what you just said tells me that you might have not seen what I'm about to show you regarding refraction. It's called here in this little video that I'm posting refraction, but in my opinion, again, let's just call them optical illusions. Now, if you would measure the dip and the drop, this is a 12-hour time lapse, by the way, in between 8 in the morning and 9 in the evening. Now, the problem is if you would go out in the middle of the day, you would get a vastly different calculation from that measurement than if you would go out in the night, for example,
My
or
question
close
is,
to 8 hours.
how does this stop you from measuring distance? Just because the horizon's wibbling a bit.
Because this is all you can see, right? That's what we are
Oh, I
talking
can
about.
still
We
see the
don't actually
buildings are
measure.
just there. I could still sail a boat across and get a real distance. I could still trust someone else that's already sailed a boat across and got a distance. Just
Then that's
because
not
they're
really
wibbling, that doesn't mean I have to
buddy.
give up my
Come
inquiry
on.
on distance, does it?
Even if we
Come on, surveying does not include hopping onto a boat and measuring with that the distance. Surveying includes optical devices. You stand at
and
one
I'm telling
point
you,
and then measure
wibbling is not
something
a
in
big
the
deal.
Can I ask a question? What's
That's
up?
not a big deal. That's not what you see there.
Not at
It's
all,
not a
no,
big
it's
deal.
just wibbling. You can still see everything.
Oh my fuck.
In that image, what's up? Where do you think the shoreline, the most obviously wibbling shoreline that the line is against there, where do you
Yeah?
think it is in reality?
How the fuck should I know if this is all I can see? If this is all I can see, then I cannot determine, and I would be a fucking idiot if I wanted to say that yes I can. I would be deluded. That's what it's called. Deluded.
Let me draw some lines on it, and let's start to say where we think it might be. If it was important to try to figure out where it was.
Mate, are you trying to make up your mind if it's a precise calculation and measurement where it is, or are you just trying to say, oh, it might be around there?
So a bit of
Which one are
both.
you doing?
Is it?
You are
is it
doing
down-
both.
Please, please, what's up? Let me finish. We
Okay.
would agree that near shoreline isn't at the very bottom of the frame. We would agree that near shoreline isn't at the very top of the frame, right? What we would probably do,
yeah.
if we took any photo across that 12-hour period and said that's where the shoreline is, there's probably going to be some error in that. But if we average this entire GIF and said on average, here's where it is, I think that would be the least inaccurate method. That's all I'm saying.
But buddy, all we see on this phenomena recorded is that we cannot determine and we cannot know if any of these measurements were true or not. So averaging wrong again and again and again won't give you any right answer. That was my point the whole time.
Using really specific words. The really specific words I'm using are least inaccurate. Would that be
Least compared to what?
The measurement be
least inaccurate means? Do you know
correct momentarily because it's always changing.
You
Sorry,
can't
Jim.
just jump in and like interrupt them. They're having a convo, man. Come on, just wait your turn.
The least compared to what, Riding? What do you mean by least wrong answer?
I've given you the two things I'd compare it to. The two options are just randomly saying it's at the bottom or the top of the frame. And the other option is to say it's at any given frame in that GIF. one particular frame in that GIF, I'm going to do it? Or do you think the least inaccurate way would be to take 12 hours of that frame or longer, the better, the more the better, and then average those results? Which do you think would be the
That's
least?
what I'm trying to tell you. You are presenting me with two choices in between which I should choose either of the two wrong premises. I do and conclusions. I do not want to choose either. What I'm doing instead is stepping back and saying that you cannot determine anything regarding the physical shape of the water if you see this kind of observation. You cannot, and you shouldn't.
The question I'm asking you is not, do you want to do this, or is this the right answer? I'm saying, given the methods I've told you, one is just taking a single frame and another one is averaging all of the possible frames you could get across a single day or more, which would be less inaccurate?
Again, they are the same inaccurate. That's what I'm telling you.
They would be the same inaccurate.
Because you do not have a baseline to compare it to how wrong something is if all you have is wrong altogether.
There could be an actual answer. So if I got an answer that was the
Yeah.
lowest that refraction goes, so it shows the shoreline in the lowest possible position, that is as accurate as one that averaged it and found something in the middle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you don't have a baseline.
As useful as one another.
The baseline would be reality, right? But we cannot see reality. Always use optical illusion.
Well, the baseline would be you answering the question, but it is obvious from this to everybody present that you're avoiding answering that question because you know that the
No,
answer.
I'm not avoiding. You are presenting a question that doesn't make any sense because you don't have a baseline for comparing what's better or worse.
Yes, I do.
Compared to what? What is your baseline?
The baseline was pick a single frame or average all of them. The baseline is pick a single frame or average all of them.
It's not a base. Do you know what a baseline means?
More accurate or less inaccurate. Yeah, and you're not.
Do you know what the baseline word means?
Is really telling. We can see what's all of the people in the room here can see that you're trying to avoid answering the obvious question, which is if you average.
Okay, can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask you a question? Riding. Can I ask you a question? I've just joined.
You have another
Sorry.
question?
Big shout out to Trophil. Okay, you know I see him in the house. Basically, I want to know what you're trying to get WhatsApp to explain to you. What do you want him to explain? I'm missing your point now.
I'm just trying to say something really simple, which is if you've got multiple measurements that say different things and you average them, that is usually a fairly reliable way of reducing error.
Well, yeah, but then you're not going to be precise, though. I think is what WhatsApp's saying, are you?
No. What I said is that if all you have is the measurements of the optical illusion, then all you have is an average of the optical illusion and nothing regarding reality.
Okay, that's fair enough, isn't it? Because
I'm just asking you the simple question of which would be less inaccurate, and that you are refusing to answer it. We can all see.
Well, he's saying to you that it's not an accurate
baseline?
premise. He's saying the premise is not accurate in the first place.
Have you got another premise, WhatsApp, that you could replace eggshells 2 premises with something else?
My premise, I already told you like 100 times, I wouldn't try determine the actual shape of the water.
Not really
if
saying,
I only have this, then I wouldn't.
You're not saying average is bad in this case. You're just saying I don't believe any of you can measure anything because bad optics, right? That's what you're saying, really.
In this case, averaging doesn't even come to my mind because for that I would need to think that I can measure anything from this. I cannot. What I can measure is the optical illusion itself, nothing else.
Maybe we could talk about why optics are so bad, or if there is humans that are capable of coping with a bit of illusion while they measure stuff. Right?
Yeah, but
illusions are not to cope with. Illusions will make you understand reality other than what it really is.
Let's say I see you in the
that's what
forest
magicians
and
do.
you're phasing in and out and your feet are
magicians
wobbly
do.
and blurred. I can still see you and I still get some type of idea about what's going on. Even if your feet are blurred up and down and moving, right?
Or if
I still think there's
all
what's
your
up in the
claim.
forest.
If that's all your question, if I'm there.
And I could count the trees between me and you, and I could guess how far you are, even if your legs are blurring in and out, wobbling up and down. Because there's other information I can gain.
what you are trying actually to do when you are doing your Earth measurements and then curve measurements is you are trying to precisely tell anybody and calculate the curvature of Earth, right? It's not just, oh, it's there. Because what you just said is that I'm there. You can see me. Well, sure, but how tall I am? How can you determine how tall I am if this is what you see?
Even if the bottom of your
You
visual
cannot.
field is going up and down and in and out a little bit and blurry, you still have a visual field to get information from. And that's how we live as humans.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
can
can
I
get the
can I make a
information that I am there, but you cannot get the information as to how tall I am.
I can get a very good guess. You're probably close to 6 foot.
Guess. Well, you can blindly guess also, like literally going blind and
I
then guess how
literally
tall
know
I
that
am.
most
That's good
humans are
too.
close to 6 foot in some way or another, either 8
Exactly.
or 4, but they're close to 6, right? So I already know your rough height. No measuring needed at all. No optics needed.
Jin wanted to say something. What did you want to say, Jin? Get in.
No, I was going to say that let's not forget that. I mean, we're having this argument about the curvature, but we have 4 groups of professionals. That would be the submariners, the sailors on the aircraft carriers, jet fight. I'm talking here, jet fighter pilots, and flight instructors at instructor schools, professionals who tell you that the Earth as a globe would be impossible because their equipment wouldn't work. That's from the film called Flattening the Curve. They are the professionals. They protect the world, supposedly the free world, 24 hours a day. Don't you think they would know whether the Earth is a ball or not?
Thank you,
That's
Jin.
what I'm
Can we
saying.
get back to the
How
topic
many of those
at hand right now?
How many of those people did you interrogate? How much scrutiny did you put them to?
Interrogate.
I'm not going to
Interrogate yourself.
interrogate anyone because that's not what I'm
Come
about.
on.
I'll interrogate you. But I won't be interrogating those guys. You know what I mean? They're the professionals.
So what due diligence did you do to determine that the people fronting up? Because I could say I'm an airline pilot, and
yeah, but I wouldn't trust you. I wouldn't
accept
trust
that,
you.
right?
As soon as I heard you, I wouldn't trust you.
So what made you trust these people? Was it just
Oh, because they are they are professionals first of all. So they tell you the units they belong to. They give you their credentials. They give you their names. The guy on the submarine doesn't keep his name. He doesn't want to be. He wanted to be anonymous. The guy in the submarine, but as how the submarine works and that was forthcoming. But they give you the credentials, and if you want to further investigate them, if you wish, you can contact them. So I've got no worries at all. Because hang on, because I've been arguing this point for 7 years that you would be upside down if you're on a ball, and these professionals have agreed with what I'm saying. What I've been saying concurs. We concur here. So I have no reason to distrust them. No reason at all.
Oh my god. So because they confirm your bias, you have no need to question them at all.
It is not my bias, sir.
With that information.
Excuse me. It is not my bias. It's my knowledge.
Say it out loud. That's meant to be the quiet
What
part.
Jin is saying.
The fact that you
Jin is
believe
saying.
because they confirm what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
They confirm my knowledge. My knowledge that I've had all my
What
life,
Jin is
all my
referring
60
to-
years, 60 years of knowledge.
You're not meant to say out loud, I agree with them and I've done nothing to test their claims or to challenge it. Or
I don't need to test their claims, do I? Because their claims
My
are
god.
exactly what I've been living. I have been
What's up?
living what
What's up?
they
Do you
explain.
agree with Jin that if somebody says something that confirms your knowledge of bias, you don't need to test their claim? Is that how, Jin? I'm not talking to you. Is that how you operate? What's up?
Okay.
I'm not talking to you, Jin. What's up? Is that how you
You're a
operate?
little bit over obfuscating because Jin said that upside down. Now, after I watched that video that he's talking about, I now understand what he actually means when he says that he's talking about the gyroscope. A gyroscope within a vehicle that is trying to show you
what Jin is talking about.
if you are
That is what
upside
makes
down
it
or
question.
not. That
What's up?
should
You're
that
not answering
if you go around enough on a globe, it should
not answering
deviate and it should constantly show you that you are going upside down when you just
that what I asked you?
going around the globe, right? That's what
Did I
he's
ask you?
talking about, that you are
Can I speak to
obfuscating
what
things.
Jin
Did
said?
I
Now
ask
you
you
ask
that?
me, now what you asked me now, I just wanted to clarify that. What you asked me now is no, just based on, having a good feeling because someone else has the same idea as me, that doesn't mean that that's what's reality.
Can I speak on what Jen said? Jen, it's fine if you don't want to check. If you already trust them, that's fine. But that isn't convincing to us. Just saying, I've decided this guy's an expert. I think he's correct. And that means it is correct. That's not convincing to other people. That's only convincing to you so far.
Well, I mean,
right?
okay, let me further emphasize what I'm saying. These are professionals in their field. You see the equipment. Hang on. Can I not finish, please?
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right. Right. They are using the equipment that you can see. I have flown in planes. I've lived for 60 years. I've never experienced what do we call this curvature of the Earth. I've never seen it. Yeah. And these are professionals who are using equipment. Hang on a second, please. Who are using equipment? Who are using equipment that they tell you wouldn't work if it's a globe. They're telling you this.
I get your reasoning.
Right, thank you.
I've got another
There
question.
you go.
Are you accounting for all the pilots that say it's definitely a globe and flat Earth couldn't work? In your reasoning,
those people at the moment are under the spell that they're on a globe. Even these individuals were on. Hang on a second.
How can you tell the difference? Is my next question.
Can I not finish yet?
Right.
Look, the individuals that I'm talking about that are in the video, they were under that spell. But then when they revised their books, restudied and took a better look at what they were doing, they realized that the Earth indeed isn't a globe. Okay, they tell you this, but carry on.
All right, well, how would you know the difference, though, between, let's say, 8 pilots that are under the delusion and the 2 pilots that have woken up and found the truth? How do you know the difference?
Well, I think that would be self-evident because the 2 that are saying the Earth is a flat plane and that they're the ones that are awake. The ones who think they're on a globe with no evidence for the globe, they're the ones who are the globies, obviously. I mean, come on. Come on now.
Okay, I've got to say, that's still not convincing for me. That's just you saying, I really trust these 2 over the other 8.
Well, of course, because these 2 and the life I've lived and my experiences, because you must never write off your own personal experience must come first. That's your ground. That's your knowledge. Then you check what's being said to you. The Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe. Let me go and check. Oh, I don't see any curvature. I don't detect any spin. We can't be in the vacuum of space without a containment. No man has gone to the moon. So I'm thinking that, okay, something's odd here. I don't see any curvature.
Yeah, no, I get all your other reasoning. I get your other reasoning. You're already suspicious about Earth not being a globe. I get that.
Thank you, right.
So what I'd need here is to see your 2 pilots talking for a minute each or 2 minutes each and see 2 other pilots that say it's a globe talking. And then I can discern who I think's being more truthful.
Well, based on your knowledge, based on your knowledge of facts and experience, yes. No one's experienced the globe. No one has.
Based on my knowledge and experience, I don't even have to listen to any pilots because I know it's a globe, right? You get that?
Well, that would be you burying your head and going la 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 la.
No, I've studied it for 4 years since Flat Earth brought it up.
You've got no proof of it though, Dawn.
I've studied it every day for 4 years. Thank you.
Dawn, there's no evidence of curvature measured, and the experts.
To me, there is. To me, there's internet evidence of this.
High technology. Unfortunately, it's weapons of mass destruction.
To me, every horizon is evidence of this.
This is going nowhere, guys. With all due respect, you both have nothing. Jin or Don, you both have nothing. It's just hearsay, guys. Come on, man.
I agree, I see. I'm not bringing anything. I'm just telling him that I have the same type of passion he does for a completely different model.
But I mean, Jin, would you accept this from somebody else? Like if I came and told you, I believe the Earth is flat because in my 28 years of living, I believe the Earth is a sphere because in my 28 years of living, I experienced a sphere, and I have 8 pilots that tell me Earth is a sphere. So because they say Earth is a sphere, and all of my experience tie up with what they've said, I don't need to look any deeper into their claim. I can be fine with that. Like if I came and told you that, and that's my proof that Earth is a sphere, would you take me serious?
You see, the thing is, there has to be evidence of that. You can't just come and tell me. So I would take what you said and go and check. I would go and check. That's what I would go and do. Obviously, I'm not just going to take what you've said.
Oh, but that's
I'm going
not
to
what
go
you've
and
done.
check.
So that's where
I have done that. I've done that.
Can I just jump
I've
back?
done that, mate.
That's what I'd started with.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Did
Riley.
you check- Did you check any of these people in this doco?
No, I didn't check.
Oh my God.
I didn't check the personnel because I trust what they've said, because I've already checked that the Earth isn't a globe. I've done that myself.
Together or something.
That's why I know
Okay.
the Earth is not a
I
globe.
want to watch
I
this
know that. That's why I
together
say.
again and see how.
Why
The
do you
Earth
talk
is-
when I'm talking? That's why it goes wrong. Let me
Sorry,
finish.
I did it again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, right. Now, I've checked that the Earth isn't a globe. So it's no longer, I don't carry a belief that the Earth is flat. I carry knowledge. Now, there are other professionals with the latest cutting edge technology. Some of it's classified, and they're saying the Earth is not measuring a curve. Their equipment wouldn't work if it was a curve. So they are talking like me. They are actually mentioning the fact that you would be upside down on a globe. So now these people are speaking my language. So of course now I'm going to trust them. Just on that alone. I have that right. Thank you.
Jin, and think this, like, you don't see how you saying that bit out loud undermines your credibility?
No, not at all. Why would it undermine my credibility?
You want me to explain
Why?
why it does?
Why?
Right.
You tell me. Why?
Because what you're saying is essentially, because these people agree with me, I haven't at all investigated what they say. I've just decided that they're telling me the truth.
Are you not listening? Are you not listening? I myself, I don't need, listen, let me tell you something now. I did not need these professionals to know that the Earth is flat. Remember, I have been walking for 7 years now, knowing the Earth is flat indeed, 7 years. Along comes these professionals now, a bit late in the day. Johnny's professionals come lately, and they are saying exactly what I experience. So why would I not trust them? I already know the Earth is flat. I don't need them, do I?
Let me try and make. I think I've got a way that I can make it actually more apparent.
You're not going to make it fit, I guarantee you. But carry on. Carry on.
I've decided that the Earth is a sphere because I heard some people who claimed they were astronauts who said, I've been up to space and I've seen it with my own eyes. And it is, I have determined, indeed spherical. Now, I haven't checked whether they're astronauts or not, nor have I done anything to determine whether they actually went to the ISS. I just heard them say that, and because it agreed with what I knew from my, nearly 40 years on the planet, I decided that what they were saying was absolutely correct. Do you see there's a bit of an issue with that?
Not really, no. The only issue that I would have is that have you actually measured and checked that the Earth is indeed a spherical ball? That's all that I would have in your statement there. Have you personally actually checked that the Earth is a globe and brought that evidence to the forefront? Have you done that?
In this example, yeah.
I'm talking to Briding at the moment.
I'm trying to more make this point about. It sounds like what you're describing is just like...
You're not describing me at all, because you're missing the point that Jin has actually gone out and tested to see if the Earth is a globe. Yeah. And it is not.
Trust up
and it is
eggshells
not
with
now.
already
I have
knowing it's
discovered
flat.
that. Hello, I have discovered that the Earth isn't a globe from the tests and experiences I've had. Okay? Okay? I've verified that for myself.
I haven't heard you, Jin. Let me just assure you of that. We are 100% on board that we've heard what you're saying.
So what's the problem here? That I trust these group of people who are confirming my knowledge with their latest technology.
That is definitionally the confirmation bias. What you're saying is I suffer from confirmation bias on this issue, and seemingly aren't realizing that you're admitting that the only reason you agree with these people and didn't need to check that they were really pilots was because they it's staggering.
Look, they gave out their credentials.
You're meant to keep this bit quiet, Jin.
Go ahead.
No, I don't mean you be quiet. I mean, like, this is just quiet part out loud stuff.
Well, listen, they've given out their credentials. Okay, so they're accessible. They're accessible. Okay, they're accessible. So if I have any doubt in what they say and I think they're suspect, if I feel they're suspect, I would go and check them out. But I don't feel they're suspect. That's my prerogative. That's my prerogative, my right to discern whether they are trustworthy or not. And I've decided that they are trustworthy through their profession, through their testimonies and their profession. I understand the equipment they use and how it would work
Okay,
on
he
the
has
globe. and it's
faith.
not-
Let's move on, guys. This is really not going anywhere.
Sorry, you know, but
Yeah,
I thought I'd have to bring it up. I'm bringing it up because they were talking about this picture, which was going on a long time. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, there are professionals out there who are telling everyone that it's not a globe. That's all I'm saying.
Was there a contention? Did I miss a contention?
You missed something very, very funny, Pencil.
Because as I'd posted it yesterday, you'd responded to Ben, so I was like, I spent a few hours in here being like, well, who are these sources? What are their names? And nobody gave any to me, and it wasn't until I was going to bed that I was like, oh, hang on, this means that nobody on Flat Earth side has Googled these people yet. Like, does anybody know who that guy who made it is? Rizik or whatever his name is?
We don't have to.
That's not the point. The point is, do you measure or do you estimate?
My point. I get why it wouldn't be yours. I mean, crikey, I wouldn't make it my point if I were you. But
Yeah, but am I wrong? Wasn't the original question, do we measure or do we estimate? I could be wrong on that.
oh yeah, it seemed like Jin wanted to talk about the documentary. That is where we started, indeed. I see.
Yeah, that is the question now. Anything that we're veering off track here, right? We either measure or we estimate.
I don't think those are the two. That sounds like a straw man of the previous discussion. We measure
But I
once,
gotta
we
hand
measure
it
many
to you
times
guys,
an
dude.
average. I think is a better whether you can reduce error through averaging measurements. Like that would probably be a better way of characterizing the discussion.
Can I put one small Jen? Just want to say, Jen, I totally understand your reasoning. Fine, I have that same reasoning for people who add to my proof for my worldview that I trust.
Agreed, Don. You can both use that fallacious reasoning, both of you. Yeah.
No, it's
because
not.
you
When you
both think
base it,
you're right,
all
but
it
there's no way
is two people that
either
you
one of
trust
you.
saying another thing that you believe. That's all it is. It's not fallacious.
Well, it is fallacious because you're agreeing on something. You're agreeing it's a globe without any proof, and Jin
No,
thinks
I've
it's
proved it
flat
to myself,
without any
dude.
proof. So
I've
you're
proved it to
both
myself.
you're both in Wonderland. You're both not
I
sure of
have
what you're
proof.
saying.
I have proof. Thank you.
You don't have proof.
You can decide that, but for me, I think I have proof still. Whatever you decide.
Yeah, Don. That's why I said it's a personal thing. You're both right and you're both wrong.
You thinking I don't have proof is your personal thing. You get that?
I know you don't have proof.
Yeah,
I'm not
you can
thinking
know
it.
it, but that's your personal knowledge. Doesn't affect mine.
Okay, show me some proof of that the Earth is a globe then.
Okay, the moon appearing as a sphere. That's my
You
first
see?
proof.
The moon, you see what I mean?
Yeah, don't get
You can
freaked
do this
out.
all
You
day,
asked
bro.
for it. I gave it.
So the
That's my
proof
first
of the
one.
Earth being a globe is the moon.
That's my first one. The moon appearing as a sphere, proving spheres can exist in the void of space.
That
Yeah.
says nothing, absolutely nothing. So I look
For
at
me, it
look at the
does.
table, the
For me,
Q
it
table.
does.
I look at the I'm at a Q table, right? I'm playing pool, and I look up, right? And I look at the ceiling, and I see the light bulb is round.
Yeah.
Right? Now is my table round?
No.
There you go. Take that away. Next.
That's nothing to do with what I said, I'm afraid.
Everything to do with what you said, I'm
No,
afraid.
it's not.
No, not a thing to do with it.
What I said was spheres exist in the void of space. Nothing to do with lights are circle, so tables are circle. Sorry.
Okay,
nothing to do with
then I could be on a pool table that's flat, look up, see the light bulb, and say, okay,
No, that's the
light
same
bulbs
analogy.
exist.
It's nothing to
Okay,
do with it.
light bulbs exist. Okay, next.
Light bulbs exist. So you're agreeing now that spheres exist in the void of space?
You don't know there's stairs. No.
Well, then why did you do an analogy of it if you don't agree?
Because it's the same analogy. You're looking up.
Okay.
I'm
you
asking you
disagree
what you
with your own
stand on.
analogy now.
Don't interrupt me, please. I'm asking you what I stand on. You're telling me, look at the moon.
This is proof for me, yeah? Whether you want to debunk it and say, no, it's silly, that's up to you, but it's still my proof.
Yes, that's my whole point, Don. That you both have a set of beliefs. That's my whole point.
Proof.
I
He
don't
doesn't
have
know
a
it's
clue.
flat,
Excuse
and you
me.
don't know it's round.
SE, I don't have a belief, SE. What belief do I have, SE?
You have a belief, Jin, because there's no way for you to prove that the Earth is flat.
I have my knowledge, and I know that the Earth is indeed a flat plane.
Look, I might
From
be
the
on
lack
your
of
side,
curvature
Jin.
over the distances I have travelled in my life from the 70s to today, I haven't seen or measured any curvature at all.
I'm with you,
Okay?
brother. I'm with you. I'm on your side here. But
Yeah,
the
I know you
truth
are.
of the
I know you
matter
are.
is, you don't know, bro. If
I
we're
do
gonna
know.
be
I
consistent,
do know.
if we're gonna be taken serious, we have to say the truth, bro.
Yeah, as far as I haven't, I've always said this. I haven't travelled the whole Earth, but the amount of the Earth that I've travelled, I haven't measured any at all curvature at all. Zero.
Okay, that's the most you can say then, Jin. That's the
that is the
most
most
you
I
can say with certainty.
That's correct.
But
Yeah.
you never
Correct.
went out traveling where you travelled either, Jin, to measure anything.
Well, I actually used the aircraft, a spirit level, and then
No.
long distance observations. Those are the,
No.
that's the method
Yeah.
I employed.
You
Crude
proved
as
it
it may
with
sound.
yourself.
A spirit level
You
in an
use reasoning.
aircraft does not prove anything at
Use
all.
Well, it does for
reasoning.
me.
It is proof for
Personally.
him. You see, he's got his proof.
Well,
It does
if you're
for
gonna
me.
if
And
if
then
you're gonna
long.
be honest, it's
Yeah.
not. It can be proof for you, but
Yeah, you
Yeah,
go.
it's
We
more
all
than
have our
enough
own
proof.
proofs.
It's more than enough proof because no curvature would experience all over the flights, the places I've been, and then there's long distance observation which I've used. Those are my
Being
methods.
on Bantor's point, you get that wouldn't be proof for me or him, right? It's only proof
Well,
for you.
yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Right, I totally
Yeah.
understand that. But that is good enough to discern
Good
whether
enough.
the Earth is curving or not.
So you
And the
both
lack
have
of
nothing.
seeing as
You
well.
have to understand that. You both have nothing. No proof either side. Zero.
I have proof.
well,
You don't,
you
Jin.
know,
Come on. First of all, I can prove to you, Jin, that the Earth is not flat. Just look outside. So that statement is not true, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, if you're going to be pedantic about it, yes, correct. When I look out the front door, I don't see flat everywhere. No, correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when we take it from the air, where you would be able to discern the curvature. It's not there. We have
Look,
long
don't take
distance
this wrong.
observations.
If I'm gonna go down on the and give shit to the ballers, right?
Yeah.
I have to do the same, bro. When the flat earthers,
Yeah, you got to have your standards. Don't worry.
yeah,
You have to have
yeah.
your
Don't
standards.
take it personal, bro.
You
I'm
know what he
not
means
taking
by
it
flat.
personal. I'm not
SE.
taking it personal. I know what I know, though. That's the thing. Doesn't change my position in 1 degree at all.
SE, you know what he means by flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what he means by flat, but you know what I mean by what I said, right? The statement is incorrect.
It is in the sense. What we should say is that from what we see is that the Earth is level across the ocean, but the land has topography. Well, and I always say
That would be better,
but
yeah.
you know what I
That would
mean.
be
You know what
much
I mean.
better, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I mean when I say that. I don't really want to go through all that spiel. That's why we just use the word flat, metaphorically speaking. If I have to.
So, Bansel, can I ask you something?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
If like in your 30 plus years of being on planet Earth, you would only experience Earth as flat, and you watched the documentary or you read an article with two professionals, whatever it is, they're professionals in whatever their field is, it relates to the shape of the Earth, and they say, these two professionals, that the Earth is flat. And because what they say agrees with what you say and agrees with your experiences in life and whatnot, you would decide you're not going to question their claim further. You're going to take that claim as proof. Is that a logical, reasonable thing to do, or do you dig into their claim?
Look, guys, I've only just come back on the conversation in the last couple of minutes. But for me, myself, if I'm being honest, I couldn't present that to you as proof unless I've checked it out myself, because I'd want to be satisfied myself that what I offer you, Nate, right, stands up to scrutiny of some sort. I wouldn't want to give you something where you can go, well, these two professionals, they're just two actors that you hide, or they're just two characters off the street, or whatever, and you were able to tear them down, right, quite easily. So if I was going to give you something personally myself, I would make sure that what I've given you, Nate, stacks up to my level of scrutiny. And I don't think I've ever given you anything over the time we've known each other that wouldn't that that wouldn't pass my level of scrutiny that I
No,
give
yeah,
you.
definitely. Yeah,
Yeah.
everything you've shown me, you verified for yourself. You
Yep.
you didn't just show it to me because it agrees with your knowledge or your bias, right?
Not at all. Not at all. No. No. Now I can throw out other things in the conversation, as I do, because I'll argue anything, Nate, with not knowing anything about it, right? But
Yeah.
I'm quite honest to say, look, I know nothing about it, and here's something that I found, type of thing. And then if I present it to you, which you have at times, right, you can go, well, this ain't right or that ain't right, and I can go, well, okay, then I'll concede to that, right? Like you've conceded to me on some things, right? And that's the way you have an honest conversation, Nate. Right? You gotta be able to, either you can either back it up or you can't back it up, right?
I
And
totally agree.
if you're gonna bring something, well, at least make sure that it's gonna do what you say it's gonna claim. Otherwise, you're just coming with hollow claims, really.
You hear
Speak
that,
on what
Jim?
I think proof is.
Well, no, it's not hollow claims
You
when.
guys.
Sorry to interrupt you, man.
I'll be quick, Jim.
Yeah, go on.
You don't have to agree with me. What I think proof is, there's a few types. There's personal colloquial proof, which is just something that you find that fully helps confirm your belief. So it turns it from, I think this is true, to now I know it's true. Yeah, that's a type of proof. So it could be anything. Any little icing on any evidence cake could be one of your proofs. Then I think there's a type of proof where you have to tell someone else it and see if it stands up to their standards. And it might not. It might be just your own thing. And then there's a third type, which is scientific proof, where you actually do tests over and over again, and it's repeated by other people until you all agree. This is the way we think it works now.
I think a better word would be evidence, Dawn, other than proof. I think proof is fraught with dangers. That particular word.
It's the scientific meaning, or
well, I just think like this is proof. Like it's absolutely, there's no doubt one way or the other. But if I was to provide you something with evidence, right? Well, that evidence may be flawed, but I'd want to offer you something concrete.
Would you say my moon observation is more evidence-based than proof-based?
I would say it's more evidence-based than proof-based, yes.
Yeah,
to me,
it's evidence, but it's not proof Earth's definitely a globe, but it's evidence spheres can exist in the void of space, if that's how I say it.
Well, I would agree that the evidence, how I view that evidence, Dawn, when I look at the moon, whether it's through my naked eye or through a pair of binoculars, for argument's sake, the moon looks like it has dimensions and it looks like a hemisphere. Now, I could deduct from there that hemisphere is now a sphere, right? Because to me, that's
Flat Earthers are
what
demanding a too high a standard of proof. That's what I keep feeling. Instead of
like
finding something themselves to convince themselves, they're asking us to measure Earth again. That's a different standard of proof. It's a weird standard that they want.
Yeah, I think it's evidence. Now, you can have other forms of evidence, right, yourself, where you might invoke the moon landing, for argument's sake, because we went to the moon and we landed on a sphere. Well, that's your form of evidence. Myself, I'm going to dismiss that evidence right off the bat. I don't take that into consideration. For me, any evidence whatsoever. You'd have to give me something more than the moon landing to back up your claim of that this is now a proven fact. Like it cannot be disputed any way, shape, or form. But what we're looking at, the moon that looks like a sphere in the sky, right? I can agree with that. But that's as far as I'm going to go. Like I can agree that this is what it looks like to me. But to say that it is absolutely a sphere, not a chance in hell am I going to agree to that.
If I want to sum up all my proofs into an absolute proof that Earth's a globe, It would be everything. Me trusting all the understanding, all the reasoning, and everyone measuring and saying, yes, it's the globe for the last 500 years. So that's my absolute
Nobody
proof.
measured, Don. Nobody has measured. That's the whole point here.
I believe they have.
How? Where?
All over the earth, throughout time.
So it's a belief you have. You have no solid proof.
I call it knowledge if you want me to call it knowledge.
You can
Same
call
thing
it
to
whatever
me.
you want, bro, but you know it hasn't been done, bro. You know.
No, don't tell me
Deep
what I
down
know.
in your
That's not
heart,
fair.
you know it hasn't been measured,
Don't tell
bro.
me
You know it.
what I know. That's not fair.
Okay, all right. I take it back.
There you go.
Okay, now
That's
I'd
my
like to
absolute
address
proof.
that point
Go on,
that
Jim.
was raised earlier by Mansour, the standard. Regarding the professionals that I trust them because one, their names are there, their credentials are there, and the units that they belong to are there. So I can trust them because of that. Now, I'm satisfied with that. Okay. Now anybody else who watches that documentary and then feels that they don't trust those people, they're accessible. So you can discern whether they are the people or not by contacting them. If you really feel you need to be sure. You see, you can contact these individuals.
I know what you're saying there, Jin. You're referring to that documentary that you've been dropping. Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah,
One with,
yeah.
Okay, I wasn't here for that part of the conversation, Jin. All right.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
okay, then, and yeah, there are names in there, right? Now, I haven't checked those names myself.
No.
Right. as you haven't, like, you know,
Neither have I. Neither have I. Yeah, I don't feel I need to.
You're welcome to take that on face value. If we want to put things up to the same scrutiny, would we put it up to the same scrutiny and perhaps check these things to make sure it is legit? Well, that's a question only the individual can answer themselves. Now you're happy to take that, Jin, and that's fine because the names are there, Jin. As you know, I've given writing actually out of that video. I actually pinged him and actually gave him a couple of names from that video that he could actually investigate.
That's right.
I haven't done it. I haven't done it myself. I
No,
don't know
neither
if
have I.
writing. I don't know if writing's done it. I've got no idea. That's for
I
writing.
googled a couple of them. I was really struggling to find anybody in there. But the broader point that it seemed to imply that nobody here had googled those names themselves.
Yeah, we don't feel we need to.
Having a lend of me, is this somebody who's yet again taken money and made a highly produced video? The bits I saw were pretty nicely produced, but I was just wondering, because the thought struck me, as I said, as I was going to bed, I was suddenly like, hang on, if nobody can give me a name to Google, what that means is these highly skeptical people who don't trust the media had some media came out that supported them and they immediately trusted. Which I think would agree is a fair criticism, wouldn't you, Bandy?
No, not really. Not really. No.
Like I said, writing. Like if you want to scrutinise these people, I think it's a fair and reasonable request that you want to scrutinise them. Now, if you can find fallacies with or things that aren't correct with them, well then point them out, and then we will know, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't want to do that, well, don't. But it stands at the moment. It stands as it is, and no, Dawn, right? I never said anything of the sort. What you put in text there, I never said that at all. That's not what I said.
Yeah, and I don't know what movie y'all are talking about, nor do I need any pilot or engineer to tell me what to think or how to think. I've done my own, as Don interrupts. But go ahead.
I'm not really
Don't
commenting
lump
on
me as a
other
group.
reasons for coming up with it. It was just that it struck me as an interesting point. That
the point I'm raising about the video is that
do find it compelling. So obviously not you, Rekia, but of the people who do find it compelling, when I said, "Hey,
Well, what you need to do is prepare yourself that in the years coming, because this is reaching a tipping point, there's going to be thousands of movies, thousands of people coming out. Do you expect us to research every name? No, we don't have to. We know for ourselves. We've done it ourselves. You need to prepare yourself. You're the one that needs to research who you've been trusting all these years and find out that they're occultic like in their background and their family life and who they deceived all their life. That's what you need to do.
Agreed.
I'm not saying you or anybody else has to. I was just finding it interesting that in this particular kind of community, it was noticeable that nobody had.
Yeah.
Yes,
Take the
you
top
shouldn't be.
take the top 5 people you trust and how much research have you done on their background, sir?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
plenty.
Research on people's
Like
backgrounds.
the
I mean, I think if somebody would say, why do you trust that person? I don't think it's incumbent that I necessarily Google them all. I'm not, nor am I saying it is necessarily your job to. I don't
Exactly.
think it's because I'm not a as how would you put it? I don't think that I'm not as doubtful as many of as many of these claims. So
I think it would be fair to say that obviously either side is more what's the word? You know, like more inclined to look at the opposition's claims, right? So, but here's where it could be good for both of us. Whereas we have to listen to each other. Like they do the background research on the people that we trust, yeah, and we do the background research on the people they trust. But then we have to kind of listen to each other.
Yeah, but can I say something, please? Don't forget that we, the flat earthers, have come from the heliocentric model. We've come from that, yeah? So we know that model, we know it. And now it's been brought to our attention that that model doesn't exist. And you think, what do you mean? That is a
But it does
shock to your core foundation belief. It's like receiving a punch from Mike Tyson on your jaw. It shatters you. You think, what do you mean? And then you go and check. You go and check immediately.
Okay, cool. So what I've noticed when I discuss these things with flat earthers is that the reason a lot of them went over to the flat earth side, even though they used to be globers before, is because there were things on the globe that didn't make sense to them. So they were globers, but they didn't have a full understanding of the model, and because there were things they couldn't reconcile in their head, things they haven't experienced for themselves, and things they can't validate or verify for themselves, this was like the first step in them becoming flat earthers. That's what I've heard from a
I
lot
think
of
I think for me is when you realise that 50% or more of it is speculation.
There you are. In my case, I took the globe as trust. I was taught the earth was a globe. I didn't check it at all. I did not check. I was told it was a globe. Okay, that's it. And that's what I understood it to be. And then it was reinforced through my life for 53 years. TV, music, films, culture, t-shirts. It's everywhere. Ubiquitous, this thing. Okay? And then it's reinforced through NASA's finding so planet Earth-like, so many gazillion light years away. And you think, oh, really? Oh, wow. So we're not around probably. Because I had an interest. And then suddenly I started to wake up just before becoming a flat earther. There was a model that was put out that the moon is actually part of the Earth. It was that some kind of cataclysmic asteroid hit the Earth, knocked a piece of the Earth off. And then that's how and I said, nah, that's bullshit now. And this is well before becoming a flat earther. I'm thinking, now you're talking crap here. And then a couple of years later, Jim's a flat earther. All right. So I began to wake up a bit.
That's what done
to
it.
you, Nate. Nate, I would put to you that 99.9% of globe believers, right, believe that they are on a globe, right, because they were told that they were on a globe, and so they believed whether it be their parents or their peers or their teaching system, right, and 99.9% of these people, of this 99.9%, we absolutely have no understanding about how their globe works or anything about it at all. I would actually say to you, Nate, that there are probably more flat earthers that actually know more about how the globe works and the globe model in general than all the other people out there. They've got a better understanding of it.
All right. So to respond to that, ban, so I would say the majority of people that think Earth is a sphere definitely believe it without questioning it or looking into it. I think 99 is a too high a number. I would bring it down to something like 60, 70%.
Nah,
because
99%.
you can go and talk to people, ordinary people on the street, and it will shock you how many people actually have a clear understanding as to why Earth is a sphere.
No,
it's
they
not
don't
like,
have an understanding. That's been my
please
experience.
stop
They
interrupting me,
haven't
Jin.
got a clue.
Hold on, Jin. Let Nate finish. Let Nate finish.
Yeah, maybe I'm being anecdotal here because I don't think
I
any
think
of us
so.
really. Oh my god. Because I don't think any of us really have what the exact figure is, but from my own anecdotal interactions with people on the street when discussing topics of this nature, they seem to have a pretty good understanding as to why the Earth is a sphere and what the evidence is that says it's a sphere. I will give it to you that they are a lot of people that don't question these things. Maybe 60%. Yeah, but 99% is a bit too high
I
a number.
think I think you're very generous with your percentage there, because I
Yeah.
actually used a question, which I noticed that Witsit used. It was like one of his 3
Yeah,
questions
Whisper.
that
Brilliant.
he challenged people with, right? And he
Yeah,
said,
brilliant.
How many times does Earth rotate in a day, right?" And I was actually down the community club, right? And I actually I threw out this random question, right, to the table we were sitting, and I go, "God, how many times does the Earth rotate in one day?" Right? And they kind of looked at me, and I was gobsmacked that they even had to think about this question. It's just like, why are you thinking about this question? Like, it's
What
pretty
answers did
obvious.
they give you?
Wow. Well, after some time of thinking about it, right,
Uh-huh.
and thinking about it, it may be a trick question because they know what I come up with at times, right?
Mhm.
They had one revolution, so they got the answer right.
Okay.
Nate. But the fact that they even had to think about how
Uh-huh.
many times it rotated in a day,
Yeah.
or what they've been told, was
Uh-huh.
to me was actually damn. Like, this question is actually a really enlightening question that people don't even know how many times the Earth rotates.
Well, if you look
and
at
they've actually
Whisper's
got to think
video,
about it.
if you look at Whisper's video, videos, there's people that they didn't even know the answer to that question. They didn't even know. They gave the wrong numbers.
I mean,
Yeah.
I also
Really?
think though, it's
Yeah.
you can catch people saying stupid shit. I used to think that when what was that show, Newlyweds or something, with Jessica Simpson? Just with the whole show was based off how many dumb things can she say in a day. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Come on, writing. How many times does the Earth rotate in one day?
Oh, I can.
Well, I
what I'm
mean,
saying is I can see a lot of people really struggling with that. Just not because
yeah.
not
If people
The
have to
answer is
think
zero.
about it,
It
that
doesn't
doesn't
rotate. Is the
surprise
answer.
me. What
The answer is
surprises
I
zero.
me
bet you writing is
is
right.
that
I bet you if you ask a majority of people on the street, they'll have no clue about this stuff. I bet you he's
I
right.
doubt that.
I'll put
I
money
doubt
on
that.
it.
I mean, Bansal asked people and they got the correct answer. What shocks me is when you guys say people were asked
No.
this and they had the wrong answer.
Yeah.
That is shocking.
It
Like,
doesn't shock you, Nate. It doesn't shock you that people actually have to think about the answer for 30 seconds before they give it. That does not shock
yes,
you.
because number one, I'm under the assumption these people know you and your stance on the shape of the earth. So they would have thought it's a trick question, number one. Number two, it's not something we think about every day. We take it for granted. So when we have to think about something you don't normally think about all the time
That's the most salient point.
under such a
That's
pressure
the most
situation,
salient point.
please don't interrupt
That's
me,
the
Ellie.
most salient
Please
point.
stop
Oh, well, I
interrupting me,
have
Ellie.
to because I
Please
was
stop
going to say that's the
no,
most salient
no,
point.
Ellie,
The
Ellie, Ellie, Ellie,
bandsaw.
Ellie,
That was.
Ellie, Ellie, Ellie.
Oh,
Ellie,
well,
come
wait a
on, man.
minute.
I'm not gonna let you
You
talk,
say my
Ellie.
name lots
I'm
of
not
time, but
gonna
I
let
have
you
to say
talk.
it now
I'm
because
not
I'll
gonna let
forget,
you
right?
talk. I'm not gonna talk,
That will.
Ellie. You're not gonna talk until I'm done, Ellie.
Just let Nate finish his point and then
I
jump
bet
all
he'll
over
go
to
on for
my
a bit
friend.
like I do.
No, he doesn't. Nate doesn't go
I'm
on
not
for a
gonna
bit.
go on.
Let him,
Yeah.
he doesn't.
So in that situation, it wouldn't surprise me that someone would have to think for 30, 10, 15 seconds on the answer. But if they had got the answers wrong, that I would have found surprising. That's all.
Okay, fair
All
enough.
right. So the
It
salient,
reminds me.
the salient point. I will go, but the salient point was that they knew bandsaw, right? So they thought it was a trick question, right? That's the most salient point, right? So they thought it was
Yeah.
a trick question. That's the most, for me, that's the
Yeah,
most
that's very
intrinsic point.
important to factor in.
Not about the other stuff, but they thought it was a trick question. And the bigger point is that when we ask, which I find funny because I used to ask the most obscure questions because I knew, or the most obvious yes or no answers, and you would hear ballers hesitate for it, right? Because they thought it was a trick question, but it wasn't. And I used to play with that fact. But that's the whole point. It doesn't matter. I've always answered. If a baller asks me a question, I won't think, oh, this is a trick question. And there's the difference between
But
what
you
people.
aren't everybody in the whole entire planet, Ali. You are one person. You've just
And that's
proven my
fine.
point,
Yes, exactly.
actually,
And
when
yes,
you said that. Yeah, you just
got
proven
it.
my point when you said that. When you asked Globers simple yes or no question, they hesitated to answer because they thought it might be a trick question because they know your position on the shape of the Earth. It's the exact same situation with Bancho.
And that's
I'm sure
the
the
whole
people
point.
he was hanging with at the ball know he's a flat earther. Am I wrong,
You're
Bancho?
making
I
an
don't know.
even bigger point. You're making. Banshaw, please.
There you go.
Let me finish this. Let me finish it. And you're making an even bigger point. You're making an even bigger point that your answers are going. So it's like if you meet. This is how you guys are sort of oblivious. You don't want to get new information, right? So, for example, so if you're on the street and there's this old drunk guy starting a bench and he's pissed as fuck, he's just gurgling away or whatever, and you sit down and you wouldn't even sit down with that guy because you think, well, that guy's a drunk or whatever, or why would I listen to that guy or whatever? And that's why would I listen to that drunk there that's pissed his pants or shat his trousers, he's got shit running down his trousers. Why would I listen?
Please get to the point.
But that guy, you're missing the big. Well, if you don't get what I'm saying, you'll miss. No, perhaps you will, or maybe I'm explaining it wrong or whatever. But the point is, if you prejudge someone that asks you a question or you make a judgment about someone, you, according to your definition of what that person is or whatever category, will affect your answer, your interaction, or whatever. And that's a big point, man. You guys get triggered. You think, well, he's trying to trick her because Nathan Oakley or the old flat earthers, they always try to trick you with questions. So your worldview and your reactions.
I think in fairness, you can say that they're accurate in that instance, but that's not always how
but
people.
not if you're
That's not
intent.
always how
They're
people
reading
interact in
Earthworm.
daily life. Not everyone's a
Yo,
flat
yo,
earther.
listen. Before
Yeah,
you two
but
have a back and forth, Eggshells was trying to say.
One second, I'm specifically talking about our interaction here. When I go out and I agree with the person there, if I ask someone how
Ali, make your point, man. Make your point, dude.
how many? All right, okay, I'll stop now then because obviously I'll be moderate.
You know,
No,
you
I think
made the point.
I
Don't
think I
judge
get
a
what
book
you were
by
saying.
its cover. We get the point. Eggshells. There was something you were trying to say.
I've forgotten.
If you remember. No. Okay. But Ali, we definitely get your point. Don't judge a book by its cover just because of someone's
I was going to say this.
position. Yes, Jim.
On Nathan Thompson's channel, and when he had it going, and Wisfit and that, when they went out there, people didn't give. Okay, would be in the 90% range, not 60.
Are you cutting out, Jim? Is it me?
Yeah, no.
Yeah. It must be me then. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah. No, you're right, buddy. You're right.
Yeah.
But
anyway.
Jim, you wanted to say something? Jam?
Yo, no, it was just mainly about how, in all honesty, people, if they are asked a simple question, they are going to overthink it and think, why would you ask such a simple question? Maybe it would be a trick, even if you're not, even if someone doesn't think you're a flat earther, and so you got to be honest in that sense.
Yeah, it's a common.
That's the thing I was remembering. Actually, it reminded me of this Jimmy Kimmel segment in when he goes to the planetarium, and he's talking to like it's just like a vox pop, same thing. Just goes out on the street and asks people these questions, and he says, "Which is bigger, the sun or the moon?" And these people straight up have to think about it. And then there is one who's a science teacher. I'll find the clip on YouTube actually. There's this science teacher who's like, I think it's the. Now I have measured these actually. Now what was it again? And she's like straight up behaving like there is a thing, and she's like, I looked at it. And now some of the people, I'm like, I'm not sure if they've misunderstood the question. They're thinking angular size because
Yeah, like was the question vague?
Is larger than the moon. That somebody comes up, puts a camera in your face, and says which one's bigger. You're like, well, the question's obviously got to be something other than just like which one's the bigger, because that's already obvious. So I wonder if that has anything to do with people getting it so wrong. Let me find the segment. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly what would have happened with Bandsaw and his friends. They would have thought it's a trick question because the answer can't be that obvious. He must be trying to get.
But I think the point that Ali B was making is that that's not always the normal interaction in daily life, where people aren't, when friends, where you have Glober friends that they're not flat earthers and they ask a simple question, you're gonna get different responses, and people react quicker.
I agree with the point.
People aren't going to think you're tricking them.
Silly questions.
Did I take the Mickey out of them or what? I took the Mickey out of them.
Jay Leno astronomy quiz. This is it. Sorry, I was saying Jimmy Kimmel. I think this is the one. I posted it here without watching, so if it's wrong, forgive me.
But I would say the reason we ask each other silly questions a lot is because we think and reason in such different ways. If I was talking from my position, we ask flat earthers silly questions just because sometimes, in fact, every single day when I talk to them, they demonstrate to me that they can't think properly on my level. So I have to ask qualifying questions to see if they're still human.
So we've gone from measuring to this. How is this possible? Measure or an average, and we end up here.
Everything's possible, SE. How you doing, SE?
Hey, brother Ali, good. You?
Yeah.
I mean,
good, bro.
Conversations flow and move. We can't
The
talk about
sophistry is high, brother. The sophistry is high today.
Yeah, but I mean, we can't talk about averages for like 5 hours straight. Conversations flow, right?
True that.
But if you want to go back to averages, we can, man. I just don't know what more we can say on it.
No, but we don't settle an issue. We just overtalk it, and then somebody like boom brings it somewhere else. We should at least settle and move, right? But that's kind of hard with you guys because you're gonna go down to the microscopic level.
Oh, come on. I mean, it's both sides. It's both of us. It takes two to tango.
Wait, Dawn doesn't think
if we can't agree that we can cut a piece of wood at 12 feet or whatever, I mean, where do we go from there?
Why do we have to agree with what you say? Why can't you concede and agree with us? You see what I'm saying?
Because you're ridiculous. We're saying you have to measure stuff, and you say no, we can average it.
And
that's
think
just
you're ridiculous. As well. You think the Earth is flat? I mean, come on, bro.
To clarify, that's straw manning it again, SE. I don't think anybody here. Certainly, I am not saying just average it. I'm saying
said that, man.
You can get a better answer by averaging measurements.
Someone did say that earlier on. You were talking about
points. I was here.
You were talking about points, tangents, curved lines. You were saying, locality. It's do you know it's close enough.
No.
You guys talked about it, and yes, it did.
That was a different conversation about curve.
No, but it's the same point SE is making. That's all.
No, not at all. SC's talking about something very different. What you were talking about, Ali, it was two totally different conversations. Yeah.
No, SC, what were you talking about? What point did you just make there then?
Well, they were saying before, Ali, that you can average a measurement. And I'm telling him no.
Not quite.
And that's
a
right.
measurement is a
They were.
measurement,
They were.
and an average is an average.
They were talking about that. They were talking about
We said
low.
you take
We were talking
multiple
about
measurements,
tangents.
as many as
Eh,
possible, then you average that.
Don, you guys, we even got in a discussion about locality.
That
about
was a
how
very different
local.
conversation. I was at the center
When,
of that
how
combo,
far
Ali,
away?
so I know.
Look,
I was the one saying those things. The person
and
you are
you were
quoting right now
discussing
is
about
me.
WhatsApp.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
And that was a
Oh, so
very
I
different
was right then,
conversation.
and what AC
No.
said was right then. You were talking about averages because
talking
that's what you
about
did
is a
say.
different
He said it
conversation.
wrong, Ali. That's why we corrected
Yeah.
him.
He said it wrong. The way he said it sounded like he was. We were saying you don't need to measure things; you can just average them. But like
You weren't there. You weren't actually there. It was just Dawn, WhatsApp,
He
and
was there.
myself.
Averages
No, we already told you
conversation.
that was a
It's
different
because of
conversation.
writing that we had that SC saying what he's saying. That was between SC and writing. That was one conversation about averages, which SC is kind of straw manning. The other thing about locality and tangents, that was
No,
WhatsApp.
he was talking about the
Totally
conversation before that.
No.
Oh my god. What?
Okay, let's end it here.
Yeah.
Is measuring the same thing as average? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it is.
No.
But I mean, if
Finally,
says,
now
No,
we
it's
can move on.
definitely not.
Nothing more needs to
Right,
be
thank-
said. Let's just move on, man, for the love of God.
Okay.
I don't think anyone made that claim.
Can I have a full fight at the cherry? Can I have a full fight at the cherry? And the cherry being the video. I'm quite taken aback that the video that I put up with the 4 professionals, let's leave the people out. The equipment they use, they said, if subjected to curvature and spin, wouldn't work. Why are we not addressing that point, folks? What's going on? Why are we avoiding that? That's what I'm bringing up.
Yeah, spin is another issue we can tackle. Yeah, let's do it.
Go back to that.
Yeah, but can you remember what I said? Yeah, when subjected to curvature and spin, their equipment wouldn't work. That's what they said.
What if we start with you giving us the names of these pilots, and one of us can Google the man, we'll get a photo of him and stuff like that.
I
find
thought
out who he
right.
flies for, how long he's been flying for. What kind
Yeah,
of
I mean, you guys do the exact same thing. Writing. Do you remember when we were posting those? When you were posting that guy's footage of 24-hour suns at the Antarctic, and then Geo did a whole deep dive on this guy and found out he's done productions for Disney, this, that, and the third. You know.
Yep, he's worked for the wrong people because he's invested in it. We're also able to say that some things look like CG, so we'll give it a bit of that treatment. Like we just want to investigate this.
Yeah.
I think everybody
Yeah,
wants, right? We all want the
You know, they're saying that their stuff wouldn't work. Curvature, they'd missed the target. No Coriolis, they said
Get me
it
his
doesn't
name, dude.
exist. They said airport runways don't move east to west or north to south when they're flying to land on them. That would be right up Jeremy's alley because they were saying that exactly what Jeremy has been saying for the last 3 to 4 weeks about the airports airplanes having to chase the airport runway. The pilots addressed it immediately. That doesn't happen, they said.
So why don't we pick? I think it's a fun idea. Lisa's suggested. Why don't we pick one pilot, one claim, and give it a bit of a treatment?
Well, why don't you then?
But like, not so much like debate the substance of it because we're not pilots, but like figure out who this chap is and why is he saying it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I thought you were going to do that. Bansor said that.
Which is the pilot? Do you remember? Do you remember roughly how far through it was, or if you scrubbed through it again, could you find this pilot saying that we couldn't land on runways that are moving east to west?
I mean, I'm sure that you've got the video. You can scrub that and do that yourself if you're really
I'll
interested.
tell you the problem with
I don't have a timestamp for that. I don't.
Yeah,
have
the
a
problem with
timestamp.
that is it's a long video, and when I watched it, I got 15 minutes through, and I could just hear loads of wrong things by flat earthers, so I never got to the supposed experts.
I don't know why you said wrong things, because
To me, it was
the
wrong. So I couldn't
professionals
get
are
all the way through.
speaking. You should watch the whole. Look, if you're going to watch something, watch it all the way through, because you may be missing the core part of the
Yeah, I
the
get that.
spill. It's
I get
accurate.
that, but I couldn't
It's
this time.
Oh, come on, Dawn. I'm trying to talk now, Dawn. The video is accurate in what it says from the very beginning, from the start. It's giving you a little intro, which
Not
is
to me, it
exactly
wasn't.
precise. It's not wrong. You might find it not precise because you believe that the Earth is a globe. You're
Yeah,
delusional at the moment,
all I'm
son.
saying is
right?
that's my excuse why I
Can
haven't managed to see the experts yet. Could
Well,
you find
well,
it
then
like
you need to
Eggshells
slow
asked?
down. So why are you talking over me? Look, why is it that you cannot
Because
calm
you're really
yourself
slow
down?
on the conversation.
Oh,
I'm already
here we
to the
go
next
again.
point.
Well, I don't really want to raise my voice and have to dominate you, so I'm going to let you. Have you finished what you've got to say, so I can have at least 60 seconds to speak? Have
No,
you
I didn't.
finished?
I didn't.
I've got my stopwatch
Have
out.
you finished?
Ain't trying to
Right.
dominate.
Can I now speak for 60 seconds uninterrupted?
Dang it. Just say it. Just go, Jen.
Go ahead.
Say it.
Go.
60 seconds.
Right, here we go. Why is it, Dawn, that you cannot watch the video from start to finish? Control your emotions, neutralize yourself, and watch the video. Can you not do that?
Because I'm an occult researcher and I've only got so many hours in the day. So if you're saying this special bit with the supposed expert I need to see, you'll need to pick it out for me because I haven't got all day.
No,
the
well,
guy's
unfortunately,
name?
I'm not going to help
the
you
chap
that
who
way,
made it,
son.
what's his name?
Yeah, I'm not going to help you in that way.
Razik or something like that.
I'm not going to help you in that way. I suggest
At
you
least
watch
share
the
the link
video
again, Jen.
so you
I
learn.
can't watch 2
That's what
hours of
as a
things I
good
think
teacher.
are
Well,
not
then if
true.
you don't want to watch
just
2
to
hours,
listen to one expert
fine.
that I think is probably not even an expert all along.
Okay, well then that means, okay, look, that means you don't really want. Hold on.
Jen,
Hold on. That means you don't really want to know the truth because you can't be bothered. Fine, I understand, Dawn.
Well,
Okay,
that's the same excuse for you why you don't know it's a globe.
I know
Yeah,
it's. I notice it's not a globe
You
because I've
couldn't
gone
be
out there and
bothered
checked.
to watch
I've
the
taken
8-hour
my ass.
documentary.
I've taken my body outside there and gone and checked. I've put
Jen,
in the mileage.
You couldn't be bothered to watch all the research. That's your problem.
I
Jen,
grew
just
up with the
to be
research
honest,
stuff. I grew up with it. It came out of every orifice, mate. It came out of every orifice of my body that shit.
Go to the doctor about that, Jen.
53 years.
Jen, just a bit of advice. I mean, you always present good video evidence, right? But it's always an extensively long video. What about taking a note? What about taking a notepad and jotting this stuff down to present? Here's this video, and here's these times. Go look at it. You know, that would really help us
Yeah,
out.
I mean, but I want you to have that experience. I don't want you to skip anything.
I'm not
You
going to read.
must
I'm not
have
going to
that
watch
experience I
it.
have. That's how it's
I'm
got to
not
be.
What might be likely,
Sorry.
though, Jen, is that we
That's
might
how
be
you
more
learn.
inclined to do that. You might whet our appetite like an entree. Before we
I'm
get the
already
full-on
doing that by
Twitch
telling
and
you.
course.
I'm giving you
We
excerpts
get the
already.
entree of this.
Yeah, Jin, you can't present a 2-hour video and say, look at this, bro. Just jot down the time. Very simple. And say an hour 3 or whatever. It's very simple to do, bro. No one's going to watch a 2-hour video and try to find
Well, if
something
I've
like you're
watched
saying.
it, if I've
That's not
watched it,
reasonable, Jin.
but I've watched it. I've watched it though.
Yeah, you watched it. No one's going to watch a 2-hour video to find a little
I feel
nugget.
sorry for them. I feel sorry for them then.
But these people are incapable. I think the point Jin was making was these people are incapable of going through that process of agreeing, and then finding a bit that go, oh, I disagree now. But they have to go through the whole experience of the 2-hour, but they're incapable of doing that. They want to be spoon-fed.
Yeah, I'm not
And
going to do that.
I mean,
Rather
yeah,
we just
Jen.
sling stupid
But,
insults back
but
and
one
forth.
more thing. I'll just say one more thing. I'll mute again.
That's all you
Jen,
got.
honestly, stop biting to Dawn. Understand when you're being trolled. You made your points, man. I was totally agreeing with you. You made your points. Then Dawn or whoever will try to bait you to fucking go on and on.
And if I bite the bait, they're going to snap their lines. I'll snap
No, I
their
mean
lines. That's
bait.
what I do. You know?
Yeah, I know. But sometimes, like, I've been through it myself. I've been baited myself. I've been through it, and just saying you made your points exactly what you said there. In my opinion, you got the point across to me and or anybody that was going to have they've not decided.
Are you going to watch this
I'm
1.5
still
hour documentary?
You're a troll, Don.
Ali,
Don,
are you going to watch the
are
1.5
trolling.
hour documentary to pull out this bit so that you can help us find out if his expert's any good, or are you going to sit there and just say random stuff?
I watch the documentary, and if I can be bored, or I think it's worth my while, which I've found out 99.9% of the time is it's not worth my while going highlighting it 1 hour, 25 minutes. Listen to what this expert on quantum physics says, because none of you motherfuckers go and watch it.
What I said.
And then what you do,
are you
you
going to watch
take the
Jin's
clip.
one? If you're supporting it, are you going to watch it?
Don, all this is repeatable.
I can tell that you're not
It's
going
like
to
a
watch
big
it.
circle.
So your reasoning's failed. Sorry.
No, but I'm just saying
Because
this cycle, can I finish, right? It's me and Don now. It's me and Don, right? So this cycle's been going on for years, we present evidence, we give you the timestamps or whatever, and you guys have a wee huddle round, and or you might have a huddle round with your different demons within your mind or whatever, right? But you'll have a wee huddle round, or these people have a wee huddle round, right? Let's debunk this. You're not interested in exploring, right? What these guys saying, or if they say that, you're not interested in exploring the concept.
It's a new argument, but
That's flat.
So let's be fair. Jin doesn't come in with the argument, which is exactly what Howard was just saying, which I think was really well said as well. Jin doesn't come in with the argument or an exploration of it. He just comes in with a demand that you watch an hour and a half long video.
No, that's slander, because I give you some excerpts from their comments, and then I suggest you watch it. Don't be silly.
Right.
I
You
tell
couldn't
you
even watch
why.
the whole
I
thing in order
tell
to
you
find the
why you
excerpt.
should watch
You
it.
didn't even
Hold
have
on
a
a
name
second.
for us.
Hold on a second, please, Mansour. This is the 5th bite at the cherry. I said I am now still flabbergasted that you're not paying attention. I said to you, those individual experts are telling you that their equipment they have, if subjected to curvature and spin, wouldn't work. You should be thinking, what equipment? Raid, hang on, please.
You don't know they're
I haven't
experts because
finished
you
yet.
haven't proved it.
Please, I haven't finished yet. You should be thinking, what equipment? Radar, yeah? Sonar, yeah?
Radar wouldn't
Sound.
work if the Earth was spherical.
This is what they're telling you. Yeah, this is the equipment they use. Why can't you address that point? The actual equipment, when subjected to curvature and spin, wouldn't work. Well, no, but that's what I'm saying to you. The equipment. You should have asked, what equipment, Jim? Do you see what I mean? Are you really interested?
Just
radar.
can you tell us why radar wouldn't work?
Yes, the
why
radar
wouldn't
wouldn't work. They said that the radar wouldn't work because the signals only work in straight lines. They don't go over curvature.
And why
That's
do
what
you
they said.
believe that's true? Why do you believe radar signals only work in straight lines?
Well, because that's right. They only work in straight lines. It's logical, isn't
But
it?
why?
That's how they work.
I mean,
they
I mean,
they send out a
explain it to
signal
us.
straight.
Somebody
they
please
hit
post
something and it comes straight back.
I'll go through it.
But Jim,
Right, and
why?
the question
That's a
shouldn't
silly
be
question
why
to
does
ask
he.
me.
The question shouldn't be why does he think that radar only works in straight lines. That's not a nice question to ask. We should probably ask, why does that matter? Because the radar is just going out and coming back. It doesn't care what the shape of any surface is.
Well, actually, this is what they're saying. It does matter. Because if the Earth
Right,
was
so
a
I
curve,
need that.
if Earth was a curve, the target that they want to hit or paint or search, they wouldn't be able to hit it. Their laser beams, line of sight targeting systems that they have, they said that it wouldn't work on a globe. They said that they
Right,
can
so
see. They're on the
I need them
ocean.
saying that, Jin.
Yeah, that's right. They're on the there. It's in there. It's actually in the video.
Right,
That's
radar
why I
and
say watch it.
lasers and stuff are presumably straight over whatever distance, depending on the scale. That's all well and good. But what I need them to tell me is the thing that you said. When you said it can't work if the Earth is curved.
That's what they said. It's in the video. It is in the video. That's why you need to watch it. That's why you need to watch.
All right, and then
They
I was going to
actually
mention
said
for
you would be they used the words upside down on a globe. They say these words. Why don't you watch the video? This is what
all
I'm
right,
trying to
so
say to you. Because they're
well, I was going to
saying to you
mention
that the equipment, I'll repeat myself again, the equipment that they have when subjected to curvature or spin wouldn't work. I'm
all
telling
right,
you
so I
now,
was going to
watch the video.
mention for oh my God, Jen. What I was going to
Sorry,
mention
Daddy.
for you for your edification and for Ali B, YouTube has this feature where you can take any person's video, doesn't matter who made it, doesn't even have to be yours, and hit the clip button. And you can keep a collection of those things that specifically identify the quotes that you guys are pulling out. So that
I'm watching
it
it on
makes
an
it
iPad.
easier. It makes it
Well,
easier for you
can I
guys.
answer?
It
Right,
makes it
can
easier for you. It makes it easier for you guys to present exactly the thing that you need to present. And you don't have to keep a separate text file for all that. It's just built into YouTube, which so
I've got
that would
one.
make it
I've
right,
easier.
got
okay.
one.
Let me answer, Jen.
Man of
Jen, let
Concessions
me.
has given us their name is Brett Freeman. They're an aeronautic engineer. I'm going to find out what it
Ah,
exactly is
but,
they're saying.
but
Previous
let me respond. Can I respond to that? Because he specifically said my name there. The thing is, right, I've learned through the years, is what I explained before. It doesn't matter what, I don't really look at videos. Most of my knowledge or my understanding about what they say is reality came from books written by men with greater minds than most of the people that I meet. Certainly on the globe Earth side, I have to say, but not in the flat Earth. But I have to say, greater minds than I could ever imagine. Things. So most of my knowledge comes from that. And when I listen to, like, I never said anything about that. I knew what reality was about, or I never gave any statement, straight statement.
Oh, I've got an interesting point.
Just
for you,
quickly,
Jim.
Roddy. Yeah, just quickly. Hold on, 2 seconds. Hey, Doofus, you said there was a feature of being able to clip a video on YouTube.
Yeah, there's a
I don't
button
know.
for it.
I don't know if I'm blind or whatever, but I
Next to
can't see that.
share.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's right
I
next to
like
the share button.
like share clip save, and you just go clip.
I don't have that.
I don't
So
have that
here's
either.
an important point, Jin. The first guy I picked out, Brett Freeman, aeronautic engineer. I haven't got to anything he said about the shape of the Earth yet, but one of the first points he makes is that jet planes do use fuel. So that's kind of
Yeah. He did make that point. Not everything is a conspiracy, but I'm still going to question that. But anyway, yes,
So
he does say that.
so hang on. Okay, that's an interesting point. I mean, we don't have to pause here at that very first point, but now you've got an aeronautic engineer saying they absolutely do use fuel to power them, and you're going to disagree with this expert.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is this: that what he said was what I thought in the first place, but it was brought to my attention that they're running on compressed air, and some fuel is used during the flight. So I'm still going to listen to what he says.
He's saying they use fuel. The whole hoax that they use compressed air is wrong. He makes that point.
Yeah, that's
Do you now
fine.
change
That's
your view?
fine.
Do you
That's
now
fine.
change your
Yes,
view
that's
about
fine.
whether planes use fuel?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
So you've changed your view on that?
My view has been changed. It's gone back to how it was before. Yeah.
Okay. Well done.
Bandsaw, it's
So
right there.
basically,
That's the button I'm talking about.
I don't have that, Doofus.
Oh, you won't get that on a live stream, but when it's something that's after the fact and previously posted, that's what you'll end up with.
Yeah, no, I don't get that. Is all I'm saying. I don't get that either, Moyle. I don't get that. I'll show a clip of what I get. All right.
Are you premium? Right now, I'm not paying YouTube any money.
Some
I got the basic.
some clips are eligible for clip. Some clips you can clip. Some clips you aren't able to. This one, the flatten the curve one, does show a clip option for me.
Right. If it's a live stream, you don't get the clip button. If it's finished being streamed and then it's processed on YouTube servers, then you get the clip button.
I'll try another one.
I'll go back and watch what he say about this with the engineer.
Thanks, Doofus.
Yeah.
Well done,
So we
Jed.
need to look at all the
Nicely
equipment.
done, Jed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, nicely said. Nicely
Thank
said. You changed your mind. You made a point that you're willing to change your mind if
Yeah.
presented enough. Well, there you go. So there's another example. I have as well. So, you know, there's at least 2 people within the flat earth community, and there's loads of people that have changed their perspective on what they thought was real. But I'm yet to hear a globe earther even concede a single point. And back to the point I was going to make, but back to the point I was going to make. The point I was going to make is that you judge people by their label. A guy called Søren Kierkegaard, he's a famous Danish philosopher. A great statement, dead short, is to define me is to negate me. And I took that as because when I learned about him, I was in the flat earth kind of thing. I thought, that's right. Because if you define someone, right, and you put them in a category, and you know you kind of put them within a group, and you're making them sort of part of a group, and someone that says even in that group, within that group, they could be arguing about the microscopic or the intricacies, but you wouldn't know about that because you're not part of it. So you look at that, and whatever they would say would be a representative of that group, and that's how your perception of a person would make the way that you interacted with that person. If you look at someone, if you put someone in a category, what I was talking about with the guy, he pissed his pants and whatever. I've learned so much, like, knowledge of a drunk people, and met so many people that their life has just went shit, and they went fuck it, and they lost their family, their wife, they had their own business, and then suddenly they lost it all, and they fucking lost it all, their wife and kids. But the point is, we if we put someone in a category like a glober, I don't put, if someone says they believe in the ball earth, I don't immediately go, right, they're going to argue with me and they're going to be like this, and things like that, and perceive them in a certain way. I just go, I'm going to have a conversation. But on the other hand, the other side, that's where it goes tits up. I'm sorry to say, use guys judge what a flat earther is.
Could
you comment on something you said?
Ali B, sorry mate, you need to share the mic. You really do monologue.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Exactly, that's what I was going to say. I was finished. Sorry for going on. Thank you for your patience.
That's okay. It's just got to share it around a bit because there's quite a few people in here.
Yeah, I know that. Thanks.
So I mean, as far as one of the first charges you made, that you've never seen a Glober change his mind. I can't think of a single Glober that hasn't changed his mind. He hasn't changed his mind on the things that haven't been proven to him, but they change their minds all the time, and their understanding of different nuances of the globe and stuff like that. They find out new information that they didn't know before. It's constantly a ebb and flow of information.
Well, the information that's come from this video is that the equipment that they have therein could not work if subjected to curve and spin. They're telling you this. So you need to review that information, and then you will come to the conclusion that your Earth is not a globe. Have a look.
Give an example. Not you, Jim. Give an example.
Yeah, what's an example of the globe where you changed your mind?
Yeah.
or many globers have
Yeah,
changed.
I can't remember. You know, it's sort of like it's so constant. It's not something I memorize. Yeah, there was one that I thought was notable, but I can't. I actually even forgot that one. It was one where I argued with them for days on end for some little nuance of how Coriolis worked, and eventually, like, you know, I had everybody against me in the room. They're beating up on me. I refused to change my mind, and I finally had some of them swayed. And then all of a sudden, all of them swayed. And like I said, I can't give you the exact. I cannot tell you the exact point it was. I'm kind of
It can't
sad
be
about that.
Coriolis because the professors are telling you it don't exist. So that can't be the thing.
But you know, you'll see it in how time dilation works. You know, there's nuances of how hell, even how people understand orbits to work. You know, oh yeah, okay. I guess I didn't understand that. That's constant. It's part and parcel with every one of the Globers. There's a few of them that are more knowledgeable. They get less chance.
Kudos for you for standing up for kudos, man.
And I'm in a constant state of learning new things. So I have misunderstandings. I don't have much in the way of formal education, so mine has been a lot of it's through deductive reasoning, and some things you can't do through deduction.
From someone that's also said a few things on my side, coming from my point of view, respect, because it's not easy just sort of kind of saying, yeah, well, you know, okay, so some of it's right, but fuck that, man. I'm here on this, and you have to admit, you know, you were, fair play to you.
Yeah, I'm struggling to sink my teeth into much with the video. That sort of somebody comes in, claims to be somebody, and then like, I don't know. There's two I've gone through so far. Rob Taylor and who's the other one I just posted his name? Brett Freeman. They've just post fairly standard flat earth tropes. And then when I Googled and I'm struggling to find anything, I found a LinkedIn profile that could be the Rob Taylor who's sounds more interesting. They're doing the thing that the airplane should have to dip its nose down and it would be flying upside down.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, huh?
And one of the things that, like, whenever I see one of these radio frequency things, now radio frequency is something I do. I'm not particularly in radar. I had a little bit of training in radar in the Navy, but when they start saying things, you know, blanket statements like radar needs to travel in straight lines, well, I know for a fact that's wrong. There are situations with, depending on the frequency, that you can get ground effects, you can get knife edge diffraction, you can do all sorts of different things with radar to get a return signal.
Don't some frequencies bounce off the ionosphere, and don't some ham operators bounce it off the moon as well?
Yes.
That's bendy. It's like crooked as
well.
Yeah,
but radio waves also they can adhere to the surface of the Earth, so they can go over mountains. There's a static, I can't remember what it's called, but I think it's about 15 miles or something like that. You can actually, and if you get the proper conditions, it can actually, you can send as strong a signal and it'll go over mountains and it'll adhere, shall we say. Adhere, that means to kind of stick, adhere to the, what do you call it, the topography of the Earth up to 15 miles. You know, a radio wave, so they have it's interesting, propagation of radio waves over a surface. But it can actually cluster. And when I read that, I was like, when I learned that, I read it. When I read it, I thought, okay, so there, I can't use that as an argument against the ball, because radio waves can, you know, there's a static, what do you call it, area, 15 kilometres or something, some height that during the right conditions of whatever, they actually traverse, and they traverse better over water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you get a blanket statement from a so-called expert, what you can have is like you can have an expert in radar, like taking me as an example, somebody who learns on the job training, and they have much more simplistic understanding of radar. They'll understand how to use it, how to trim it, how to adjust it, but they don't know the theory of operations down to the nth degree. They know it within the realm of how they use it.
Okay, but anyway, riding. If you're not successful in getting any details from the Google, I suggest that you actually contact Mark Sargent himself. Then he can link you to those personnel. Okay, just contact Mark Sargent himself, and he'll be able to link you to those people if you want to question them personally and speak to them
All I can
one-on-one.
find here very scant details about these people. I was kind of hoping to find like pilot profiles and stuff. Because
Well,
are there
you can
any of
always
the airline
contact them in
pilots? 'Cause
person.
that's publicly searchable.
Well, you can contact Mark Sargent, and he will link you to those people, and you can talk to them directly. And they're they're available. They're there.
If I could have an actual chat with an actual like physicist or pilot or something who believes the Earth is flat.
People in the video first, because you
So happy.
you could talk to the you could then interrogate the people in the video yourself, couldn't you? Yeah, you can interrogate them your style to your satisfaction.
Just have this inkling it would be very difficult to get in contact with any of these people.
I
You
think I
haven't
did
tried.
make that. I think I did make that suggestion to you,
Oh yeah,
Riding, to get in contact with Mark, and if these people are willing to put themselves out in a
On a
public
video.
forum like this, right?
Yeah.
You would think that they have no problems in. I would think they would have no problems in backing up what they say. Now,
Yeah.
if the answer comes back to you that an email from Mark Sargent is there's no way that I'm going to give you this information, well then, then you can raise a flag of concern. But until
Yeah.
you've done that, until you've actually done that, and
Hang on. Is the standard that I have to have contacted the makers of a film and tried?
No,
to get
you're
them
the
to
one who's
their
you're
subject?
talking
No,
about the
hang on. I
credibility.
just want to be clear on this.
You're
So,
talking
Jim,
about the
I need to take a breath
credibility
for a
of the
moment.
people.
Is the standard, in order to question something, I must have contacted the filmmakers and personally interrogated the people involved? Is that, do you
hold on. I got your point, Riding. I got your point the first time you made it, and the second and the third time you made it, right? I got your point.
Well, that's because you tried to interrupt
Now,
the point, to be fair.
now, right? There are names on that video. Now, what airline they may have worked for, what department of the defence they work for, may not be on the video. Right? But if they're willing to put their names out there, and you want to do a bit more investigation other than LinkedIn and Facebook and Google, right, to try and either confirm or deny it, well then the onus is on you, right? But
I'm just
to do
chuckling
this.
because that it's a very high standard to set, whereas the standard that was set for the midnight sun, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, was just we look at it and laugh. And the standard
Because it's a joke, isn't it? Because it is a joke. That's why. It's a fucking joke.
Not at all.
That is a fucking joke, mate. That's why we laugh.
There was
Changed the
holes picked in
subject.
every single one of them.
Okay, so
You changed the subject. That was you were talking about something else there. These guys were talking about something else, and he changed the subject about the fucking
Antarctica.
the Polaris. Yeah, but continue what you were answering.
Yes,
what Bands were asking.
come on, Riding.
What was
Stop
that about?
obfuscating your position.
Consistent
Riding, you're the one that rose a flag. You said, "What are the credibility of these people?" We're now directing you to the equipment they use because you're not addressing the equipment.
We're talking about
Okay?
airplanes
Also,
and stuff like that.
Why do you talk when I'm talking? Now, so and we're actually helping you to contact these people if you really want to contact these people, so that you really want to know the truth, whether the Earth is a globe or a flat plane, because that's what it's all about, right? Why don't you follow the steps? You're the one that's raising the flag. I bring you the video.
I mean, I am going to try and contact them, not because I'm curious about Shake the Earth.
Right.
I'd
If you
love
really
talk
want to
a
know the
flat
truth,
pilot.
got to know the truth. That's the whole point.
But what I'm making more the point is to say that I'm not able to comment until I've done such an onerous.
No, you can make the comment. It's fine. You've made the comment.
Funny. That's
Well,
all.
You've made the comment. Now we're saying to you, follow through now.
Right.
Yeah,
You're not really letting me make
exactly.
a comment, are you? Though you keep
Hey,
interrupting.
can I ask a question? Two things to writing.
Evidently. Would
Do
you
you know?
like to ask another one?
Yes, I would. Thank you for addressing the first question. What do you call it? Do you know Bob from Globebusters? I think is a pilot. I don't know. And then the next thing I'll just propose is, have you heard of Brian Mullen? Brian Mullen.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody's been
Brilliant guy.
talking about him
Cool,
lately.
cool.
Hadn't heard about him at all before, and now he's suddenly.
Well, no, you brought up. The only thing that made me think of it was asking for, like, let's say somebody's credentials or this, that, the other thing, because he's an interesting case of a physicist that came out that got chased offline, dude. Like, they threatened to take away his license by a bunch of people. Actually, it's a couple of dudes in Gems that called his employers, doxed them, went after him hard. But I was just wondering if you heard his story. Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. Brian Mullins is a really awesome cat. But and like any of this, I don't know if you're going to get a professional who's active, like an active professional who's willing to go through the almost attacks that come from the ballers, man. But other than those two things, carry on, boys.
And writing, exactly the same thing is being put to me. Have I been in contact with NASA? Have I asked these questions directly to NASA? And I can tell you 100% I have been, and I'm still waiting for answers.
But that's not getting in contact with somebody, right? That's making an attempt. I've made an attempt already. If an attempt is all that's necessary, then I've already done it. I've already met your conditions.
Well,
already emailed Rob. Who's the one? Planeparts.com. Rob Taylor, I think it is. I've already emailed.
And what if what if there is already a long row of high-pitched voiced Globers ready to attack them, and they put an end to it, and then you can say they are not prepared to defend their standpoint. There's always no. Then open your ears.
But what is it?
And it's not just Globers in this particular environment where bad things happen. Every group has bad apples.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, it's a particular kind. As I said before, I mean, that sounds horrible, but I mean, it's a particular kind of person that comes into these places, and sure, I can easily imagine Globers being like that. I mean, I also think it's a quite combative environment, so it doesn't surprise me much that people get a bit giddy.
Well, if you want information,
what was it? What's his name? I forget his name, but he was one guy threatening. He's like, "I'm going to buy a plane ticket to Australia, and I'm going to come down there, and I'm going to kill you." I haven't heard.
Yeah, how about this though? How about this though, guys? Right? How about this though? Right? So if it was only flat earthers in here, right? We'd be probably discussing stuff and maybe arguing, well, whatever, and not really calling anybody a moron. The only thing that changes the dynamic, even though we don't agree with, like flat earthers don't agree with each other on if you go to the microscopic, right? But we don't go calling ourselves fucking retards and stuff like that. It's only when people that are whatever
maybe you
what
and I
this
have different impressions.
thing. Wait a minute. Let me finish, and I will finish dead quick for a change. Is that when people that come in and just try to prove whatever we are talking about, doesn't matter which one of us is wrong, that's when the dynamic changes. That's when it was. Instead of coming in with an attitude of, let's hear what they've got to fucking say. We can still argue, shout each other. We can shout over each other, but we don't have to use snidey, condescending, fucking, like preemptive. Like, I know you're stupid, but hey, maybe you'll get a grip of this and then explain something. That kind of condescending, preemptive stuff.
It's only the Globers, you think?
No, I know it's not. I'm not saying that's what I'm saying, though. It's not, though. It's not all the Globers. It's also, like, it goes, but as I say, but you come over here where people are flat earthers. You're coming here to whatever. So we're not going to, if you meet them, pull them up, or if they say something, and someone will agree with it, a flat earther or whatever, yeah, that was a bit tough, buddy, or whatever.
It is interesting, Ali, how the dynamic of the room changes when certain characters are here.
You saying I turn this place into a shithole?
No, I was
No,
not
you
pointing.
don't. Nah.
I'm just making a general comment. In general, it is interesting, actually, to see that dynamic change.
You don't actually riding, because you've got a job of a. You say you go around and give lots of talk and whatever with neural linguistic programming. You've studied that, and myself, I have studied that. I've looked at the roots of it, or how you say certain words, you can influence people and stuff like that. So I actually appreciate you. I just wish you would stop using it so much and be more actually inquiring instead of that way that you over, how should we say, right? Do you know, it's like, with great power comes responsibility. You should never use it in discussion and stuff like that. And you do that.
I don't use hypnotic inductions or NLP.
No, but you use the wordage and the thing. It's like you're not. No, actually, I don't. We can have other talk about it, but as I say, that's the one thing I say about it. I'll say about that. But anyway, but otherwise, no, I don't find you offensive. You ask good questions, just the way you frame them. It's all about framing, anchors, triggers, and all that. So I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm not trying to embarrass you or belittle you.
52 cards of language.
52 cards of language?
Ellie knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. And that's the thing. Yeah. It's just, as I say, when I hear you arguing, right, because I studied it, and I have for 5-6 years, and I have read and I've watched lectures, I've asked questions, I understood it, how grammar or the way that you can influence people, even though you're talking to someone else, you can influence people that are listening, for example. I think you become entrapped in that kind of thing. You shouldn't be trying to prove anybody wrong or use that. Have a conversation with us. With Bandsaw. Bandsaw is, you must admit, the most approachable person that has a disagreement on the reality that's been presented on us.
Yeah, Bandy and I get on well.
That was it. I like you, actually. I didn't at first, but you know, you'll probably get what I'm saying. Well, I know. So you're a good person. It was just the fact that that's maybe you're oblivious to it or whatever. Anyway. Ban, so what about light? What do you think about light? Do you think it's little photons, bouncing balls, or what?
No, I don't think it's little bouncing balls. No, I don't think that. You know, I think light is a beam. But well, it depends what you're talking about. Light, Ellie. Like if you're talking about light from a torch or some sort of
Well, light, as in the definition, you know how they say it's an electromagnetic wave, right?
yes, yeah, and
Right.
it has, and different colors have different spectrums and all that sort of
Right.
stuff.
Well, there we go. That's good. Let's address that now, right?
Yeah.
Now, how did they find out that light had all those colours?
The light itself, like a
Yeah.
just a white light has all those colors in it.
Yeah, how did they find it? I'm not trying to trick you. It's not
No.
the thing that because you've got the same kind of opinion. I'm actually trying to tease out your opinion. Like I'm just giving you a thing.
Look.
Right. So anyway, so how did they first find out that light was made up of the rainbow, for example, all those colours? How did they first, or whatever science, find out that?
Prism?
I think they put it through some sort of prism type of arrangement,
Yeah.
Ellie, right? And the light came in one particular color and then came out another, or a variety of different colors on the other side of that prism, right? So from that, they've then obviously deducted that, oh, well, maybe light is made up of many a color. So I think that's where their premise came from.
Right. Do you buy that? Do you think that proves that whatever experiment proved that light is made up of, you know, red, yellow, green, blue, ultraviolet, purple, or whatever?
Logically, it doesn't make sense to me, Ellie, that light has all these different colors in it, because if I was to get all the same colors in paint and mix them up, I'd get black almost. So to say
between additive and subtractive.
to say that all these colors are in one, right? To me, logically, like if I'm going down that path, no, I can't follow that path from that initial thought.
Hey, can I make a quick about?
Yeah, go for it. Yes, you can. You can.
Just one I've been thinking about for a while. What's up, y'all? Don't we know that like photons push and touch each other? Like, I guess you're saying like when you made me think about it when you're saying it's this stuff and it's made up of all these parts, right? And maybe they separate them a different color. But for example, just when I'm on the cell phone, and if you go outside into the bright sun, you have to turn your brightness up more because it's like the photons get pushed back by the other photons. You know what I mean? Isn't that weird? Like that, you know that they pushing on each other or whatever.
Yeah, but we don't know. That's what I was going to say. This is the road I'm following, right. So therefore, we don't know all these. That the only evidence we've got that light is made of all these other colours, right, or whatever, is if it interacts with a prism or water, which is a clear substance. Wait a minute, let me finish. I'll be very quick, and I'll get Manson's opinion here. Is so other than clear. So how do we not know that it's a property of the clear if it goes through a clear whatever glass, well, a glass or water or whatever, it interacts with a certain opaque refraction where it refracts. It isn't the property of the object that you put in front of the light that causes it to split in colours, and it's
You
not
want to
got
answer?
anything at all to do with the light.
I'm just wondering if you want answers, or you're just going to blather on a little bit more. You talk a lot, man. Essentially, I mean, I would say that the prism was the first way that we determined it, and that's where they came up with the hypothesis. But then afterwards, we were able to determine that the actual individual frequencies of light that yield these colors are something that we can generate. We can actually start from the frequency and only that frequency, and we will see that that light is the color that's theirs. And we can now measure the frequencies of light. We can actually measure them with photo sensors. We can see how fast they go up and down. We don't have to send them through a prism anymore to separate them. We can measure the entire spectrum all at once.
So, Ali, so this is what happens to normal, we'll call it white light when we're shining it through a prism, and then it comes out the other side in rainbows, okay? So then what happens to the same light, right, if that light is red or green? Do these other colors also come out minus the green but plus the white light? Does anyone know?
Well, the thing is, they did experiments on that, and when Newton came up with that, because it was Newton, I was waiting for someone to mention Newton, but it doesn't matter anyway. So he was the first dude to split a light with a prism and decided that it was made up of all these different colours, and he added the extra colours. It's actually only 6 colours, but he added 7 because it was a better number. And that's documented, right? If you look at a prism, there is no violet in it, right? Or purple. No, I think it's purple or violet, right? So there's only 6 colours. But anyway, just what you said there. It's what was your question? Banzo, sorry, I had some tinnies.
No. You're right. If I have a white light and I put a red filter in it, right, in front of it, and I now make that red light and I shine it through a prism, okay. So what colours are going to come out of the other side of that
I think
prism?
just red.
If red is coming, so the other colours don't come through either.
There are no other colors.
My understanding of it is that when you put it through a red filter, it's not like your example with paint would be like you're painting the light red, you're adding to the paint to make it red, whereas the way light works, my understanding is sorry, the other way around anyway. But what a red filter does, at least that I've been told, is it's actually stripping out every other wavelength. So the only one it's letting through is red. So I think if you sent that through a prism, I just think you would get a thin band of red on the other side and nothing where the other bits would be. It's just a guess, though. In
Right,
answering
but the
the other
point I
question
was
of how do they
making,
know
the point I
this?
was making, Banso, sorry,
Yeah, right.
the point I was making, right, was that when he came up with that, because he had a corpuscular theory of light or whatever, right, and it got debunked. They were totally against it at the time. But when he came up with the theory split into other colours, right, he got so much kickback from that as well. Right. Because what I said, right, is what you asked as well. All right, so imagine, forget about a red light. So you've got a prism, right? You've got a prism that's red, and then you shine a white light through it. Exactly the same question. Oh, well, if it's red, it'll absorb all the red light, but it'll let the rest through. So you'll see this. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't happen, my friend. It doesn't happen. And they did that. They did that in the 1700s. They did the experiments to debunk Newton, because scientists, that's what they do. They go, he's poo-poo, man. I'm going to fucking prove him wrong. And that's what they did. That was the peer review process in that time. They loved it no more than to present their absolute knowledge of the whole world and debunk this person. And that's where, and we meet actually the miniature versions, you know, like the toy versions, when we talk about the same things. We meet the toy versions of the well, have you asked yourself this, or the debunkers? It was brutal in the 1700s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. If you came up with a new idea that went against the mainstream narrative, you got fucking slaughtered, man. You
Some
had to have
priests would
your
like to have a
shit.
word with you.
You know what
So
I mean? You had
maybe,
to have your
so
shit
maybe that
together.
effect.
Yeah, exactly. The Spanish Inquisition would. There was you get a wee letter. I would like to have a word with you back in fucking Rome. And you've got a free holiday to. You've won a free holiday to Rome.
So
And you
your
land there.
point, Ellie, your point of the colours we see being an effect just of the prism itself, or the water, that opaque kind of thing in the water, is more because of the water.
Yeah.
Or the
Just my opinion.
prism. Yeah,
But
other
isn't
than
that
the actual colour of that's in the light. Sorry, Moya, jump in, man.
isn't that demonstrate, or isn't that debunk your theory there that we can generate these as primary colors from a source? We don't have to send them through a prism. All I have to do is generate a 600 nanometer frequency, and I will have light.
I'm trying to find this thing
But
on it.
that's not light. One second. Right, but you've got to remember, white light is a combination of all these frequencies combined into one, which will. It won't suddenly refract on your eyeball and turn into all the different colours. No, it's a different frequency. White light is not 2 parts 600 hertz or nanohertz or whatever, and 500 nanohertz of blue and a
It actually is.
mixture of this.
It actually
That's
is.
it. That's how they rationalise it. But wait a minute. Then you can't do that. You can't project that the average or those combined, add them in. If you go, for example, if you go to a shop, a paint shop, and say, I want azure blue, and they'll go, oh yeah, certainly, sir. We'll take there. They'll get a base colour, they'll shake it together, and that will be azure blue. And what you guys are proposing that is fucking shaken together of colours and different frequencies and shit like that. If you actually looked at your own physics, you know you can't mix. It's not baking. It's not like, well, I'll have a wee 300
You want to answer?
gigahertz
Or you want to just
this,
tell it?
and we'll have a 500 gigahertz of this and an 800, and then that'll make a 16
All right, you
gigahertz.
talked a lot. Now, can we
Yeah.
actually answer? You just keep on babbling the same thing over and over, man. Come on. Share the
Let
mic.
him jump in. Let him jump in, Ellie. Let him
I can take red, green, and blue lasers, and I can, by varying the intensity of each one of them, I can make just about every color you want, including white.
Okay then. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me respond. Well, do that. Make a video of you getting the green at a certain frequency, because you have to. It's like mixing paint. What Bandsaw talked about. I done painting when I was singing it, and he always. I usually ended up with brown sludge or whatever, right? Yeah. Well, but you got black. Good for you, man. Fucking kudos. You were a wee bit more. You were a wee bit more Picasso fucking orientated than I was. But that's a great thing. There's a great experiment. If you can say you can get green, red, and blue and mix them together and fucking make white light, I'd love to see that, because then it's
I can do this.
impossible.
You can do this in your house. Get yourself a magnifying glass, go up to your television, and look at the individual pixels.
Well, no. You said lasers. You said lasers. Dude,
What's the difference?
Bandsaw, yes, it is. You are being so disingenuous. Whoever
What's the difference? You're being disingenuous. What's the difference?
I now stop interaction with you, my friend. I'll mute now. Don't care what you're going to say.
Man,
Oh, I see. I've been the one who's been probably 20-second blurbs.
he talked about how he would love to see it like it ain't happening. That's what's fucking disingenuous.
That I'm not able to find, but somebody else's Google foo may be better, but I very strongly remember it, so I'm pretty sure you'll find it if you look. And that is, scientists made a like tiny little thing, much smaller than a postage stamp. It was a color image that apparently they'd made color just by being able to manufacture so finely that the whole thing's made out of just one kind of like titanium, some sort of metal or something like that. And it's got little poles in it, and the little poles are slightly different distances apart. And those distances apart that they are bounce back different wavelengths. And that through that can make it color. So if you were able to find that, that could be a way to test.
I would have loved to see that, Ryan. If you could do that.
Kind of Google it. I've spent the last like 10 minutes here doing it, and I've slightly given up. But I like.
If I was
Googling,
to
like metal.
if I was to get a funnel of some sort, or a cone, even a cone shape, right? That just has a little opening down the end, right? And at the other end, I was to shine a red light, a blue light, and a green light down it, and all the other color lights that apparently are in white. Is out the other end, once they're all mixed up in that tube, is white light going to pop out the other end?
Essentially, yeah. Like that's how your computer monitor works, right?
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see.
A good way to see it is go up to one of those like giant like jumbotron screens.
So would I.
No, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. That is
There are
not.
experiments for what you're talking about, Andy. There are like some really cool things that they do. Adjusting the spin of the light and all this.
What's the difference? Main difference, Bandy?
Well, you've got individual. If you're talking about those TVs ones, just for example, those ones that have all the little individual pixels in them. The new ones, I'm not really quite au fait with how they work, but I'm going to go with what Moyoc said. You know, you can go up to the old TVs and you can see the individual pixels in them, red, blue and whatever other color is in there. I can't remember. These things just shine at different brightnesses and whatnot, and you can actually see that when your TV is running that they change intensities. They get brighter, they get dimmer, and all this kind of. You know, we're actually
Don't
talking about channeling light, right?
What's the
And
difference between that and what you're talking about, though, is what I'm trying to understand. What makes one
because I'm talking about channeling 3 different lights into a particular area, and at the other end comes white light, and that's what Ali referred to as well. We're not
right, but I'm trying to understand why that's different. You're saying the intensity is different in a TV screen, because what I'm talking about is like a jumbotron, the huge screens when you go to games and stuff that you'll see. And the reason I think they're a good test is because you can walk up to them and you can clearly, from afar, they look like a screen, but as you walk up, they're like individual LEDs that you can put your finger on. They're sizable.
Yeah, no. I
Talking
know
about
whether it's a jumbotron or a little TV, they're exactly the same kind of principle.
Sure. And you don't think that these different colors add together to make white?
I don't think that those colors are mixing together to make white. No.
Okay.
What we see as a white screen, right, is something else. But I do not think that these colors are mixing together to make white, because it doesn't make sense.
Why doesn't it make sense? What about it doesn't make sense?
Because you'd end up with brown or black or whatever other color if you're mixing things together.
That's what I'm saying. This is the difference between adding and subtracting. Like the two bits of light are going the opposite way. I can Google this because I Googled this before sometimes.
Let me ask let me ask a little gotcha then about riding, or the guy you were talking to. Right.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a gotcha. It is, right. But it might not be. You might have a good explanation. Right. Science says that light is a electromagnetic wave, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I've got no idea. I've heard people say that, yeah, that it's like on the same spectrum as radio waves and stuff like
that's
that.
what I bet it's electromagnetic.
Ego Bandits in the chat.
Cheers.
It's well, that's sort of accepted, right? So, can you show me, right? If I get a match, a bit of stick with sulfur, how does that create a electromagnetic wave to give off photons? I can see it.
Barking up the wrong tree trying to get answers like that out of me. I've got no idea. I've got
Yeah, well, that's it. But a match, sulfur, it's not electromagnetic or whatever, but there it's creating light by fire.
What am I looking at here, writing?
That's the answer to that question of why when I add oh, hang on, sorry, no, it doesn't answer that question. Ignore it. Sorry, I did a gin.
I'm looking at it, I'm going, what?
But yeah, it's basically a sort of whether it's sending out or blocking. What paint does or most other things do is absorb the other frequencies and bounce back the one that it looks like. Like it's getting more like shadow, right? The more coats of paint you put on a window, the dimmer and dimmer the light coming through is going to be. So it's going that way, versus the other way. If that makes any sense whatsoever.
But yeah, logically to say that light is made up of many different colors, you know,
just thinking logically, it kind of doesn't make much sense, really.
Is it possible that everything that we see is actually based on 3 primary colours, and they're just either lighter or dimmer, because that's how TV works, and we are seeing a spectrum, but the origin of that is just 3 primary colours, the source of the. Does that make sense? We think we're looking at a spectrum, but beyond the spectrum is an origin, and the origin is just 3 primary colours. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel like what makes more sense to me is that it's just a sliding scale. But they do seem to interact physically because there's something to do with this thing I was saying about the poles. Here we go. This is a science blog I was looking for. The rods and cones in your eyes, they can like cut open the eye of an animal and know that it will be more sensitive to certain
Okay.
frequencies
Oh,
because they will something to do with.
I didn't know this.
I mean, no is probably a strong word, but you know.
Isn't it how it reacts to that frequency of light?
Well, it's I mean, electromagnetic. I think maybe I don't know, but I think
Is that
it's
caused
almost like
by
an antenna
vibration?
will only be
Is that caused by
read certain frequencies, and rods and cones, I think, in the eye are basically the same thing. But again, I've got no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is
So, like,
that
like the rods.
vibration though? 1 second. Is that vibration? You know, it's sort of you pick up the frequencies through vibration. Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly think that's some of the gist of it.
On a base level, shall we say?
Yeah.
You know, to
Yeah,
pick that up. You know, a radio antenna, and we pick things up on frequencies as well.
Yeah, that's the way I read it. Like my total misunderstanding of the electromagnetic spectrum seems to suggest that loads of stuff is on it, but you need the right antenna, the right equipment to pick up different bits of it.
And our eyesight and our hearing, whatever, is tuned in to that certain frequency, that multi whatever frequency that's going on. We can pick up. That's how you can understand me.
And this also explains. Sorry, I'm also jumping in here because this also explains why your screen shows you RGB, but your printer works in CMYK, and that's why you often want to work in CMYK for in Photoshop and print stuff and stuff like that because of the difference between subtractive and additive.
Do you know how many? Here was an interesting fact that I found out only because I was a flat earther, not because I was a globe earther. Because if I was a globe earther, I wouldn't be in here slagging off flat earthers. I wouldn't give a fuck. But anyway, so what I learned as a flat earther, shout out being a flat earther by the way, is that because I had a question, I thought, how many pixels does the eye see compared to anything that's been invented, or you know, a camera? We actually see fucking 10 to the power of 58 more megapixels. If you want to see that, forget about HD, HDR, and all that kind of shit, right? We see 10 to the power of mega fucking millions more pixels and process more than a computer information that comes through our eyesight as a camera or whatever. Right.
That's not entirely accurate because we have foveated vision. There's more detail in a small area in our field of view. That's straightforward. and far less
Ah,
detail
but
to
we
the
do that.
peripheral.
We've got autofocus. Sorry, Doofus. Carry on. Sorry.
Right, but the 10 to the power of 50 is obviously way too much. You're giving the eye way too much credit because the
Ah,
detail is packed in the center of the field of view and not so much toward the peripheral.
I seen this. I read it on Ball Earther Rumpus uses. He actually got in contact with this guy that what do you call it? On Light. This he wrote a paper and actually contacted him or whatever. But I got off his webpage the difference between a photographic sensor or sensor sheet or whatever you want to use compared to the amount of colour variations, shall we say, which is pixels, right? Because on a computer screen, if you actually zoom in, you'll end up seeing squares, little squares, and it'll be the same colour, and they can't blend in, but our eyesight can do it like fucking a million times to their power, or whatever. Not a million, but you know what I mean. Like fucking way better. Our eyesight sees more variance in colour than any television camera or whatever can show to us, can give to us. You know what I mean? It will never replicate. It can never ever, because it's too much. You know. Just what I read. Just as I say, what I read, and because I was amazed as well myself. I thought, fuck it, because it was so high a number that science, and it wasn't trying to debunk anything. It was just something I learned. I was like, fucking hell. And to imagine that or comprehend it, I can't even comprehend it, but I know when I'm watching television or whatever.
I've got to say, what you showed riding doesn't really demonstrate the white light coming from 3 different lights. That's something completely different. Moyoc, I'm looking at yours now, Moyoc, the one that you posted.
Mm-hmm.
The LCD, the projector, and how that works. So I'm looking at that now. That seems way more interesting, actually. I don't know if you want to have a look at it, Ali, and give your critique on it, the one that Moyoc just posted.
Well, I was going to say, when they studied light, when they actually studied the light, they studied it on the sodium, the chemical sodium. So remember, when you're studying what they thought, when they studied white light, they obviously used the sun as the measurement. And it's sodium light when Newton used the prism, when all these experiments to do with light was based on sodium light. So if you can accept that sodium light is the main light from the sun as that number, that energy, whatever, and it does what it does.
So
Well, sodium is
would it
yellow,
be more
it's not white.
convincing to you, Ali? Sorry, just quickly. Would it be more convincing to you, Ali, if you saw Moyoc's video and you could see these 3 different lights going through prisms and then producing the picture that it's producing on the screen?
Is it white? If it's white, is it white? Yeah.
Well, no, it's just a picture. It's not showing like a screen of, say, white light per se. It's just showing a picture itself, but it's not showing a beam of white light coming out of it.
All right. How about this? Newton, not only did he do the experiment with one prism, what he did was he turned the prism upside down. The next one too, so that beam of light passed through one prism, came out as colours, and when it passed through the other one, it went back to white light again.
Yeah. There we go. So
Yeah, I'll have a
I'm
look
gonna,
at the video.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll look.
I'm gonna,
Yeah, brother.
without doing more research into it, I'm gonna have to kind of be a fence sitter in a roundabout way.
Low pressure sodium lights are yellow, not white, by the way. So if they're using sodium as a standard, it's not a very good standard.
I wouldn't know, doofus, if that's, was that directed at me or?
No, it's Ali B talking about sodium and the sun.
Oh,
They're different. They're very different.
Exactly my point. But that's what they used. That's what Newton used for his theory on when he split light. That's what he used. He used a sodium light. So, because it replicated, what they did was, right, if you've ever grown, if you're into growing stuff, there's red light and blue light. What they say, that, you know, and you can grow in this metaphor. You can say, well, it's red light for there, and all you're doing is replicating the sun or the atmosphere and the sun rays or whatever when you take your plant in or whatever and grow it under lights, hydroponic, sodium or whatever. But sodium was the standard use of light to, you know, put through, because it replicated sunlight the most. That's why.
Right, but we can tell the difference between the two, whether sodium was the standard or not.
Yeah, I know we can. Of course we can. I can tell I've grown cannabis. I've got a sodium. I had a sodium, and then I had what was the other one? HP. It wasn't sodium. It gave off a different what do you call it, colour, and that made the plant grow in a different way or whatever.
Right, high pressure
But the
sodium
point
is
is,
what
the
Newton had
point
available.
is, we use sodium to decide that was the nearest colour they could replicate, or the nearest light they could replicate the sunlight with. Right, so they used that as a standard under, like the vacuum standard. You know, under a vacuum, objects will fall at fucking 9.86 meters per second or whatever, and under a sodium light, which we say is the sunlight, light will refract in this way, or it'll fucking make these colours if refracted through a material object, water, prism, or whatever. doesn't mean it's made up of all those colours. Because if it did that, we would see it in them colours, right? We would actually see if white light or the sunlight was made of those colours, we would see them as those colours.
Well, we do when we start spreading them apart with various
No, we
prisms or
don't, not
lenses
through
and
our
things like that.
eyes.
We would actually see everyday objects have, like if you have a lens that, like as I'm showing in this example, that is not properly countering its aberrations, you get chromatic aberration, right? That's because all that light is there. All those colors are definitely there.
Well, there's the question, right? Because you believe the photons that come from the sun, right, bounce off this this object, right? It absorbs the colour, the green. Say, for example, the street, it absorbs it, and then it emits it, but you believe it's the same bouncy ball, this ball of light. And if you understood the laws of reflection, refraction, actually, if I shone a light at a certain angle on a certain shape, it would refract in an opposite. It would bounce off at the same angle that it came in from. So if I had a light source from 45 degrees, that light would bounce off at 45 degrees and hit the ground. It would never come to my eye. But you guys say, right, no, it's not like that because it's not a wave. It's not a wave actually. It explodes and it bounces in all directions and it decides that object that it hits. It says, hey, by the way, I'm green. I'm this specific size or whatever. And the light goes, got it, matey. And that same light bounces off of there, comes back to your eye. Right? And that's what you believe. That's information. And when you understand, if you were into computers and if you understand information, right, that the information that would have to come off, for example, differently coloured flag, right, light hits that. There's information that's saying, hey, by the way, I'm exactly here in your eyesight. I'm this colour, I'm shaped like this, and there you go. And I'm bending, by the way, and I'm bending. And not only am I perfectly shaped, right, what I've done is, from miles and miles away, I've presented myself right straight in front of you because now I have to have straight rays of photons coming there. If they've come there, when they come over the curve, right, at a certain point they have to straighten out at 6 foot, not 6 foot, 5'8". They have to straighten out there precisely at 5'8".
Here we go. Here we go, Ali. Something I just found out. All right. To display images, an LCD projector will send light from a metal halide lamp through a set of prisms in series or dichroic filters that separate light to 3 polysilicon panels, one each for red, green, and blue. So once again, they're using white light through prisms to generate the colors that gets projected through the lens and then projected. So it's not as though they're actually mixing red, green, and blue to make white light at all.
What is when it gets to the final surface? Because all red, green, and blue are reaching that final surface together, and then what you see, you perceive as white.
Well, no, the image is No, because it's filtering these things, and it's only letting through the part of the image that is red as red, right? But it's starting off as white light. Right? That's how it's starting off, and it goes through prisms. Now these prisms then separate it into 3 colors, right? By splitting it, letting through those colors, right? And then when it has to let through the white light, it's obviously not filtering it, and it lets that through.
Not on a standard LCD projector. It's always filtered. It's always producing only red, green, and blue.
I don't know. I said I'm gonna sit on the fence with this one.
Right, and your computer screen that you're looking at right now, or your phone screen, or tablet, or whatever, all of those screens are only capable of putting out red, green, and blue light. That's it.
Okay.
So if you see something on the screen that appears white to you, that only came from red, green, and blue light.
They would all be illuminated.
Or no light. Or no light.
That'd be black. No, black would be no light. It's
Yeah,
white.
black
It's all
is
three.
just
If you
that.
zoomed in, you'd
right,
see.
okay, right,
You'd
okay.
see a bar. Every pixel, you'd see a bar of red, green, and blue.
No,
And
that's good.
mixture, and hold on, let me
Percentile
finish.
dot
Let me
matrix.
finish. If you zoom in, you'll see the bar that's red, green, and blue, and the intensity for which those lights are being emitted. That'll determine the shade and the color that you see. But if all of them are the exact same intensity and all are illuminated, you'll see white. Make sense?
Yeah, but the sun.
But. There's no but. That's what you do. That's what it is.
Wait a minute. Let me finish then. Right, but the sun is not white.
It is. The sun is white.
Yeah, it is.
We just don't see it as white because we're looking at through an atmosphere.
The Earth is curving.
No, that's not a good way to say that.
Wait a minute. Listen, dude. What you said
how-
there, I've got to repeat this, right? The Earth is curving. It's just you can't see it. You know what I mean? That's what you
The sun is white.
When it's high up, when it's high up in the
light
sky.
on all spectrums.
Dude, don't say that.
It has all spectrums of light, and all spectrums are different
like
intensities based on the reactions
Not
on the surface
you.
of the sun.
Yeah,
And
okay.
all those intensities, all those
I like
frequencies.
you. Don't say that again.
Hold on, the ones that are visibly recognizable by your brain, you'll see, and it's not going to be perfectly white. It'll be a mixture of all those frequencies at different intensities based on the reactions of the surface of the sun.
You guys are making it really far too complicated. If you have a white sheet of paper and you take it outdoors and the sun is shining on it and the paper is white, the light source that lit it up is also clearly white. So that's the sun.
No, it's not. It's
But
the
Ellie, hang on.
wait a minute. Let me finish it. Let me respond to that. Right. That is that's called a correlation. That doesn't mean because that bit of paper that you perceived as white, that when the sun was shining upon that, it was that means the sun's white. And that's absurd. Come on.
Well, Ali's saying that if you put a red sheet of paper out there, then if you see red, then the source should be red too. That's his logic.
No, it's not my logic. My logic was just
what he
because
said,
you hold up. No, don't fucking misread. My logic was that if you hold a bit of white paper out in front of you and the sun's shining and it's white, that means that the sunlight's white. That's my only logic. If you were to start changing colours, ask me upon that, but don't start fucking misquoting me about different colours. That's all I was saying.
Ellie,
That's
if you take
fucking correlation.
outside,
That's correlation.
Yeah, but listen, if you had a white piece of paper outside and the sun was red, wouldn't you expect
Oh
that
my
paper
God.
to turn
I
red?
can't believe you're. Yeah, on you go. Don't talk to me. Changing I'm probably going to lose respect for you if you try to.
It's pretty straightforward. If I have a white piece of paper and a yellow light source, the paper will appear to me as yellow. If I have a white piece of paper and a blue light source, that paper will appear to me as blue. If I have a white piece of paper outdoors and it appears to me as white, the sun is clearly a white light source.
Well, it's just reflecting the light
to your eye. So if you have a mirror, what do you see then? What color is it? Now you're not. It doesn't actually blend out all the colors. It shows you exactly what you're seeing because it's a reflection. And so whatever you're seeing, that's the colors that it is. So you'll see everything, how it's been filtered and altered, refracted, etc., from the medium that it's being seen through.
But yeah, Ellie's not
Yeah,
listening.
but
to
it
us
says the reason that you see colours, right, is because that object absorbs the photons and then it projects it out to you, right? So what happens to the other colours that are involved in that process? Because remember, it's red, white, blue, and fucking. What happens to the ones that where do they bounce off to? Where do they go?
Every frequency is present.
It's on the same.
Hold on. Every
Let me finish.
frequency.
Let me finish.
You already finished.
Let me finish. I'll be a
he's not done.
second. I was
You
going to
already
be
said
2
it.
seconds. I was going to
He's
ask
not
a
done.
question.
He's monologuing.
Where do those photons disappear to?
They don't. I told you every
That's all.
color, every wavelength is there in different intensities.
Yep. And the reason that we get told these photons, the reason things give colour, right, is because they absorb that spectrum, right, and they emit that towards our eyes, right? I'm asking, where does the red, white, and the blue, and the fucking those other colours that we are susceptible to, you know, we can pick them up.
See,
All
you
those
should
other
stop while you're
colours.
ahead. Now you've
Where
just got
did
yourself.
they disappear?
This
Where
is
did they
why
disappear?
this is why I was interrupting you, because we had an answer for you, and now you just commingled a bunch of other ideas all in one big mishmash of talk. Why don't you just keep focused on the actual idea?
No,
Do you
I
not
did.
understand? Do
That
you not
was the
hold on?
whole.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Do you
No, it
understand how
doesn't
light?
matter what
Do you
you're
understand
saying,
how
by
light
the
is?
way.
Do you know the difference between let's talk about a white sheet of paper and a mirror. Why
You're
do you see?
changing the subject.
If I have a flashlight, a white flashlight,
You're
white light
changing the
flashlight.
subject.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to. You clearly do not understand the difference between how reflection works.
Well,
This
don't
is the
say I
problem.
clearly
Why
don't
does something look fuzzy white, or why does something look
Very bad
like a
one.
mirror? What's the difference between a mirror and a piece of paper? Do you know the difference? You know, why do you see reflection?
Address what I was
So you don't
saying.
know. So we're not going to have a conversation because you don't want to have.
Address what I
You
said
don't want to
there.
understand the basic ideas or questions.
Zenik, the
You
real
are talking
basic
about
root of the problem,
absorption of photons.
right? The real root problem here is white is not its own wavelength. White is not its own color. White is made up of all of the other.
And I said
colors.
that, but he refused to acknowledge it. That's why I said the white light is all the
No.
colors. Every frequency combined is what you see. And it's the only reason you see colors is because we have different degrees of intensity of those wavelengths.
You didn't tell me.
Does that make sense?
Why?
Yes or
You
no?
did not tell me or
Do you understand that? First of all, go to step one.
the
Do you
other
understand that?
colours
And let him respond, though. Damn.
You didn't. Listen, I just sat here just for fucking 10
Are you
minutes.
drinking? What is the problem here?
You did not.
Are you drinking?
Not explain what is that? Is that does that invalidate my question or something?
You're saying nothing. It's gibberish. Until you can put a coherent sentence together, I don't think we're gonna have much of a conversation.
Oh, I was just going to ask a question.
I know you've always been saying that since we've been listening to you. You're trying to ask a question.
Okay, fine.
No, Ellie. What is your question, Zanik? Let's just let him
It
ask.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what my question is. On you go. On you go.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't really matter what your question is. You're not able to give us a question.
Ellie, please ask the question. Otherwise, I mean, what are we going to talk about?
He doesn't have a question.
He was asking what happens to all the other colors when we see white reflected off of something. The
We've already
problem
explained.
is they're all there. They're all there. That's why you see white.
And the reason we don't see them is because we have intensities of the other frequencies that are greater. And that's how we see different shades.
just to make sure I'm understanding. So he thinks when we see white, there's no blue, red,
Correct.
violet. Oh
Right.
my
Yes,
god.
No,
that's what he's saying.
no. That you only see those colours when they go through a prism, and the
Or when
prism,
other colors are absorbed.
and that the prism or water, like when you see like a rainbow, that's the effect that you see.
Yeah, so a
Well,
prism would
your
be a
eyes.
rainbow, but like Doofus is saying, when other colors are absorbed, so like when you have scattering bands, so maybe you have all of these things going into something, but the wavelengths of certain types of light or colors are too big for this item to absorb. So it'll absorb all of the other wavelengths it can, but not this specific one. So if the wavelength of blue can't be absorbed, but all the others can, it's going to look blue to you because it's only it emitting blue, but it's absorbing everything else.
No, and that's not what I was meaning, actually. It doesn't, that's not how it's described, right? The reason things are blue is because the light shines upon this object, right? It absorbed the blue and then it emits it.
That's the other
But
way
it
around.
doesn't explain. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't observe absorb the red, the yellow, the blue, or whatever. And it's the other way around. It absorbs that colour and it emits that
No.
colour.
No, because this is very basic, man. If you see light, if blue light coming off of something with a white light source, the red, the green, the yellow, all of that didn't reach your eye. It got absorbed by the surface and not re-emitted.
Exactly.
No, you're
You can
missing.
test it
You're missing the
yourself.
point. When it
You can.
absorbs, right? Listen. I'll just say it. I might be wrong. I don't care, but this is the way
Why
it
don't you
is,
ask,
right?
tell him why it
It
wasn't re-emitted? Why don't
absorbs.
you explain that?
If
Why was it
something,
not re-emitted?
Let's hear
right,
Ali
listen.
conclude, and then Bacon's been trying
Yeah,
to say something.
if I
No,
absorb,
let's explain
if
why
I
it wasn't
absorb,
re-emitted. Let's
Bacon,
understand that.
Danik, let Ali conclude,
Yeah,
man.
if you don't interrupt him, Ali will finish way quicker.
He won't finish.
right? Yeah, that's right. Well spotted, by the way. And I will finish. Yeah. If I absorb blue into my body, right, I'll turn blue and I'll
This is why you didn't want to let him talk,
what?
because he's just going to talk gibberish
Danik,
again.
just let him finish and.
No, we're not going to listen to him absorb
We're not
blue light, so his
you,
tongue's
That's it.
turning
I'm
blue.
finished.
Come on.
That's it. I'm finished. I
So
was
his tongue's
finished.
going to turn blue because he absorbed the blue. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not correct. The blue light didn't get absorbed; it got reflected.
Yeah.
You can test it yourself. You get a
Can't
blue
get
object.
reflected. It can't. It
Ali,
can't.
Bacon's been
Hey,
waiting.
Ali, yeah,
Can we give
Bacon.
Bacon the tip?
You get a blue object, and then you shine a blue light on the object, right? And then you do the same with the yellow light, and the yellow light's gonna heat up the object more than the blue one. Like if if the blue object is absorbing blue light, it will heat up with the blue light, not with the yellow one. But it does the opposite. And you can pick any color you want. It always heat up more when you use the opposite color, because that's the one it's absorbing.
And why don't you explain why it's not re-emitted? Why, when it's absorbed, that it's not re-emitted? That might be something he needs to understand as too.
Why? What do you mean?
When you shine the white light, why are the other colors absorbed and not re-emitted, yet the blue is?
He's getting to that. Doing it with thermal properties. The absorption of that light raises the temperature.
Yeah, I wanted to explain why that phenomenon which happens, or the reason.
I mean, why blue things reflect blue and absorb
you're on the, yeah, why you're on the right track. You talked about now this energy's now been absorbed by the object. So why is it not re-emitted?
I don't know.
Well, you just mentioned the one color is being re-emitted. So the higher frequency or the higher energy frequencies that have been absorbed are not re-emitted, so it gets warmer, right?
The blue one gets re-emitted. It's not just reflected.
when you see blue, it's been re-emitted, right? So it was not absorbed. That energy was reflected or was re-emitted, which is a reflection, right?
Okay, this sounds like a contradiction to me to say it was not absorbed, it was re-emitted. Doesn't it have to be absorbed to be re-emitted?
That was my question. I think that's what you have to be clear about, because you're explaining to him why you see the blue and what happens with the other colors, and you're saying the proof was that the object becomes warmer. So why don't you keep on going with that?
Going where? That was the point. Like, I'm just providing a way to test that. Yeah.
So why is the energy not re-emitted then? If you see blue and everything else has been absorbed, why are the absorbed frequencies, why are they not re-emitted?
Oh, I don't. You mean at subatomic level? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
You're giving the
comes
explanation.
after.
I'm not getting.
Yeah, that
I'm not
comes
getting.
after acknowledging the fact that the blue light is what comes back to you.
Sorry?
Yeah, Xanac, that part about why the other colors aren't getting back to you is after acknowledging the part that the blue light is the only color that is getting back to you. Once
Okay.
that acknowledgement is made, then we can go into subatomic details if you really want to.
Right. Well, he's going to want to know what the proper, because he's already gone into reflection and prisms and splitting. Yeah. So might as well give him the foundation for why all this happens. So why do we see the blue light?
I think that's actually how UV light was discovered, right? Measuring the temperature of objects that were being lit by different frequency of light, and after the violet spectrum, it was hitting even more, even though there was no visible light. You know, that's how UV got discovered, right?
I don't know. I think UV
spread a
light was
wide
discovered
beam of-
through chemistry. I think that's how most things will when it comes to light. The effect this light would have had on some other kind of chemical. I'm not sure, Bacon. I'm also not sure, but from what I remember.
Yeah, I think it was even Newton, right, that discovered UV light, playing with
No.
prisms.
He discovered the spectrum of light. He was able to split it.
Yeah, but and then didn't he measure the temperature in the different colors, and then when he get past violet, it kept getting warmer
How would he have done that?
with a thermometer. Maybe it wasn't him. I'm not sure, but
I don't think they knew what UV light was during the time of Newton.
no, but it was discovered like this, right? And Newton was doing experiments like this, wasn't he? Like playing with.
Yeah, he just saw that sunlight when put through a prism splits into the colors of the rainbow. You know, he didn't try to figure out, do they have different temperatures, what are wavelengths. I don't think any of that happened during the time of Newton. Like his understanding of optics, for us it's basic. At the time it was groundbreaking, but I don't think he went that deep into the whole electromagnetic spectrum and different temperatures and black body radiations and those things. But I could be wrong, Bacon. I'm just going off of memory right now.
Or maybe it was infrared that was discovered like this. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find where I saw this.
Okay.
Happy days.
Yeah. I do think for infrared, I do think someone, I don't know who now, but someone split light and then put a thermometer at the end of each color to see the different temperatures. And I think for infrared, that's how we came about with it. But I don't think it was Newton. Yeah. I don't think these things were known during during Newton's time.
Right. Yeah. Probably some. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would have been after, man. Because not much was done with Newton's discovery that white light is made of all these different colors. Everyone thought, oh, it's cool. That's how rainbows work. And it kind of stopped there because they didn't have the equipment and apparatus to go any deeper, you know? And during that time, everyone still thought light was this thing produced by the luminiferous ether, you know? Like, we had a very basic understanding of light during the time of Newton.
How about this, guys, right? I was just watching a video about how Einstein's theory of relativity was, and it was, I think it was a lecture for Columbia University or somewhere like that, yeah? I can't give the link, go search for yourselves, but the point was, right, and they're saying that, or the belief now, or whatever, they're moving away from Einstein's relativity theories, whether it be special or general or whatever, and they're kind of changing the physics that's involved in the, you know, in the standard model kind of thing. They've still got the standard model. Excuse me. They've still got the standard model, but they're going to move away from the physics of what gravity is. It's where it's not a force. We admit it's not a force. It's not attractive.
Yeah,
Or
I've
What
heard
are they
this.
moving towards? What are they replacing it with?
Now that I don't
that's
know.
what I'm saying. So that's the whole point. Is what I'm saying. Well,
Electromagnetic or something
I mean,
like that.
that's what
I'm
I
just
said.
curious.
Go look,
I'm just curious.
go
If
look,
they're moving
go
away from
look
gravity, what are they
yourself, right?
replacing it with?
That's what I'm saying. Go look for yourself. But they're
You have a
saying,
list?
I was just asking about the fact. I was just asking about the fact, right? Is the fact that you know, or science or whatever, done all their equations, their examinations at a certain point of time under the theory that Newton's gravitation was universal. So they looked at the world that way, right? And
Yeah.
then later on they evolved into looking at the kind of Newtonian, not Newtonian, Einsteinian kind of aspect, and they changed it, and that suddenly that was reality or whatever, and then they derived all sorts of shit, right? But now they're changing again to where, and if you took, remember, when you took the known physics of the day, Newtonian physics, none of the shit that if you go in the future that Einstein was talking about would work in there, right? So that was, so you would poo that, right? You get to Einstein, none of the shit that's happened in Newton's time is disregarded, kind of thing. So they always change, it's always evolving. So it doesn't mean that science is decided.
Yeah, that's right, Ali. If I can
totally
get in there,
agree
Ali.
with
If
you,
I can
Ali.
get in there, Ali. If I can get in there now.
I totally
I
agree with
watched the
you, Ali.
documentary, and what you're saying was what it was. You know, the same kind of conclusions is that they were moving away from the Einstein's special relativity, and they were moving back kind of like to Newtonian, in that the magnetic force, this is what this gravity is. They were offering up some kind of electromagnetic thing. That's all I can say on the subject. But I've noticed that that's being pushed forward. This was back in 2017-18 when I saw this documentary a couple of times. I watched it.
Yeah, but Ali, I totally agree with your point that science is not set in stone and it's always changing, you know? So if we come up or find new information and it answers more questions, it gives us a better understanding and representation of reality, we're definitely going to replace the current status quo with this new piece of information. I totally agree with you there. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not being proven, though, some of the stuff that they come up with. Although it's evolving, none of it's proven, and not all of it meets the reality that we live, which is why I'm contesting their theories that they call theories as facts. If it's a fact, I think it should just be known as a scientific fact. And a theory would be, it's a theory we're thinking about. We haven't got any proof for it, which is why it's a theory. This is where the confusion comes in, because I think, let me finish now, I think when they use the word theory, anything can be popped up into that medium, that area, and then before you know it, it's being pushed as fact. That's the problem I had with the language they use.
Okay, so Jin,
yield.
2 questions.
Yeah.
What is the definition of a scientific theory, number 1? And number 2, is there such a thing as a scientific fact? If there is such a thing as a scientific fact, could you give me an example?
Well, look, I'm saying that when they say something's a theory like gravity, it's been taught as it's a fact.
But could you answer my question though?
Well, I didn't give you a scientific theory. I'm saying a scientific fact. If something, a scientific fact for me, okay, I'll give it to you. I'll answer your question. I will answer your question. A scientific fact for me, not theory, but a scientific fact for me would be something that purports to follow the scientific method, which is tested with your hypothesis and your dependable and independent variables, and these things prove your reality. That would be a scientific fact through the experiment. A scientific theory is an idea you have. So you watch something, you hypothesize over it. You haven't proven it yet because you haven't tested it and you haven't put any experiment. That's what I'm saying.
So but are you telling me those are the definitions scientists and everyone uses, or those are your personal?
Well, that's what it seems like. Yeah, it does seem like that. That the scientists, when they say they have a theory, right, that theory is actually a fact, is what they're saying. You see?
Have you ever thought why? Have you ever wondered how they define a theory? What they define?
Well, that's correct. I think that the way they're defining it is confusing because they agree, they peer review it, so it's under the agreement of them, and then it becomes this fact, this theory. You see? But it should be proven through the scientific method. And once that's happened, it should become as a proven scientific fact. Proven. And then that's no confusion there.
Do you know what is really interesting? I just Googled the definition for scientific theory.
Yeah,
and according to Wikipedia, a scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that has been repeatedly tested and corroborated in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results. Apparently, that is what a scientific theory is.
Yeah, unfortunately, the word theory, I have a contention with the word theory. It should be fact. That's what it should be. That's what I'm saying.
They should call it a scientific fact. All right, but it's like potato. It seems they're using the word theory in a very different context to mean a fact, but it seems that's what they're talking about when they say scientific theory. That it's a scientific fact. Yeah.
And what I'm saying, is
can I say something?
Let me just finish, Ali. I'm nearly there. Ali, I'm nearly there. Hang on a second.
Yes.
Thank you. The only thing is sometimes pseudoscience theories are being pushed as, facts. And they're just theories that are unproven, but they're being pushed through as facts, like gravity, for example. But anyway, Ali, you go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is it unreasonable for us to question when we get told, for example, how can you prove the Earth is spinning? Oh, we've got this thing that's swinging on the end of a weight from this thing, and there you go, guys. And that's it. Is it unreasonable, right? Honestly, would that be a? Could you accept that as proof defined to say, for example, you're spinning? There's a this pendulum swinging in this direction at this certain degrees, however, therefore we're spinning.
You
know,
convinced me,
and
Ali. I believe you.
sorry, oh no, I didn't mean
Ellie's
that.
trying to
No,
say.
come back, SE, come back, brother. But I'm just saying, do you think that's unreasonable to sort of say, well, do you know, that's, to me, especially when we look in what is, you know, the scientific method, and scientific method means lots and lots of things. There's not actually one defined, and I understand that, right? But there's a logical method through fucking logic that you can define, right? Should I, you know, because in the end up it comes to the choice, do I believe this guy or that guy? Let's actually look at what he's saying and I've got to believe, or they are saying and I've got to believe, and does it jibe? Let's look a little bit deeper in the physics or whatever, geometry or whatever you do. Let's actually have a look a little bit deeper at what they're trying to tell me to believe. Well, you know, a lot of people, when you look into that, if you look as an open mind, you think, right, wait a minute, these guys actually don't know what reality is. And then you go, then I don't know. And when you kind of accept that you don't know what reality is, and all, when you give your belief of what reality is, it's just your worldview that's been represented to you by other people. You have.
Well said, brother. By other people.
Ellie, can you please conclude, though, man?
Nothing else needs to be said. What you believe, Ali just pointed it out spectacularly. What you believe, somebody else gave it to you.
Does that apply to everybody, SC? Like, does that apply to you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So no
And
thought
me
is
as well,
is our own.
and me,
All of
and me.
and
That's
you
the
as
thing.
well,
What I
Ellie.
said there,
Okay.
what I said there is that's what I believe. So I am what I say. Most of my beliefs, and I accept that. So I have
You
to
are what
work
you
out.
eat. Yeah. So I mean, are you guys then saying that no thought or idea you have is really your own? They've all been given to you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the belief you have in the heliocentric system was given to you by somebody else, just like us. The only difference between us, me and you, let's say, is I question that and you accept it.
But what about? But I don't think Ali's saying this only applies to belief in the globe. I think he means this applies to all things. Or am I wrong, Ali?
Yeah, but it was I'm in a Discord server that is talking about the globe and flat Earth, right? So it was specifically for this here, but it was also universal. It was pointing out what you believe, I've accepted, right? See, the thing is, I've accepted, right? I could be totally wrong about what because I've accepted that I don't know what reality is. I've learned enough about my beliefs have been squashed so many fucking times. My reality has been squashed so many times, right? That I've now came to the understanding, hey, by the way, I don't know what reality is, right? And I understand when I take a side or whatever, I understand it's just my belief, right? And it's not reality. But On the other
are certain
side,
things you.
God dang.
on the other side, wait a minute. On the other side, where I'm, who I was talking to, you believe, you think you know everything. You think you don't understand. It's just a fucking belief, and that's why that most globe earthers can't accept that. We accept it's just a fucking belief, right? And we are not emotionally attached. You know, I don't care whether you believe the earth is a ball or lights are bouncing fucking shit or whatever it does, man. I don't care. But I won't get when I discuss things with you, it won't emotionally affect me. I don't care because I know I'm talking to someone that's never going to take my point of view, and why should you? You've got your own belief, but I don't put that upon you. Whereas the problem is, a lot of globe earthers fucking think we're going to destroy reality or the fucking society or whatever. And that's not rational, it's not logical to not embrace someone else's beliefs. Ask some questions about it. If they don't agree, end the conversation with, we can
Hey,
agree
Ali.
to disagree, my friend.
Ali, I wonder if these ballers know about your belief about the ISS. You think they know about that?
What is
I
this?
bet you it'll
I would
surprise
like
the
to. I do.
hell out of them.
I do. Yeah, we understand what and we've heard Ali's, but I think I do admit that a lot of the information that I read that I haven't experienced myself and things, I'm at the mercy of them because they're the expert, and if you choose to believe that, then that's your choice. However, you've got your entire life's experience and things you do each day, from cutting trees down to machining bushings to driving down the road, flying an airplane. All these things you put together and you form your opinion of your reality based on experience as well as what you've been told.
Yeah, but if you're right, but I say to you, if your eyes are open, you'll know if you're on a curve or not. You'll see that curvature, man. You'll see that fucking curvature, man.
And that was a good point, Howard. That was a good point there, Howard, right? But you were talking about physical things that you've done, right? But when you start talking about the metaphysical, when you look up into the sky and stuff like that, you're relating that stuff that you've done down here. Maybe people that you've met, you might have not met lots of dishonest folk that have got other agendas or whatever. So your reality or whatever is based on that. So when someone tells you something that you haven't done, to me, right, you were talking about physical cutting down trees, forestry, driving, or whatever, right? But when someone starts talking about other stranger stuff, right, stuff that they have to introduce pictures or metaphors and stuff like that, I think it's just logical, right? And I've asked so many questions, not just the guys on the ball earth. Most of you guys don't even know half the shit you're talking about. I watched loads of videos. I've talked to experts on a certain field, and it always came down to the fact there was always this assume that whatever and blah blah, and then the axioms. The axiom is presume. For example, presume the Earth is flat, right? That's the axioms created, right? And say, I'm going to now do my geometry here, doing this, and then you can change it to any shape. Or you can say, assuming the Earth is a ball, do your geometry there, and then fit it in to flat, straight up. But it's always the assumption. And that's what I'm saying. When I agree with you, cutting down, but that's reality's got nothing.
But Ali, I put it to you that you can definitely discern whether or not the Earth is curving or not with the Pythagorean theorem formula, you scallywag, you. Now, come on. Yeah? Can you not discern that?
Ali, let me say something really quick. It's not just the acceptance of what people are saying, right? It's the acceptance of the evidence that we see. It's not just like, oh, here's a picture of the globe. This is what it look like. This is what it looks like. No, it's that along with all the other evidence that comes along with it is what we
What
accept.
You have no evidence. You
What
have zero
evidence?
evidence.
Yep. Zero evidence. Yep.
What's your
What
evidence
evidence, please?
of a globe? Give me evidence of a globe. Go ahead.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
your
Pictures
best,
of
your
Earth
best
from
one.
space. Why is that not
Your
evidence?
your best
What the fuck is that? You can't go to
evidence that the
space.
Earth
That's in contention.
spins. The best. Wait a minute, Jim. The
Sorry.
best, and we'll give you fair. We'll give you the best
Listen, we're
evidence
not gonna go
that
down
the
this
Earth
road.
spins.
You've been presented with all those different things, so
A
What things?
picture.
We have been
You came
presented
up
with
with a
nothing.
picture.
Pictures of Earth from
Nothing.
space. You've seen
Come
so
on.
many.
That's
You've seen
ridiculous. That's
so many.
bullshit.
You guys have seen more pictures
Ridiculous.
than I have.
I have a
It's
picture of King
absolute
Kong.
ridiculous.
I have a picture of King Kong.
Yeah, I have a picture of a
yeah,
unicorn and a couple of
Yeah,
I have a
the
picture
picture
of
of King
Spider
Kong
Man.
is
fairies.
we know
Yeah.
And,
okay, let's
and
go with it.
Bigfoot.
Let's go with the King Kong picture. We know King Kong doesn't exist. We know primates don't get that big, so that's thrown out.
We know the globe doesn't exist. We know the globe doesn't get that big. We know it doesn't go. We know it
Okay.
doesn't spin. It can't be in the back of
Okay.
space. We know this.
Okay, so it's flat, right?
Thank you. Well
Now
done.
we just need evidence of that.
Go out there and you'll see there's no curvature. It's all level, as you would see. Clearly
Yeah,
obvious.
but I've seen
It's
things
right
that
in front of your eyeballs.
no, but I've seen things that mimic a curved surface with my
I
own
don't
eyes.
know where you would have seen that. Where would you have seen that, sir? Where? Where?
I see that as well, people.
Kosho, I
Yeah.
just posted a picture. Which one is it? Tell me, which one is it?
Which one is what?
You got two guys there, right? You got Neil and you got the other gentleman. So who's right?
Oh, sorry, hang on. Earth is too big to see the curvature. Ships disappear over Earth's curvature.
Right. Which one is
So what
correct?
about it? They're both correct. They're both saying the same thing. I don't understand. Also,
How
who
is
made
that?
that?
How does that work in your brain?
So when you look at this, you understand that they basically you're taking it what Neil said out of context, right? So what he
Of
meant by
course,
that
yeah,
was
of
saying
course.
you can't see it with your own eyes, and you have to measure that to actually be able to see it with your own eyes.
Or have a
Something could be curved.
reference like a ship.
Something could be very slightly curved, and you'd be like, "Oh, it looks flat," but when you actually measure it, it's not flat.
Yeah, that's a dumb meme. That's just a dumb meme. You know, like I'm not sure what the point of that meme is or what it's supposed to prove. It's
So
a
you
meme.
can see the curve from low, but from up high you can't see the curve.
What?
Yeah.
No.
That's
So
that's
again,
what these guys are telling you here.
taken out of taken out of context.
Yeah, it's just a meme. Like I don't know why you expect us. Like, why post that? Like, what's the purpose of posting a meme and then wanting us to discuss a meme?
Well, it's not exactly. Well, you can call it a meme, but these are two of your
I'm
top
gonna
guys.
post a flat
There's
Earth
an
meme.
astrophysicist, and
Let me
there's
post
what
a
is the
flat
other
Earth
guy? A chemist? What is he? Science educator, and they're telling you two opposing
Is the
things.
view of
Now,
the science?
They're not. They're not two opposing things. If you look at a 2x4, you can say, I cannot see that 2x4 curving. However, when you look down the length of it, you can see it curving. So the two things are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, I
No,
just
It depends
posted
on
a.
how
I
you're
just
viewing it
posted a
and whether you
meme.
have a reference.
we're not
Essie,
talking about a piece of wood here.
I just posted a meme, Essie. Please address it.
What does that have to do with the subject? Look, does the
Everything.
water curve? This is what it comes down to. It comes down to water. Does your water curve? Yes or no?
Yeah, it does.
We're on the ocean now, right? Let's say we take a canal. Let's say we get a canal that's 2 miles, right? Or 3 miles, and it has locks on either end, right? What's going on there with the water? How does it work in your brain?
Well, you know the answer to this, right? You know what we say. right?
Yeah,
Or do you not understand that?
you're gonna shift right into dialetheism, and I'm gonna prove it right now. You're gonna say no, but that's exactly what you're gonna do in your next breath. Go ahead.
So the problem is, Essie, you've never even considered the Earth could be a globe, could you?
That's not the question. You
Have
see what I
you,
just said?
believed it
have
for
you even
years.
have you even considered
You
it?
know.
Could
How
it
is the
be?
water? I brought you a scenario, and I told you you're gonna do dialetheism stuff, and that's what you're doing right now.
Denialism. Denialism. That's
No,
what he's doing.
dialetheism. That means believing in two truths.
With a topping of denialism as well on top of that.
Well, that's a sprinkle of that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So answer the question, gentlemen. You're in a canal, 3 miles long. It's dammed on either end, right? There's not a dam, but you know what I'm saying. There's a gate.
It's a lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you envision that water? How does that work in your model? I'm gonna make you double speak right now.
It's curved.
Explained
Yeah,
it already.
It's curved from where? So we have two guys
From
in
the
two little
horizontal.
tiny boats, right?
From your feet.
We
From
have
the
two guys.
horizontal.
From where I'm
It
from my feet out.
It drops down from the horizontal.
So it drops down right away from your feet, right?
Minimally, but yes.
And how about now if we have two boats on either end of the canal, right?
Oh God!
Does the water drop from their bow at the same time?
Yes, it does.
So there's a drop between the two boats.
Yes,
It's like
there's
a
a drop.
funnel, like a
A
funnel.
level drop, isn't it? Isn't
Like
it
a
level?
funnel? No, not like
That's a double drop. Yeah, that's a double drop.
Yeah. See, Essie's point is to make it sound as ridiculous as possible.
No, I'm just putting it out there.
No,
People are
because
free
it
to think
does
of it.
It does sound ridiculous.
It
That's
is
the point I'm
ridiculous.
making.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's ridiculous,
He's
but
not
it's
trying.
ridiculous.
AC doesn't have to try. AC is just saying it. He doesn't
Well,
have to
the
try
problem
to
is
make it
Essie's
look
never gone
ridiculous.
out
He's
to
just
actually.
telling how
Essie's
ridiculous
never
it
gone.
is.
Essie's never gone out and tried to actually see whether or not it drops from the horizontal.
No, I told you
does.
that I'm going to make you double speak, and you said that the water, right, is. We all know the water is level, right? But now you said that it also drops between the two people on both sides.
It does.
Boats. That's ridiculous.
Yes, because
Dialetheism in a nutshell.
You're misunderstanding which direction down is for each different point on the Earth.
No,
well, now I
we're
don't
not,
understand
sir.
what down is.
That's got
Okay.
nothing to
Yes,
do with it.
that is correct. You don't understand the proposed definition
No,
of
that's
down.
a wild accusation, and I resent that to the highest degree. Do not say
That's
that about
exactly
me,
what it
sir.
is, because he thinks that
That's not
for
what
each
it is,
person,
mate. No, no, no.
I
he
accept
thinks that for each person down
whatever you
is
tell me.
down is parallel. If I'm
What is
standing one
down
place
for you?
and
Where is
someone
down?
else
Where do you measure down
down
from?
is
Let's start off with
down
that.
From the individual.
down on the globe model is towards the center of the Earth.
We don't live on that globe model.
And you
though.
measure
That's
it from
not
the
what
observer.
From the observer. Okay, so you got boat A, which we'll
Observer
call
A.
A on the left side of the canal, and you got boat B on the right side of the canal. We'll call that boat B, right? You're telling me the water drops and is both level at the same time between those two boats in the canal of water?
Well, do we have to go back to the basketball analogy? Because, I mean, basically, that's where the answer is.
That's a foolish analogy, the basketball.
It's not, because basically, to the center of the basketball, from any point to the surface, you can form a straight line from the center of that basketball to any point on the surface, right?
That's not what's in contention.
If you're at any one of those points, the reference to up is away from the center.
No, it's away from the surface, not the center. No,
it's away from the
it's
center.
From the
That's the
surface
direction
of the object you are on. It's not
is
from the
ultimately
center.
from the
No,
center.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's
not
completely
wrong.
and utterly wrong. When people think about up and down, they don't think of the center of the ball Earth that they think they're living on.
Don't care what they think.
Of the surface they stand on and the sky. That's it. They don't think center of Earth. They never do.
According to Jin's logic, if I go in a cave, up is now below my feet because that's away from the surface of Earth.
That's not my logic at all, sir. That's another slander. Don't be silly, because you're a mug. Shut up.
So if you're in a cave, what way is up? What way is up?
We're not in a cave.
No,
We're
wait
in
a
a
minute.
canal,
Forget the
and we have
cave.
two
we're not in a
boats.
cave.
Don't let
Forget the
them
cave.
take you to a cave, Jin.
Stupid fool.
Ah, forget the cave.
Stupid
Forget the
fool.
cave. Let's go back to what AC
Stupid
said, right?
fool.
So anyway, I'm up. I've got my little canal boat, and I'm on a canal, right? And AC Montreal is 2 miles away. It says 5 miles. It doesn't matter, whatever, right?
We're in the
So
weeds again.
from my perspective, right, I'm going over the curve, and I think this is what AC might have been pointing out. So I'm going
Absolutely.
over the curve, right? And I'm on top of the ball. I have to be because I'm on top of the ball because I'm perpendicular. I'm straight in line with the radius of the centre. So I'm on top where the water is. So when I move forward, I'm going down. If I move backwards, I'm going down. No matter where I am on the ball is what you say, right? So now, so I start heading down, right? Now, I've started heading down. Let's go and take it from AC Montreal's perspective. Now, what he's doing, he's done just the exact same as myself, right? He's started at the top of his curve. If he moves back, he's going down. If he moves forward, he's down. He's right on top of the ball. So now he starts heading down. And I'm heading down on the other side. Now,
Exactly.
if we were on a ball, we are going to kind of, but my back end of my canal barge or whatever's going to be pointed up. When I ram into AC, I'm going to be looking straight across, but the bow end of my boat is going to be down. I'm going to be looking at AC Montreal and say, "What the fuck are you doing, man? What the fuck you just rammed right my boat?"
Not what
And I
we
think
don't
that's the
experience
point.
that at all.
Yeah, of
Nice one, Ali.
course.
Yeah, we don't.
And
Ali,
I
hang on a
think,
second,
yeah,
Ali. Let me just get
exactly.
this
But
in.
that's the picture.
You're,
That's the picture.
come on, Ali.
That's the picture.
Right, let me
From
get
Ellie's
you
my
not
this.
done.
point of view,
Ellie's not done, Jin.
Yeah, I know. Well, he'll be done tomorrow. It'll be done tomorrow. Let me go and set my alarm.
Yeah, I'm
Fuck.
playing. I'm playing.
Right now, all I'm going to say is this: look, we don't experience what Ali's just described perfectly there. We don't experience that, and the professionals in the video tell you that they don't experience it. Their equipment wouldn't work. But anyway, carry on. That's all I was going to say.
well, water doesn't do that in the first place. That's the whole point. It was on a canal, right? That's the whole point. Water doesn't do that. It doesn't. Right. So first of all, right. So when I set off on my journey and AC sets off on his journey, right, the water has to know at this specific the midway point, no matter what my horizon is immaterial to the distance that I'm between AC. But at some point, there's going to be a discrepancy in the angle of our boats. I don't know how, but according to maths or their logic or whatever, I'm going to meet at some midpoint, right, below the point that I started off at. AC is going to end up in the midpoint because that's where we'll meet in the midpoint.
At the equator, roughly. Yeah.
Wherever we are, it doesn't matter. The halfway point between 5 miles, 10 miles, unless if we travel at the same speed, if we travel at different speeds, right? If we travel at different speeds, it'll be an even weirder picture to draw or diagram, right? Because I'll be traveling. So I'll be traveling further than him, but
Look
still,
what he drew, Ali.
and
Look
he'll
at the
have
live
a
stream text, Ali.
Yeah.
Okay, so which one is it? A, or which answer is correct? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
You tell me. You seem to have decided. Science has decided what answer it is. You tell me. I still won't believe it.
That's cool. So what about USC? He just pushed the I don't believe button, which isn't an answer.
I don't believe button. You You just draw.
Well, you had four options.
People
I
upside
think
down on the ball. That's the thing we laugh about you, man. Don't you understand that?
Well, that's the question that's being asked. You're saying it can't work on a ball, so that's now using the ball as the model. Now, with that in mind, answer that question. As the ball is described, which is the correct answer? Sorry, 1, 2, 3, or 4?
I don't answer questions about fantasies. I look at that and I laugh.
Ask me the question.
That's what I do.
I can't see the chat. Ask me the question. And
Okay,
give me
you have
the choice
you have a
I'll
guy
give you an
standing.
answer.
You have
Yeah,
a guy
go for it.
standing. You have two guys standing on a ball. One's on the right-hand side of the ball, and one's down, pointing, generally down about 45 degrees. Nobody is standing on the surface of, on the very, the way it's pictured on the top at the 12 o'clock point. So I got one at 3, I got one at 5. Now, with people at 3 and 5 o'clock, which way is up? Is it the guy on the right side of the ball, the guy down at 5 o'clock, or is it neither A nor B, or is it A and B?
Well, if I'm going to answer your fantasy question, if I'm going to answer it, hang on, Ali.
Answer. No, because
you were just talking for a few minutes. Let me talk first. Hang on, Ali. Ali, no, hang on, Ali. You've had your turn. Can I have my turn now? Can I have my turn now?
Well, no, this was my question. This was my question.
It? Sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't realise.
No,
I didn't realise. Go ahead, Ali. Go ahead.
No worries. But this was my question. It's up for A is up for A, and up for B is up for B.
Right. So A and B both are up. They depend on who you're talking about.
Yeah, for them. Yeah, for them. But to me, they're not. They're one's at 3 o'clock and one's at 5 o'clock. But to them,
so for me,
it's up.
Yeah. So if I'm looking at that, if I'm looking at your diagram, knowing where the North Pole is and where I was born in England, this guy B man is upside down, and A man is perpendicular on your ball. Okay, that's what I see. That's your model.
Well, I don't know how you would
on top
define that, but
on top of the ball. On top of the ball would be the North Pole. That would be your top point, and at the dead bottom would be the South Pole. Where this guy B guy is, he's in Australia. They're upside down. This guy could be near Africa, perpendicular. That's
why would the South Pole be down? I mean, that seems like a convention-only problem. We could have just as easily made the South Pole
down under, because Australia
you can hold the globe
down
upside down.
under,
There'd be no difference to how it functions.
Yeah. Whenever Antarctica is referred to, they always say at the bottom of the ball. That's what's said every time. At the bottom of the ball. Australia, they're down under.
Even though it's the top, though, right? Isn't it actually the top?
Hey, Jin, if you're gonna use their model, right, you've actually got to use all of their model.
I'm using the hideousness of the model. I cannot be in this. Like SE said, he doesn't really do fantasy. I do reality. I do reality.
You participated in it, Jin, and you said on their model, right, this is that and this is the other thing. Well, on their model, right, you've got to use all of it. You can't just be selective. In fairness,
I am the biggest selective cherry picker you'll ever meet. I can be, I am be, and I am doing that. That's how I am. Sorry.
And that's
I'm not a liar. Disingenuous. I'm not dishonest. I am live and direct and truthful and honest with honor. Thank you.
You want to see how you use their model?
Sorry.
You guys want to see phase 2 of the canal?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Phase 2 of the canal. So now we got them admitting. We got them admitting that either boat is going to see a drop in front of them, right? They admitted that.
Yeah, simultaneously.
So phase 2 now, check this out. This is where the real dialetheism comes in. So now we extend the canal. We make it 10 miles, right? And we ask them, at what point do the two boats start to lose each other, sight of each other.
That's right. Yeah. The balance. One starts
think
to
that's
lose
a
sight of
good
the other
question?
one. Yeah, one drops. Yeah.
Well, so
What's the answer, left lane?
Well,
What distance?
Where does it
first off,
start
you
to
said
first?
start to lose each other. They're going to, assuming the boats are 6 feet, because that's a nice round number we can work with. Usually around
They're
3
little dinghy.
miles, start to lose information. Just beyond 3 miles.
Just beyond 3 miles. Okay, perfect. Now, what is the cause of the loss of the information?
There's something in the way.
Okay, what is that something in the way?
The surface of the earth.
The water?
There's at least two causes, though, to be fair.
And
well, hold on. Give me a second with him. Is it the
there's
water?
some refractive effect.
He's saying the water.
He said the water, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't, but water is fine.
What are you referring to?
So are you saying it's an atmospheric effect then?
Atmospheric effect plays with it. It doesn't. It involves it as part of the equation.
Yeah, but hold on
Yeah, it
now.
alters
Didn't
it
we
a little,
first say that the water drops in between you? So as you increase the distance, right? There would be more and more of a drop.
From horizontal, yeah.
Okay. So how can the water cause blockage if it's dropping?
Over a curved surface.
Did you come in muffled for everybody?
Strange.
A ball
didn't
will
hear
get in
that.
the way of something. If you move your finger sufficiently far along the ball, it will get obscured by the ball.
So by the water.
It's what's behind the horizon that's dropping, remember?
So what's causing the obstruction, Grim? Is it the water?
It's the curvature. Yeah, it's what's
Yes, the geometry of the surface.
Hi,
The
Grim.
surface of the water.
Hi, Grim and Grim.
Yes.
Okay, but how could that be if the water is dropping in between you?
It's
well, what do you mean? What?
You see the paradox here?
No.
Oh yeah.
It's after the horizon that's dropping.
There's no paradox, AC. The paradox is in your head.
The what?
Yeah, that was really dumb.
SE, I've got a quick question for you, buddy. SE, am I presuming that my line of sight is along that tangent line? Am I?
Well, I guess you can presume whatever you want, but the scenario is this: we have two people on the boat.
Why don't you grab a ball and do it, SE? I mean, so you can see what you're talking
Not
about.
a ball. We're on
a ball
water.
is a ball. I know, but you know a ball is
We're
a
not
ball,
on a ball,
right?
Grim. We're on
level
water between
I know,
two
but you know a
dogs.
ball is a ball, right?
Wow.
You could take a ball and two objects on the ball, move them apart from each other, and ask the same question.
That's not
and
what
you'll see
he's
the
asking
answer.
you. He's talking about leveled
You'll
water
see-
as the premise, the basis,
If we're on his
the
ball,
leveled
the
water,
water's flat.
and then let's
There's
talk.
no drop
That's what
anyway,
he's
so what's he
saying.
asking?
Wow.
Why
Okay,
is he
let me
asking
ask
about
Grim a
drop if all
question.
the water's
If we're on a
flat?
ball, Grim, if we're on a ball, right?
I was trying to
the
just
curve,
say,
and
figure
you're
out what
one
you're saying
side,
to
and
figure out what you're saying though, like because I don't know if all right, we're not trying to prove our model, right? We're just trying to show why an observation would be that observation, right? So
exactly,
which is going to go part to prove your model, of course.
Well, no, now you're jumping to prove my model, but what I'm trying to say is
No, but that's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. That's
well,
why
then prove
we're
your
here.
model. Then prove your model if that's what it's all
let him
about.
finish.
Prove your model. Present a model if that's what it's all about.
Sake.
Then why do I have to say anything else and wait for you to bring a model?
That's why you're here.
SE, are you thinking that because there is a drop, that water should flow or something?
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
No, that's what you said. I think the water is level all the way through.
Yeah, level means curved.
Why are you asking us about drop then?
It is amazing the mental gymnastics they're doing to
That's
avoid the
what I'm
truth
trying to
that
show,
SE,
Jin.
that is
Yes.
SE is proving the
clearly
truth.
just trying to
You guys are
understand what
just
he's
jumping
saying.
out of a hot frying pan. That's what
You're
you're
not
doing.
very helpful,
The frying pan
Jin.
is too hot That's the truth.
You really do
And
have
you're
people in
jumping
here,
out.
Jen, that do want to try to understand what SE is trying to say, and they're not
I
trying to bash
understand
him
it
in any way.
fully. It's not
I know,
Okay,
difficult.
but
Jin. Okay, then
Jen,
step back.
but I don't. Okay, so I'm just trying to clearly
Wow.
clarify
You,
what it
the
is he's trying to
intellect, don't
say,
understand
but
this
you're not
simple
very
explanation.
helpful.
Hey,
My
ask me
word.
whatever you want, Grim. Ask me whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
shut up anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of like waiting for you to finish talking so that you could we can get a better understanding of what it is you're trying to say. But Jen keeps coming in trying to attack people and make it a fight, and we don't want to fight. I just like to. I
The
like
thing
you.
is,
I am
Jen just doesn't
surprised
realize that.
at your level
SE
of
just likes to try and
confusion
straw
at
man the
your
Talking at
globe
my
level of
model.
level
intellect.
and all this shit. Like this guy's any kind of an authority on what level I'm at. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, we
You're an
don't need to do
intellectual
this, guys.
man. Don't
Let's get
worry.
Yeah.
back.
Go on, Grim. Go, Grim. Go.
Yeah, go for it, Grim.
All right. Okay. I was trying to understand like what he was asking. Are you thinking that if we see